Chapter 1: The system that makes money by collecting rags. Parallel world. A corner of Tianmin City. Barf. Wang Teng turned his back to the wonderful girl behind him and pulled out a lighter from his pocket, lit a cigarette and prepared to leave. Hey, can you not leave? The woman pulled his arm tightly. No, a lot of people in this city are waiting for me to save their lives. They can't leave me. Wang Teng took a hard drag on his cigarette and said faintly. There was a moment of silence, seemingly unable to bear it anymore. A thunderous hiss exploded over the entire neighborhood. Are you sick? Who do you think you are? A stinking delivery boy giving me the whole thing like a superhero. Yuck. Give me the milk tea and get the hell out. Wang Teng snapped and scratched his head. Sorry, I forgot your milk tea. Bam. All that was left for Wang Teng was a deafening slamming sound. Grandpa, your grandson is calling. Grandpa. Just after going downstairs, Wang Teng's cell phone rang. I received a call from a customer reporting that you had a bad attitude when delivering food. You've been fired. On the other end of the phone, a man with a pineapple head styling said viciously. Wang Teng was about to open his mouth to speak, but he only heard a dripping sound coming from the phone. ******** Inappropriate people. Wang Teng sighed helplessly. It could be said that at this moment, Wang Teng had suffocated to the extreme. It was not just because he had been fired. What was even more difficult for him to accept was that his girlfriend who had been in love for 5 years had broken up with him on the grounds that his personality was not suitable. Wang Teng knew that the personality inappropriateness was nothing more than a lame excuse that had been premeditated for a long time, and that the real reason was that she had fallen in love with a large sum of money. Grass. This society, without money dog is nothing. Wang Teng viciously exhaled a huge smoke ring, then extinguished the cigarette and stomped it heavily twice, then picked it up and threw it into the trash. Coincidentally, the battery car key in his hand was also thrown into the trash can by hand. Looking at the coming and going of the grandparents, Wang Teng hesitated. Pick up or not pick up? This is a problem. Pick it up. In front of so many people their face? If you don't pick it up, this battery car is already all you have. A passing mom held up her glasses, looked at the trash cans next to the dazed Wang Teng, a mineral water bottle into his hands. Just as Wang Teng was baffled, a mechanical voice without any emotion violently entered his ears. Ding! Found the host. The system is loading. Please wait a moment. Wang Teng froze for a moment, and immediately afterward, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. The sky is the limit. Such a good thing actually fell into my head. Wang Teng was usually a lover of reading novels. Naturally he knew what a system was. In novels anyone who had a system went to the peak of their life. Wang Teng couldn't help but start to think about it. System loading 25%. System loaded 75%. Wang Teng muttered, what kind of system could it be? Loading was so dilly-dallying. Ding! Congratulations host. System loaded successfully. Detected that the host's luck is too bad. The system will increase the host's luck a little bit for free. Can you speak slower? What kind of system did you say you were? A broken system? You're the rags system. Your whole family is rags. I said I'm a rag collection system. Hey, why are you still in a hurry when you're talking? Then what can this rag collection system do? What's the use of luck? Wang Teng rolled his eyes and couldn't help but shout. Ding! This system can convert the rags you collect into items of unequal value. The items will be directly included in the special space that comes with the system, and the moment of recycling is invisible to onlookers. If you are in a public place, the recycled rags will be hidden from everyone in a kind of blindfold for the host. In addition, the higher the luck value, the greater the value of the item converted. Without waiting for Wang Teng to react, a beep sounded again. Ding! Recycling mineral water bottle. Wealth plus 5,000. Wang Teng's eyes flashed before the mineral water bottle in his hand instantly disappeared. Immediately, an attribute panel appeared in Wang Teng's mind. Host, Wang Teng. Face value, UG. Wealth, 5,000. Force, UG. Luck, 1. Education, undergraduate. Summary, UG. In addition, the end was accompanied by a small line. Chapter 2, Limited Edition Bugatti Veyron. Bronze Rag Recycler. Bronze level rag recycler? What the hell? Only for a split second Wang Teng gave up thinking about this issue, because the most important thing to him at the moment was money. Where's the money? Didn't it say that the reward is $5,000? It can't be a fake. Just when Wang Teng was about to empty his entire body's pockets, a crisp sound of his cell phone's Alipay arriving rang out. Your Alipay account has arrived at 5,000 RMB with a balance of 5,000 RMB. Please pay attention to checking and have a happy life. Wang Teng looked at his cell phone and stared, a bit in disbelief that, just this? I'm not going to be the pinnacle of my life and become the CEO and marry a rich white woman? Wang Teng couldn't help but get carried away and let out a loud laugh. Young age, why are you crazy? An old man looked at Wang Teng and shook his head, sighed again and put his hands behind his back and leisurely walked away. Wang Teng couldn't care less what the others thought. System, what should I do next? Why aren't you saying anything? Ding, you didn't ask me either. Wang Teng was speechless for a moment, calmed down and paused. Then what am I going to do next? Collect rags. In the case of Wang Teng, who was low-eyed before and thought that he was by no means a cow or horse youth, asking him to collect rags would never be possible. But now Wang Teng, when he heard about collecting rags, his eyes were filled with golden light and he rushed to the nearby neighborhood and walked in. At this time, Wang Teng had only one thought in his head. Collect rags. Collect all kinds of rags. Recycle. Recycle. Recycle old appliances. Stainless steel tubs. Recycle. Recycle. Recycle old appliances. Stainless steel basin. Wang Teng's loud voice resounded over the entire neighborhood, with a burst of chickens and dogs in the neighborhood. Not a moment later, Wang Teng's body was crowded up with a lot of grandparents. Do you accept anything? Among the crowd, one person suddenly yelled. Only you do not have. No, I do not accept. There are rags, hurry to me. High price recovery. Suddenly, a grandpa with a messy beard and hair squeezed in from the crowd and spoke with a suspicious face, saying, Young man, my 200 pounds of daughter to accept or not? Master, you just put 10,000 heart, small business, and fair trade, such as deception. Wang Teng subconsciously opened his mouth and said, but only halfway through, he reacted. What? 200 pounds of women? That what? What are you teasing me? Wang Teng directly rejected this delusional, bad and ruthless bad old man. It is to look to the other Moncler Jackets outlet, began to recycle the rags. Good guy, I directly good guy, 200 pounds. The thought of some dreadful Tarzan pressure documentary. Wang Teng just unconsciously sucked in a breath of cool air, making a huge contribution to global warming. Ding, recycling used stainless steel basin, wealth plus 5,000. Ding, recycling broken washing machine, wealth plus 30,000. Ding, ding, recycling broken toy cars, reward Bugatti Veyron Love Voiture Noire. Wang Teng couldn't help but breathe heavily when he heard this prompt. Chapter 3, The Life of the Rich is so boring. One didn't hear it wrong. Right, Bugatti Veyron Love Voiture Noire. This car is the only one of its kind in the world, priced at more than $100 million, and now it's yours. Simply too fantastic, too unscientific. Excited heart, trembling hands, Wang Teng was a little short of oxygen. Next second, Wang Teng looked down to see a small minicar appeared in his hand, Bugatti Veyron styled. Wildly cool and dazzling. The corner of Wang Teng's mouth slightly twitched. System, are you kidding me? You rewarded me with a Bugatti Veyron toy car? Host, please don't use your ignorance to speculate about the system. This is a Bugatti Veyron car key. Being taught a lesson by the system, Wang Teng's old face turned red. The original Bugatti Veyron's car key was actually a model. Ouch. Can't blame himself. He is the god of the Akuma mountain van car. It's normal that he doesn't know that the sports car key is a model. Touching the car keys, Wang Teng suddenly felt that something was missing. System, what's the use of just giving me the car key? Where's the car? Wang Teng frowned and it was with a black face that he asked. The car is in the parking space on your right-hand direction. As soon as these words fell, Wang Teng hurriedly glanced at his right-hand direction, and sure enough, there was a Bugatti Veyron full of Kryptonian flavor parked there. Calm down. Low key. Isn't it just owning a global limited edition Bugatti Veyron? It's not happy. Everything in the world is not as happy as continuing to collect rags. Just as Wang Teng was about to go and continue collecting rags, a voice sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations, host's total wealth breaks through 100 million. Rewarded with a bronze megaphone. Rewarded with +1 luck value. Naturally, a loudspeaker appeared in Wang Teng's hand. Wang Teng picked it up and glanced at it, and the properties of the loudspeaker appeared in his mind. Weapon, bronze megaphone. Grade, yellow rank. Function, can spread your voice to the entire area you are in, helping you to better recycle rags. Hidden function, can paralyze all creatures in the surrounding 50 meters for 5 seconds. After a short scan, Wang Teng also read the usefulness of this horn. Seeing the grandparents who were still waiting in line to sell their rags, Wang Teng was instantly energized again and began his happy time of recycling rags. After a few hours, the rather enthusiastic grandparents in the neighborhood dispersed. Wang Teng opened his Alipay and glanced at it, not realizing that in just such a short time there was already 2 million in the account. Who says there is no future in collecting rags? Is there anything more promising than collecting rags? Wang Teng thought to himself that he was considered a person with special talents, such as driving a Bugatti Veyron with one hand. For example, buying 2 swimming pools, one to wash his face and one to wash his feet. Just as Wang Teng's thoughts were hovering in an unknown space, a sharp voice was the one that pulled him back to reality. Xiao Shui, don't be like this person in the future. You are young and uneducated. You only know how to go around collecting rags with a trumpet to make a living. In the future, You must not find a boyfriend like this. A young mother was teaching the ignorant little girl. Wang Teng didn't say anything, although all professions are equal, but in the eyes of the public, collecting rags is indeed a not-so-decent job. Was indeed a not-so-decent job. The next second, only saw Wang Teng open the door of the Bugatti Veyron La Voiture Noire in front of the mother and daughter and threw the horn in, and said faintly as if no one else was there, "The life of the rich is so boring and tedious." The little girl looked at her mom in disbelief. Is collecting rags so promising? Chapter 4, Encountering an Ex-Girlfriend. The corner of the young mom's mouth twitched slightly and not a single word came out. Wang Teng was wandering around the city in his limited edition Bugatti Veyron, thinking about how he was going to dash around. Gulp, an untimely sound was sent out. He was not full from breakfast, and he did not think of any recreational activities for the time being. Wang Teng naturally thought of going to the city's most famous five-star restaurant Jiangwo Hotel to have a full meal. The Bugatti Veyron slowly stopped at the entrance of the hotel. After getting out of the car, Wang Teng looked up at the splendid revolving restaurant in front of him, then deeply inhaled a few mouthfuls of cigarettes, and as always, spat out a big smoke ring. Swells with a thuggish look on his face, saying, "Once I didn't even dare to look at this place. I didn't think that after just one morning, not to mention eating here every day, after a few days even if I buy it down, it's not a big deal." Saying that, Wang Teng then stepped into Jiangwo Hotel. Just as Wang Teng walked to the entrance, a row of welcoming ladies in red cheongsams naturally exuded professional smiles, followed by bending down and emitting a chorus of, "Welcome, please." The welcome lady's sight was fixed on Wang Teng's worn-out canvas shoes, and her voice came to an abrupt end as a result. After a moment of silence, "I'm sorry sir, we won't accept you here if you are not properly dressed." What is considered neatly dressed? Wang Teng teasingly looked at the group of welcoming ladies. At the very least, you should wear a suit and tie and leather shoes, right? One of the welcome ladies hummed with a slight mockery. "I've parked your limited edition Bugatti Veyron in the exclusive parking space, and here are the keys to your wildly cool, kryptonite-emitting car." An attendant ran over at just the right time, panting and shouting, taking the keys of the Bugatti Veyron from the attendant. Wang Teng's mouth slanted and gave a playful glance at the welcoming lady and said, "Can I go in now? Do I still need to wear a suit?" You, please come in." Just now it was me who had eyes but didn't recognize tie. "I hope you won't bother with me as a fart person. Just let me go as a fart." It had to be said that this world was very realistic, and most people looked at others. You have status and wealth, they treat you with respect. If you had no power or influence, they sneered at you. Wang Teng shook his head with a non-committal smile and walked straight into the hotel. Damn, what a pretense, driving such a good car but wearing such a lousy body. Is this a flat-out rich person? This kind of pretending is really absolute. But is it too late to go and throw yourself in the ring? Waiting until Wang Teng's back disappeared in front of the gate, a melon-faced welcoming lady grunted conspiratorially and, afterwards, she couldn't help but start fantasizing. Her body was also on the move. Led by the lobby manager, Wang Teng came to the second floor of the hotel and sat down in a window seat. Wang Teng inadvertently glanced, did not expect to see his ex-girlfriend and a bald greasy middle-aged man, just finished their meal on the side and stood up, ready to leave. At this moment, the ex-girlfriend also saw him. Wang Teng's ex-girlfriend called Li Yajing. At this time Li Yajing mouth corners flowed out a trace of very sour contemptuous smile. To the side of the waiter said, "Does your hotel let in anyone? He's just a delivery guy. Can he afford to pay the 9,999 ordering fee? When he used to come out to eat with me he would only dare to eat some spicy hots and stuff like that at roadside stalls and stay in some 10 square meter small hotels. Do you guys expect such a person to pay for your meals?" Li Yajing didn't notice. When she heard the words 10 square meter small hotel, the bald greasy man's face turned green. Chapter 5 Immediately, right away, he vowed to educate this woman ruthlessly tonight. It had to be said. If it was the previous Wang Teng, naturally, he would not be able to afford to eat here. But now, with millions of dollars in his pocket every minute, would he care about this small amount of money? Not just 9,999? I can afford it even if it's 999,999, Wang Teng said while flipping through the menu. Can we stop pretending? You mustn't puff up your face. In the past, you used to eat an instant noodle but you still had to split it into 2 meals. Forget about it? Li Yajing giggled. Wang Teng was about to dislike this gold-digging woman back, but before he could open his mouth, the bald middle-aged man touched the trigger finger on his finger, and with a gloomy face, he spoke to Li Yajing in a low voice and said, "Hurry up and go. You should be educated. Right now. Immediately. Boom." As soon as these words came out, Li Yajing immediately nodded obediently, not daring to refuse. With a final scornful glance at Wang Teng, following this bald greasy man was walking towards the outside of the hotel. Upon seeing this scene, Wang Teng naturally knew what the duo did to go. But as a man, you should be able to take it up and let it go. All the past is a prelude. I will not have any interactions with this woman in the future. Thinking of this, Wang Teng never looked at the two of them again. Wang Teng no longer looked at the two people. Directly to the waiter commanded, 2 bottles of 82 Lafite, 2 Iranian sturgeon caviar, 1 portion of America's finest fatty beef. Soon, a famous dish that was known throughout the world came out of Wang Teng's mouth. Today, he was going to completely celebrate the pretend life that he was about to start. It didn't take long. A bunch of dazzling delicacies appeared on the table and he, also began to enjoy it. At this moment, in a small courtyard next to the Jiangwo Hotel, the bald greasy man was practicing what he had just promised. Only to see his gloomy face educating up to Li Yajing, and at the same time saying angrily, what did you just say in front of so many people? A 10 square meter small hotel? You are slapping my face in public. As soon as those words fell, Li Yajing's face turned a little pale. She had to rely on this big money to support her. So, the next second he was ingratiatingly threw a wink at the greasy man and said, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. What I did before, I was wrong. Now, I'll apologize for the wrongdoing before. So, can you accept my apology? Hearing these words, the displeased look on the bald and greasy man's face lessened a bit, too. But soon, he just obediently patted Li Yajing's shoulder and voiced out, there's no need for that. How about this? If you ask that kid to personally bring me a box of milk candies, I'll forgive you. Otherwise, remember, if you can't get that kid to personally bring it to me, from today onwards old me doesn't want you. Hearing this, Li Yajing was very reluctant and even wanted to refuse. But when she thought of the money that she spent to the point of weakness, her heart crossed and she directly was to use the latest 13th generation fruit cell phone that the greasy man had just bought for her, pressed the number in her memory and called Wang Teng over. Chapter 6, surprisingly good at talking. Soon, the phone was connected. Crooked, who is it? Since it was an unfamiliar number, Wang Teng on the other end of the phone also asked subconsciously, it's Li Yajing. Can I beg you for one thing? Li Yajing had a red face and let out a voice that was broken and difficult to speak. Hearing this disgusting to the extreme voice, Wang Teng raised his eyebrows and also opened his mouth and asked, what is it? Of course, he was just asking casually. No matter what Li Yajing said, he would not help. Can you bring me a box of milk candy? Li Yajing, still red-faced, was once again sending out a difficult, broken voice. Nima, what did I do in my past life to be able to meet such a woman? I really don't want to buy face anymore. I'm not sure if I've ever seen a woman like this before. Wang Teng directly wanted to hang up the phone, but, just at this time, his eyes turned around and thought of a brilliant idea. Soon after, he opened his mouth in a low voice and asked, address? It's at the Jiangwo Hotel. In this courtyard on the left-hand side. Li Yajing took a breath and hurriedly responded. He did not expect that Wang Teng would be so good at talking. Wang Teng hung up the phone, hurriedly settled the bill, is out of the Jiangwo Hotel, because the good show will be staged soon. After driving a Bugatti Veyron, buying the most expensive camera, circling around Tianmen City where they sell milk candies, and calling to hire a few truck drivers, Wang Teng was at Li Yajing's compound. Wang Teng was on a small second floor across from the small courtyard where Li Yajing was, leisurely humming a little song. After waiting for a long time, I finally waited for today. After dreaming for a long time, I finally realized my dream. Not long after, several truck drivers arrived in front of Li Yajing's small courtyard with a load of milk candies. At this moment, unknown bald greasy uncle was still educating Li Yajing with a gloomy face, and the greasy man also had a happy face. This woman didn't even dare to talk back. Having money, it's wonderful. It's really top-notch. However, it was precisely at this time that a rumbling sound resounded outside their courtyard. At the same time, they felt that the room they were in was even gently trembling. This commotion directly caused the middle-aged bald and greasy man to shiver in fear, and his entire body went a little soft. The next second, the two poked their heads out to look out the window. All were screamed out. There is no other reason. Several trucks are dumping milk sugar into the compound where they are. It's like a huge pile of it. From the sky. In a few moments, their compound was about to be flooded by countless amounts of milk sugar. Seeing this situation, the bald and greasy uncle became furious. He swore that he would use all of his power, would also mess up Wang Teng. However, just when he was about to make a call, a video suddenly came from Li Yajing's cell phone. The images within the video could be said to be frightening to the back, and this, naturally, was Wang Teng's threat to them. It was conceivable that, once he made any move, at that time, everything that he had could be directly finished. Thinking of this, he also clenched his fists, not saying a word, unable to speak and silently had to bear this mouthful of pent-up anger. The next second, he could only, with an angry face, spread his grievances on Li Yijing's body. Chapter 7, Comfortable, enough money for a meal again. As for Wang Teng, after this would reveal a smirk if any at the corner of his mouth, he also left the small second floor in a comfortable mood. This kind of woman should be punished like this, Wang Teng, who had lost his goal in life and did not have to worry about his life anymore, quickly decided to drive his Bugatti. He quickly decided to drive the Bugatti Veyron, drive around the city a few times, blow up the streets, and vent his emotions. As the sports car whizzed by, the surrounding boys and girls each issued a gasp of surprise, which Wang Teng had never thought of before. This was something that Wang Teng did not even dare to think about before. After driving the sports car to visit the whole Tianmen city, Wang Teng suddenly felt tasteless. It turned out that driving a sports car was not much fun. A lot of things are like this. When you see other people have certain things, you will be very envious, extremely eager to have, and when this thing really comes to their hands, you will be on it to disdain. Just like the lyrics in Red Rose, what you can't have will always be in commotion. A few hours later, Wang Teng's stomach felt a burst of emptiness. It just so happened that he saw a barbecue stand by the roadside, so he planned to go and fill his stomach. After pulling over to the side of the road, Wang Teng got out of the car. Asterisk. This car has to be a few $1 million. Landlord, ah, a punk-like youth exclaimed. No wonder you are still a punk even after 2 or 3 years. You can't even be a small head. You don't have any eyesight. I think it must be tens of millions at the very least. A face with a scar, combed an airplane head of the gangster contemptuous said, and the little punk atmosphere do not dare to breathe. Quickly said, what Brother Tiger said is extremely true. Extremely true. My life to be able to mix with Brother Tiger is already my greatest honor. At the same time, a middle-aged man with a tiger's back who knows a lot about cars was also shocked and said, I rely on this. This is Bugatti Veyron La Voiture Noire. This is the only one in the world. And the price is more than $100 million. It's hard to imagine that just one ride exceeds $100 million. So how much would he be worth? When did such a great god come to our Tianmen city? Why don't I have any impression at all? Boom! Hearing the middle-aged man's analysis, envy and scorn for Wang Teng immediately showed in the eyes of the crowd. The corner by the window was also chatting feverishly at this time. Even if I sold all my dad's companies, I wouldn't necessarily be able to buy a tire, right? You're showing Nima? Your dad runs a 10 square meter kiosk, right? Ha 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 ha. The surrounding diners also let out bursts of laughter. The young man who made this comment also scratched his head in embarrassment and yelled, pulling his neck. A kiosk is also considered a company. Wang Teng completely ignored these voices in the outside world, because he was busy collecting rags. That's right, Wang Teng's brain is now collecting rags, because he knew that everything he was powerful was based on collecting rags. After lowering his head and casually recycling some rags on the ground, the system's icy voice also sounded at this moment. Ding, recycling napkins, wealth plus 5,000. Ding, recycling broken disposable chopsticks, wealth plus 10,000. Such a rich person is actually collecting rags? Is this world crazy or am I drunk? It must be that I'm drunk. Drunk. A fat-headed fellow lay down on the ground in one go when he finished speaking, and Wang Teng, who was plain and simple, and who kept a low profile, looked at the hundreds of thousands of dollars that arrived in Alipay and nodded with satisfaction. Comfortable. The money for a meal was enough again. Chapter 8, Smoking. I'll smoke, can't I? After the words, Wang Teng sat his butt on the barbecue stall's rattan chair. Boss, where's the menu? Order food. Coming. What would you like to eat? The boss was a thin man, showing a red nose on his face in a very eye-catching way, and was looking at Wang Teng with a smile at this moment. Beef skewers don't. Grilled gluten don't. Grilled bean curd don't. The rest, all give me 5 skewers. Alright, that's all for now. Hurry up and get on. My stomach is already hungry and starting to grumble. Wang Teng waved his hand and said as such, allow me to say one more sentence. Can you eat this much? Listening to Wang Teng's words, the corner of the boss's mouth flashed a twitch, and he just coyly asked, does it matter if you can eat it or not? Not important. Do you know what's most important? Spending money. Spending a lot of money. The boss gave a thumbs up, and turned to prepare the barbecue. The life of the rich may be this simple and unassuming. The way of ordering food was different from others. Before long, the table in front of Wang Teng was covered with beer and kebabs. Partition. Not long after, Wang Teng's stomach was also indisputably signaling that it was already full. Compared to those fancy dishes in 5-star hotels, the kebabs may not be as fragrant as them, but it's a great way to eat. Wang Teng touched his stomach with relief. After finishing the meal, settling the bill and wiping his mouth, Wang Teng went along to recycle some of the rags in front of him. Ding! Recycling 1 empty wine bottle. Wealth plus 50,000. Ding! Recycling 1 empty wine bottle. Wealth plus 30,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for recovering half a box of 6 flavored Di Huang pills, rewarding a box of the special item 10 perfection pills. Hearing this special beep, Wang Teng also subconsciously glared at the system and asked, 10 perfect mending pills? What's the use? Soon after, system also explained briefly, 10 perfection pill, it can cure 99% of the diseases in the world, resist 99% of the poisons, and can make you alive and well, night after night. Listening to the system's explanation, Wang Teng smiled mysteriously, and hurriedly put the 10 perfect mending pills into his pocket. This thing, but it is a good thing, it has to be kept well. Afterwards, Wang Teng simply collected some more rags, felt a little tired and decided to go home. Everything that happened today was too fantastic, he needed to relief. Quickly called a chauffeur, not a moment's effort. Wang Teng returned to his rental house. After a brief shower, Wang Teng laid down on the bed in a big shape. Sleepy, Wang Teng was ready to directly fall back to sleep. Ding! The free lottery opportunity once a day has been delivered. Please pay attention to checking. An icy cold system voice directly made Wang Teng awake and sleepy. Looking up at his watch, it turned out that it was already 12 o'clock. Daily free lucky draw opportunity? Why didn't you tell me about the lottery yesterday? Wang Teng scratched his ears in confusion and asked, you didn't ask me either, did you? As if it was a matter of course, the system sent out a mechanical reply without any emotion. Please, be a human, okay? I'm sorry, I wasn't a human being in the first place. Do you still want to draw? If you don't draw, you are considered to have automatically given up this opportunity. The system's voice was always concise and rough. Smoke. I'll smoke. Can't I? When Wang Teng's line of sight landed on the roulette wheel, he hammered his legs in excitement. Chapter 9 System Mission. Reward a limited edition Rolls-Royce Phantom. Reward a set of Sea View Villa. Reward 5 pills of Power Pill. Reward Dr. Sean Drama. Intelligent Butler. Thank you for participating. Accompanied by the thumping heartbeat, Wang Teng also ghostly read out the rewards on the roulette wheel. I already have the limited edition Bugatti Veyron sports car, plus I don't have a butler to drive for me for the time being, so the Rolls-Royce Phantom doesn't have much appeal to me anymore. So it would be nice to have a butler and let him drive this for me. Oh wow, Power Pill? How? Let wear vigorously. Intelligent Butler? Looking at this reward, Wang Teng uncontrollably swallowed his saliva. Intelligent Butler can be arranged as a reward? Can you directly get a real person? The power of this system is simply destructive. So many good things. Randomly give me a can If I can give me draw a smart housekeeper is good so the whole family will not have to labor. At the very least also want to give me a whole sea view villa Wang Teng's eyes closed and his legs stumped, began to meditate divinely. System come out with a good thing. Just as Dad kneeled down and begged you. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special reward Eye of Information. What the hell is this? What the hell is the Eye of Information? The next moment of the Wang Teng was the one who, with an excited face, voiced out to the system and asked about this function. He wanted to know exactly what it was for. With the Eye of Information, you are able to instantly obtain some random information about the person in front of you, very quickly. For Wang Teng's question, the system also gave a reply. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng was about to nod his head in a serious manner, but just at this moment, suddenly, a huge mysterious power was continuously infused into his eyes. The strong infusion could not help but cause Wang Teng to be somewhat dazzled. A moment later, Wang Teng violently opened his eyes. There was also more strange and bizarre knowledge in his mind that he had never seen before. The Eye of Information. One had directly gained a new skill? Then one is now even a rag recycler as well as that. What appraisal fortune teller, right? Wang Teng's admiration for the system at this moment rose higher and higher. It was like a torrential river, unceasing. It was also like the flooding yellow river, uncontrollable. After a short period of joy, the fatigue of the whole day once again invaded Wang Teng's limbs, and without having the time to properly organize the information in his mind, Wang Teng directly fell into a deep sleep. The night was silent. A ray of sunlight slowly shone on Wang Teng's body through the window. Wang Teng slowly opened his eyes and blinked at the ceiling. The line of sight turned, and a poster of Kobe Bryant training at the Staples Center on the wall entered Wang Teng's line of sight. Kobe got up at 4 in the morning every day to train before he became the top and best athlete in the entire league. How am I going to become the richest man in the world if I don't hurry up and get up to collect rags? Where there's a will, there's a way. 102 Chin passes belong to Chu. Where there's a will, there's a way. 3,000 Yuejia can swallow Wu. As long as I keep working hard to collect rags, the richest man in the world may be me tomorrow. Just say it and do it. System, are there any missions today? Hurry up and tell me. I can't wait. After a slight delay of a few seconds, a cold and unemotional voice also sounded in Wang Teng's mind. System mission, complete one precise use of the Eye of Information on one lucky person. Completing the mission rewards one system draw and career upgrade. Chapter 10, Your life is too monotonous. Hearing the task released by the system, Wang Teng was also excited, not realizing that he had just obtained the Eye of Information last night. Would come in handy today. However, after getting excited, he cursed the system inwardly. Who are you looking down on? How can I not go and use it accurately? After simply washing up and changing into a clean set of clothes, Wang Teng pushed open the door and prepared to go collect rags, and in the meantime, stroll around and complete the task of using the Eye of Information. After locking the door, Wang Teng was about to turn around and go downstairs. However, a huge black figure in front of him blocked his path tightly. Yo ho, good guy. In the past, I usually either licked my face and smiled and begged me to slow down the rent a little bit more, or scattered legs and ran. Why don't you run or smile today? Still looking at me so wantonly. Who gave you the courage? Fish Liang? Hearing this familiar and slightly voice, Wang Teng knew which great god had come. This person Wang Teng is really too familiar. He is his college classmate, also his bunk, Wang Xianbao, known as the Old King Next Door. Wang Teng and the Old King Next Door can be said to be a lifelong friendship. Think of the years. Wang Teng was caught by a group of outlaws. The outlaws asked the Old King to eat 10 tons of on the let go of Wang Teng. The Old King hesitation directly to 10 tons of eaten, not to say, but also burp. Ask the outlaws have no more. Play to play. Put aside these not to say. The Old King Next Door not only owns dozens of properties at home, but also has an unbelievable face value. He has a white face and a natural curly bangs, fine skin and tender flesh. He is living like a white boy. Wang Teng in college also constantly teased him that, your life is too monotonous to be penetrated by just one handsome word. Thinking of this, the past like waves of the sea came to his mind. When Wang Teng had just graduated from college, he couldn't even afford to pay the rent, and it was the kind Old King Next Door who gave Wang Teng half of the rent, which made Wang Teng have a place to stay. Wang Teng was not grateful for the help he received from the old man next door. He always kept this favor in his heart, and in his jokes, he often threatened to give the Old King Next Door a big chance when he became rich. The old man next door was always indifferent to Wang Teng's words. He treated him as a brother, so he felt that it was not too much to give Wang Teng as much help as he wanted. For Wang Teng's blowing greatness, he also always happily promised, I'll wait for the day you develop. And at that time, the Old King Next Door could never have imagined how much influence the future Wang Teng had on him and how many crises he had helped him through. In addition, it was said that the rent was reduced by half, but actually Wang Teng had lived in the house of the Old King Next Door for more than a year, and paid a total of $500 in rent, and he also went to the Old King's house to rub his nose in the food from time to time. Thinking of this, Wang Teng also scratched his head in slight embarrassment. The previous Wang Teng was indeed too poor to pay the rent, so naturally he couldn't pay the rent to the Old King Next Door. But what about himself now? Money was nothing more than a bunch of useless numbers to himself. Old King Next Door, the rent is for you. Together with the previous one, Wang Teng directly opened Alipay and transferred 500,000 directly to the Old King. Drinking too much? Floating? But where you eat a peanut rice when you drink you won't be like this, right? Old Wang waved his hand, just ready to get the snide remark out. Dropping. Your PayPal arrived at 500,000 yuan. However, right at this moment, a loud collection beep interrupted the words that Old King Next Door was about to spit into his mouth. Chapter 11 now. Want to smoke? Asterisk. The next door Old King first a burst of exclamation, and hastily righted the right color and said, good brother, you are not doing something illegal, right? Receive your rent, Justin you joke. Money from where to hurry back. Wang Teng inner slightly astringent, mouth and paused, turned serious and said, I'm sorry, originally wanted to get along with you guys as an ordinary person. I didn't expect that what I got in return was your suspicion and suspicion. I don't pretend anymore. I show my cards. I'm a rich second generation. My family has dozens of listed companies, hundreds of properties. Soft sister coins are inexhaustible. Alas, I've had enough of that kind of days where clothes come and go, and meals come and go. In order to experience life, taste 100 flavors of life, I had no choice but to come up with this plan. You must keep the secret for me. After listening to Wang Teng's words, the Old King Next Door could not help but suck in several mouthfuls of cold air, shouting out the classic words from a novel he had often read before. Terrifying as hell. Good brother, I'm going to collect rags today, so I'll go first. In a matter of moments, only the next door Old King who remained in the stairwell in dismay was left behind. Above an incomparably busy street, Wang Teng just started to use the Eye of Information and casually sized up the passers-by on the street using the Eye of Information. After some measurements, Wang Teng called out that the information given by the Eye of Information was too much and too accurate. However, he also silently swore inwardly that this thing must be used sparingly. If you use it too much, your body will be weakened. And if you use it too much, your body will go up in smoke. After all, some of what he should know and what he shouldn't know all appeared in his mind. After taking the oath, Wang Teng, without thinking, was again looking at a passerby who suddenly appeared in front of him. Harm, too young. There are some things that cannot be restrained just by thinking about restraining them. It was worth mentioning that, this time, Wang Teng didn't even see the passerby's front face. The Eye of Information just took the random information of the person in front of him and sent it to his mind. Name, Li Ro. Occupation, General Manager of the Maisie Takeout Group. Mystery Code, 84, 64, 91. Dressing hobby, try Parisian house at home. Looking at the information in his mind, Wang Teng first sighed at the devilishly seductive body. And that special dressing hobby, before he suddenly remembered something. Li Ro, why is this name so familiar? Hey, wasn't this the name of the biggest boss of the Maisie Takeout Company that he used to work for? Wasn't it the name of the biggest boss? And this woman had once even helped him inadvertently. Thinking of this, Wang Teng also raised his head slightly and looked towards the seductive figure in front of him. However, it was at this time that a cold voice from the system just exploded in Wang Teng's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of accurately using the Eye of Information on the lucky one. Rewarded with one system draw and leveled up to silver level rag recycler. Ding! You have one chance to draw. Do you want to draw now? Listening to the system's words, Wang Teng temporarily gave up looking at the alluring figure and instead spoke to the system. Draw. Just no draw. Draw what draw? Wait. No need for now. I want to know what is a silver level rag recycler. Is there a level for collecting rags? What's the use of this rank? A silver level rag recycler can freely enter police stations and hospitals to collect rags, and has a higher chance of obtaining rare items. The system replied concisely to Wang Teng. Then what is the highest level of rag collector? What are the other effects of higher levels? Wang Teng nodded to himself and continued to ask. Chapter 12, I finally found you. But no matter how much he inquired, the system was just dead silent, without any response. Wang Teng had no choice but to give up and dropped his gaze completely on Li Ro in front of him. With just one glance, he was shocked. This woman was indeed the big boss that he had once been out of reach. Continuing to look down, it was the face that was so beautiful and seductive that it tempted people to commit crimes. Except that, at this moment, Li Ro was frowning, looking very distressed. Moreover, attractive red lips also muttered, "What can I do about my father's illness? Hey!" Upon hearing this, Wang Teng's eyes turned and thought of the 10 Perfection Great Mending Pill, and he actually opened his mouth in mock surprise, saying, I finally found you, Li Ro. I can cure your father's disease. As soon as these words fell, Li Ro also let out a light eep, looked towards Wang Teng, her eyebrows slightly knitted, and said, You. Li Ro had already forgotten about Wang Teng, thus a doubt flashed through her gaze at this moment. The kindness of a drop of water should be repaid by the spring. This woman had once helped herself unintentionally, but if you have a favor, you must repay it. The next moment, Wang Teng paused, that is, with his hands behind his back, he completely loaded up and, I am your father's forgotten friend, a doctor. When I learned of your father's condition, I have been looking for you, and now I have finally found you. Boom! The moment these words fell, Li Ro became even more puzzled as to what was going on. You're a liar, aren't you? Get up and leave me alone. Li Ro thought that Wang Teng was a liar. Thus she droned Wang Teng in a petulant voice and was preparing to step away. Seeing this situation, Wang Teng directly made a killer move and spoke in a low voice, saying, Really, I didn't lie to you. Your father also said that he would introduce you to me as his daughter-in-law when he has the chance. He also said, you have a dressing hobby of wearing Parisian family at home. Boom! When these words reached Li Ro's ears, she was directly jaw-dropped and, face full of redness, shyness, and a look of shock. The matter that she loved to wear Parisian family at home, except for her father who had seen it. The others simply did not know. In this way, this person is really his father's forgotten friend. Thinking about this, in an instant, Wang Teng became Li Ro's lifesaver. Please, save my father. The next moment Li Ro was crying with pear blossoms, and Wang Teng, obediently, he patted Li Ro's delicate shoulder and comforted her. Inside the Tianmen City-attached hospital, Li Ro brought Wang Teng to her father's hospital. Li Ro brought Wang Teng to her father's hospital bed. Wang Teng casually found an excuse and was to support Li Ro to the side, and Li Ro did not pay attention. directly to his father's mouth, stuffed a 10 perfect tonic pill, and then pretended to do some strange massage movements. For a while, Wang Teng intentionally took a deep breath and spoke to Li Ro. Your father's illness is basically cured, he just needs to recuperate more. Boom! Upon suddenly hearing this, Li Ro's beautiful eyes just flashed with a shock. What? A disease that experts are unable to cure? You actually cured it so quickly. The next moment, Li Ro, who couldn't believe it, called the doctors and asked them to check her father's current condition. Without checking, the doctors were shocked. The doctor was shocked. His father's indicators in all aspects are back to normal. Only need to recuperate, will be able to recover. Learning this news, Li Ro was relieved. Without saying a word, after arranging for her father to rest, she pulled Wang Teng towards the outside of the hospital. She wanted to treat Wang Teng to a good meal to thank him. Chapter 13, I just want to drink. Going downstairs, Li Ro deeply exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. That is, all the troubles in these days were spat out. Then, she drove Wang Teng's Bugatti Veyron, pressed down hard on the gas pedal, and sped up on the highway. A few moments, she brought Wang Teng to a 6-star hotel, 10-mile Peach Blossom Hotel. Along the way, Li Ro talked a lot about Wang Teng, and it could be seen that he was really happy, because the trouble that had been bothering him for a long time finally dissipated today. The big mountain that pressed on her heart was completely gone. She can let herself go. On the road, Wang Teng looked at Li Ro, who was driving the car, and his thoughts drifted to some mysterious place. But soon, Wang Teng kicked out these chaotic thoughts in his heart. What are you thinking about? What are you thinking about? Yourself good dry rice bar or, within the 10-mile Peach Blossom Hotel. Since it was still early in the day, there weren't many people in this grand hotel, but it had to be said that they were all handsome, beautiful, and successful people. Li Ro was familiar with this hotel. It could be seen that she had been here more than once, definitely many times. After looking around for a few moments, the two casually found a seat and sat down. As soon as they sat down, Wang Teng picked up the menu and looked at it, considering what to eat. However, Wang Teng had not yet seen his favorite dish from it. A big dish that had been secretly marked with chips was served to Wang Teng, only to see that Li Ro's beautiful eyes stopped at Wang Teng's body for a while. She suddenly said quietly, Benefactor, tonight I am especially happy, very happy. The dishes are not important. I want to drink. Can you first accompany me to drink some wine? After saying that, Li Ro was looking at Wang Teng with an expectant gaze, directly making Wang Teng look a little itchy. Feeling this expectant and hot gaze, Wang Teng froze, and nodded his head and agreed. Drink. Must drink. Tonight I accompany you, no matter how much I drink. Let's get drunk. If a woman is not afraid, what is there to be afraid of, right? As soon as Wang Teng's words fell, Li Ro gave a gentle smile and was rushing to the waiter to order several bottles of wine. While waiting for the wine to arrive, the two of them were also chatting idly without a word and in a cloudy manner. It didn't take long. The waiter sent the wine up. As soon as the wine came up, Li Ro herself continuously dried 2 big cups, and opened her mouth extremely boldly and said, This wine, it's so refreshing to drink. Looking at Li Ro this way, Wang Teng called out, Good guy. This is too fierce. This woman couldn't be trying to get herself drunk and then engage in some indescribable hooks. Thinking of this, in the next second, Wang Teng hurriedly poured another glass for Li Ro and one for himself, and poured a glass for himself. Dry. Cheers. Very quickly, Li Ro finished another cup. Don't drink so fast. It's easy to get drunk. What can you do if you get drunk? Wang Teng looked at her drinking in this way. His brows could not help but wrinkle up, and he could not help but speak out to dissuade her. However, while speaking, his hands were not idle, and he was directly pouring another cup for Li Ro. It could be said that he was saying one thing with his mouth and doing another in his hands. It was simply a veritable old sow wearing a bra. One said after another, I just want to get drunk. I just want to indulge. I just want to be happy. To be happy, to release stress. Li Ro ignored Wang Teng's words and picked up the wine that Wang Teng poured for her, raised her snow-white neck, and just continued to drink hard. Chapter 14, Xian does not save the non. 1 cup after another. Drinking and drinking. Wang Teng was also drinking with him. Dry. Bottoms up. Cheers. Come on. Dry. The two of them, you a cup, I a cup, did not say anything more, just crunching hard to drink, who are not willing to fall behind. Drink to the end. Two people's consciousness was a little hazy. All of them had disoriented eyes, shoulders swaying and the face is slightly red. Suddenly, Wang Teng glanced at the sky outside and realized that it was getting late, so he held on to his last consciousness and, looking at Li Ro, he slowly spoke out and said, You drank like this, surely you can't go back by yourself. Where is your home? I'll find a chauffeur and drive my Bugatti Veyron to send you home. Listening to Wang Teng's words, Li Ro felt like a single note bouncing in her ears. She didn't even hear what Wang Teng was saying, she just subconsciously nodded and casually said an address. Afterwards, Wang Teng shook his head helplessly and also found a chauffeur to send it back home. After sending him to his home, Wang Teng did nothing, placed him in a good place, and went back to his home to sleep. He believed, in the future, there will be a day when the two of them will see each other again. There were no words for the night. The next day, Wang Teng woke up and washed up, was ready to put his 2 lottery chances to use. System, is it there? I want to draw a lottery. The next moment, Wang Teng was calling out softly to the system, thinking about those goodies in the carousel. Wang Teng could no longer hold back his inner excitement. The system is always there. As long as there is a chance to draw, the host can draw at any time. Soon after, the system was sending out a mechanical voice in response. Upon hearing this, in an instant, Wang Teng's consciousness directly entered the virtual lottery roulette wheel and dialed the wheel pointer to start the lottery. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining $500,000 in cash. Soon, a beep from the system just rang out. However, looking at this painless reward, Wang Teng's mouth tugged slightly, and he silently recited twice that Xian doesn't save the wrongs, Krypton doesn't change the fate. Xian doesn't save the non. Krypton doesn't change life. Directly, he flicked the roulette wheel once more, starting the next draw. With a flash of white light, the pointer stopped on the column of Tong Tian pill, and at the same time, a pill came out on Wang Teng's hand. Tong Tian pill? What is this thing? Tong Tian pill allows you to directly skip the 2 major stages of Hotian stage and innate stage, directly becoming a yellow rank ancient martial artist and obtaining a practical combat ability far beyond that of a normal yellow rank expert. A step to the sky, for no reason at all. The system suddenly jumped out and interjected. Ancient martial artist? Wang Teng had enjoyed reading some novels since he was young, so he naturally knew what an ancient martial artist meant. He had fantasized countless times about being able to punish the wicked like the protagonists in them and fight with the sword. However, I didn't expect that within just a few days of obtaining the system, this distant and seemingly impossible to achieve goal was about to be realized. With this thought, Wang Teng did not hesitate any longer and directly threw the Tong Tian pill in his hand into his mouth. In the next second, Wang Teng could not help but close his eyes in pain. Countless moves and battle experience, as well as the knowledge related to practicing the ancient martial arts system, were instilled into Wang Teng's mind in a single stream. It took a whole quarter of an hour before Wang Teng finished digesting the information and slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 15, Because You're Handsome. Having just opened his eyes, Wang Teng realized that the world had become clearer, and the traces of the birds flying by outside the window were also captured into his eyes without a hitch. Moreover, after absorbing the information brought by the Tong Tian pill, the system of practicing martial arts in this world was also gradually familiarized by Wang Teng. Wang Teng bowed his head and spoke in a deep voice, saying, "It turns out that there are also martial arts practitioners in this world of ours, and there are 6 stages of martial arts practitioners from low to high, which are Hotian, Innate, Yellow Stage, Xian Stage, Earth Stage, and Heaven Stage. Each stage is subdivided into Pre-Stage, Mid-Stage, Late Stage, and the Grand Completion Realm." After organizing some basic information in his mind, Wang Teng realized that his body was already very different from before. The biggest difference was that his body was filled with explosive power, causing Wang Teng to wish to rip his clothes open, so as to release this uncontrollable power. Moreover, feeling the power that was constantly erupting from his body, Wang Teng thought that, even if there were 10 cows, he would be able to hit the sky with a single breath. Next, after spending some time to adapt to his power, Wang Teng nodded his head with satisfaction and he went out and prepared to collect rags. After all, the chance to become the richest man by collecting rags, not everyone has it. After leaving the house, Wang Teng looked around and randomly chose a crowded residential area. He was ready to drive his Bugatti Veyron to collect rags, but it was at this time that a beautiful woman with a delicate face, extraordinary temperament, shapely figure and wearing a dress called out to him. "Can you do me a favor?" The beauty looked straight at Su Nua with big watery eyes. For a request from such a beautiful woman, what man could refuse? Unless he was not a man. Wang Teng found himself a less than sufficient reason. Wang Teng was about to open his mouth. "Be my boyfriend." The beautiful woman shook Wang Teng's arm in a petulant manner and said with a hint of pleading. Wang Teng froze for a moment. A girlfriend falling from the sky. Could it be that the kryptonite breath lurking in his body had been discovered? As if suddenly realizing all of a sudden that he had said it wrong, the beautiful woman's cheeks reddened for a moment, and shyly corrected it hastily. Playing my boyfriend, just for one day, okay?" After a short exchange, Wang Teng realized that this little girl was called Long Kwai, and in recent days his family had been forcing him to go on a blind date with a rich kid named Li Badian, and she didn't like that man at all. Immediately arrived at the time of the blind date, Long Kwai suddenly thought of finding a person to play boyfriend, as a way to reject that Li Badian. After understanding what happened, Wang Teng thought of where to collect rags is not to collect. Since this was the case, going to a restaurant to collect rags, and in the meantime making a cameo as this little beauty's boyfriend was also excellent. Then why did you choose me? Wang Teng looked at Long Kwai. Because you are handsome, Long Kwai whispered. Nima? This little girl was also too uptight. Although it was true that he was woken up by handsome every morning, but with such a compliment from the little beauty, Wang Teng was also a bit old-fashioned. As for what the system said, alas, Wang Teng completely forgot. No way. Between a man is so confident. Where is the location of the blind date? Wang Teng took out the key. With the remote control key in his hand gently pressed, the two wings of the car door is also upward spread open. Wang Teng sat on the Bugatti Veyron sports car, and greeted Long Kwai to sit in the passenger seat. South Aurora Hotel. Long Kwai pinched the corner of her coat and said slowly with her head lowered, "Sit firmly," accompanied by a loud rumbling sound from the engine. Rolling up a puff of dust, the sports car disappeared in front of Wang Teng's house in a flash. Chapter 16 Yoho, still an expert. In no time, Wang Teng and Long Kwai arrived at the entrance of the Southern Aurora Grand Hotel, and under the guidance of the waiter, the two of them sat down in a position close to the window and began to wait. Which unlucky guy will come? Unlucky Egg was the nickname Wang Teng gave to Long Kwai's blind date whom he had never met. Anyone who was under his handsome and dashing face would be ashamed of himself, right? Wang Teng thought narcissistically. I'm sorry, I was accidentally late because of the traffic jam on the road just now. A loud voice rang out. Hearing the word Dragonair, Wang Teng could not help but get goosebumps all over his body. Wang Teng raised his head and looked at the man in front of him. The man was dressed in a suit, with a large diamond Rolex watch on his hand. His hair was combed straight back, and his eyes were shining. It gave a feeling of poise and elegance. Yo-ho, still a Hotian expert. Not simple, but fortunately, I'm barely a yellow-ranked expert. Li Badian directly sat down. Ignoring Wang Teng, tenderly looked at Long Kwai and said, what do you want to eat? Use you to talk too much? I'll order what my Long Kwai wants to eat. And also, don't call me Longer, it makes me sick to my ears. Wang Teng lit up a cigarette and spat a smoke ring at his fiancée. I don't know why. Long Kwai had a beatific disgust for Li Badian, so she also tightened her arm around Wang Teng and grunted indifferently. I came here today to tell you that I already have a boyfriend and I don't like you. As soon as the words fell, Long Chiu pulled Wang Teng and prepared to leave. Li Badian also stood up, pursed his lips, put on a lost look and said in a deep voice, I know you don't like me, and I won't pester you anymore from now on. This bottle of wine is what my aged-old father asked me to bring. Let's drink it, laugh off the enmity, end everything, and from now on, the sky is the limit, okay? Hearing this, Long Kwai somehow softened a little and looked towards Wang Teng for his opinion. He has said so. It seems a bit unkind for us to directly leave like this. Why don't we finish our drinks and then leave? Wang Teng nodded and sat down with Long Chiu again. The three of them raised their glasses and drank. When the wine was in the mouth, Wang Teng instantly discovered the end. This wine, it was poisonous. You poisoned the wine. Help! Wang Teng dropped the wine cup and flew out, strangling his neck in agony. You are really no, not even better. How can you do such a thing? Long Kwai stared at Li Badian with big unbelieving eyes, displaying a heart like death. He didn't expect Li Badian to be so vicious, to be able to be so heartless. In an instant, there was just a deep self-blame and guilt appearing in her heart. If there was an afterlife, she was willing to spend her life to repay Wang Teng. I'm sorry, I also didn't expect this. Letting you lose your life with me for nothing. As if there was some kind of motivation supporting Long Kwai. Long Kwai stubbornly bit her tongue to make herself a little bit more awake, following which she looked at Wang Teng who was sticking out his somewhat flowery white tongue and choking himself with his hands, and said with a face full of shame, ha, right, I just poisoned it, so what? What can you guys do? Go ahead and scream. Even if you guys scream your throats out, no one will come to save you even if your throats are broken. This hotel is now all mine. Li Badian waved his hand and called two strong men, crossed his legs, reached out for a cigar and squinted his eyes at the agonizing Wang Teng and Long Kwai in front of him. Be a good boy and sleep over. You won't know anything if you sleep over. Li Badian flicked the cigar in his hand and hummed in a tone that seemed to be steady. At this moment, Li Badian thought that he was in complete control of the situation. However, at this very moment, a sudden copper bell-like laughter rang out. Chapter 17, I'm going to hit 100. Did I act like it? After the corner of Long Kwai's mouth curved up, she pinched Wang Teng's arm and looked at him playfully. It turned out that Wang Teng had already realized that things were not right when he was cheering. Where would anyone be able to be so calm after being dumped, and warmly greeted with a drink to talk about love and reminisce about the past, let alone in front of a love rival? This kind of doggerel was not in line with common sense, so Wang Teng deduced that the wine was poisoned, and to be on the safe side, he also quietly gave Long Kwai a 10 perfection pill ahead of time, and let her drink it along with the wine. Wang Teng himself was already a yellow rank expert, so this little poison was naturally not on his mind. Yellow rank experts themselves have a very strong resistance. The toxin just entered Wang Teng's throat was instantly dissolved. Wang Teng had already realized all this. Patting Long Kwai's small shoulder, Wang Teng raised his head and looked indifferently towards Li Batian. Immediately the corner of his mouth slanted domineeringly and opened his mouth, saying, "Something with developed limbs and a simple mind. Shouldn't you give us a small Oscar award?" Wang Teng spun his index finger on his temple a few times, following which he couldn't help but laugh. Li Batian suddenly became a bit dumbfounded. How is this possible? How can you two ordinary people resist this poison? Li Batian's entire person was hit by 5 thunderbolts in general. Impossible. This is simply impossible. Ah, is it possible? This is even more impossible. There has never been such a young ancient martial artist in the world. Like his head was hit hard by a hammer. Li Batian's distorted face. His mouth was muttering non-stop. After half a moment, Li Batian slowed down. This is my territory. What am I afraid of? Even if they are not poisoned, can they escape me? After thinking about this point, Li Batian also directly gave up thinking about the doubts he had just had, and turned to look at the two people playfully. Today, I'll let you guys know why the flowers are so red. Li Batian whistled, and 8 strong men came up from all around, tightly surrounding Wang Teng and Long Kwai. This brat not only broke my good deed, but also dared to pretend in front of me, get me to beat him so much that his parents don't even recognize him. By the way, if you guys can't beat him to my satisfaction, you know the consequences. Li Batian glanced at the group and said indifferently. Upon hearing this, the burly men each revealed a look of fear. Others didn't know how ruthless Li Batian was, but they did. Li Batian was a master who ate people without spitting out bones. Some time ago, there was a little brother who was directly punched to death by him because he talked back to him. Li Batian was the eldest son of the Li family, and was regarded as the chosen son by the elders in the family, and held great expectations. At his young age, Li Batian had already stepped into a Hotian expert and was about to break through to an innate expert. Therefore, Li Batian was also rampant and lawless wherever he went. Thinking of this, the burly men also nodded nervously. Then what about this chick? One of the burly men pointed at Long Kwai. Forget about her for now. Ask what you should ask and don't ask what you shouldn't. Li Batian poked his cigar on this burly man's arm and said with a sardonic smile and a single word. Wait. Allow me to interject. Just this? That's it? You won't just let these 10 people come and fight me. Why don't you call more people? I'm afraid 10 people won't be able to withstand a single punch. I want to fight 100. Wang Teng looked at the burly man who was a few heads taller than himself, and then looked at Li Batian who was pointing at this moment, and opened his mouth with a look of disgust. Chapter 18, 9 of them together. Really special can pretend. Say the most crazy words, through the most beatings. Do you understand this reasoning? But it's also good. While you can still open your mouth to speak, let you say a few more words. You can't open your mouth even if you want to in a while. Li Batian seemed to have already seen Wang Teng being held down and rubbed on the ground by 10 strong men. Brothers, this little bitty mouth is too crazy. Actually looking down on us and saying that he will beat us 100. I can't stand this kind of insult. I think I will pinch him to death with 2 fingers. Let me go first. A big man with thick eyebrows and tattoos on his body with thick sideburns. After moving his shoulders, he raised the sofa next to him and smashed it at Wang Teng at once from a high place. Long Kwai beside Wang Teng was also trembling all of a sudden at this moment, and a flash of worry flashed in her eyes as she looked at Wang Teng. Even though Wang Teng had just given her the 10 perfection pill to tide over the crisis of the poisonous wine just now, he thought that Wang Teng must be extraordinary. However, at this moment, 10 strong men were blocking in front of Wang Teng. He was not sure if Wang Teng could withstand them. Forget it, why think so much? God's arrangement is the greatest. Wang Teng blocked in front of himself to protect himself. He has no regrets. If I can live, of course it's good. Even if you die, you have to face it together with Wang Teng. After a moment's thought, Long Kwai also stood in a tight line with Wang Teng. Seeing this scene, Li Batian could not help but feel a deep jealousy in his heart. His 2 eyes seemed to be about to burst into flames, and his mouth began to hiss madly. Give me all the strength you can muster. Don't hide it for me. Hearing this from Li Batian, the burly man pushed harder and harder, and in an instant, the sofa was like an arrow off the string had arrived less than half a meter in front of Wang Teng's face. Any other person, seeing such a situation, would be afraid of having some emotional fluctuations, but Wang Teng was different. He was already a yellow rank expert. This little trick was too funny in his eyes, because such speed was too slow. Wang Teng did not pay attention to the sofa that was about to smash into his face. Instead, he pulled out a fire lighter from his pocket. Ka-chow. Lighting a cigarette, he slowly inhaled, exhaling a large smoke ring in the direction of the crowd. He glanced at Long Chiu beside him again with a sense of emboldenment, and whispered in a low voice, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." As soon as the words fell, the sofa, along with the burly man, all of a sudden flew out 10 or so meters away at once like a kite with broken strings, and even the surrounding tables and sofas were in disarray. The sofa shattered into several pieces, falling apart. The strong man was lying on the ground, his mouth continuously spitting out bright red blood, separated from Wang Teng by a body position on the sofa. He who was so physically strong had turned into this moribund state, with blood continuously gushing out furiously. It was hard to imagine, if the strong man just now was directly affected by the impact, what kind of a consequence would it be? Thinking about this, the remaining 9 men couldn't help but suck in several mouthfuls of cold air one after another. Terrifying as hell, the 9 men exclaimed out in unison, their voices resounding throughout the entire Aurora Australis hotel, unable to dissipate for a long time. Froze what flabbergasted. 9 give me together. Where are the 9 of you? What are you afraid of? 9 people looked at each other, combined, gritting their teeth. They picked up the iron bars and rushed towards Wang Teng. Chapter 19, those who know when to do the right thing are the best. Before even fighting, your aura is already at a disadvantage. You guys can't win a fight like this. It was as if the person who was about to face the siege of 9 strong men was not Wang Teng himself at all. Wang Teng did not ask for a hint of fear. Instead, he taught the 9 strong men with an old spirit. Right. You don't all hit me from the front, back, side are arranged on people ah. After saying that, Wang Teng also sighed. The son does not teach, the father's fault ah. It is my father's fault for not teaching you well. Wang Teng looked at a few strong men and threw the cigarette hard on the ground and stepped on it a few times with a pained look. Hearing Wang Teng's beating words at this moment, Long Kuai's tense heart was soothed and a bright smile appeared on her face. This smile, like the ripples of a clear spring, overflowed from the small vortex at the corner of her mouth, rippling out and all over her face. Li Batian was mesmerized when he saw this charming appearance of Long Kuai. He could not help but strengthen the idea in his heart even more. What a bunch of rice buckets. Raising you guys is really a waste of food. Hurry up and get on. The 9 strong men were also unable to hold their breath at this time, and stored up their strength to launch an attack on Wang Teng from 4 directions. Close your eyes. It will be done soon. Wang Teng reached out his hand and helped Long Kuai close her eyes tightly. Facing the strong men surrounding him, Wang Teng just laughed contemptuously, slightly emitting a little bit of the strength of a yellow rank expert, only to see him raise his leg and kick out in every direction of 360 degrees around his body at a speed that could not be captured by an unusual person's sight. Thump, 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 thump. 9 voices sounded at the same time, and the ground was also filled with 9 strong men at the same time, spread out horizontally and vertically in every direction of Wang Teng. Speak the wildest words and endure the most poisonous beatings? Is that so? Wang Teng returned what Li Batian had said to him earlier in the original count at this moment. When Li Batian heard Wang Teng's ridicule at this moment, his face continued to gloom as he slowly said, "Do you think that just because you knocked down a few ordinary people, you can take liberties with me? This world is big, so big that you can't even imagine it, and you are just a thing that sits on a well and watches the sky. You know, I wanted to leave you a way out, but it looks like I don't need to now. The world is big? How big?" Wang Teng looked at the several strong men who had fallen to the ground, then provocatively looked at Li Batian and put on an unimpressed look, as if Li Batian was about to say some big secret. He waited for a few minutes feeling that he had whetted Wang Teng's appetite enough, before he faintly let out a soft hum. "I can tell that you're a somewhat capable practitioner, but have you ever heard of a martial arts practitioner? I see that you're a talented person, and I don't want to let you die quietly like this. If you're willing to be my little brother, I'll take you to step into the path of martial arts. How about it? Do you want to think about it?" Wang Teng held back his laughter and said seriously and earnestly, "Really? As long as I serve you as a junior brother, you are willing to take me to step into the path of martial arts?" Li Batian nodded with satisfaction. Those who recognize the times are wise. Now it seems that you're not a little cutie who doesn't know how to change. Long Kuai bit her lips and stared straight at Wang Teng with slightly disappointed eyes. Her heart instantly went cold, as if it had fallen inside an ice cellar. It was as if saying, "In vain I trusted you so much, and you actually gave up on me like this." But such abandonment didn't seem so hard to understand. After all, who could resist the temptation of becoming a martial arts expert? Not to mention the fact that the 2 of them only met in passing and were not relatives. Are you being silly? I just wanted to tease the 255. How could I be his little brother? A raggedy person like that doesn't even deserve to be my raggedy. Looking at Long Kuai's appearance at this moment, Wang Teng also had a perfect arc emerge from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 20, How dare you trick me? Damn it, you dare to fool me? Seek death. You're really impatient with life. Today I'll let you see the strength of a Hotian expert. Li Batian brooded for a moment, and a strike of 8 desolate fist greeted Wang Teng. The 8 desolate fist was the Li family's best technique, which could directly injure people from several meters away. Li Batian had already imagined how Wang Teng was being hanged by himself at the moment, and he would definitely not forgive him. But the truth was that Wang Teng stood still without moving and was unharmed. How could this happen? How could he possibly catch one of my punches? Li Batian looked at his hands in a daze. At this moment, Li Batian's mind had 100,000 little thoughts. Because I'm a yellow rank expert. A very casual and calm and incomparable sentence was spat out from Wang Teng's mouth. However, when those words landed in Li Batian's mind, it was a different world. This information simply rubbed Li Batian's worldview on the ground. The matter of himself cultivating into a Hotian expert was already considered perverted. But what about Wang Teng? He was already a yellow-ranked expert. This was simply more perverted than a pervert. Ignoring what was going on in Li Batian's mind at the moment, Wang Teng arrived in front of Li Batian with a flash, lifted him up by the neck, and then heaved a fist up. Bang! Li Batian's body fell heavily to the ground, and his ribs broke. Several of them. Wang Teng didn't think to stay his hand. Mercy to the enemy was cruelty to himself. Wang Teng deeply understood this. Thump thump thump. Wang Teng seemed to be stepping on some kind of rhythm as he walked step by step towards Li Batian, who could no longer move. Grandpa, spare my life. I will definitely walk around you when I see you in the future. Li Batian could not care about any face at this time, if not for the fact that he really could not move. He even wanted to get up and kowtow a few times at this moment. Is it just about walking around me? Wang Teng moved his wrist and coldly looked at Li Batian. And Miss Long Kuai, I will definitely retreat when I see you two in the future. Are you satisfied, Grandpa? Such a disgraceful thing. Killing him would dirty his rag collector's hands. Thinking about this, Wang Teng's eyes rolled, and he made another move towards Li Batian's lower body. The severing kick. I hope you remember what you said today. Otherwise, next time, it won't be so cheap for you. Ding! Congratulations! You have completed the hidden mission and successfully taught a lesson to the ragtag of humanity, rewarding you with a bottle of change handsome potion. Caught off guard, the system's prompt sound like a ghost suddenly appeared, emitting a cold beep. So it's not just items that are considered rags. It turns out that some people are also considered rags. Wang Teng nodded with a sudden realization, and after accepting this fact he also pulled Long Kuai out of the Southern Aurora Hotel. Goodbye girl, we will meet again sometime. Wang Teng looked at Long Kuai in front of him and said indifferently, it's really the happiest thing since I grew up that I could meet you today. Well, goodbye, let's see you again sometime. After saying something inexplicable to Wang Teng, Long Kuai's heart flashed with a touch of unspeakable bitterness and quickly turned around to leave. A woman's heart, a needle under the sea. As a straight man of steel, Wang Teng didn't even notice any difference in Long Kuai, because all he was thinking about at the moment was the handsome change potion that the system had just rewarded him with. After watching Long Kuai leave step by step, Wang Teng also couldn't wait to pull out the handsome change potion from his pocket. Chapter 21, To the Dog Behind You. The handsome change potion was contained in a transparent test tube that was yellowish-green in color, seemingly like some kind of dark masterpiece from a small workshop. Looking at this bottle of yellow-green liquid, Wang Teng was directly frozen in place like a stone statue. He was not thinking about whether this bottle of liquid was real or not, and whether it tasted good or not. Instead, he was constantly narcissizing himself. Yes, at this moment, Wang Teng's inner drama was quite rich. I'm so damn handsome, and I'm still drinking the Become Handsome potion? What's the point of drinking it? I wake up handsome every morning. What if I can't sleep after drinking the handsome potion? Forget it, who would mind being a bit more handsome? If the people of Tianmen City knew that Wang Teng was thinking so narcissistically here, they were afraid that even a mouthful of spittle from one person would drown him to death. Gulp gulp, while his mouth was hesitating, his body was honest. In 3 tries, Wang Teng poured the handsome change potion directly into his mouth, and after drinking it, he even licked the test tube, with a look of unfulfilled desire. In order to see how handsome he really was, Wang Teng walked to a BMW X7 car, looking at his handsome and charming face on the glass. Wang Teng was also more and more unable to control his narcissism. This is simply like people love people. Flowers bloom when they see flowers, and cars have flat tires when they see cars. The BMW X7's hostess happened to walk over from Wang Teng's back at this moment, and saw someone sneaking around and scratching his head in front of his car. She also could not help but yell out, "Hey, stay away from my car. Can you afford to pay for it if you break it?" Hearing the voice, Wang Teng also twisted his head back and looked at the woman in front of him. The woman had a melon face, wore light delicate makeup, and her skin was quite white. She casually coiled her hair behind her back, wearing a fashionable t-shirt on top and jeans underneath, which just outlined her perfect curves. If in the past, seeing such a good-looking and rich woman, Wang Teng would have apologized and hurriedly slipped away. But the current Wang Teng was no longer the previous takeaway Wang Teng. He was an honorable silver-level rag recycler. How could he dishonor the silver-level rag collector? For this kind of arrogant and domineering woman, Wang Teng at this time also wanted to smash the money on her face, so that she would know whether she could afford to pay or not. Because the price of a BMW X7 was the same amount of time he spent collecting rags for a few minutes. Wang Teng's mouth moved and was about to open his mouth when this woman opened her mouth one step ahead of him. Handsome guy, don't be angry. What I just said was not to you, but to the dog behind you. After saying that, she even pointed behind Wang Teng. Wang Teng looked behind him. Where was the dog? There wasn't even a silhouette. It's the handsome change potion. I didn't expect the handsome change potion to be so powerful. Just by looking at my face, it immediately changed its attitude. Wang Teng instantly figured this out as well. Handsome man, do you want to take a seat in my car? Let's talk about life in depth. The woman threw a wink at Wang Teng, and the perfume on her body also wafted directly into Wang Teng's nose with a breeze. Wang Teng, a freshly graduated college student, although he had talked about a girlfriend, but essentially still belongs to an innocent boy. So how could Wang Teng resist this situation? Chapter 22 Doctoral Degree? Instantly, Wang Teng's old face turned red. Seeing this appearance of the man in front of him, the woman's heart was even hotter. So it was still an inexperienced little man. The woman ruffled her hair at Wang Teng, walked to Wang Teng with another twist and blew into Wang Teng's ear. How about it? Have you considered it well? Do you want to come to my car and sit for a while? 3 question marks appeared on Wang Teng's head directly. What's wrong with this world? This is too direct, too crazy, right? Boys must protect themselves when they go out. Women are creatures that eat people without spitting bones. No. I still have to go collect rags. Pushing the woman away, Wang Teng fled without looking back. I don't mind collecting rags. I'll go to work to support you. Hey, don't go don't come up even if you at least leave a phone number The woman angrily stomped a few feet in place, a look of exasperation. Hearing the woman's fierce stance, Wang Teng walked faster. It wasn't until after turning a big corner that Wang Teng palpitated and patted his chest. Wang Teng had a funny look on his face at the moment, and those who didn't know would think that he was suffering from some heavenly crisis. So it turns out that being too handsome isn't a good thing. Wang Teng sighed while walking aimlessly on the street. Why hasn't the rag collector come yet? It's grating. It's been waiting for half a day. In front of the school, an old lady carrying a sack of things muttered. The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener did. The word rags was like a direct hit to Wang Teng's lifeline. Wang Teng pressed down the joy in his heart and appeared directly in front of the old lady's eyes with lightning speed. Ego mama. Scared me. The oldest mom came back to her senses, looked up at the suddenly appearing Wang Teng and slowly said, You said you want to sell rags, right? I am the rag collector. Sell it to me. I will definitely give you a good price. Wang Teng revealed a smile that he thought was affable enough at this time. Young man, you have hands and feet and are so handsome. How could you be a rag collector? You are poking fun at my old lady. The oldest mom looked at Wang Teng with a skeptical face. It was no wonder that the oldest mom thought this way. If it was any normal person, it would be difficult to imagine Wang Teng as a rag collector. After all, Wang Teng, who had drunk the handsome potion at this time, possessed a heavenly face value and a golden ratio body, and there was nothing in his hands like a sack, which was unique to rag collectors. I am really a rag collector. Wang Teng looked straight at the old lady with a sincere face. At the same time a new round of narcissism started inside. Hey, being too handsome is really an annoying thing. It affects me collecting rags. This is not good. Not good. Looking at Wang Teng's sincere face, the old lady no longer dragged her feet. Then I'll sell it to you. You look at it and give a price. Good Lu. Wang Teng opened the sack. Inside was a pile of books, pens, broken materials and such things. After a brief look, Wang Teng also started recycling. Ding. Recycling high school math textbooks. Wealth plus 10,000. Ding. Recycling high school physics textbooks. Wealth plus 20,000. Ding. Recycling a broken fountain pen. Wealth plus 30,000 inch. Ding. Recycling a set of language textbooks. Rewarded with a doctorate degree in literature from Kyoto University. Wang Teng froze. Doctorate degree? It's useless for me to ask for this Kyoto University doctorate degree in literature alone. It's still a fancy one. Chapter 23, Is he any good? Just as Wang Teng kept spitting out words, a steady stream of powerful information frantically raced into Wang Teng's brain, instantly causing his mind to be cluttered. In no time, Wang Teng was also able to integrate all of this information, as if he had really studied hard at Kyoto University for many years and possessed the specialized knowledge that they had learned. In a moment just now, all the literary knowledge of ancient Chinese literature, modern Chinese literature, contemporary Chinese literature, and all the historical knowledge from the Yellow Emperor period to the Xia, Shang and Zhou periods, to the Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming and Qing periods, and finally to the modern era directly entered his brain's reserve room. Wang Teng could feel that as long as he needed knowledge of which literature, then this information would immediately spring forth, for his use. This is too awesome. Without waiting for him to finish, the degree and graduation certificate of a doctorate from Kyoto University also appeared directly in his hand. I didn't expect that an undergraduate who graduated from an ordinary university, would leap to become a doctor of literature from Kyoto University. Wang Teng could not help but sigh for a while. Sure enough, with the system everything is possible in this world. Returning to his senses, Wang Teng was also ready to leave after transferring the money from collecting rags to the old lady. Wait, there is still a sack for the rags. A mosquito is still meat. Wang Teng went and returned, and picked up the broken sack. Ding, recycling the worn-out sack, rewarding a worn-out sack. The system mechanically beeped again. Recycling worn-out sacks, rewarding a worn-out sack? Is there a mistake? Did the system make a mistake? Wang Teng muttered in disbelief. Are you questioning this system? Are you blaming me for not carefully checking the information of the item yourself? The system seemed to have no difficulty with Wang Teng's questioning, and at this moment, it also let out a cold snort. Wang Teng knew that he was at a disadvantage and stopped talking, so he took the sack in his hand and began to check the details of the sack. It seems to be a worn-out sack, but can be used as a decoration to avoid unnecessary trouble at certain times. In addition, its interior has another world. It can hold an infinite number of things and will be directly recycled into the system's strange space. After carefully reading the introduction, Wang Teng was also calling the system straight from the inside at this time. System, you really understand me. Knowing that I'm handsome, you're afraid that I won't be efficient in collecting garbage or that I'll be abducted by some women, directly arranging a broken sack for me, solving many troubles for me. I really love you miserably. Regarding Wang Teng's narcissism, the system directly did not respond. Wang Teng didn't care about this, and continued to blah 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 to the system for a good while before stopping. Collecting rags today, really happy. Wang Teng hummed a little song, carrying a broken sack, and was about to leave the school entrance. A duck voice also shouted at Wang Teng, "Rag collector, hurry up and get out of here. Don't hang around in front of our school. You'll bring down our students." Hearing this disgusting voice, Wang Teng also could not help but seek the voice and look over. A man with a book on his arm, wearing gold glasses, and a well-mannered man was currently standing straight behind him with one of his legs skimmed. Wang Teng's violent temper could stand such insults? What do you mean? Collect rags and get lost? Is collecting rags inferior to others? His own collection of rags is not only the collection of martial arts, even the value of the face is contrary to the sky. He can? Wang Teng was about to go up to the theory. Just sell rags of the ant but pull him, mysteriously said. He is a master's degree in Chinese language and literature from a famous university. It is reasonable to say that he should be reused, but I don't know why. He has always been criticized by the leadership every day lately, so he is very grumpy. Don't pay attention to him, hurry up and go. You can't afford to mess with him. Chapter 24. Is a famous brand university terrific? Is a master's degree in Chinese language and literature from a prestigious university terrific? I'm also a doctor of literature from Kyoto University. Have I ever bragged about it? Can you be as low-key as me? Wang Teng's violent temper came up as 9 cows could not pull it. After simply expressing his gratitude to the Big Mom, he also could not help but let out a loud voice. This man is called Wang Yukai, is in front of this Tianmen City Experimental High School, a language teacher. He has just been criticized by the leadership. The heart is holding a belly full of gas. Saw the rags. Wang Teng cannot help but spread the gas in his body, because he thinks a rag surely do not dare to talk back to himself. But the fact is often different from what people think. Wang Yukai never dreamed that a stinking rag collector still dared to talk back to himself. Talk back even if, but also look down on himself as a master of Chinese language and literature graduated from a famous university. You're just a rag collector. Not afraid of the wind flashing your tongue? Not to say far. Just ask you, have you read high school? Wang Yukai was furious and used 2 questions in a row to express his disdain for Wang Teng. Wang Teng looked at the arrogant Wang Yukai at this moment. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. He just silently flung the Doctor of Literature degree certificate from Kyoto University over to him. This must not be real. This degree certificate of yours must be fake. I don't know where to forge a certificate and you are a doctor? Joke. Think about it with normal logic. Who in their right mind would carry a doctorate degree certificate on them? As if he had caught some loophole. Wang Yukai laughed maniacally and threw the degree certificate directly at Wang Teng's feet as well. What can I do if you don't believe it? Gooping his shoulders, Wang Teng was also too lazy to take care of this kind of talent whose brain was only filled with the world's greatness and the old man's greatest. So he picked up the doctoral degree certificate and prepared to twist his head and leave. Although it was a master's degree in Chinese language and literature from a prestigious university, it didn't even have the slightest bit of virtue and cultivation. Does such a person deserve the words master of literature? I'm afraid that even elementary school students are better than him, right? Such a person deserved to be criticized by the leader. Without knowing what others thought, Wang Teng directly gave Wang Yukai this definition. What? Rushing to run when you see a bad situation? I'm sorry, I just happen to have the honor of knowing Director Chen of the Faculty of Arts at Kyoto University. Do you want me to make a call and ask? Wang Yukai said to Wang Teng unforgivingly. Sure. My degree certificate number is Z1000732010000286. Wang Teng flipped the doctoral degree certificate open and read it out loud to him. Wang Teng was not afraid of him checking it at all. Could something given by the system be fake? How could it be possible? The sports car, the change handsomeness potion, and the 10 perfection pills, he had personally used all of them, and there was no problem at all. It seems like you don't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Saying that, Wang Yukai picked up the phone and dialed out. Beep beep beep. After several beeps and beeps, the phone was also finally connected. Hello, Director Chen. How are you? Remember me? I listened to your speech once and even exchanged some very tense literature with you. After a short silence. What's the matter? Tell me. I have a meeting over here soon. An impatient tone came over the phone. The situation is like this. A person posing as a doctor from Kyoto University's Faculty of Literature has appeared here, and fearing that he will continue to cheat and tarnish the school's reputation, I would like to ask you for confirmation. He said his name is Wang Teng, and his degree certificate number is Z1000732010000286. Please check. After Wang Yukai finished speaking, he stared fiercely at Wang Teng with a look of watching a good show. There's such a thing? Wait for me. I'll go check it. I'll call you back later. Director Chen of Kyoto University sniffed and also decided to go and check it out. After all, the reputation of the school was at stake. Wait for another 2 minutes and you'll know how much your face will hurt. Wang Yukai continuously taunted Wang Teng. Wang Teng followed suit and said faintly, yes, wait for a while and you'll know how much your face will hurt from being punched. AI, still here to fight me negatively, really not dying until you reach the southern wall. Wang Yukai pretended to sigh deeply. Just grow old. Lonely, don't wake up. Wang Youcai's cell phone rang at this moment. The phone had just been connected when Wang Yukai heard a voice filled with anger. This person is the doctor who graduated from our Kyoto University's Faculty of Letters. How could he be a fake? In the future, please don't make such boring jokes with me. Drip drip drip. All that was left for Wang Yukai was a beep of the phone being hung up. Looking at Wang Youcai's face that was cloudy at the moment, Wang Teng grinned, walked over and patted Wang Youcai's shoulder, saying, exactly whose face hurts. Do you know now? Also, now in this era, the master's degree that you are so proud of has been popularized, and it's just you as a treasure. Understand, stinky brother? You, why would you, a doctoral student from Kyoto University, come to collect rags? Wang Yukai asked unwillingly. I forgot to tell you, collecting rags is my main occupation. The doctorate degree is something I took time to pursue during my time collecting rags. Wang Teng lightly finished this paragraph and walked away, only leaving Wang Yukai with a distant back. Hearing this, Wang Yukai was petrified on the spot and had a greater deep doubt about his life. Wang Teng does not know is that in Wang Youcai's life since then, he became a mountain in his mind can never cross, giving him a huge shadow, has been accompanied by his life, carrying the broken sacks to a traffic light intersection. Wang Teng just remembered that he forgot to open the sports car. Forget it, it's quite boring to drive a sports car every day, and it also affects the effect of collecting rags on oneself. After thinking it through, Wang Teng also gave a call to the towing company, letting them tow his car parked in front of the South Aurora Hotel with license plate number X666666 back to his downstairs neighborhood. After explaining this matter, Wang Teng also remembered that the system prompted him about things, and after upgrading himself, he was also able to collect rags in hospitals and police stations openly and honestly. I don't know what it means that the system specifically prompts itself to these two places. What's the point of thinking so much? Let's go to the hospital first or the police station first. It's a hard choice. Of course. Soon, Wang Teng also made a decision and decided to go to the police station to collect rags quickly and happily. Public security to protect the people's safety without complaint. Looking at the several big words engraved on this police station in front of him, it also evoked some memories of Wang Teng when he was young. Wang Teng in high school when watching TV inadvertently saw anti-Japanese theme of the movie. The main character in it was called Ming Lu. Ming Lu's life could be said to be radiant. For the country, he bowed and died. For his family, he was born to die, and he had a deep love for them. For his brothers, he went through fire and water. Meng Lu died to save a city. When he was shot by the Japanese agents, he pointed to his chest with difficulty and let out his last cry. This is the backbone of my great China, the essence of my Chinese nation. No one can break it. Every one of us, the Chinese people, have the vigor that although 10 million people, I will go on. We will surely win, and you are doomed to fail. Although I die today, I have no regrets. Until death, Meng Lu's spine never bent an inch. To be born as a man, to die as a ghost. These 10 words were Wang Teng's evaluation of Meng Lu. At that time, Wang Teng was convinced by Meng Lu's deep patriotic feelings, and also aspired to become a police officer after graduation to serve the motherland. But the plan is always unable to catch up with the change. After experiencing the high intensity of university study, Wang Teng's eyes are also highly myopic, completely does not meet the requirements of the recruitment, and then it will not be settled. At this moment, looking at the police department that serves the people in front of him, Wang Teng's heart is also in awe and full of emotion. No longer thinking much, Wang Teng walked in towards the gate of the police station. Idle people, prohibited from entering. Suddenly, a police officer standing straight at the gate saluted and said to Wang Teng. Wang Teng muttered for a while. Didn't the system say that I can come to the police station to collect rags? What happened? While Wang Teng was depressed, another voice violently entered his ears. Xiao Zhao, you're new here and don't know. This young man has been cooperating with our police department for a long time. Our rags have always been handled by him for us. After the old policeman finished speaking, he even glanced at Wang Teng kindly. Little Wang, come on in. This week's rags are also packed for you, so I'm going to trouble you to pack them up and deal with them. Holy, this can be done? The old policeman's words were like a huge hammer, directly aimed at Wang Teng's heart and began to operate at once. It gave Wang Teng a feeling of a flat earth. I didn't even know that I had cooperated with the police department, let alone coming here to collect rags. The system is really powerful. No trouble, no trouble, collecting rags is my job. Suppressing the astonishment in his heart, Wang Teng also said enthusiastically. Chapter 25 Top Rich Man. The old policeman led Wang Teng to the back door of the police station. While the rags had already been neatly placed bag by bag in the corner, Wang Teng couldn't help but marvel at how efficient the people's police were no matter what they were doing. Looking at the 10 whole bags of garbage in front of him, Wang Teng's heart was also on fire. If it wasn't for the fact that the old policeman was still around, Wang Teng was afraid that he would have already jumped straight over and embraced them deeply. Pack up and go directly from the back door. The old policeman explained Wang Teng. Wang Teng nodded and also brought the garbage out through the back door one bag at a time. Although Wang Teng was already a yellow rank expert, taking out 10 bags of rags at once would attract attention and invite unnecessary trouble. If you can keep a low profile, you should keep a low profile. After all, Wang Teng has always been a low profile, high profile people. After quickly bringing up the last bag of rags from the back door of the police station, Wang Teng also started to recycle it. Ding! Recycling worn out quilts. Wealth plus 30,000. Ding! Recycling werewolf killing cards. Wealth plus 50,000. Ha! So the police also play werewolf kill in their spare time. Not bad, not bad. Wang Teng was also reminded of the time when he played witch and directly poisoned the seer to death. Unable to hold back his grin, Wang Teng continued to start frantically recycling broken things. After all, there were 10 bags in total. Ding! Recycling broken police uniforms. Wealth plus 100,000. Ding! Recycling discarded police batons. Wealth plus 70,000. Ding! Recovering police tents. Rewarding a set of sea view villas. Originally, Wang Teng kept listening to 1,000 sounds of wealth being credited, and had already snorted a bit. However, the sound of a rewarding seascape villa was so pleasing to the ear that it was like directly stuffing a deep water bomb in Wang Teng's mouth, making him excitedly jump shakalaka directly in place. Wang Teng was shocked, and at the same time, there was a key and a real estate certificate in his hand. Wang Teng opened the real estate license and looked at the address on it. Wang Teng couldn't help but suck in several mouthfuls of cold air. Jinghai District. Hiss. Liven that can be all Tianmen City dignified people. In the Jinghai District has a room not only can prove that you have money, that is more a kind of identity and status symbol. Ah, who will hit me? Tell me this is not a dream. The surrounding area was empty. Naturally no one responded to him. Snap. Wang Teng ruthlessly slapped himself, then inexplicably grinned and started a giggle. After giggling, Wang Teng also gradually accepted the unbelievable fact that he had directly obtained a villa. The rest of the rags Wang Teng also quickly finished recycling, but did not obtain any special rewards. Wang Teng looked up at the darkening sky and decided to return home. As for the rags, he would collect them tomorrow. What? You asked why Wang Teng stopped collecting rags? Because Wang Teng's desire to experience the Ocean View Villa has been uncontrollable and has reached the realm of being obsessed. Soon Wang Teng grabbed his own sack, hit a car to the Jinghai district and ran wildly. After getting off the car, the Jinghai district, a brightly lit, opulent villa area gave Wang Teng's vision a great impact. Jinghai district was a chic place, and the villas within it gave people a romantic and solemn feeling. There were 2 fountains in front of the main gate of the villa area, and the water spouted out was dazzlingly high and low. The left side of the quiet sea area has a lot of river. Evening on the river has a lot of boats slowly swaying. Many rich people are also in its listening to the night music, embracing the beautiful people, living a fairy life. There is a clock tower in the center of Jinghai district, and if people stand here to look at it, they can take in the scenery of Tianmen City. There was once a calligraphy master who had been to the top floor of the bell tower, looked out over the vast seascape in the distance, and inscribed 8 words, water and sky meet in a vast expanse. It is also because of these 8 words, the Jinghai district's reputation gradually played out. The price of housing became out of control, and later, even money cannot be bought. Remember from the last Jinghai district villa sale, or because a listed company's boss went bankrupt and had to auction it off to pay off debts. Not a single person could have imagined that at that auction, the villa was sold at a sky-high price of $1 billion. Therefore, to be able to live here represented the extraordinary status and identity. And now, Wang Teng also owned a villa in Jinghai district, which was considered to be truly among the top tycoons in Jiangmen City. Chapter 26, not bad at all. Not bad, but still far from being the richest man in the world. The revolution hasn't succeeded yet. It seems that collecting rags still requires effort. Let's set a small goal first, to enter the Forbes rich list in a month. After Wang Teng envisioned something, he also monkeyed around and prepared to take a look inside the villa. This is not a place where any ordinary person can come freely. If you have a friend here, you can dial his number and I will arrange for you to go in after I understand. The security guards in Jinghai district were at worst graduate students from prestigious universities, possessing a certain level of quality and cultivation. Therefore, looking at Wang Teng, who was carrying a sack at this time, did not say anything too much. I'm not here to look for friends. I'm staying here. Wang Teng spread his hands helplessly and looked at the security guard. I've been working here for a month. How come I've never seen you before? This security guard still asked in a peaceful manner. Alas, brother, the life of the rich is so boring. That life is not as colorful as the life of a rag collector. Look at the sack in my hand. I collect rags for a living every day, and then I usually live in a rented house. This kind of life is what I'm pursuing now. I merely came back to get some things today, Wang Teng said with a pretentious demeanor that was beyond the world. Don't pay attention to this kind of brain-dead person. If he has a villa here, I'll write my name backwards. After a burst of teaching the new security guard, the security chief also looked at Wang Teng with contempt and leaked out a sneer. Go yourself. I don't want to say anything more about you. Wang Teng looked at the pair of living treasures in front of him who still had a relatively good attitude, also couldn't help but laugh. After collecting rags for a long time, do I not have the temperament of a rich second generation? Why don't you believe me, brother? This is the real estate license. Check it if you don't believe me. After a pause, Wang Teng shoved the real estate license directly into the security chief's hand. Take a quick look. This can prove my identity, right? After briefly glancing at Wang Teng's real estate certificate, the security chief was also startled. This real estate certificate seemed to be real, but could he who was collecting rags with a sack really be the owner? The security captain was a bit embarrassed at this time. How can this be fake? It's clearly the same as my real estate license. Ha, it's still my neighbor. A laugh as clear as a silver bell rang out. Wang Teng fixed his eyes on it. A beautiful woman with fair skin, beautiful eyes as bright as autumn water, long eyelashes, willow leaf eyebrows, and a double ponytail was staring at the real estate license, playfully talking to the security guard. Looking at the beauty who suddenly appeared to relieve herself, Wang Teng also could not help but measure up, only to see that her cherry mouth was smeared with a color code that made men impulsive enough. She was wearing a black halter on top, and her lower body was paired with denim shorts and high heels. This outfit perfectly emphasized its devilish figure and long legs. Hey, have you seen enough? Didn't see enough to look a little closer? The beauty's pretty face flushed and she also teased Wang Teng. Okay, then I'll lean. Again. When the words came out of his mouth, Wang Teng seemed to have realized his own misbehavior, and also swallowed back again, and then stretched out his hand and smiled greatly. Hello, my name is Wang Teng. I was rude just now, because you are so good looking. I didn't hold back to look at you a few more times. The woman's name was Tang Xueme. Looking at Wang Teng's face, which was full of ing chi, and then looking at his hands carrying the sack, the completely incongruous pairing was on, and yet it seemed as if it didn't go against the grain. Instead, it had a different kind of temperament. I don't know why. For Wang Teng's rude behavior just now, Tang Xueme was not so disgusted, but instead rose a special feeling, so she smiled sweetly and held Wang Teng's hand and said faintly, "Hello, my name is Tang Xuemi. You can just call me Xuemi directly. Tang Xuemi is really beautiful, like a lotus flower. Once she smiles, she falls into the city, and then she smiles again, she falls into the country. So much so that at the moment, Wang Teng was reluctant to let go of Tang Xuemei's hand. Tang Xuemei broke away from Wang Teng's hand with a brush and pulled her hand back, gently said, "Let's go. Go home piece by piece on the way," arriving at a fork in the road. Briefly exchanging their cell phone numbers, the two of them also left to go home on their own. Taking out the key from his pocket, he had just opened the door when a rather sexy mechanical female voice rang out. Chapter 27. What is this? Dropping. Big White welcomes his master home. Dropping. The TV is on. Dropping. The air conditioner has been turned on and set to the most comfortable temperature. Dropping. Hot water has been put on. Dropping. I don't know what kind of food you love to eat. You choose it, I'll go make it immediately now. After simply telling Big White to make some dinner, Wang Teng also toured this fully automated villa. There are actually 3 swimming pools? It seems that the goal of 1 swimming pool to wash your face and 1 swimming pool to wash your feet has also been exceeded. Wang Teng couldn't help but remember what he had said not long ago. After quickly taking a shower and eating dinner, Wang Teng lay on his bed waiting for the daily lottery opportunity given by the system, casually looking at the clock hanging on the wall with a golden edge. It was already 23:50. There were still 10 minutes before the system would gift the lottery opportunity. Being idle was also idle. Wang Teng called up his attribute panel from his mind and glanced at it. Host, Wang Teng. Face value, so much more handsome than an ordinary person. Wealth 170 million. Force, yellow rank. Luck 1. Education, Doctor of Literature from Kyoto University. Weapon, bronze megaphone. Summary, War 5 scum. What does it mean to be a little more handsome than ordinary people? What do you mean by battle scum? You know what system? Your evaluation like this is completely an insult to my personality. I obviously walk in the street, beauty will come uninvited. Obviously, like Bruce Lee can fight 180. This evaluation is completely inconsistent with their own. Wang Teng also constantly protested against the information displayed by the system. Ding! The daily lottery opportunity has arrived. The daily lucky draw opportunity given by the system also arrived as promised when Wang Teng was constantly complaining. Looking at the familiar raffle wheel, Wang Teng's little heart also fluttered, having long since thrown the system's earlier comments about him out of the window. Regarding the items for the lucky draw, Wang Teng had already memorized them in his stomach. Therefore, he no longer looked at it more and directly shouted out, "Daddy, kneel down and kowtow and beg you, give Daddy a good item." Seemingly discussing with the system, Wang Teng let out another burst of muttering. "System, look, even though I claim to be Dad, I also kneel down and kowtow to you, so it sounds like we both have face. If you don't come out with a good thing, you can afford my good intentions as a dad?" After saying that, Wang Teng also closed his eyes and listened to the fate of heaven. Not a moment later, the pointer also slowly stopped, eventually pointing to the world-class piano master column in the corner of the roulette wheel. Ding! You have become a world-class piano master. The system made a voice announcement. Harm! World-class piano master? What's the use of this? Is it hard to believe that I'm going to sell my art for a living? No, 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 no way. How could I possibly give up collecting rags to play the piano? Ugh, nothing, go to sleep. During the next day, a ray of sunlight directly spread through the huge floor-to-ceiling window and filled Wang Teng's entire room. It's not early, the sun is on my butt, it's time to go collect rags. System, what is today's mission? Wang Teng asked the system with anticipation. System mission, go to Tang Xuemei's villa to collect rags. Completing the mission rewards luck value 2 and opens the mystery shop. Wang Teng, who was stretching his back, almost flashed his waist. What? Let me go to her house to collect rags? What is this? System, what should I say about you? I never thought in a million years that you were a system like this. Although Wang Teng's face put on a look of disgust, he was happy inside. Directly ignoring the rewards of the system's daily tasks, he slung the sack over his shoulder and pushed open the door to Tang Xuemei's villa door. Wang Teng arrived at the door of Tang Xuemei's villa, but all of a sudden he didn't know what to do. After placing the sack on the ground, he also started pacing in place. Chapter 28. No normal person would believe it. In the middle of the morning, should I just say that I want to enter someone's house to collect rags? Saying this way, I'm afraid I'll be treated as a pervert and won't even be able to enter. This kind of words wouldn't be believed by a normal person. How can anyone living in a billion-dollar ocean view villa collect rags? Wang Teng was like a mute man who couldn't say what he was suffering from, but he was indeed a rag collector. Even the ocean view villa he was living in now was a rag collector. He must not say this. He must think of a better excuse. Although Wang Teng was a straight man of steel, he also knew that it was inappropriate to go to someone's house to collect rags in the morning. What's a good excuse? Wang Teng frantically ran his brain. What are you doing? A voice as refreshing as a trickle of spring water pulled Wang Teng's consciousness out of his frantic running. Wang Teng turned around. There was a shocking glimpse. Tang Xueme was wearing black slippers on her feet, and her dark hair was casually draped behind her, inadvertently exuding 1,000 flavors, dressed in loose pajamas. As if she was a fairy who walked out of a painting scroll and did not eat earthly fire. If it wasn't for the fact that he had already become a yellow-ranked expert. At this moment, Wang Teng was afraid that his nose would have bled all over the place. Who can resist this? Who can't resist this? Wang Teng was no exception. Looking at Tang Xueme, who at the moment had a 2-part laziness, 3-part playfulness, and 5-part immortality, Wang Teng also directly lost his thoughts. Wang Teng has also directly lost the ability to think. Pointed to the sack on the ground straight said, I want to go to your house to collect rags. Tang Xueme froze for a few seconds. A blush appeared on her face, and her 2 beautiful eyes glared at Wang Teng. Are you sure you want to come to collect rags and not to come to do something else? Your way of hitting on someone is really a bit of a novelty. I've never seen it before. Tang Xueme didn't even think that Wang Teng was really a rag collector. She just assumed that he was trying to use this unique way to get close to her. For Wang Teng, who used this method, at this time, Tang Xueme was also deeply curious. Tang Xueme did not even notice her own mental changes at this time. She seemed to have forgotten a saying. When a woman became curious about a man, that was when she was on the verge of falling in love with him. I'm really not hitting on you through this way. I am really here to collect rags. The steel-straight man like Wang Teng simply couldn't read a woman's mind. Still explaining in the wrong direction with constant openings. Is a woman a reasonable creature? Will women reason with you? You actually presume to reason with girls? Wang Teng didn't understand any of this at all. Speaking like an innocent little man, he turned his face red. Alright, come on in. Let people see and think I've done something to you. Tang Xueme rolled her eyes helplessly and led Wang Teng into the villa. Just stepping into Tang Xueme's villa, Wang Teng couldn't help but be shocked by the decorations inside. The walls were filled with famous paintings inlaid with glass, and a few onyxes were also inlaid around the paintings every now and then. The floor was paved with good marble, and the colors varied. Feel free to sit down. No need to be polite. Tang Xueme smiled as she looked at Wang Teng, who was a bit frozen. These decorations are also too good looking. I didn't hold back admiring them for a bit. As beautiful as it is, it's still not as beautiful as your person. The corners of Wang Teng's mouth curved slightly upwards as he heartily praised. Smooth talker, I didn't see that you are quite good at coaxing girls to be happy. Put. Tang Xueme directly laughed out. Wang Teng's old face turned red. I don't know how to coax girls. What I just said was the truth from the bottom of my heart. Tang Xueme's pretty face also turned red all of a sudden. Man's mouth. Lying ghost. Chapter 29. Don't want to answer. Taking off his shoes, Wang Teng also sat on the sofa in the living room and talked with Tang Xueme. From campus to society, from hobbies to food, from the south to the north, enough to chat. It could be said that they hated each other. Suddenly, Tang Xueme's phone rang. Tang Xueme looked at the incoming number and frowned, saying faintly, really don't want to pick it up. But after hesitating for a moment, she still picked it up. Xueme, today at noon I arranged a lunch and a piano performance for you at the Hayastalov Hotel. You've already refused me several times. This time you mustn't refuse me. For uncle's sake you'll come once, okay? I'll wait for you. The man's name was Chen Feng, Tang Xueme's childhood friend. He had been pursuing Tang Xueme since he was a child, and Tang Xueme had never been a fan of him. The fathers of the two were partners who worked quite closely in the business world. Tang Xueme knew that she had already rejected Chen Feng several times, and even if it was to give her father a face, she couldn't afford not to go. Biting her lower lip, she said helplessly, alright, just this once. Wang Teng saw Tang Xueme's fretful appearance at the moment, and couldn't help but say, let me impersonate your boyfriend, and help you solve your troubles at once. I don't think it's good. Tang Xuesa shook her head. I don't want you to feel. I want me to feel. I think it's fine. Listen to me. Wang Teng opened his mouth like a macho man. Tang Xueme glanced at Wang Teng and didn't say anything else, considered it a default. Then wait for me. I'll go change my clothes. It wasn't long before Tang Xueme, who was wearing a light blue long dress and had an air of superiority, walked down the stairs, opening her criminally enticing red lips at, shall we go? Wait, I haven't confiscated the rags yet, Wang Teng said as he looked closely at Tang Xueme's delicate face. Nonsense. Collecting rags was Wang Teng's soul. Even if other things were tempting, could he forget the task that the system had given him? The answer was of course no. A speechless Tang Xueme looked at Wang Teng's serious face and also waved her hand and spoke, follow me. Subsequently, Tang Xueme led Wang Teng to a European-style building. This is my family's warehouse. What's inside are some useless rags. Go in and clean it up. Take as much as you can. I won't go in. What Tang Xueme said was right in Wang Teng's mind. It's best if you don't come in, otherwise it's not easy to explain if I pack all the rags away in one sack. Alright, then wait for me for a few minutes. I'll come out soon. Wang Teng and Tang Xueme said faintly, directly carrying the sack and stepped into the warehouse. Looking at the pile of rags in the warehouse, everything was there. Wang Teng's heart felt like it jumped directly into his throat. If he could collect a few more of these warehouses, he was afraid that he would be able to enter the Forbes rich list directly. As he said on his lips, his hands didn't stop. Wang Teng frantically swept the contents of the warehouse into his sack. Ding! Recycling LCD TV? Wealth plus 50,000. Ding! Recycling a pair of dumbbells? Wealth plus 30,000. Dumbbells. Wang Teng couldn't help but think of his college classmate Old King next door. The Old King next door bought a pair of dumbbells, and after practicing for 2 or 3 days, he threw them aside to collect dust. Also said that the name, they have been practiced to the peak. The little girls have seen their own cannot walk the road. The stink of sighing life is really lonely as snow. Sure enough, the world's rich people are the same, cannot stand the loneliness. Wang Teng continues to recycle the rest of the rags. Chapter 30. Chun Feng, who was full of dog food. Ding! Recovering underwear. Wealth plus 40,000. Looking at this, Wang Teng rolled his eyes. How come there is everything in the warehouse? Holy, how come the body fragrance hasn't dissipated yet? Too hard to top this too. After a moment of speechlessness, Wang Teng continued to recycle the rags. Ding! Recycling skin care products. Wealth plus 20,000. Ding! Recycling women's fashion wear magazines. Wealth plus 30,000. This is too hard for this baby. A whole warehouse didn't give me a special reward. Am I even blacker than an African chief? Xian doesn't save Africa. Krypton doesn't change your life. Wang Teng almost cried out on the spot. Gathering up his emotions, Wang Teng came out of the warehouse and looked at Tang Xueme, who had been waiting for a long time, and suddenly the corner of his mouth hooked up a playful smile. Little girlfriend, I'm going home to put my things away, so wait for me at the door and then let's go meet that irritating guy. Hearing Wang Teng's name, Yukimi also blushed and directly blanked him. Who is your girlfriend? Don't talk nonsense. Be careful, I'll beat you into a pig's head. After saying that, he even waved his pink fist as a warning. Wang Teng couldn't help but smile as he looked at how cute Yukimi was, and without any further ado, he pulled up her snow-white lotus root-like arm. Since you have already promised me to impersonate your boyfriend, shouldn't I exercise my right in advance? Or else what if we get dressed up later? Tang Xueme had thought about Wang Teng being shameless, but never thought that he could actually be this shameless. Could this even be considered a reason? The people who pursued Tang Xueme lined up from Jiangmen City to France. They are either polite and courteous, or they talk elegantly, always bearing their most gentlemanly side in front of Tang Xueme. There had never been anyone like Wang Teng, as if he was a scoundrel in the marketplace. But yet, for some reason, it was instead this more realistic behavior that made him feel that Wang Teng was a real man. Hey, do you know that your own face is thicker than a city wall? Tang Xueme pinched Wang Teng's arm. I don't know. I only know that I'm handsome. Once when I was in elementary school, I was puzzled when the teacher talked about the meaning of handsome, just when I was so anxious that I went crazy. At this time the same table to me to hand over a mirror. In an instant, plagued me for dozens of minutes of the problem suddenly unraveled. As I grew up, I also realized one fact more and more. If handsome can be a meal, I think I will never worry about food and drink for the rest of my life. Wang Teng exuded a look of yearning. Although Wang Teng's narcissism was out of this world, it had to be said that Wang Teng, who drank the Become Handsome potion, did indeed have a principle. Tang Xueme couldn't help but sink in as she looked at Wang Teng's appearance at this moment, until Wang Teng breathed out next to her earlobe, said in a low voice, "Are you looking at me dumbfounded and want to fake it?" Only then did Tang Xueme put back her mind that had fallen into Wang Teng's body, and it was then that her face flushed like a red apple. Returning to her senses, Xueme lightly hammered Wang Teng's shoulder a few times and couldn't help but open her mouth. Nasty. Hate. These two words were too powerful, especially when paired with Tang Xueme's appearance at this moment. It was no exaggeration to say that it could stir up most men's most primitive interest. What a siren. Putting it in ancient times is not much better than Birdsey, who made King Yu of Zhou's beacon flame play with the lords. Wang Teng thought secretly and tried to calm his mind down. Not messing with you. Wait for me at the door. I'll come out right away. After all, Wang Teng was not a veteran in the flowers, and in order to stop the surging beast in his soul, he also left in a huff, like a soldier who had lost a battle. Humph, nothing more than a good mouth. Looking at Wang Teng, who was out of the gate, Tang Xueme ruffled her hair behind her and said slowly. Wang Teng released his things and came out of the villa. Tang Xueme was already sitting in a red Ferrari LaFerrari waiting for him for a long time. Wang Teng was not polite and sat on his but on the co-pilot. It wasn't long before the two of them also arrived at the Hayastalov hotel that they had agreed to with Chen Feng. At that exact moment, Chen Fei slowly walked towards them. Seeing Chen Feng, Tang Xueme directly got out of the car with Wang Teng, pulled Wang Teng's arm, and said to him in a thin mosquito voice, "Let's go over. You must hold on. It's no big deal. I, Wang Teng, am handsome and able to fight." After saying this, Wang Teng pulled Tang Xueme directly towards the direction of the entrance of the Hyostalov Hotel. Looking at Tang Xueme walking towards himself with a strange man in his arms, Chen Feng's eyes flashed with an uncontrollable rage, and his fists clenched with a cackle. But in just a moment, this anger was skillfully hidden. He was only surprised by Wang Teng's handsomeness for a moment, and then he opened his mouth and said, "Hello, my name is Chen Feng. It's Xueme's childhood friend. Gu, look at this mouth of mine. I can't stop talking when I'm not careful. But still, welcome to this piano recital I've prepared for you, Kimi." This was a double entendre, expressing both his close relationship with Tang Xueme and the fact that this was a piano recital that he had prepared for Tang Xueme, and that unrelated people should hurry up and leave. Before Wang Teng could say anything, Tang Xueme couldn't help herself. "Nonsense, don't talk nonsense with your eyes open. Xueme, let's talk about our matter later. Don't let outsiders see the joke, okay?" Chen Feng said extremely gently as he looked at Tang Xueme. "Sorry, he's not an outsider. He's my boyfriend." Tang Xueme said this out with a red face and gave Wang Teng a very happy look. These words were simply like chaotic thunder and lightning that shook the sky and the earth, causing Chen Feng's face to directly become as unpleasant as if he had eaten a fly. Chen Feng had thought that Wang Teng was Tang Xueme's suitor or something else, but never thought that he would actually be Tang Xueme's boyfriend. What kind of joke is this? Can just this one little white boy be worthy of you? Xueme, did you purposely find such a little white boy to piss me off? Chen Feng opened his eyes angrily, the veins at the corners of his forehead bulging one by one with the roughness of his breathing. Seeing this, Wang Teng did not say anything, but only looked at the people around him with an excited gaze. "You little white boy, if you don't leave Xueme, I will take you." Chen Feng spoke in annoyance. "Put me how? I'm so scared." "Don't scare me. I've had bad guts since I was a kid." Directly interrupting Chen Feng's words, Wang Teng was a very beaten hum. "Tang Xueme, acting all innocent at me. When I get you, I'll make sure to make you sing conquests to me. Let's see if you still look like this then." Chen Feng secretly vowed. For so many years, Chen Feng had always regarded Tang Xueme as his forbidden domain, to the point that he had developed a sufficiently deformed mentality, wishfully believing that Tang Xueme could only be his own, and no one would be allowed to touch it. Although he hadn't been able to obtain Tang Xueme for so many years, it had instead stirred up his greater animalistic nature. If eyes could really kill. At this moment, Wang Teng was afraid that dying 100,000 times wouldn't be enough. Hatred, like a monster, kept devouring the last of Chen Feng's sanity. "Little white boy, do you know that one phone call from me could make you disappear in Tianmen City tomorrow?" Chen Feng said sinisterly. In the entire Tianmen City, no one had ever dared to talk to him like this. He swore that he would make this lowly little white boy pay a terrible price. "If you dare to do this, I'll fight you to the death." Hearing this, Tang Xueme pushed Wang Teng away with a handful of strength from nowhere and said to Chen Feng as if she was fighting for her life. This was her own business. If she accidentally hurt Wang Teng because of herself, this was a reality she could not accept. "Are you just going to fight for your life with me for this lowly little white boy?" Chen Feng said indignantly. "I've always just treated you as a neighboring brother this way. It's simply impossible between us, you know?" Tang Xueme said with a stern face. Chen Feng frowned tightly and looked at Wang Teng. His two eyes flashed green like the eyes of an angry cat. "Do you know about Xueme's family background? If you knew, you would definitely have an inferiority complex that you couldn't hold your head up. On top of that, do you know that our two families are very close family friends? I hope you leave Yukimi of your own accord and have a little self-awareness." "Sorry, I didn't really know, but I think relationships are for two people, as long as we want each other, right, Shuer?" After Wang Teng very rashly said this, he also stroked Tang Xueme's bangs in a doting manner. Tang Xueme looked like she had truly gotten into character at this point. Her cheeks flushed. All of a sudden, she leaned against Wang Teng's side and nodded shyly. The beast that had easily disappeared within Chen Feng also surged out again at this time. "You lowly, shameless little white boy. I'll give you $2 million. Is it okay for you to leave Xueme for me? I'll add another million to you if 2 million isn't enough." Chen Feng's wave of maneuvers also amused Wang Teng. "Hard doesn't work, come soft? 3 million then." Wang Teng rubbed his chin and mumbled to himself. When Chen Feng saw Wang Teng's appearance, he thought that Wang Teng was thinking that the money was too small and wanted to ask for a lion's share. He could not help but feel happy inside. The last thing he lacked was money, so he quickly opened his mouth and said, 5 million. "Don't hesitate. I'll offer you 5 million, as long as you leave Xueme." Chen Feng was not short of money, but what he didn't know was that Wang Teng was even less short of money. "Your not-so-smart brain may have gotten a not-so-smart idea about me. What I wanted to say just now is that $3 million is merely my half-day's income from collecting rags, so I'm really not short of money. Also, do you think Yukimi is a commodity? And $3 million to leave Yukimi. I'll give you $50 million. Will you leave your mom? Wang Teng looked at Chen Feng in front of him with contempt. After saying that, he whirled around and slowly said to Tang Xueme, "This person is a psychopath. Go back to my house for dinner. I'll put down noodles for you." Had I known that I wouldn't let this guy pretend to be my boyfriend, simply anything cheap was taken up by him. Tang Xueme looked at the Wang Teng in front of her eyes, who was full of talk, was a bit messed up, but at this time she had already come this far and could not turn back, only to nod with a red face. What, collecting rags to earn 3 million? What the hell are you babbling about? Are you impatient to live? Yukini, you must not go to his house, Chen Feng said grumpily. It could be said that Chen Feng's mental shadow area was about to cover the entire person at this time. He wanted to slap up towards Wang Teng's beaten face right now. However, after taking care of the family's affairs for so long, it made him realize that no matter what he did, he had to plan and think twice before acting. Even if it was an eagle blogging about rabbits, you still had to put your best foot forward. He decided to investigate Wang Teng's background before deciding how to properly clean him up and what way to humiliate him. For you to care? Tang Xueme asked Chen Feng rhetorically, also preparing to pull Wang Teng towards the Ferrari LaFerrari in preparation for going home. Xueme, I've meticulously prepared a piano recital for you. Are you sure you don't want to go listen to it? Chen Feng hissed out unwillingly. A piano recital? There's no need for that. Although I don't know what level you're at, I somehow feel that with your level, you'll taint my family's Yukimi's ears. I'll personally play it for her when we get home. Wang Teng left these words behind and was ready to wrap Tang Xueme's waist and leave. Since you said that, then I would like to compete with you in piano skills. Whoever wins Xueme will belong to whoever wins. Do you dare to compete with me and prove yourself with strength like a man? Chen Feng shouted hysterically at the back of the duo. What Chen Feng said seemed to have evoked a hint of interest in Wang Teng, because the world-class piano master skill that he had just drawn was now able to be put to good use and go about putting on a perfect pussy. What a brother! It seems like it's not going to work if I don't let you die today. Then I would like to ask you, Yukimi was originally my girlfriend, so why would I want to duel with you? Wang Teng asked as he stared into Chen Feng's eyes. Yeah, Tang Xueme is his girlfriend. Why would he want to duel with me? Chen Feng was also holding his face red as he thought about this one, not knowing what to say. After a few seconds had passed, he finally spat out one of everyone's most familiar words. Are you a man? Got the balls or not? I'm sorry, whether or not I'm a man, whether or not I have the balls, Xueme knows. I don't need you to worry about it, Wang Teng said with a cheap smile. A person who is cheap is invincible. Wang Teng's words down. Chen Feng had the impulse to commit harakiri in minutes. This is too impersonal, right? You. Chen Feng pointed at Wang Teng without saying a word. You what you? Don't say that I won't give you a chance. Look at you as if you think you have good piano skills. I promise to have a piano competition with you, but if you lose, call me dad and walk around Yukimi from now on, and vice versa. You, dare or not. Chapter 31, Grabbing to Deliver Money. Ha 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 ha. What wouldn't I dare? What I wouldn't dare doesn't exist in this world. On the contrary, you, don't regret it. I forgot to tell you, although I can't be called a world-class piano master, I was fortunate enough to have been instructed by the famous Polish world-class piano master Christian Zimmerman. Not only do I often participate in world performances, but I also collaborate with many international symphony orchestras. And I even played with Christian Zimmerman at the Chopin International Piano Competition in Warsaw not too long ago, winning first place in the competition. Since then everyone in the piano world has to address me as Master Feng when they see me. After Chen Feng proudly told his litany of deeds, he deliberately looked at Wang Teng again and raised an eyebrow. How about you just give up? I don't have to recognize you as my son if you want to give up now. Do you think it's good? In Chen Feng's imagination, Wang Teng must have been soulful and regretful when he heard these words. However, Wang Teng just casually skimmed his mouth. After saying so much, all I can hear is that you're not even a world-class piano master. With this level that can't get on the stage, I don't know what there is to show off. With one upper lip and one lower lip, anyone who is powerful will blow. But what to say? Are not as good as we go to the second floor, drum to drum, gong to gong, real battle you say? Chen Feng was still confident in his skills at the piano. Let's go. Wang Teng no longer spoke more nonsense. Certain people were destined to only realize how foolish and ridiculous they were when they were stepped on. The two of them walked up to the second floor of the Haostroff Hotel with their own intentions. Chen Feng's anger looked like it had been directly emptied by Wang Teng's actions just now. Even though Tang Xueme was now snuggled in Wang Teng's arms, he also did not produce any angry expressions or actions. He just expressionlessly glanced at Wang Teng beside Tang Xueme and coldly grunted. Little white boy, listen to me well. What is fine water and shocking waves? What is again like a dream? Also true and false. If you don't understand it in a moment, you mustn't pretend to understand it. As soon as the words fell, Chen Feng elegantly walked towards the piano on the stage in front of a crowd of guests. Today, I'll let you lowly, shameless little white boy listen to what a real piano piece is. Today, I will break your wild heart and swallow it in my stomach. Carrying such confidence, Chen Feng, who walked onto the stage like the emperor of the piano world, swept a glance at the guests below the stage. As if he suddenly remembered something, Chen Feng patted his head, and with a smile on his face, he gazed at Wang Teng on the stage with eyes that flashed with sinister flames and said, "Today was supposed to be my piano recital, but that little white guy in the white shirt off stage favored wanting to test his piano skills against me. And since I always have to give young people a chance and was too embarrassed to refuse, I agreed to do so. In order to make this simple game not so boring, I opened a small handicap. Everyone who is interested can go to my assistant to participate. I'll give everyone 10 minutes to place their bets." Chen Feng finished speaking and then situated himself in front of the black and white piano with an open face. Hearing this, the guests looked at Wang Teng, who was fine and tender beside Tang Xueme, and then at Chen Feng, who was renowned in the piano world. On the stage, a sudden roar of laughter and taunts erupted. "You kid has eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts, actually daring to compete with Master Feng on the piano? Being bold is a good thing, but boldness can't be without brains. If he can win against Grandmaster Feng by playing the piano, I'll directly take his last name." After that, this group of people swarmed towards the handicap that Chen Feng had opened without a care in the world. They were afraid that they wouldn't be able to place any bets. Looking at the long line of these people lined up next to the handicap, Wang Teng thought to himself, how is it that there are always some nerds who scramble to give themselves money and are still happy? Chapter 32, Is a world-class piano master great? Is it embarrassing for someone to send money to himself and not accept it? Helplessly spreading his hands, Wang Teng walked towards the handicap opened by Chen Feng and casually asked, "What is the percentage?" Assistant Chen Feng opened his mouth without lifting his head. 115. Wang Teng didn't even need to think about it and knew that he was definitely that 15. This ratio was simply too much to Wang Teng's liking and couldn't help but make him ask excitedly, "What is the maximum size of the disc to take?" Chen Xiao said that all comers are welcome, but you little white boy really have a big mouth, but also the maximum number of discs. Did you secretly eat garlic in the morning? Chen Feng's assistant looked at Wang Teng, who seemed to have lost his mind in front of him, and couldn't help but hum his nose fiercely for 2 breaths. Under too big, this person may not be able to open this disc. Forget it, cannot be directly a finger to crush people. Casually mean it. Thinking of this, Wang Teng also could not help but open his mouth. "Give me a $10 million. After placing the bet, Wang Teng also pushed Tang Xueme. "You also hurry to place a bet, to the child to earn a milk powder money." Hearing this, Tang Xueme first had a few blushes appear on her face, and then twisted Wang Teng's arm. Pouting, she said, "Hate, what nonsense, but also milk powder money. Hey, didn't you say you want to give me a monkey or something? This is not recognized?" Wang Teng put on a pitiful expression. After some flirting, after seeing that there really wasn't a single person to press Wang Teng, Tang Xueme also decided to simply press a little more to give Wang Teng a boost. After all of this follow-up was caused by Wang Teng trying to do himself a favor. Tang Xueme looked at Chen Feng's assistant and opened her mouth slightly. "Place a 2 million for me." After placing their bets, the two of them also went straight back to their original positions and sat down. Chen Feng on the stage with a straight back looked at the people under the stage who had already finished placing their bets, and also put his hands on the black and white piano keys, ready to play. Looking at Chen Feng's confident look at this moment, Tang Xueme worriedly said to Wang Teng, "Wang Teng, although he is not good in other aspects of this person, however, his level of piano skills is really high. Otherwise, you should hurry up and leave. This is my business. Leave it to me here." Wang Teng pinched Tang Xueme's face and laughed. "You don't trust me that much, huh? I really don't put this person who pretended to be a pussy and ended up not even being a world-class piano master in my eyes." Wang Teng's words seemed to have a special kind of magic, unknowingly putting Tang Xueme's heart at ease. "You think a world-class piano master is a cabbage? It's still not a world-class piano master that you don't put in your eyes. Really capable of blowing. The cow was blown by you and the sky can't even come down. What? Could it be that you're still a world-class piano master?" The relaxed Tang Xueme couldn't help but roll her eyes and joke as well. She only thought that she had said it as a joke, but she had never thought that Wang Teng had actually faintly asked her a rhetorical question. "A world-class piano master? Awesome and great in your eyes? It just so happens that I'm also considered one." Hearing this, Tang Xueme couldn't help but spit out her tongue, clearly thinking that Wang Teng was comforting himself. A world-class piano master. What kind of existence was that? That was something that could be remembered in people's hearts. It was an existence that could be remembered in people's hearts and leave traces in the history of the world. Words could no longer describe the greatness of such a person. If it was an ordinary person, it was likely that they would not even see one in their lifetime. Just in this moment between the two of them talking, a magnetic voice rang out from the stage. Next, I'm going to play a song for everyone. This piece is the world's most famous piano master Rachmaninoff's famous piece, Rhapsody on a Theme of Paganini. At the same time, this piece will be given to the beautiful and touching Ms. Tang Xueme on stage. As soon as these words came out, the guests on the second floor of the Hostarov Hotel directly erupted into enthusiastic applause. There were uninterrupted chants from the crowd. Good, good, good. There were naturally many knowledgeable connoisseurs who came to the piano recital. Rhapsody on a Theme of Paganini was a handful of superb compositions. The lyrical melody of the piece is open and beautiful and moving. For this reason, it has been given a particularly romantic name, Russian Melancholy. And not only that, playing this piece requires not only dazzling technique, but also the mastery of the slow 18th variation. The crowd couldn't help but look forward to it when they thought about it. Chapter 33, Bull's Heads Don't Talk to Horses. Tang Xueme was born into a family. Naturally she was proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy and painting. Hearing that Chen Feng was going to play this piece, fearing that Wang Teng would not understand the essence of it, she also gave him an elaborate explanation. This Rhapsody on a Theme of Paganini is a pure and simple romantic lyric. The general meaning of the tune is that a pair of men and women who do not know each other, from the beginning of indifference and blandness develops to the final fervor and romance. The tune's melody and rhythm are also accompanied by changes in emotion, creating a sense of immersion. I've made it so clear. He should be able to grasp the point when he plays it later. Tang Xueme thought secretly. Got it. Just watch me. Wang Teng no longer said much, because he knew that in a while he would have to go to the stage to pretend. For now, it was better to keep a low profile more. After all, after becoming a world-class piano master last night, the skills of Wat Polini, Elena Grimo, Lang Lang, Daniel Trifonov, Parasia, Marc-Andre Hamelin, Christian Zimmerman, Masha Argerich, Grigory Sokolov, Yevgeny Kissin, and others were also transformed into a huge stream of information that was directly inculcated in Wang Teng's mind. In that instant, Wang Teng directly integrated all of the world's repertoire and the rich thoughts and feelings it contained. Not to mention this such a famous piece, even if it was any other remote and difficult piece, Wang Teng was confident that he could play it with a world-class shocking effect. In no time, a piano sound came from above the steps of the center hall. One could only see Chen Feng with a smile on his face and his head held high. His slender fingers jumped on the black and white keys like an elf, as if he were a small fish swimming freely in the river on a rainy day, shuttling between water and nature. At this time, a single wonderful note also jumped out uninterruptedly, and as if the crowd below the stage could really understand this piece of music. One by one, they closed their eyes tightly, feeling the beautiful melody, together with the vague sense of rhythm, shaking their heads, and without fail, they were intoxicated in this ocean of music. Seeing the mesmerized looks of the guests below, Chen Feng's head couldn't help but raise even higher, no longer able to accommodate the others. Glancing out of the corner of his eye, Wang Teng under the stage did not look at him squarely. Instead, he was talking and laughing with Tang Xueme. Not only that, Wang Teng was also occasionally stuffing oranges into Tang Xueme's tantalizing cherry mouth. It caused Tang Xueme to have a bout of blank stares. Sure enough, a lowly and empty-skinned little white boy. In a moment I'd like to see how you'll come up here and disgrace yourself. Chen Feng's eyes couldn't help but flash a hint of contempt. Turning his thoughts to this, Chen Feng's technique became faster, and a series of tones staggered from low to high came out. The song was finished. In order to demonstrate his gentlemanly demeanor, Chen Feng stood up demurely and bowed deeply towards the stage. It was also at this moment that the praises of the guests under the stage surged out wildly, like a tidal wave that could not be stopped for a long time. Young Chen, you are truly worthy of being a master with a small reputation on the world stage. This piece is simply played to perfection by you. Truly a hero is a young man. I think that before long, young Chen will definitely be able to become a true world-class piano master. If the usual Chen Feng had heard these words of praise, he would have closed his eyes and gone to enjoy himself, and then excused himself with a pretense of humility. But all he was thinking about right now was how to make a fool out of Wang Teng. So after nodding his head in self-satisfaction, he also turned his eyes towards Wang Teng once again. Now, it's your turn to perform on stage, isn't it, little white boy? Once these words came out, at this moment, it was as if there were several thousand pairs of eyes like hungry wolves staring towards Wang Teng. Wang Teng was expressionless and slowly stood up. Chen Feng on the stage looked at Wang Teng, who did not say a word and seemed to be helpless. The corner of his mouth revealed a hint of mockery. He wanted exactly this effect. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a calm voice resounded throughout the hall. Competing with air is really a deep insult to me. Pathetic. Lamentable. Pathetic. I thought that you would play slightly more standard. but I didn't expect you to play this piece that is simply bullheaded and, after so many years of learning, you still play so well. If I were you, I would have found a block of tofu and loaded it up and died. Wang Teng even let out a long sigh after saying this. Rotten wood cannot be carved. Rotten wood can't be carved. Chapter 34, at 3 years old, plus more. The moment these words came out, all the people present looked at Wang Teng with some weirdness in their eyes, as if Wang Teng had made some kind of heavenly joke. As expected, he was a little white boy, with no insight whatsoever, but big words. When Tang Xueme heard Wang Teng's words, she also didn't know how to help him finish, and her pretty face also turned red. Facing the high and low voices around him, Wang Teng's face did not change half a bit. Instead, he walked to the center hall with his hands in the air and indifferently looked at the crowd and opened his mouth. Rhapsody on a theme of Paganini. This piece has an extraordinary artistic charm, especially rich in romantic flavor. When Rachmaninoff first wrote Rhapsody on a theme of Paganini, he intentionally showed that the characters in it were thin and bony, pale, frenzied, as well as the full-bodied passion hidden underneath the ghostly shells. Hearing Wang Teng's words, a handful of people on stage who knew a little bit about the piano stopped laughing, and slowly, the entire audience quieted down. Humans are always like this, born with a lingering herd mentality. Watching the people around them slowly close their mouths, they themselves couldn't laugh anymore. Although they did not know if what Wang Teng said was right or not, but looking at Wang Teng's serious and earnest tone at the moment, it was 9 times out of 10 that it was true. Wang Teng's sharp eyes swept towards the already silent crowd on the stage and slowly said once again, and the Rhapsody on a theme of Paganini that Chen Feng just played directly ignores the essence of romantic art. The entire piece is only filled with a feeling of a male dog in heat. Romanticism is an unfettered and endless beauty, and while it requires fervor, not the whole piece, just the point. After playing it for half a day, I didn't realize that he didn't even understand the true meaning of the tune's meaning. This tune expresses the world of wild and unrestrained feelings, filled with all kinds of rich feelings, such as sadness, joy, fervor, majesty, leanness, and so on. To express these feelings must be backed up by pure skill, and Chen Feng's skill is clearly insufficient. Looking at the quiet and panicked crowd around him, Wang Teng could not help but spread his hands. AI, talking to a cow. You guys didn't understand even after saying it. It's still young Master Chen who knows the Qin, so do you think I'm right, young Master Chen? Wang Teng turned his head and looked with interest at Chen Feng, who had long since had a face as unpleasant as if he had been holding in. Wang Teng's words were all to the point, which made it impossible for Chen Feng to refute. Chen Feng wanted to open his mouth, but he didn't think to say anything for a moment. Only his face became sinister. Seeing that Chen Feng did not say anything, the surrounding crowd also realized that Wang Teng was right. This did not make them deeply apologize for their previous rude behavior, and each of them could not wait to find a crack in the ground to drill up. Looking at Wang Teng, who was currently on the stage in a spirited manner, Tang Xueme's heart that had been hanging for a long time was also completely released, and murmured in a low voice, "Can it be that he really is a world-class piano master? How did he learn? Did he start learning the piano from his mother's womb?" Tang Xueme's brain at this time grew full of many small question marks, but her big copper bell eyes also seemed to be filled with a sea of stars, and the journey of the sea of stars was Wang Teng. The crowd present's understanding of Wang Teng changed drastically in an instant, from the disdain at the beginning to the admiration now. At this moment, the guns on the field seemed to have reversed their direction, pointing directly at Chen Feng. Chen Feng's situation at this moment resembled Wang Teng's situation just now, and the crowd's eyes suddenly swept towards him. Although Chen Feng was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan at this moment, he still forced himself to calm down and said steadily, "This rhapsody on a theme of Paganini is inherently difficult, and there are a million variations for people to understand. It's already impressive that I played it. 1,000 players will play it 1,000 ways, just as 1,000 readers have 1,000 Hamlets. So what you're saying isn't always right, and it's not that impressive. It's only remarkable if you can actually play the piece. And you, can you?" The people in the hall were like wallflowers, and when they heard Chen Feng say something like this, they too were nodding their heads. Saying and doing were indeed two different things. Saying well, doing well was not necessarily good. Even though Wang Teng's words were very well reasoned, deep down their hearts were toward Chen Feng, as they had all more or less pressed Chen Feng for quite a bit of money in the handicap just now. At that time, who among them could have imagined that a little white boy actually possessed the strength to call the shots with Chen Feng, who often participated in world piano competitions? It seems like you're still not dead set on it, but to be honest, there's nothing difficult about this piece. I could play it when I was 3 years old. Now I'll play it and let you know what the real rhapsody on a theme of Paganini is. In the midst of the crowd's complicated eyes, Wang Teng slowly sat down at the black and white striped piano. Chapter 35, Play with Your Feet. Next, I'm going to play a piece for you all. This piece is the world's most famous piano master, Rachmaninoff's famous piece, Rhapsody on a Theme of Paganini. At the same time, present this piece to my girlfriend, Ms. Tang Shu-ma. The same words came out slowly from Wang Teng's mouth, the only difference being the addition of the word girlfriend. As soon as these words came out, the face of Chen Feng, who was ready to watch a good show under the stage, instantly darkened again. After disgusting Chen Feng, Wang Teng also looked straight at the piano, at which point his body seemed to have an additional indescribable temperament. This aura was mesmerizing, making him instantly become the most dazzling presence in the entire hall. At this moment, Wang Teng on the stage enjoyed the feeling of being surrounded by stars. He could feel it. The guests under the stage instantly submitted to it. All of them fell in an instant. Wang Teng took a deep breath to calm himself down. After all, going from an ordinary college student to such an attention-grabbing existence all of a sudden was also something that could not be fully adapted to, but he knew that in the future, such high moments would often come and be very numerous. So even though he had a system, he must still make his inner strength unrivaled. Under the gaze of the crowd, Wang Teng slowly placed his slender fingers slowly on the black and white keys with incomparable concentration, usually looking like a hangdog and cynical. I didn't expect to be so handsome and heart-thumping when he gets serious. At this moment, Tang Shu-ma looked at Wang Teng and her eyes were filled with stars. Two very different temperaments were superimposed on Wang Teng's body at the moment and kneaded into a kind of confusion, making people want to have an impulse to kneel and lick. Tang Shu-ma under the stage looked at the stage proudly independent Wang Teng could not help but obsessed, directly head sunk into, just how many secrets were hidden in his body? Tang Shu-ma couldn't help but let out this doubt. What he didn't know was that Wang Teng had been tone deaf since he was a child, and had received ridicule and sarcasm from others for singing out of tune in college, so he had always resisted music and musical instruments in his heart. But now Wang Teng, the moment he touched the black and white piano keys, it was as if there was a kind of mysterious connection between his bloodline, just like a family member who had not been reunited for a long time was calling him. The fingers gently pressed a few piano keys. Ding, 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 ding. The crowd that was already on their knees heard the messy, monotonous sound of a few piano keys, and directly changed into a "that's it, that's it, that's it, huh?" The faces of the crowd were changed to a "that's it, that's it, that's it." Suddenly, another series of tones jumped out of the piano one after another. People who didn't know anything about the piano yelled, "What the hell was that?" It seemed to be played completely differently than the Rhapsody on a Theme of Paganini from earlier, and a person on stage who knew how to play the piano had long since sucked in a breath of cold air. Shocked, he said, "He's actually auditioning. He's actually auditioning with this legendary technique, which is said to be known to very few people in the world." Counting their fingers, he wouldn't have been surprised if he hadn't seen this technique, but he happened to have seen it once when he and his teacher went to see Master Yevgeny Kissin. How can this be? Can it be that he's already a world-class piano master? No, it's impossible. Reaching such attainments, did he already start practicing the piano in his mother's womb? Even if he practiced the piano in his mother's womb, it's impossible to have such a high level of skill. These exclamations of astonishment were centered on this guest, spreading quickly to the entire guests like a wildfire starting a prairie fire. Perhaps even this guest had never thought that just now. Wang Teng was just having a feeling and playing rashly, not deliberately pretending. Looking at the commotion caused by the stage, Wang Teng could not help but think, what's going on here? Could it be that he has reached the realm where no pussy is better than pussy? No longer thinking much about this episode, Wang Teng's fingers flew on the black and white keys. A series of beautiful notes that moved the heartstrings were pouring down from his fingers in an instant. When he reached the climax, Wang Teng directly put his hand behind his back and used his other hand to play. It was like playing this kind of music, not to mention one hand, two hands, even using one's feet was fine, although it is a hand. But Wang Teng played out of the tune is like a pot of mellow delicious old wine, into people's lungs and hearts, will also drive people's moods do not move to change. From low carnival, dozens of feelings of people under the stage as if they have experienced. Let the more people listen, the more flavor, the more you listen to the more you cannot stop, until Wang Teng stopped. Rhapsody on a Theme of Paganini is still the sound of the aftermath, not endless. The crowd under the stage also did not break away from it, throwing one by one, shaking his head, revealing intoxicated color, unwilling to pull themselves out. In this situation, comparing the two, the highs and lows were immediately judged. Wang Teng's performance could only be described in 4 words, flawless. Chapter 36, 105 million for calling big brother and sister-in-law. Is he a devil? How can he play such clear and heavenly music? Chen Feng angrily slapped the table, somewhat like a wild beast about to go berserk. Also at this moment, a blonde, blue-eyed female with sexy clothes and a devilish body walked step by step with her long legs to Wang Teng, clasping her 2 hands together and placing them on her huge chest. She marveled. What's your name? You are good. Very very good. Thank you for the compliment. But can you speak beautiful Chinese? Pay attention. This is Huaxia. Wang Teng was completely not blinded by this blonde sexy woman and said indifferently, although he said it in a big way. But only Wang Teng himself knew that although he graduated with an undergraduate degree, he wasn't much of a fan of the English language, and if he continued to communicate he wouldn't understand it at all. Hearing Wang Teng this said, this blonde beauty paused to say in not too broken Chinese, I am the owner of this hotel, Celia, crewman. I think you play very well, compared to a master person. It's also better than ever. I have a proposal. You come to our hotel once a day, and play us a song, and I'll give you $3 million each time. What do you think? How about it? Looking at the sincere eyes of this blonde, blue-eyed, long-legged beauty boss, Wang Teng smiled slightly. I'm flattered. I don't dare to be. I only know a little bit about the piano. Moreover, piano is just my side business. My real profession is collecting rags. A day without collecting rags will be hard for me to die. So I'm sorry, I can't agree to this proposal of yours. Tang Xuemei's entire body was directly dumbfounded when she heard this. Celia, who was crewman? He was the president of Hostelove Hotel Asia. How many people wanted to come to Hostelove Hotel just to be a waitress but didn't have a chance? And Wang Teng actually rejected her so decisively. Wang Teng did not have the time to think about this. Very politely rejected Celia crewman, but also coldly rejected her. After rejecting Celia crewman, he also coldly looked at Chen Feng, who was at a loss for words at the moment. How about it? It's still time to fulfill the bet. Father, Chen Feng said with a voice like a mosquito. Wang Teng was angry and wanted to laugh. Just this? Are you still not a man? Can you speak louder? Father, Chen Feng cried out angrily, and also no longer had the face to stay here. With a twist of his head, he hurriedly prepared to leave. Son, don't go. Don't go. What's the hurry? You haven't paid us for the handicap you opened just now? Wang Teng pulled back Chen Feng, who was on the verge of storming out. Isn't it just a little bit of money? Do I lack it? How much? Chen Feng's eyes flashed with a green light as he roared madly. Let me do the math for you. The handicap is 115. I put down 5 million. And Yukini put down 2 million. It works out to a total of 105 million. It's just a little bit of money. It's not much. Wang Teng did a rough calculation. The corner of his mouth revealed a hint of playfulness as he looked at Chen Feng and opened his mouth. Although it was true that 105 million was not much for the Chen family, it was not a small amount for Chen Feng. After all, this was a current asset, not counting those fixed assets, messes and such. Thus it was difficult for Chen Feng to take it out for a while. Asterisk. This much? I don't have enough money on me right now, Chen Feng said breathlessly as if he had lost all his strength. Seeing as you and Yukimi are longtime friends, I won't make things difficult for you. As long as you shout out loud to me and Xuemei right now as big brother and sister-in-law respectively. I don't want this $105 million either. Do you think it's okay? It had to be said that Chen Feng was a shrewd businessman. He thought to himself that he wouldn't be able to get Xuemei either. So what's the harm in shouting out a single word? $105 million was enough for him to play with how many beautiful women. Turning his thoughts to this, Chen Feng directly ignored the odd gazes of everyone present and shouted, "Big brother, sister-in-law." As soon as these words came out, Chen Feng directly passed through the guests without turning around for a second and walked out of the Haostroff Hotel. What a ruthless character. He could stand such an insult. Wang Teng's heart briefly skipped over such a thought. After Chen Feng left, seeing that things had developed like this, Wang Teng was also ready to pull Tang Xuemei's hand and prepare to leave. Just the moment Wang Teng turned around, Celia, crewman called out to Wang Teng once again. I consider myself to be very proficient at the piano as well. After hearing you play the Rhapsody on a theme of Paganini, it is very clear that your piano skills are by no means inferior to the top 10 pianos in the world. But why have I never heard of your name? Hearing this, Wang Teng's face was also directly covered with 3 parts sorrow and 7 parts solitude, surfacing a look of reminiscing the past. There was silence for a good while, only then slowly said, "The high place is not cold ah." After exclaiming this, there was another good while of silence, and only then slowly took out a cigarette from his pocket, only to hear, click. Wang Teng lit it up. The Haostroff Grand Hotel was one of the top-ranked hotels in the world, and smoking was absolutely prohibited on such occasions. If someone normally dared to smoke in front of Celia Kluman's face, they would definitely be beaten out by the security guards he called in. Even if it was some VIPs, she would not give a good face. However, looking at Wang Teng's face that was full of stories, Celia crewman surprisingly did not interrupt him. She only wanted to listen to her right now. Chapter 37 The High Ground. Wang Teng melancholically inhaled a mouthful of smoke, looked up at the window at a 45-degree angle, and slowly exhaled a heart-shaped smoke circle. Finally, he was speaking again. Not many people know about these old stories, so I don't want to mention them again, but the words have come to this, I have to say it. Thinking back to that year, I single-handedly drifted all over the world, challenging the major world-class piano masters. Everyone knows that there are only 10 people in the world who are called masters. After casually defeating the other 9, I arrogantly went to compete with Yevgeny Kissin, the number 1 ranked child prodigy at the age of 12, in the outskirts of Moscow, and I lost. After that, I learned from my mistakes and honed my skills for several years. I fought Yevgeny Kissin again outside Moscow. We fought bitterly for several days. After a duel in which the sky was darkened and the sun and moon were lost, I came out on top. So doubly lonely, he went incognito and returned to his hometown to collect rags for a living and taste the life of 100 flavors. After saying these words, the cigarette in Wang Teng's hand had already burned out, but his mind still seemed to be in the memories of the battle between the two of them. Unable to jump out for a long time, hearing Wang Teng's words, and looking at his demeanor that did not seem to be disguised at this moment, a big word of conviction also appeared on the faces of the crowd. Celia. Cruz also couldn't help but sigh after hearing the story that Wang Teng had told. So, this is a master. So it turns out that all masters will hide their achievements deeply when they go to their peak. This kind of realm is unattainable. Wang Teng looked at the adoring eyes of the surrounding crowd. Inwardly, he was shocked for no reason. I casually said that, and I really got a letter? There is also this woman. It is simply boobs without brains. This began to self-brainstorming to become my licking dog? Telling out this story is really not my intention, and I don't want people to spread this story out. I just want to lay low and lay low again right now. I'll treat everyone to this meal. I hope everyone can keep this little secret for me. I, Wang, am grateful. Wang Teng calmly glanced at the surrounding people without blushing or jumping, and faintly opened his mouth. What kind of words are you saying? Just think of it as you and I making a friend, and this meal can be directly credited to my head. Also, I'm giving you this black gold card as well. This black gold card enjoys the highest treatment from our global Hustlerav chain of hotels. Don't pay a penny for food and lodging. I only hope that you can come and sit with us again sometime, and make our Hostelov hotel flourish. Celia. Cruz without any further ado shoved the black gold card directly into Wang Teng's hand with a face full of enthusiasm. It had to be said that Celia Cruz has a very wide vision and is quite good at what she does. This black gold card was shoved into Wang Teng's hand all of a sudden. How could Wang Teng be ashamed to not come once? After all, eating people's mouths is short, taking people's hands is soft. What's more, Wang Teng is a person who respects others afoot. I respect others afoot. Just because of this behavior of Celia Cruz's this behavior, Wang Teng also stopped pushing back. Since this is the case, I'll be flattered. I'll definitely come and offer a song next time I have the chance. Celia Cruz smiled faintly, knowing that she had indeed gambled correctly. She had gambled on the face of Wang Teng, a world-class piano master. But all world-class masters, which one of them was not high-minded and looked down on everything? And which one would take something from you for nothing, and be silent? There is only gain when there is give and take. If Celia Cruz did not have such a big grudge just now, Cruz did not have such a big pattern just now, fearing the wolf in front and the tiger at the back, and hesitating a little bit, she would never be able to get the favor of Wang Teng, a world-class master. I will send you down. Looking at Wang Teng and Tang Xueme who were about to leave, Celia Cruz also said subconsciously. After excusing himself again and again, Wang Teng was still unable to argue with Celia Cruz had no choice but to accept. Wang Teng and Tang Xueme stepped out of the door. The welcoming lady bowed and said as always, "You take your time. Welcome to the next visit." Suddenly, their afterglow caught a glimpse. Wasn't this the president who was always a god? How did she appear here? When their heads lifted up completely, they were even more shocked, because at this moment, their president, Celia Cruz, was respecting her with all the respect she could muster. Cruz was treating the teenager in front of her with respect and a smile on her face. The unreal picture in front of them couldn't help but make them rub their eyes and confirm it once again. Sure enough, it wasn't a fake. Then what exactly was the identity of this teenager? To actually be able to receive such treatment from the president? This doubt directly shook their hearts like chaotic thunder and lightning, but they also knew that not asking what they shouldn't ask, and putting this doubt silently in the bottom of their hearts was the most correct thing to do. Chapter 38 A Fortune-Sending Child? After saying goodbye to Celia Cruz, the two of them walked on the wide road for a while. After expressing her amazement and gratitude, Tang Xueme said that she had something to do in a while, so she bid farewell to Wang Teng and sped away in her Ferrari LaFerrari. After seeing Tang Xueme off, Wang Teng planned to collect rags near the rental house and go home. After all, it was getting late. Wang Teng took a taxi, returned to the downstairs of the rental house, took out the amplified trumpet from the limited edition supercar, and was ready to start collecting rags near the neighborhood. Looking at the grandpas and grandmothers who were walking downstairs in a frenzy, Wang Teng cleared his throat and shouted as well. Recycling. High price recycling. Recycle all kinds of scrap, all kinds of unused items. Recycle. High price recycling. Recycle all kinds of scrap, all kinds of unused items. After shouting for a while, there was not a single person who wanted to sell scrap. Wang Teng helplessly sat alone on a small bench to enjoy the evening picture in the neighborhood. Looking at the neighborhood chess grandpa, dancing aunt, sitting in a toy car child, pulling the child's family of 3. Wang Teng uncontrollably blurted out, "The fireworks of the human world are the most appeasing to the hearts of mortals." At this moment, Wang Teng looked at this harmonious and warm scene, also can't help but think of his parents. Well, wait for the busyness of this bub must go back home to see them go. After sitting on the bench for a while, Wang Teng also decided to try again to see if he could receive rags. After all, heaven doesn't give birth to me. Wang Teng. The rags are piled up into a mountain. Saying that he would do it, Wang Teng continued to shout into the amplified trumpet. Recycle. High price recycling. Recycle all kinds of junk, all kinds of unused items. Recycle. High price recycling. Recycle all kinds of scraps, all kinds of unused items. Hey, isn't this Wang Teng, the weak bully from our class? How come he's collecting and driving rags after graduating from college? A woman with an oval face, wearing a duck-tongue cap and a khaki-colored blouse said in a snarky manner to Wang Teng, who was collecting rags with a horn. Hearing this harsh sarcastic voice, Wang Teng turned his head and realized that it turned out to be his college classmate Lin Pinru. Not wanting to argue anything with it, Wang Teng opened his mouth expressionlessly and said, "Yeah, I collect rags. What's the problem?" Lin Pinru smiled contemptuously. "Nothing. It's just that I think people like you are only worthy of collecting rags in this life. Look at the LV bag in my hand. How many years of collecting rags will it take you to buy it?" Wang Teng froze at once. An LV bag collects a few years of rags to buy by himself? Isn't it a matter of minutes? Wang Teng's mind was thinking like this, while Lin Pinru saw Wang Teng's dazed look but thought it was her LV bag that scared him. "Hey, forget it, seeing as we are all classmates. I'll give you this $1,000 watch I just bought. There's no way, this is our gap. I discarded my $1,000 like a shoe, while you have to work your ass off to collect rags for the sake of feeding and clothing 3 times a day." After throwing the watch to Wang Teng, and not caring what his reaction was, Lin Pinru walked away with her head held high like a little swan. Ding! Recycling old and inferior watches. Rewarding a Patek Philippe watch. The Grandmaster chime. The system's long-lost beep also finally sounded. Before Wang Teng could react to this maneuver by Lin Pinru, a piece of Patek Philippe watch. The Grandmaster chime inexplicably appeared in his own hand. Wang Teng spread his hands with a dismayed face. "What kind of thing is this? Mocking me for not being able to afford an LV bag. Turning his hand but gave me a Patek Philippe watch." The Grandmaster chime. "Although I don't know how much this watch is worth, it should be more expensive than any LV bag, right?" Chapter 39. Take money to smash people. Wang Teng opened his cell phone to check how much Patek Philippe watch. The Grandmaster chime. "This check does not matter." Directly the whole person is shocked speech began to stutter. 220 million. 2 billion. It's really a big profit. Thank you, Lin Pinru. You're really a great person. After putting the Patek Philippe watch. The Grandmaster chime on his wrist, Wang Teng carefully admired it and could not help but marvel at its exquisite craftsmanship and appearance. After praising it, he still had to collect rags. After all, collecting rags is the way to become the richest man in the world. Wang Teng collected rags for a while, and after several $100,000 arrived in the account, he also felt a little bit tired, so he decided to go back to his Seaview villa to have a good rest for a while. Driving the limited edition sports car did not take Wang Teng a while to arrive at the Jinghai district. Driving the car to the gate, Wang Teng thought that his door card had not been done. Therefore, he had to wave his hand towards the security room. Coincidentally, the security guard who came over just happened to be the same one who stopped him last time. Before Wang Teng could say anything, this security guard ran all the way to the sports car. "Young Wang, this is the door card for you." Looking at the security guard who was so would-be, Wang Teng couldn't help but say, "You show me your Alipay collection code, I'll give you a tip." After casually giving the security guard a tip of 100,000, Wang Teng also directly drove his car to the downstairs, and after that security guard received the 100,000 yuan tip, his hands were trembling and almost dropped his cell phone on the ground. After all, 100,000 yuan was his nearly 1 year's salary. Also at this time, he swore that in the future, he must serve this young master well. As long as he serves well, is he still afraid of not having tips? Returning to this side, Wang Teng entered the villa, simply drank a bag of milk and took a shower, and his tired body also instructed him to fall onto the bed at once. Looking at the time is still early, only 22:17. Wang Teng casually opened his cell phone and began to browse the news. Drip, drip, Drip. Wang Teng see this is also some angry. The roadside met by chance sarcastic sentence also even if. How this also chased after their own poor chasing not to let go of it. When she was in college, she was the one who led the way in sarcastically criticizing her pentatonic voice. And now she's still like this. She hasn't changed at all. Is tens of thousands of dollars a lot? Aren't tens of thousands of dollars a lot? Do you now collect rags can earn tens of thousands of dollars every day? Wang Teng, your skills haven't seen you get bigger, but your breath has gotten a lot bigger. However, there were also people who were close to Wang Teng who faintly said against the pressure of the crowd, do you guys just know that Wang Teng really didn't earn a lot of money? There were very few voices like this, and it didn't take long for them to be drowned out by even more intense drooling. After everyone had pretty much cracked up, Lin Pinru also said in the group again, saying, isn't it just telling you a fact? What's there to be annoyed about? Looking at the snobbish faces of most of the people in the group, Wang Teng decided not to say anything more. He directly opened the red packet interface, adjusted to the highest amount of 50,000, then set the number of people who could receive it and clicked send. In one breath, he sent a dozen of these red envelopes, until he felt addicted. Then Wang Teng stopped. Chapter 40, Mystery Shop. There were some people who were quick when it came to sneering and even quicker when it came to grabbing red envelopes. Wang Teng really especially wanted to know if they were just as fast when they did certain indescribable things. The red packets were quickly grabbed by the crowd. But after this series of red packet bombardment by Wang Teng, the group also fell into a dead silence. Not a single person opened their mouths to speak. After a while, old Wang, the next door, suddenly stood out and opened his mouth. Let's have a showdown with you guys. When I went to college you guys only knew that my family was rich, but you guys ignored Wang Teng. Wang Teng is actually a rich second generation, due to being tired of growing up with the kind of life where he was clothed, fed and clothed, hiding his identity for so many years just to experience life. And now it's even more so to taste 100 sweet sorrows before going to collect rags. Forget it, that's all I'm going to say. The old king next door was directly repeating what Wang Teng had said to him back then once again. There was another moment of silence. Suddenly one called Big Head Wang typed out a few more lines. I told you that Wang Teng is really rich, right? You guys still don't believe me. Hearing this, many wallflowers, too, began to follow the wind. They typed in succession. Young Teng, I actually saw that you were rich a long time ago. I was just joking with you just now. Tong Xiao, when I was in college I knew that you were a submerged dragon. Ah, in the future you will surely rise to the sky. Do you still remember? We played games together back then and flirted with girls. Tong Xiao, we used to go to the toilet together. You must not have forgotten me. After Wang Teng sent out the red envelopes, some people directly changed their faces and became Wang Teng's licking dogs on the spot. Comfort. The feeling of smashing people with money was really too good. Just as Wang Teng was about to turn off QQ, Lin Pinru suddenly sent a message. Tomorrow at 12 noon, my husband is organizing a class reunion for us at the international chain of Hostelov Hotel. Everyone must come. Especially you, Wang Teng. I must apologize to you properly in front of you tomorrow. Seeing the Hostelov Grand Hotel, Wang Teng instantly laughed out loud. Isn't this the same store we just went to today? What a coincidence. And, apologizing? I almost believed it. It seems like you've thought of every possible way to humiliate me in front of my classmates. Good. Didn't even bother to check the lottery opportunity given by the system. Once he woke up, it was only then that Wang Teng remembered that he had even forgotten about the system draw last night, and his consciousness entered the system's draw wheel. Wang Teng realized that he had 2 lucky draw opportunities, and it was only then that he remembered that yesterday's daily mission also gave him a lucky draw opportunity and a reward for opening some kind of mystery shop. What is the mystery shop? Forget it, let's draw the lottery first. Muttering a sentence, Wang Teng also started to dial the pointer on the raffle wheel. Ding! Thanks for participating. A prompt sound without any emotional fluctuations sounded. Wang Teng was still in a daze, but when he heard this prompt, he directly got up from the bed with a carp. Asterisk 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 what is this? An African refugee? I, Wang Teng, still don't believe in this evil today. I'll smoke again. If you have the ability, you can give me another thank you for participating. After saying this, Wang Teng also dialed the lottery wheel once again. Ding! Thanks for participating. The same system tone, the same one exploded in Wang Teng's ears. Wang Teng was speechless for a while, and then a pig-killing scream erupted. System Dad, I'm wrong, I'm really wrong. I still must believe in the evil that I should believe in from now on. After a bout of howling, Wang Teng also accepted this miserable fate. Right, there's also the mystery shop. Let me see what it is. Don't let me down and on. Wang Teng was a pie-in-the-sky optimist. At this moment, his mind turned, directly skimming over the tragedy just now and putting his attention on the mystery shop. Chapter 41, I want you to collect rags in front of your classmates. With a turn of consciousness, Wang Teng jumped to the system's newly added mystery shop interface, only to see countless items on the mystery shop that were all over the place. Wang Teng casually glanced at them. Truth pill, singing god paste, doctorate in computer science from TN University, commercial street, level breaking pill, stash chi pill, beautiful secretary, general editor of Materia Medica, art of looking and smelling, ghostly shadow steps, littlely flying dagger secret, right and left-handed mutual combat technique, and so on and so forth. The items in the mystery shop, only Wang Teng could not think of. There is nothing that is not in it. Pentatonics had always been a thorn in Wang Teng's heart, so Wang Teng subconsciously glanced at the singing god paste, god of song patch, priced at 1.5 billion. Attaching the god of song patch to any part of your body will allow you to directly become a god of song, obtaining a heavenly voice and becoming proficient in all repertoire. Asterisk 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 1.5 billion. I only have almost 200 million now, right? By the time I save up enough money to be able to afford this, I'm afraid the sea will be dry. Wang Teng wrinkled his brow in disappointment and was about to browse the other items when suddenly a line of small words under the song god post caught his attention. An experience card can be purchased to try it out for a month. Price, 100 million. Wang Teng couldn't help but have a flash of joy in his eyes. He just happened to be able to afford this experience card. Ah, it's not bad to buy one to try. It's also considered to have fulfilled his long-cherished wish for so long. After all, during his college days, Wang Teng often flunked his music class tests, especially in a class competition, because he did not get a good ranking, directly by other students to dump the black pot on himself. Since then, when students saw him, they would coldly call him McBastard. In order to stop people from laughing at him through this incident, Wang Teng practiced hard day and night and enrolled in various music tutoring classes. But in the end, all the teachers said the same thing to him. Don't you try so hard. Give up. Singing requires talent. Some people are born not suitable for singing. And how could the young Wang Teng listen to human words? Deadly tenacious with the idea that my life is my own but not God's. Traveling against the grain. Spring and fall. He insisted for a long time, but finally lost. He was defeated. This memory is like a thorn, engraved in his heart. Thinking back to this, Wang Teng no longer hesitated and directly chose to purchase. Looking at the assets in the bank card that were not even 100 million, Wang Teng said to himself, big deal, be diligent in collecting rags in the future, and you will soon earn it back. Well, we must be diligent in the future. In fact, what Wang Teng said is like saying I must get up early tomorrow, I must go to bed early tomorrow night, and I must do it next time. Purely lying to ourselves. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Singing God Paste 1-month experience card. After Wang Teng successfully consumed, the system's beeps also rang out violently. Wang Teng saw the Song God Paste that had appeared in his hand out of thin air, and he also couldn't wait to stick it directly on his arm. The moment the Singing God Paste was attached to his arm, Wang Teng directly felt various singing techniques surging through his mind, and his voice seemed to have undergone some changes without him realizing it. Feeling this distinct change, Wang Teng was directly overjoyed. Hurriedly opening the music player and turning on the running accompaniment, after a few years, he once again began to try to sing. Speed 70 mph. The mood is free and easy. Hope the end is the Aegean Sea. Running full steam ahead, dreaming on the other side. We want to roam the world. See the miracle in front of us. Waiting for the sunset. Coloring the sky red. Shoulder to shoulder. Make a wish. Running with the wind. Freedom is the way. Chase the power of thunder and lightning. Fill my chest with the vastness of the ocean. Even the smallest sail can sail far. Singing this, the thorn that Wang Teng had once buried deeply in his heart actually disappeared. Stopping his singing, Wang Teng's eyes flashed with unprecedented confidence. I, Wang Teng, will put all the world's rags into the system. Not only will I become the richest man in the world by collecting rags, I will also become the most perfect man in the world. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Don't let the stinky farts out here. It's time to go collect rags. System mission, successfully receive 10 million in rags in front of your classmates at the Hostarov Hotel. The value of special rewards is not included. Mission successful. Reward for the art of looking and hearing. The system directly interrupted Wang's excited and surging speech and released today's daily mission. System, are you damn well teasing me? 2 thank yous for participating is fine. Why do you still want me to collect rags in front of my classmates? Wang Teng could not help but ask. To this question, the system quickly replied him seriously. The sky will come down to the people, must first suffer their will, labor their muscles and bones, starve their body and skin, empty their body, line whisking what they do also, so move the heart to tolerate sex, gain what it cannot. Don't you see? I am exercising you. In the future, there are many things that you still have to do personally. The system revealed an anxious and somewhat hateful tone. Life is like a play. It all depends on the acting. System, You've started to divinely deceive my young mind again. AI. Wang Teng rolled his eyes helplessly. Chapter 42, This is the inferiority of human beings. Grandpa, Grandpa, your grandson called you. Grandpa, Grandpa, your grandson called you. The phone suddenly rang at this time. Wang Teng picked it up and saw that it was the old king next door. The phone was just connected, and old next door king's voice was also immediately transmitted over. Wang Teng, Lin Pinru's boyfriend is not a good guy. They must have already thought of how to mess with you. You go this time. It's just like a sheep into a tiger's mouth. Can you do it? If not, I'll help you finish this. What is a brother? This is a brother. Usually nothing, and you cursed, mouth damage you millions, claiming to see you on the annoying. In times of crisis, not much to say. Only think of helping you through the difficult times. Solve the problem of hardship not to say, the cost not to say, bitter and spicy not to say, just a light sentence will dash off. Buddy now to help you put an end to this. What a short sentence, but how heavy it was. Wang Teng's heart was slightly sour, and after a brief moment of disorientation, he resumed his dangling kind of tone. Old Wang, didn't brother tell you? I am a rich second generation. How do you fertilize things? This is forgotten? Some jumping clowns only can't turn over what wind and waves. You just put your heart safely and securely in the stomach. Hearing Wang Teng's confident words, the old king next door still seems to be a bit uneasy and worried. Why don't you wait for me? Let's go together. Wang Teng guffawed. Really no need. I still have to collect rags in a while. See you later. As soon as the words fell, Wang Teng hung up the phone. After old Wang hung up the phone, he stuck his hands in his pants pockets, his deep eyes gazing into the distance through the floor-to-ceiling windows for a while before he faintly opened his mouth. Lin Pinru, I don't care what your boyfriend actually does, but if you hurt my brother, no matter what it takes, I will definitely make you pay. Looking at the watch, it was already more than 10 o'clock. Wang Teng directly washed up, dented his face in the mirror, and took the sack. Then he hummed a little song that he had never hummed before and walked out of the villa quickly. Boom boom boom. Started the limited edition sports car and flew all the way. Soon Wang Teng arrived at the Hostelov Hotel, casually parking the sports car at a place. Wang Teng then carried the sacks towards the hotel's entrance. Just as he reached the entrance of the hotel, a welcoming lady came forward. First, sir, you are. The words were not yet finished. The other welcome lady couldn't help herself, and nuzzled her mouth to speak, but was stifled by a glare from the welcome lady who walked up and stifled the words that were about to come out of her mouth with great reluctance. Sir, don't be offended. She's new here and doesn't know any better. Yesterday evening I had the honor of seeing you talk to our president, Celia Cruz. Cruz in conversation. You are welcome to visit our hotel again. After saying that, he bent down and made a gesture of invitation to come in. Wang Teng, on the other hand, nodded and quickly walked into the hotel. It was only until Wang Teng's figure disappeared in front of the hotel's entrance that the welcoming lady, who had held her tongue for a long time, couldn't help but open her mouth. Sister Son, why didn't you let me speak just now? How did our hotel allow a rag collector to come in? The welcoming lady called Sister Song touched her chest with palpitations before slowly speaking. Do you realize that you might almost lose this job? Do you know who he is? Even the president, Celia Cruz, is respectful to him, and you, on the other hand, almost stopped him. The welcoming lady who heard these words was also so frightened that her face was dyed like 7 or 8 different colors, a shade of red and a shade of green. Wang Teng, who entered the hall, went to the front desk to inquire about the private room reserved for today's noon class reunion. After the hall manager told him that it was luxury suite number 303, Wang Teng couldn't help but laugh out loud. It seems that this time it's blood money. Under the guidance of the waiter, Wang Teng quickly entered the 303 deluxe suite. Wang Teng, who had just sat down, looked at the pile of fashion magazines and piano scores on the table, and couldn't wait to immediately put them into his sack. But he couldn't. He had to restrain himself, because the task the system gave him was to collect rags in front of everyone. Restraint. Restraint. Hold back a little longer. Wang Teng, you can hold back. For the sake of the lookout technique, Wang Teng was thinking like this in his heart when 3 or 2 people walked in one after another. The few girls who came and looked at Wang Teng's polished, white, and angular face and couldn't help but exclaim, how long has it been since we've seen each other? How did Wang Teng become so handsome? It seems like that what's his name star. I can't name him. Wow wow wow. Really handsome. Just when these people were talking about Wang Teng, suddenly a sharp-eyed girl pointed to the sack containing rags beside Wang Teng. In an instant, all the people revealed a look of contempt, and one by one, they moved farther and farther away from Wang Teng, fearing that Wang Teng's things would dirty them. Perhaps this is the reality of today's society. Some people cold shiver. In the simple campus life, you can find a girlfriend if you are handsome, but to the society you will understand, handsome and cannot replace the rich. You do not have money, women will never look at you. On the contrary, if you have money, even if you look how crooked, there will be a lot of women to stick to you. This is the cruel truth. Last night when they grabbed the red envelopes, one grabbed more than the other happily, and after grabbing them, they all still put on a pleasing face. Now, seeing Wang Teng carrying a broken sack, each one of them changed their face again. I think at this moment their hearts are secretly speculating about how Wang Teng's money came from last night. Is it a loan shark or some other shady way? This is the inferiority of human beings. Chapter 43. You have such heavy dark circles under your eyes. Last night did you go to multiplayer sports? For these odd eyes and disgusting actions of his college classmates, Wang Teng didn't bother with them and directly ignored them. After a while, looking at the people who came were almost there, Wang Teng was directly regardless of the magazines one after another into the sack. Ding! Recycling piano sheet music. Reward wealth plus 50,000. Ding! Recycling loaded men's magazines. Rewarding wealth plus 80,000. Looking at Wang Teng's shabby appearance, the disdain and contempt in the eyes of the crowd not only grew even more. Instead, they inexplicably developed more than a hint of superiority. Wang Teng couldn't care less about them. After sweeping away the magazines and piano scores on the table, subconsciously glancing at the progress bar of the system mission, 175/1000. A long way to go, but there are still a lot of magazines on their table. Wang Teng's eyes rolled around, directly to the magazines on other people's tables. Make way, make way. I'll clean up these rags on the table for you guys before you sit down. Every time Wang Teng walked to a table with the sack, he said a sentence like this and then buried his head and started throwing magazines into the sack. Today is a class reunion. Can you not spoil everyone's mood? If you really want to go collect rags, go outside and collect them. One of Lin Pinru's girlfriends was like a mad Tibetan mastiff, catching Wang Teng and biting him directly. Not enough brains to count? This is your house? Wang Teng just said two sentences indifferently. Then he stopped paying attention and lowered his head to continue throwing large magazines into his sack. Ding! Recycling fashion magazines. Rewarding wealth plus 50,000. Ding! Recycling food magazines. Rewarding wealth plus 80,000. Ding! Mission accomplished. Rewarding the art of looking and sniffing. Hearing this pleasant mission success tone from the system, Wang Teng could not help but be happy. Suddenly a figure walked up to Wang Teng. Yo, isn't this Wang Teng? I thought you didn't dare to come. Oh no, it's not coming. Lin Pinru's voice intentionally increased by a few minutes chanting, and that sentence dare not was obviously said deliberately. You said you would apologize to me. How could I not come? Please start your performance. Wang Teng directly was giving Lin Pinru a downward spiral. Lin Pinru did not answer. Instead, her boyfriend spoke up. I'm Lin Yifan, Pinru's boyfriend. Let's eat first. Let's talk while we eat. This is an international chain of grand hotels. I have a diamond VIP card here. All dishes are 20% off. You must not have eaten any of the dishes here. Just try them today, and I'll be sure to give you a good apology in a while. Lin Yifan pushed the mirror frame and said in a civilized manner. Looking at Lin Yifan's appearance at the moment, Wang Teng could not help but arrive at four big words in his mind. Sven scum. No problem. But I have one thing I want to ask. Why are the dark circles on your eyes so heavy? Did you participate in some multi-person sport last night behind Pinru's back? Wang Teng's tone was more or less filled with some playfulness. When these words came out, Lin Fan's expression flustered for a moment. Then he immediately returned to normal and calmly said, It's probably because I'm tired of working overtime at the company recently. This hint of abnormality was obviously captured by Lin Pinru, so her face also looked a little off. Relax. I'm just casually asking. And also the multiplayer sport I thought was King's Honor 5 rows off. Come. Let's sit down and eat first. Wang Teng greeted warmly. Originally, Lin Yifan was the one who invited them for dinner, but Wang Teng greeted them at this moment. The whole thing seemed as if Wang Teng was the one inviting the dinner today, while he was the one being invited. Looking at the people also almost arrived. People also began to take their seats. Wang Teng naturally sat next to the next door old king and Wang Didao. The other people are also divided into small groups of their own surrounded together. When everyone was seated, Lin Yifan snapped his fingers at the waiter standing on the side. It's time to serve the food. The waiter nodded and left the luxurious private room. Looking at everyone's focus on her boyfriend, Lin Pinru felt a wave of refreshment for no reason, especially in front of so many of her university classmates, displaying her privileged life to an extreme. This feeling was just too good. Chapter 44, I'll give you an extra $1. Do you think it's okay? My boyfriend is the big boss of the Phaeton group, because he has that much influence in society. This hotel just gave him a diamond membership card here so that we can come to such a high-class place to enjoy ourselves for once off. The person who said this was Lin Pinru, her eyes glancing directly to the sky as she said this, her face arrogant to the core. It was as if she was a god in the sky, while the crowd here were all grasshoppers on the ground, unworthy of conversation. When the crowd heard this, they all just smiled slightly. After all, they were already people who had stepped out into society, and they instantly understood Lin Pinru's intention of saying this. It wasn't just to express that Lin Yifan was rich. However, they didn't really care. To be able to eat a meal in a place like Hostelov, which was a lot more impressive than a 5-star hotel. So what's wrong with letting her pretend to be rich? Anyway, they do not lose a piece of meat. They can enjoy enough. In the middle of the conversation, a dazzling variety of world cuisine was set up one after another by the waiter. The tantalizing aroma also makes the crowd cannot help but pick up the chopsticks, began to wolf down the food. As they ate, Lin Pinru spoke up violently. Wang Teng, I'm sorry poking your sore spot, accidentally letting the whole class know that you are a rag collector. Why don't you let my boyfriend introduce you to a job? It's kind of a way for me to express my apologies. Lin Yifan also followed Lin Pinru's words and continued. Yeah, none of them are outsiders. Come work in my company, just clean the bathroom every day. I'll give you 500,000 yuan a month. When Lin Yifan said this, the people around him, although they understood that this was spoofing Wang Teng, they still couldn't help but suck in several mouthfuls of cold air before revealing envious looks. To give someone else a 500,000 yuan salary, then how big a number must his own salary be? Thinking about this, the crowd realized Lin Yifan's power more and more. Mr. Lin, really young and promising. Mr. Lin, is your company still short of toilet sweepers? Let me go too. Sweep wherever you point. Hearing these words of flattery from the crowd, Lin Pinru felt that the vanity within her heart had been satisfied like never before. Inwardly, she secretly said, a group of people who have been mixing for so long are still so poor and sour. They are really the ones who can't help themselves, and they still want to come to my boyfriend's company to work? Want to fart to eat? Is $500,000 a lot? I seem to remember that Wang Teng sent more than a dozen 50,000 red envelopes in the group last night. I don't know if I remembered wrong? Big Head Wang and Old King next door said this in unison as if they had agreed to do so long ago, and then pretended to rub their heads with a bewildered face. Who knows where his money came from? Maybe it is. Wang Teng afterglow swept a glance. In his memory, the woman who said this sentence is called Wang Yafeng, is Lin Pinru's best friend, when the university has always been Lin Pinru's evil henchman. But where Lin Pinru do something, the charge must have him Wang Yafeng. At this moment, these words of reverie must also have gotten Lin Pinru's instructions. Without picking up on this crazy woman's words, Wang Teng did not raise his head and said flatly while pinching vegetables, no need. These three simple words caused Lin Yifan and Lin Pinru to become a little upset, as if they had thrown a hard punch but it hit cotton. They thought that they were looking up to Wang Teng by giving him this position as a favor, and Wang Teng had to accept it, while Wang Teng now dared to reject it, which undoubtedly made them annoyed. This is a job that pays 500,000 per month. If you miss this village, there won't be this store anymore. You mustn't give it up for the sake of that pathetic bit of dignity within yourself. If you weren't my classmate, I wouldn't let my boyfriend pay you such a high salary. You're still living in a rented house. You don't even have a house of your own. How can you afford to give out so many red envelopes? Did you borrow money from old Juan last night just to save face? Lin Pinru hummed faintly and inaudibly, worthy of being raccoons of the same hill. Even Lin Yifan said faintly as if he was educating his juniors. If you agree, you might feel that you can't live with your face, but I still want to tell you, if you don't have the ability or the money you have to put your head down a bit. What's face? When you've gone through a few more years of social polishing and smoothed out your edges, you'll know that we're doing it for your own good. So sweeping toilets is for your own good? Looking at Lin Pinru's incessant chatter, Wang Teng said with a wry smile, how about this? You come and help me collect rags. How about I give you 500,001? I'll give you an extra $1. Do you think it's okay? Chapter 45 The Grandmaster Chime? Without waiting for Lin Pinru and Lin Yifan to open their mouths, Wang Teng rolled up his sleeves again and unobtrusively revealed the Patek Philippe watch, the Grandmaster Chime, on his wrist. Although it was a subtle move, the entire box was immediately a pin drop, and only everyone's ragged gasps could be heard. Everyone looked at Wang Teng with unbelievable eyes. Even though they could not read the goods, they knew that this watch was not ordinary, and must be worth a lot of money. Just a moment ago, when Wang Teng and Lin Pinru disliked each other, people still thought that Wang Teng was unable to swallow the breath in his heart and intentionally said angry words. But now, could it be that he was really a rich second generation who was willing to collect rags? Such thoughts could not help but spread and grow like weeds in everyone's heart. Patek Philippe watch, the Grandmaster Chime? Lin Yifan couldn't help but exclaim out in shock. At the same time, his heart was in turmoil. My goodness, Lin Pinru, what kind of goddess have you? This loser, provoked for me? Patek Philippe watch, the Grandmaster Chime. That is a symbol of identity and status. Although this watch is expensive, it's not so expensive that I can't accept it. However, this watch had long been out of print, and it was impossible to get it without certain channels. Thinking of this, Lin Yifan decided to turn a war into a war. Looks like you have a good eye. This watch was given to me by a friend of mine, Wang Teng said casually as he looked at Lin Yifan's stunned face. Once these words came out, besides being certain that Wang Teng was a second-generation rich man, people couldn't help but blush for their previous stupidity, and at the same time became more elusive about the lives of rich people. Not only that, the surrounding classmates also began to whisper, how come a good class reunion has turned into a pretending conference? It seems like Wang Teng is the real rich second generation. Lin Yifan directly ignored what the crowd was talking about. Ha ha, just now it was my eyes that were clumsy. I said something I shouldn't have said. How about we drink this glass of wine and laugh away our grudges? Lin Yifan raised his glass and looked at Wang Teng with a sincere face. Dissolve what enmity? Delusional. Yifan, we came here today, you promised me to properly humiliate him. How can you forget? At best, it's just a slightly valuable piece of broken watch. How can you go back on what you promised me? Lin Pinru directly was tearing her face off, then leaned her body against Lin Yifan's and rubbed it, looking at him pitifully. The next door old king's violent temper was directly unable to hold back and directly shouted, what a woman! Really didn't have any good intentions. Even though Lin Yifan now knew that the old king next door and Wang Teng was a man of energy, which man could allow his woman to be insulted in front of him? Just as Lin Yifan took a step forward and was ready to open his mouth to punch his face, the black and gold card of the Hostelov Hotel hanging on the waistband of Wang Teng's pants directly blinded his eyes. After a brief moment of disorientation, no one expected it. Lin Yifan, who was supposed to stand up for Lin Pinru, turned around and slapped Lin Pinru fiercely. This slap directly knocked Lin Pinru to the ground, and left a deep red slap mark on his face. As the slap went down, not only was Lin Pinru dumbfounded, even the surrounding students were dumbfounded. How could Lin Pinru not have imagined that Lin Yifan, who was usually so loving and attentive to him, would slap himself? Collapsed on the ground, Lin Pinru covered his face with one hand. His eyes grudgingly looked straight at Lin Yifan, but he could not say a word. At this moment, Lin Yifan did not bother about what state Lin Pinru was in. Instead, he walked to Wang Teng with a flattering face, speaking in a deep voice. He said, since this woman has followed me, she has been spoiled by me to the point where she is not a thing anymore. I am now slapping her as a small lesson. So will you stop bothering with him? If you're not satisfied, why don't I slap her a few more times to relieve your anger? Lin Yifan looked like he was about to hit him. At this moment, the surrounding students could see even if they were stupid, Wang Teng was not someone that Lin Yifan could afford to offend. As for Lin Pinru, who had been lying on the ground for a long time, after receiving a slap, she calmed down a lot and figured out the key to this. But how could she be willing to suffer such humiliation? In just a moment, a scheme surfaced in her mind. Chapter 46, Ancient people do not deceive me. You are rich and powerful, but it's always impossible to change your natural pentatonic voice, right? Just based on this, today, I will be able to fix you up as well. Thinking of this Lin Pinru, there was a hint of cunning that flashed from her eyes, but it quickly disappeared. I have to say, what the ancients said is still quite reasonable. Honestly, it's better to offend a villain than to never offend a woman. Yeah, a creature that bleeds so many days a month. Once she's ruthless, who can resist? Especially a woman who knows your weakness. Wang Teng, I did wrong before. I apologize for my stupid behavior before. Lin Pinru stood up from the ground and looked at Wang Teng with an apologetic face with watery eyes and started a sob. A pitiful person will have a hateful person. So for Lin Pinru in her current state, Wang Teng did not feel any pity. The meal was not very pleasant, yet it took a few hours. In addition, because everyone was focusing on the war of words between Lin Pinru and Wang Teng, they didn't eat too much. The students below the floor looked at this situation at hand, knowing full well that they wouldn't be able to eat the meal, but the kind of pity that flowed out of their eyes was overflowing. After all, it was not a common thing to have a meal in such a place that was quite a bit more extravagant than a five-star hotel. Just when everyone thought that this farce would end unhappily, Lin Pinru's eyes gurgled a few times and suddenly jumped out and said, Wang Teng, do you still remember those days when we sang together in the competition? We trained together, we laughed together, and even though we only ended up with a second place finish, those days were as good for us as we'll ever get back in our lives, right? There's a KTV room right here. Let's relive it together again, okay? Lin Pinru, who had said this, winked at a few more of her girlfriends. After all, they were girlfriends who had been playing together for so long. Even if Lin Pinru farted, they all knew what kind of they were going to pull. Therefore, they quickly read the hidden meaning in Lin Pinru's eyes. Yeah, Wang Teng, those times have always been the best memories in my heart. If there's nothing else to do, why don't we sing together? Wang Teng, You wouldn't have gotten rich and powerful and started to dislike us old classmates, would you? Or playing the emotional card, or moral kidnapping. These people were doing everything they could to make Wang Teng fall into Lin Pinru's trap. No one here did not know Lin Pinru's intention. This was Lin Pinru's yawn plot, but it seemed that Wang Teng was not very good at refusing. You guys know. Well, the old king next door was a straight man, and could not restrain himself from piercing through this thin layer of window paper, because he knew that this matter had always been like a thorn sticking hard in Wang Teng's heart. Just when the old king next door was about to say this out, Wang Teng waved his hand and stopped him. But the old king next door looked at Wang Teng as if he still wanted to say something. Wang Teng once again nodded to the old king next door, signaling him to rest assured, and then smiled faintly at Lin Pinru in a wave. No, wrong, just what I want. Let's go now. If you don't go, you don't go. Lin Pinru just said 4 words before hastily closing her mouth. She rubbed her ears, wanting to prove that she was not mishearing. What did you say? Say it again. I said, not bad, just what I want. Let's go now. Do you hear me clearly this time? Wang Teng calmly said the words out loud again. Lin Pinru was finally sure that she hadn't heard it wrong just now. How is this possible? How could he dare? In Lin Pinru's imagination, Wang Teng's appearance at this moment should be that his shoulders were wobbling, his eyes were lost in thought. He threw his arms around angrily, then left in ashes. But imagination was after all imagination. Only the scene in front of him in the present moment was real. The fact of the moment was that Wang Teng's mouth at the moment was showing a hint of evil smile and was looking at her with a playful face. Unable to withstand the gap between imagination and reality, Lin Pinru's brain lost the ability to control her actions in an instant. Standing motionless like a log, she stared at Wang Teng directly in front of her with 2 dazed eyes. Chapter 47, As long as you move forward in the darkness of the night, the sky will surely light up. Wang Teng did not care at all about what kind of mental state Lin Pinru was in right now, and informed the crowd to stay put and not to move around. After he was going to go to the front desk of the hotel to open a KTV room, then he hurriedly went downstairs. After opening a KTV room with the front desk and communicating with the hall manager for a while, Wang Teng went to the restroom and made 2 phone calls before returning to the private room. He led the students who had been waiting for a long time towards the KTV. Lin Pinru, on the other hand, had been maintaining this state until Lin Yifan tapped her on the shoulder, and only then did she wake up from that state of losing her mind. Looking at the almost empty private room, Lin Pinru slapped the table fiercely and hissed angrily. Later, I'll see how you'll make a fool of yourself and see what tricks you can really pull off. My current singing skills are already at the level of some minor stars. What are you going to fight me with? Thinking of this, Lin Pinru also pulled Lin Yifan to follow the few people streaming at the end. The KTV in Haostrof was huge, and 1 private room was enough to fit all the people. The walls in the private room were not known what material they were made of, but they were bright and shiny, flashing to people's eyes from time to time. Lights of various colors on the roof flickered constantly, bright and dim. Such an atmosphere could barely allow the people who came here to vent their long pent-up frustrations, releasing their own dissatisfaction and entanglements, enjoying the pleasure of being away from the hustle and bustle of life. Wow, this is too luxurious. I haven't come to such a dreamy place in all my life. This is really an eye-opener for me. Only now do I realize that those KTVs I used to go to were some kind of Thai place. Simply a heaven and a hell. Just entering the KTV, people intermittently issued a marvelous sigh. For a while, the sound of laughter, noise, music, all mixed together. Suddenly, a muffled thunderous rumble came from the doorway of the KTV. Since we've come to the KTV, let's sing together the song we sang at the graduation party back then. Days of Beijing East Road. What do you all say? Lin Pinru's afterglow looked at Wang Teng Initiative, who was sitting on the sofa without saying a word, and said, except for a few of Lin Pinru's girlfriends who made a yes sound, the other students did not make a single sound. They are not stupid. Lin Pinru was clearly trying to mess with Wang Teng. How would they be willing to sacrifice their own interests for her and offend Wang Teng for no reason? Besides, what is Wang Teng's status? It was an existence that even Lin Pinru's boyfriend, who had just started out with a bullish face, was kneeling down. How could they dare to mess with it? Therefore, each and every one of them also landed their gazes neatly on Wang Teng's body, waiting for him to speak. As for Wang Teng, who was sitting on the sofa, when he felt this single gaze, he also did not hold back a hard and deep breath. How long has it been? How long has it been before one picks up the microphone and prepares to sing once again? Wang Teng kept asking questions inwardly, but he himself did not have an accurate answer. After all, he had walked alone for a long time during those dark days and hadn't gotten out. Instead, he had gotten lost in it. What was that feeling, you know? It's the darkness of the night, without a single ray of light. You can only insist on walking forward, and you don't know how soon the sky will light up. You don't know how long it will take for the sky to light up, but you know that it always will. So you keep walking. You think as long as you walk on the sky will certainly be bright, but when you walk fearlessly to the best of your ability, exhausted, the sky is still not bright, and ultimately you were swallowed up by the eternal vastness of the night. Even so, your body is swallowed up, but that heart is even more fascinating in the long night. Therefore, after obtaining the Song God sticker from the mystery shop, Wang Teng's endless long night and darkness was also instantly illuminated. I think, in fact, this day is long overdue. Every heart is not willing. Silent efforts should not be let down. Singing again Wang Teng fear? No, he is not at all. On the contrary, he showed a hint of excitement, revealed the kind of calm confidence and if anything, the calmness of the return of the phoenix reborn from the fire. Chapter 48 Hesitate and you will lose. Yeah, let's sing together. Wang Teng shook the microphone in his hand and said indifferently. As soon as these words came out, although a trace of surprise appeared out of the corners of their eyes, the crowd immediately acted. Ding dong, with a somewhat nostalgic, familiar intro ringing out. This chorus of Days of East Beijing Road also began. In the beginning of the beginning, we were all children. The end of the end, longing to become angels. Indicates that the distance from the first floor to the fourth floor turns out to be only 3 years. Indicates the doorman uncle cafeteria ants. Very couple face. All sorts of photos of posters that used to be wildly popular and sell for a few dollars and cents. We put on suits and pretend to grow up film squandering habitual smiley face. One song to go. While the song evoked a lot of longing for those fond memories of college days, but more were surprised by Wang Teng's performance. The eyes of the students were directly as wide as goose eggs, which were filled with shock at Wang Teng. Quite a few of them were directly bursting into foul language. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This was because for the entire song, Wang Teng surprisingly did not show a hint of off-keyness or any other mistakes. On the contrary, his voice was extremely infectious. This would never have happened in the past. But now, this fact was right in front of their eyes. The students could not help but realize that Lin Pinru had been completely crushed in every aspect of her life, and the purpose of the party had not been achieved, but instead, she had spent a lot of money on a humiliating experience. It could be said that it was a case of stealing a chicken but not getting it back. No, this can't be. It must be that the KTV was too noisy, and the chorus was too miscellaneous to cover up his voice. That must be it. Lin Pinru directly applauded Wang Teng after she had brainstormed this picture on her own. Wang Teng, your singing skills are just too high now. I'm really impressed after 3 days of separation. It's no fun to sing dry. Let's add a little color to it, what do you think? Wang Teng stroked his chin and grinned. Go ahead. What kind of lottery? Let's not talk about it first. Isn't it good to leave some suspense for the winner to formulate? Lin Pinru smiled mysteriously, smelling the strong smell of gunpowder. The people around them also began to whisper to each other. Looks like Lin Pinru and Wang Teng are on a collision course today. I wonder who will be the loser today. I think Wang Teng will definitely lose, although he is rich and powerful now. But do you guys know that Lin Pinru won the singing championship in the program Masked Guessing some time ago? Although they were speaking in a very small voice, Wang Teng was already a yellow-ranked expert, and this was naturally heard by him. But the singing champion, what was there to fear? In response to Lin Pinru's provocation, Wang Teng did not hesitate for a second, because he knew that hesitation would result in defeat. The rules of the game are up to you. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Wang Teng casually glanced at Lin Pinru and opened his mouth and said conceitedly, arrogant. I won't bully you either. How about we each pick a song that we are best at? I'm sure everyone can hear if it's good or bad. Lin Pinru said proudly. In terms of singing, Lin Pinru was quite confident. From elementary school to high school, college to society, her road to singing was smooth sailing. Having won numerous awards, both large and small, she was therefore proud. In the face of a former pentatonic invalid, she heartily looked down on. The word failure never flashed in her mind. No matter what Wang Teng sang, she believed that it was impossible to win against herself. And hearing this rule from Lin Pinru, Wang Teng nodded without thinking. Fair enough, you first or me first? Chapter 49 I, Wang Teng, am shameless, but what can you do? I'll go first. I hope you won't be so scared in a while that you don't have the courage to open your mouth. After Lin Pinru said this to Wang Teng, she confidently picked up the microphone and walked to the C position, gently lifting the broken hair beside her ear back. Lin Pinru then slowly said, Today, I'm going to sing a song about the summer wind for everyone. This song is one of my favorites that has accompanied me through long hours, and now I'm giving it to you all. As the applause from the students and the audience gradually stopped, the accompaniment was also played at that moment. This signaled the official start of the song as well, only to see Lin Pinru's red lips lightly rising. The moving song also resounded throughout the box. The summer wind, I'll always remember. Clearly say you love me. I saw your cool smile. There were times when you were shy. The summer wind is blowing warmly, through the hair, through the ears. Summer for you and me. the wind speaks softly. Soon the song came to a close, and Lin Pinru also gradually put the microphone down, and the whole room was silent. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The whole room erupted into a mountainous applause. When this applause fell, many talents said, "This song is so reminiscent. It reminds me of graduation season when I was reluctant to part with my boyfriend. That year, parting in the summer wind. That year, not yet wearing a proper sword, turning around in the Jianghu. Pinu. The song you sang reminds me of my college days when I was hanging out on campus with my first boyfriend. It was such a wonderful time. Once on the playground, my boyfriend blew 2 hot breaths into my ear, through my ear and hair. That would be the time he confessed his love to me, when the breeze was just right. The summer breeze is something I'll always remember. In the wind, he told me firmly that he loved me, and I'll never forget the way he loved me at that time." Listening to the comments of the students around her, watching the students around her resonate so much with the song she sang, Lin Pinru's heart was overjoyed, knowing that this time, she must have gotten it all right. After taking in the crowd's expressions, she then looked at Wang Teng and spoke out the contempt that had long been lurking within her heart. "After listening to my summer wind, do you still want to sing? I'm afraid that if you force yourself to sing, you're a bit of an ant and out of your depth. With all due respect, although this song of yours contains a little bit of emotion, and the technique has been utilized a few times, but in my eyes it can only be full of holes. Not even average." Wang Teng commented expressionlessly. It really wasn't that Wang Teng was pretending or maliciously commenting on Lin Pinru. It was really because Wang Teng's current musical attainments were too high. After comprehending the skills and insights of all the world's music masters at once, then his eyesight could be imagined to be so high. The song that Lin Pinru sang might be considered as Yangchen Beiju in the eyes of herself and this group of classmates, but in Wang Teng's eyes, to be honest, it could not even be considered a fart. "Wang Teng, can you have some face? That's something you can even say. Have you forgotten your music level in college? You didn't ask me for advice back then, did you?" Lin Pinru was directly tearing open Wang Teng's scar and said in annoyance, "Well, I, Wang Teng, am shameless, but what can you do? Incompetent and barking mad? Or furious?" Wang Teng was emboldened and pressed Lin Pinru. Hearing this, Lin Pinru was directly furious. As for Lin Yifan on the side, when he saw Lin Pinru's dying look, he directly twisted his head to the side, not uttering a word. Yes, what can one do? Even his own boyfriend did not dare to offend him, let alone himself. Although she knew that her arm could not resist her thigh, Lin Pinru still calmed her heart that was about to explode and said indifferently, "So do you dare to sing? Or maybe just admit defeat and honor the bet?" It wasn't hard to imagine that these 2 sentences were Lin Pinru's last killer move to reclaim her dignity, and also her last card. Chapter 50, Don't Wake Up Alone. This matter of shattering one's last bit of fantasy is really cruel. Wang Teng inscrutably said such a sentence before picking up the microphone and walking to the center of the KTV. When Wang Teng stood there, a transcendent aura was directly attached to his body. The crowd who saw Wang Teng in the C-seat were especially curious to know what kind of song Wang Teng would actually choose at this moment. Under the anticipation of the crowd's attention, Wang Teng slowly opened his mouth. "The song I'm going to sing for everyone is called Ideal 30 Years. This song has this more intellectual interpretation. 30 years lost to the ideal of youthful frivolity. The second decade is lost to the love of youthful ignorance. 30 years lost to the vicissitudes of helpless reality. Next, please feel the feelings in this song." Only Wang Teng was seen picking up the microphone and singing. "Youth is drunk again. Unknown why. Wasting away by playfulness. Gathering and dispersing generously. Toss and turn but can't go. The right station." When these lines came out, the students directly sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of divine tone is this? Every line knocks straight into my heart. Ah. So handsome, too handsome. Wang Teng continued to sing. "If drifting is growing up, a necessary road sign, you're lost in the waking years, that barren future. Like unfruitful love in the season of regret, soiling every page of poetry, kiss the most painful confession." As Wang Teng's song continued, the crowd then realized that they had many more images of themselves in their minds. "Why don't you newbie know anything at all? Can you have some eyesight? Why don't you come over here and help give us a hand? You stinking water delivery guy, stay away from me, will you? Your body always smells like sweat, and you almost smoked me to death. If you stink like that next time, I'll report you directly. Can you be more understanding? Can you be more mature? Just for such a small thing you are arguing and quarreling with me and breaking up with me. How do you expect me to put up with this bad temper of yours? My childhood self. Mom, I have no money. Give me more. My current self. Mom, I still have a lot of money, actually still don't have any. Don't need to give me any more." Hiss. There seemed to be teardrops in the eyes of the crowd at this point. Wang Teng's song still did not stop, and the sound of the wind blowing here. There is no longer any need to let go. Just grow old. Don't wake up alone. the departure you longed for, just nowhere to stop. Boom, boom, boom. The whole room erupted into a huge commotion. The song Ideal 30 spoke to the hearts of most of them, to their change from uneducated to mature. It spoke of the loneliness, helplessness, and confusion they felt on the nights they broke down. Don't wake up alone. Especially this line, sung without any emotion, but also brings a kind of calmness that can only be possessed after experiencing thousands of mountains. When the song ended, some people were still enjoying what the song conveyed with their eyes closed, while others were already unable to stop themselves from shouting wildly. This is simply heavenly music. I can't believe that someone can actually sing this song like this. I really want to record it and take it home to play it on a single song loop. I recorded a part of it. Is there anyone who wants to pay for it? This song has completely sunk me in. It's heartwarming. When Lin Pinru saw this scene, her entire face directly turned red. At this moment, she was really about to go crazy. Wang Teng gently put the index finger of his left hand in front of his mouth and made a sh sound, signaling everyone to be quiet. In an instant, the surrounding silence was incomparable. Chapter 51, Playing a Game? Wang Teng smiled and glanced at the crowd before he calmly said, "This song, a tribute to our damn ideals." As soon as these words came out, thunderous applause once again resounded around them. There were also millions of emotions remaining in their hearts at this moment. At that time, I didn't know the meaning of the song, but when I listened to it again, I'm already the person in the song. When I look back, the person is in the end of the lights. Yes, civilians are fighting for their lives, and the ideal is to leave home. Damn it, Lin Pinru, isn't it time to honor our bet? When the people's applause slowly stopped, Wang Teng shrugged and said to Lin Pinru, "Go ahead." Lin Pinru said softly as if she had been drained of all her strength. "Just now I was going to directly bankrupt your boyfriend's company, but I thought, I can't be so desperate. I have to give you guys a chance, so I got an idea. Let's play a fun game. Let's see if there's true love between you guys or not." Hiss. Hearing Wang Teng's words, the surrounding peoples not only sucked in a mouthful of cold air, even the expressions on their faces were wonderful, and Wang Teng continued to say, nonchalantly, "Let me explain the rules of this game to you guys. You and your boyfriend turn your backs to each other and type out two of the words agree or refuse on your cell phone keyboard. If both type yes, I'll immediately bankrupt Phaeton Group. If both type the word no, I will give up the idea of putting Phaeton out of business. And if one type the word agree and the other type the word reject, although I will also bankrupt the Phaeton Group, I will give the person who typed the word agree $500 million. What do you guys think of this game? Also, don't doubt that I have the ability to make the Phaeton Group go bankrupt. Oh, the matter of singing and placing bets originally had nothing to do with Lin Yifan. It was none of his business at all, but now it had somehow implicated him. At this moment, Lin Yifan could be said to be crying without tears. As for Lin Pinru, when she heard Wang Teng's words, she laughed and almost left 2 lines of tears. "Yifan, did you hear that? He actually said that he's going to bankrupt your Huating Group." What a laugh! Lin Yifan, who heard this, was unable to laugh, because he knew how rare it was to have a limited edition black gold card of the Hostelov Hotel, and all of these people were not famous people in the world. Looking at the silent Lin Yifan, and then at Lin Pinru, who was confused at this moment, Wang Teng said faintly, "Do you know why Lin Yifan remains silent? Because he knows that what I said is true. Simply because of this limited edition black gold card on my waist. So what if it's a limited edition black and gold card? My boyfriend's Phaeton Group is also very powerful, so how could it be put out of business by a single word from you?" "Right, Yifan," Lin Pinru said as she looked at Lin Yifan unwillingly. Seeing the expectant look cast by Lin Pinru, Lin Yifan's confidence that had been washed away by the black gold card was rebuilt. "Yes, what am I afraid of? Although my Huating Group isn't big, it's impossible for it to be brought down by a single word from him, right? Even if I have the black gold card, one word can bankrupt me? How is that possible? I, Lin Yifan, am not intimidated either. Ignore him, let's go." Pinru. Lin Yifan decided not to bother with Wang Teng anymore and left directly. "Sure you don't want to wait 5 minutes before deciding whether to leave or not? Otherwise you guys will definitely regret it," Wang Teng said to Lin Yifan and Lin Pinru with certainty and tapped his own cell phone to send 2 messages. "So what if I wait for you for 10 minutes? Ha 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 ha. Really, the wind is not afraid of flashing your tongue. 5 minutes let me go bankrupt. I'll give you 82 points for this pussy, and send you the rest in the form of 666. Lin Yifan wrapped his hands around his chest and looked at Wang Teng like he was watching a joke. The different heights he was at also determined that Lin Yifan's eyesight was only so small. He still didn't believe from the bottom of his heart that he had such a big company that he could go bankrupt with a casual word, even if he had the black gold card of this. "It's been almost 4 minutes with nothing moving. Forget it, my time is precious. I'll leave first." Lin Yifan laughed contemptuously, then prepared to pull Lin Pinru out of the KTV. Just the moment they had just raised their legs, a bell rang sharply. Chapter 52, Killing to Kill. Lin Yifan had just picked up the phone when a rough voice entered his ears. Hey, Lin Yifan, right? This project we're in the middle of can't be done. The liquidated damages will be paid directly to you. Our cooperation is now terminated immediately. Lin Yifan still wanted to ask why, but he didn't have a chance, because the phone directly was hung up. It's just a coincidence. It must be a coincidence. As he said this, Lin Yifan's voice had begun to tremble. Suddenly, another phone rang, and after Lin Yifan answered it, the other party also hung up immediately after expressing their intention to discontinue the cooperation. Next, Lin Yifan's cell phone was directly ringing non-stop. Almost all the customers who had a relationship with Huaiden Group, all of them called and terminated the cooperation with his company. Now, Lin Yifan really knew that he was in trouble, and had offended people he shouldn't have offended. Only to see Lin Yifan plop kneeling on the ground, he muttered, "Heaven's sins can be forgiven, but self-inflicted sins can't be lived." At this moment, Lin Yifan looked depressed. His eyes were empty and lifeless, like he had aged several years. When Lin Pinru saw Lin Yifan in this state, his legs were also weak and he directly fell down and sat on the corner behind him. "So are you guys considering playing this game with me now?" Wang Teng suddenly spoke out, looking down faintly at Lin Yifan, who was already gloomy underground. In fact, sometimes having hope was precisely more despairing than having no hope at all. Just like at this moment, as the saying goes, those in authority are lost and those on the sidelines are clear. Lin Yifan and Lin Pinru did not notice anything at all, but four big words surfaced in the hearts of all the other students in an instant. Killing to kill. Lin Yifan and Lin Pinru, on the other hand, were all nodding frantically as if they had grabbed the last straw. I'll play, I'll play, I'll play. Very well, then the game begins. The corner of Wang Teng's mouth hooked up with a smile if nothing else. When we were very young, the ancients had told us that husband and wife were originally birds in the same forest, but they flew apart in times of trouble. Very naturally, the hearts of the two people sitting back to back at this moment were not without all sorts of thoughts, as they both wanted to maximize their own interests. The most beautiful thing in this world is the human heart, and the most terrible is also the human heart. At this moment they are experiencing such a test of human nature. Only if they trust each other completely can they pass this test. But is it easy to trust each other completely? The answer is of course no. This game can be said to show the weakness of human nature to the fullest. Why? Let's imagine which two words the two of them actually play to maximize their personal benefits. First of all, the two do not know each other's choices due to their backs being against each other, and assuming that even if they could talk, they still might not be able to be fully confident that the other would not backtrack. Therefore, in terms of individual rational choice, the possibility of maximizing one's personal benefit by typing the word agree is undoubtedly the greatest. If both of them are intent on maximizing profits, then their rational thinking will lead them to the same conclusion. That is, they will type the word consent. But if they trust to the extreme, both play the word refused, is completely won the game. Of course all of the above is a purely rational thinking. In the eyes of many other students, this time may have passed very quickly, but in the hearts of the two men at war, this time was as fast as years. But no matter how torturous this time was, the duo still made a choice. Come on, please turn your cell phones over and let me see which two words you typed. Wang Teng touched his nose and calmly said to the duo, under the compulsion of the eyes of the crowd who also desperately wanted to know the answer in a 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The duo also finally flipped their cell phones over, exposing the two typed words to the sight of the crowd. In this instant, the two people actually looked at each other's cell phones at the same time. Chapter 53, 1,000 cups of wine for a friend. This look does not matter. The two people were directly like gangsters and hooligans wrestling together. They were grabbing their hair, punching and kicking each other. The mouth also constantly abused each other. The cell phone that was thrown on the ground by the two people can be seen vaguely, typing out the word consent. Never test humanity. Such a sigh suddenly came from the crowd. When you gaze into the abyss is also gazing into you. Big Head Wang said in a low voice. AI. Many people couldn't help but let out a sigh when they saw this farce come to an end in such a manner. This is really something I can't help. This is your own choice. Looking at the duo who were twisting and fighting on the ground like madmen, Wang Teng helplessly spread his hands and then picked up the sack and called up the next door Lao Wang and Wang Didao to prepare to leave the hotel. Just when he was about to step out of the door of the KTV, he suddenly turned his head and looked at the many classmates who were upset and said, I'll fully cover all of your spending at the Hostarov Hotel today. Play to your heart's content. We'll see you again sometime soon. The backs of Wang Teng's group disappeared in the crowd's line of sight. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't fool the youth. Who would have thought that a poor bastard who was a pentatonic in school back then would be an all-around high achiever? After Wang Teng left, a person couldn't help but let out such an exclamation. Wang Teng, who walked out of the Hayastalov hotel, looked at these two good brothers in college beside him and cannot help but shouted, "Just ate in that really not addictive. Go, roadside barbecue stall whole point?" Wang Teng or that Wang Teng, he or him, so long has not changed. Thinking of this, two people cannot help but like in college, gently hammered 2 punches to Wang Teng's chest, and then cocked his eyebrows and said, "Hurry up, go you." The three of them casually found a barbecue stall by the roadside and ate, drinking and talking to each other. After a few bottles of wine, it was like everyone's conversation box was directly opened. "Right, big head, it's been so long since graduation. What are you doing?" The old king next door took the lead in launching a question to Wang Daodu. "Hey, it's hard, you two know. I loved playing King's Honor when I was in college, and my skills were so high that I participated in the city tournament and won the championship. So the idea of going to play professionally to win the championship was born. So after graduation, also with 4 good buddies who also have professional dreams, joined the GS team and played professionally for a long time. But, often by the coach arranged on the bench, and their own age, sometimes also torn in the end still playing. But there is always a voice in the bottom of my heart that tells me, hold on a little longer, hold on a little longer. You will definitely succeed." Big Head Wang bitterly said these experiences of his, and then drank another half bottle of mulled wine alone. Wang Teng and the old king next door listened to Big Head Wang's story. They also couldn't help but pat him on the shoulder. "Good brother, we believe in you. You will definitely succeed. If you encounter difficulties, don't be embarrassed to open your mouth with us. We are always there." After that, Big Head Wang and the old king next door teamed up again and started to tease Wang Teng, calling out that his identity as a second-generation rich man had been hidden for so long and had not been discovered. But how could they know that the second-generation rich man was just a front that Wang Teng had made up after obtaining the system? After that, the three of them chatted about the things that happened in the university and those ignorant love in their youth. The three of them talked about the things in the university and the ignorant love in the youth. "The first thing you need to do is to get a good deal on your own. Dozens of bottles of beer will go down." The three of them are not a little drunk, but one by one hiccups. "See, has been more than 9 o'clock in the evening." The three agreed to get drunk next time. Is also scattered and went. Looking at the hazy scenery under the shroud of night, Wang Teng decided to take a walk and enjoy the night scenery before going home. Wang Teng was walking along the street when suddenly, a scream came from the next alley. Chapter 54, My brother is really righteous. What kind of sin am I creating? I picked up this bag without even glancing at it, and have been waiting for the owner to come over. I really only picked up this $300,000. The remaining $50,000 I really didn't see. A nearly old scavenging old man with a sad face breathlessly uttered these words. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. My bag clearly contained $350,000. How come there's $300,000 left if you didn't take it? A group of punks with dyed yellow hair, green hair, purple hair and other various colors actually said this sentence with a loud voice. I think you guys are the ones who are farting. What kind of robber baron logic are you guys using? According to me, this old man found $300,000 and you guys lost $350,000. That means the money is not yours. With a nosy, oh no, chivalrous heart, Wang Teng also stood out, like a chivalrous man who sees injustice and pulls out his sword to help, and speaks out for justice. Looking at this young man who suddenly appeared to speak for himself, the old man also showed a look of gratitude. I advise you not to mind your own business. Feel free to ask around. In this street, who doesn't sell my brother Crowsome Face? A person who was about 1 meter 8 in height, painted with tattoos, had angled bangs, long blonde hair, and sunglasses, put on a fierce look at Wang Teng. This person was called Brother Crow and was also the boss of this gang of punks. Sorry, I don't really recognize it. I'm in a good mood today. I don't want to get my hands dirty. You guys get lost. Wang Teng glanced at the 10 or so punks and said indifferently, ha 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 ha, who do you think you are? Still don't want to get your hands dirty? Not afraid to laugh our teeth off? After saying this, the gang of punks laughed and couldn't catch their breath. Me? I'm your dad. Sons. Wang Teng opened his mouth without thinking for half a minute more. Grass. I think you are impatient to live. At the same time the voice rang out. Brother Crow was carrying a beer bottle in one hand directly towards Wang Teng's head. Don't, young man, run, the old man shouted while trying to hold Crow's legs. But, in the end, it was a step too slow. Seeing that the beer bottle was about to land on Wang Teng's head, thinking about the scene after this, the old man also closed his eyes in intolerance. It was only when he heard the sound of the beer bottle breaking that the old man slowly opened his eyes. But the imagined scene didn't happen. Instead, the man who called himself Brother Crow suspended his right hand high in the air and didn't move. What's going on here? That's a joke. An ordinary punk dares to take on a yellow-ranked expert? The moment the beer bottle was about to hit his head, Wang Teng directly threw a punch. This punch went. The beer bottle cracked on the spot. Of course, not only the beer bottle cracked, Even Brother Crow himself also cracked on the spot. But this punch not only didn't scare Brother Crow, instead, it aroused his ferocity. Brother Crow swallowed the saliva in his mouth fiercely before he said coldly, asterisk 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 brothers, let's go together. Let's beat this son of A to death today. If we can't beat him, I'll take his name today. Here this small punk's eye with a little fierce outflow, picked up the hands of the guy, issued a burst of roar, 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 to bolster their courage. Then they made a gesture to Wang Teng and rushed up, listening to the gallant voice behind him. Brother Crow was also full of bravado at this moment. He took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, and while taking cigarettes from it, he looked at Wang Teng smugly and said, now kneel down and shine my shoes, then leave that watch on your arm, and you can go. Looks like you still can't tell the difference between forms now. Young man, you twist your head back and look. Wang Teng stroked his chin and teasingly looked at Brother Crow. Seeing Wang Teng's expression, Brother Crow also unconsciously twisted his head back. Asterisk 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 asterisk. My brother is so righteous. Brother Crow directly was unable to hold back his foul mouth. He hadn't thought about it at all. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Aside from a sluggish cold wind blowing by, there was no one behind him. It had to be said that this group of juniors were really more jittery than one another. Seeing their boss run away, not only did they not swarm up in a fervor, on the contrary, they directly played a wave of acting, and ran away in ashes. Chapter 55, Big Brother, come, I'll light a fire for you. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A bunch of, what a buddy, why don't you guys run away when I usually take you guys to a nightclub? Brother Crow indignantly cursed again. When Brother Crow was opening his mouth to scold his gang of so-called buddies, Wang Teng also took a step towards him. Looking at Wang Teng who was walking towards him, Brother Crow froze for a moment and hurriedly handed Wang Teng the cigarette in his hand and pulled out the lighter from his pocket and said, Big brother, come, let me light a fire for you. What a living treasure. But how can you bully an old man, and use such Thai tactics? Are you still a human being? Wang Teng took a drag on his cigarette and exhaled another large smoke ring into Brother Crow's face, slowly saying, I'm really not a thing. I'm really not a thing. Big brother, I'm sorry, I won't dare to do it again. I purely watched too many movies before I did such a stupid thing. I promise I won't do such a thing in the future. Just release me, like a fart, okay? Brother Crow slapped himself while staring at Wang Teng with tears in his voice and said, Don't talk to me? If you want to talk, go talk to this old man. If he forgives you, I will let you go. Wang Teng snorted coldly. Just after Wang Teng's words came out, Brother Crow then turned his eyes away, and as soon as the old uncle saw Brother Crow's begging gaze, his heart softened, and he directly waved his hand. And, it's good to settle this matter. Let him go, don't make any more trouble. Seeing that the old man was also unwilling to pursue the matter, so Wang Teng turned to Brother Crow and faintly said, Scram! As soon as these words came out, Brother Crow was about to leave as if he was amnestied. At this time, Wang Teng grabbed Brother Crow's collar and lifted him up in the air, staring at him with fierce eyes and said indifferently, I said roll, not go. Can't you understand human language? Lifted in the air. Brother Crow immediately nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. And, understood, I will roll now. Wang Teng nodded with satisfaction and released his hand, only to hear a bam. Brother Crow directly fell to the ground. When Brother Crow touched the ground, it was as if he had been given a new lease of life, like a fish in water, and immediately began to roll, until the figure of Brother Crow disappeared from the sight of the old uncle and Wang Teng. Wang Teng then helped the old uncle up. Slowly, he said, Are you alright? Seeing that the youngster in front of him had helped himself out of trouble and was still unharmed, the old man's eyebrows couldn't help but stretch out as he looked at Wang Teng and said sincerely, Little fellow, thank you, I'm fine, it's these several bags of my rags. Hey! And Wang Teng rubbed his hands together and looked at the old man's rags like he was staring at a naked stunning beauty and said, Grandpa, it doesn't matter, I am also a rag collector. Sell your rags to me, okay? Looking at the old man not saying anything, Wang Teng thought that the old man was afraid that his price was low, and hurriedly said, I'll give you a higher price. In fact, the old man did not think the price was low. The old man just saw that the young man with such a high force value was actually a rag collector like himself, and he could not help but get lost in thought for a moment. Only then did the old man, who had come back to his senses, hastily say, Young man, don't misunderstand, you saved me, I gave you these rags, how can I still have the honor to charge you? If you need it, I'll give it all to you. Although I'm not very educated, I know that the kindness of a drop of water should be repaid by the spring. Hearing the old man's words, Wang Teng could not help but want to give himself a few big slaps. It seems that he was treating the gentleman's heart with a small man's heart. Thinking carefully about this, Wang Teng could not help but feel even more ashamed. Chapter 56, Though poor, but not short on ambition. Old uncle, This cannot be allowed. This is the fruit of your labor that you have worked so hard for a long time. Wang Teng couldn't help but say, if you give me money for this rag, I will die or throw it outside. I won't give it to you, although I am poor, but my will is not short. You see to it. The old man's stubbornness came up all of a sudden, and he was directly giving Wang Teng a bad face. Seeing this determined look of the old man, Wang Teng decided not to insist any longer and agreed to what the old man said, and then frantically loaded the rags into his sack. Ding! Recycling old clothes. Rewarding wealth plus 10,000. Ding! Recycling worn-out water bottles. Reward wealth plus 10,000. Ding! Recycle a full bottle of expired Yunnan Baiyao. Reward wealth plus 30,000. Looking at the bottle full but in used Yunnan Baiyao, Wang Teng couldn't help but think of the time when he practiced Matty's dry jump shot, Kobe's backward jump shot, Iverson's crossover, and Irving's pull-up shot in college, and was often injured. The company has a lot of people who are interested in the company's products and services, but they are also interested in the company's products and services. Just a little thought about these past events. Wang Teng will continue to start recycling rags. Ding! Recycling a broken flower pot. Rewarding wealth plus 30,000. In just a moment's effort, Wang Teng had loaded all the rags into his sack. Although there are no special rewards, it's excellent to have harvested so much money. Thinking about this in his heart, Wang Teng couldn't help but become all smiles. Seeing that Wang Teng was so happy even when collecting rags, the old man also had mixed feelings in his heart. Remembering some of his own muddled behavior when he was young, he couldn't help but open his mouth. Young man, let me say something. Don't be offended if I have offended you. While you are young, learn a few more crafts. Collecting rags, there is no future. I think I was not learning things properly. No skill to hold, only to end up in this situation now. Hearing this bitter words from the old man, Wang Teng also uttered his classic quotes once again. Grandpa, putting aside this sack, simply speaking, do I look like a rag collector to you? Only after hearing these words did the old man carefully and meticulously survey Wang Teng from top to bottom. After looking at Wang Teng's proper features, white skin, deep eyes, and dark clean hair, the old man immediately was subconsciously shaking his head. It's true that I'm not a rag collector. I'm actually a rich second generation, but that kind of tedious, boring rich man's life I really can't stand. So I came to collect rags to experience a fresh life and use this matter to cultivate and sharpen my mind. Wang Teng, who said this for the nth time, was not only more light-hearted, but even had an additional fluttering melancholic temperament on his body. The old man who heard this was shocked and almost had his jaw dropped, scratching his head in confusion, indicating that he did not understand. Next, Wang Teng and the old man casually exchanged a few words and learned that his home was nearby. So Wang Teng first sent the old man back home before driving back to his Seaview villa again. Returning home, Wang Teng was directly lying on his bed looking at the results of his efforts for so many days. Host, Wang Teng. Face value, so much more handsome than an ordinary person. Wealth 0, 9 billion. Force, yellow rank. Skill, world-class piano master. The art of looking and hearing. Luck, 3. Education, Doctor of Literature from Kyoto University. Weapon, bronze megaphone. Singing god sticker, experience card. Summary, still getting by? Looking at this attribute panel given by the system panel, Wang Teng directly was ignoring the comment on the item of face value, as he knew that the system could not say anything good. Looking downwards, Wang Teng could not help but smash his mouth. Skills are profitable, but I can't give up my job. AI, there is only 0.9 billion left. Wang Teng, you are really a big pauper. You must start collecting rags from tomorrow or you will be farther and farther away from being the richest man in the world. Before Wang Teng could finish his sighing words, he was interrupted by the system's beep. Ding! The daily rewarded lottery opportunity has arrived. Chapter 57, Drawing Dragon Commercial Street. Hearing this cold voice, Wang Teng realized that it was already 12 o'clock. Wang Teng quickly opened the familiar lottery interface and looked at the huge lottery wheel. Then he put his hands together and silently recited, System ah system, Dad is now on his knees begging you, give me a big win. Yesterday, I already won 2 consecutive thank yous for participating. I can't do it today, can I? Also, I'm a good person who does good things every day, so just praise me and give me a good thing to draw. After saying this, Wang Teng directly was toggling the pointer of the lottery wheel and raised both his hands and feet up, like a special prayer ceremony. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained the extreme reward Dragon Teng Commercial Street Freehold. The system's beep directly came to Wang Teng's ears very quickly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Dragon Teng Commercial Street? I'm dropping a good boyo. Now, this is mine? Isn't this me getting rich? Could it really be that I've done too many good things recently that touched the system? Wang Teng pounded the bed like crazy, one after another, as a way to express his excitement at this moment. It was no wonder that Wang Teng was like this. although Wang Teng's mind had matured quite a bit after getting the system. But, what is Dragon Commercial Street? Dragon Teng Commercial Street was one of the most famous commercial streets in Tianmen City. Whoever comes to Tianmen City doesn't go around here, and it covers an area of 150,000 square meters. There are numerous stores, restaurants, service stores, and so on and so forth. And every piece of land is an inch of gold. And it said that the rent for just any store is at least tens of thousands of dollars a month. It was no exaggeration to say that collecting a year's rent alone would allow several generations of an ordinary family to go and squander at will. Grandpa, your grandson is calling you. Grandpa, your grandson called you. When Wang Teng's divine thoughts were hovering in joy, a sudden cell phone ringing interrupted Wang Teng's reverie. Wang Teng didn't think about who it was and directly picked up the phone. Hello, you are Wang Teng, Mr. Wang, right? A calm middle-aged man's voice came over. Yes, it's me. Can I help you? Wang Teng subconsciously asked back. It's really presumptuous to disturb me late at night, but the matter is so important that I have to make this call to you. Please forgive me. I am the chief property manager of Dragon Teng Commercial Street. My name is Li Dalong. Regarding the transfer of the property rights of Dragon Teng Commercial Street, as well as this quarter's rent, I need you to come and sign for it. Can you come over tomorrow morning? This kind brother called Li Dalong directly said such a long paragraph in one breath, and then took a rough breath and waited for Wang Teng's response. Alright, I will go over if I have time. If there's no time, I'll call back to arrange what you'll do. That's it. Wang Teng quickly finished these words and hung up the phone. This system is so efficient, isn't it? It's simply divine. I was just worried about the legality of the procedures of the commercial street, but I didn't expect that it was directly arranging it all for me. Wang Teng said with a hint of surprise as he lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. After saying this, Wang Teng felt a burst of irresistible sleepiness, and after briefly making a plan to go to Dragon Teng Mansion tomorrow, he also fell back to sleep. That being said, Li Dalong, who was on the other end of the phone, was continuously sucking in cold air and couldn't sleep anymore. Taking over Dragon Teng Commercial Street, such a big place, and the tone is actually so calm? Let him come to sign the agreement. Come to collect money. He actually said may come may not come? Look at the information shows that is so young. What exactly is his background? Too scary. It won't be the sons of those big families in Kyoto, right? Hey, I don't know if the new boss is good at talking. Can I still keep my position? Sitting in front of the computer desk, Li Dalong couldn't help but let out countless sighs. There are many things in life like this. Some people are happy. Naturally some people are sad. Tonight, there was nothing different for Wang Teng, but for Li Dalong, it was destined to be a sleepless night. Chapter 58 Dragon Mansion. The sun was shining at three poles. Wang Teng finally opened his eyes in a daze and rubbed his eyes with his fists, followed by a big yawn. Getting up and washing up, he had another simple breakfast. Only then did Wang Teng leisurely ask, System, what is today's mission? Hey, System, are you there? Why don't you say something? I'm crying. Good brother, can you say something? After another while, the System finally spoke back. Today is the weekend. There are no daily tasks. Hearing this, Wang Teng directly stuffed his hand into his mouth and took a hard bite before he said in disbelief, there's this kind of operation? After accepting this fact, Wang Teng, who was speechless for a while, was also planning to go to the Dragon Group to take over the commercial street that belonged to him. Wang Teng walked out of the house. Originally wanted to drive the limited edition sports car to Dragon Teng Mansion, but after coming to the limited edition sports car and taking a look, he couldn't help but say, if only there was a motorcycle. This broken sports car is damn tired of driving. It's not as interesting as walking. Well, it's so happily decided. Take time to buy a motorcycle this afternoon. After saying this, Wang Teng also foolishly kicked the limited edition sports car twice before turning to leave. Walking out of the neighborhood, Wang Teng took a taxi and went straight to Dragon Teng Commercial Street. In a short while, Wang Teng arrived at the foot of Dragon Teng Mansion. Wang Teng got out of the car and looked up at this Dragon Teng Mansion. Dragon Teng Mansion was located at the top center of the entire commercial street, while the top of the building was hidden, as if it was in the clouds, but also as if it was in the fog. There was an extremely mysterious feeling, so much so that Wang Teng could not see at a glance just how high this Dragon Teng Mansion was, worthy of being the iconic building of Tianmen City. It's just domineering, but it will soon be mine. Wang Teng murmured softly. Why has this youngster gone silly and started talking crazy? How come he's like this at such a young age? A cleaning lady seemed to have heard Wang Teng's muttering and sighed helplessly. Although Wang Teng heard the aunt's muttering, he did not say anything, but opened his legs and walked towards the main door of Dragon Teng Mansion. A huge red carpet was spread in front of the main gate of Dragon Teng Mansion, and on the left and right sides of the red carpet stood 8 security guards with introspective looks. straight legs, and bodies full of explosive power. Looking at these 8 security guards, Wang Teng could not help but open his mouth inwardly. Worthy of being Dragon Tang Mansion, 8 security guards, actually all of them are practiced, and they are already close to having the strength of a Hotian expert. The strength of these people can be said to be a sweeping existence among ordinary people. Although with Wang Teng's strength as a yellow-ranked expert, even if he broke in front of these 8 security guards, it would not be a problem. However, in order not to make these unnecessary troubles, Wang Teng still decided to make a call to Li DeLong. After 2 ticks, the phone was quickly connected. Hey, it's DeLong, right? I'm now downstairs in Dragon Tang Mansion. Why don't you come down and pick me up? I'm wearing a flower shirt and flower shorts. Okay, you wait a moment, I'll come down to pick you up. Just after saying this, Li DeLong was also in a hurry to organize the documents that will be used later, and then hurriedly went downstairs. The employees in the Dragon Totem Mansion were like seeing ghosts when they saw this rampant behavior of Li DeLong. After all, a big brother of Li DeLong's level is always unchanged. But what they didn't know was that the current Li DeLong was bent on leaving a very good first impression in front of his new boss. This was a crucial step that could determine his future direction. Wang Teng did not know what Li DeLong thought. He hung up the phone and prepared to use this moment to see if there were any rags to collect in the neighborhood. When suddenly, 2 familiar figures entered his sight, only to see Brother Crow is now bowing in front of a man in a suit with a full face of scruff and unruly eyes. On the right rear side of the man stood a strong man who did not move like a mountain, while directly in front of him was last night's old scavenger and a wonderful young girl. Seeing this scene, Wang Teng also walked slowly towards the several people. Yes, boss, it's him. He was the one who spoiled my good deed last night. Otherwise, I would have taken care of this old man and made him bring his daughter over to you obediently, Brother Crow said to the man in suit as if he had found some rare treasure, pointing at the oncoming Wang Teng. Looking at Brother Crow's appearance like a hungry tiger pouncing on him, Wang Teng could not help but shout, "Did I come at a bad time?" Chapter 59, Are you teaching me things? No, you came at the right time. My boss is just about to settle the score with you. I didn't realize that there's a way to heaven that you don't go, and there's no door to hell that you send up. Brother Crow stood next to the man in the suit and said to Wang Teng in a fox-like manner, "Actually, I also think that I came at the right time. However, you said settle the score. How? Last night's lesson forgotten so quickly?" Wang Teng was smiling at this moment as he uttered these words. Seeing Wang Teng walking towards him, the old man's eyes suddenly lit up, just like seeing a beam of light in the dark night, and then staggered to Wang Teng's side and said, "Young man, can you save my daughter? Just save my daughter. I will definitely repay you in my next life as an ox." The old man said these words with extreme pathos, yet seemed breathless because of his old age. Wang Teng calmed the old man's emotions before he said faintly, "Old man, don't worry, since this matter was seen by me, I won't ignore it. You and I will briefly talk about the causes and consequences." The old man paused, organized his thoughts, and spoke for a full 3 minutes before making this matter clear. Through the old man's narration, Wang Teng was also able to understand the ins and outs of this matter. In fact, there was nothing much, it was just the same old story of robbing the people's daughter. The old man's daughter was called Zhang Mingqi, and she was working as an odd job in a small store in Longting Commercial Street. Zhang Mingqi's eyes were dark and glossy, her nose was straight and her lips were light red, in addition to having a head of dark hair. Although her body was not yet fully developed, the entire outline of her body was already taking shape day by day, and certain special parts had even taken shape. Like this kind of body full of youthful flavor, but also uninitiated little girl, inevitably will be some ulterior motives of people's prying eyes. As expected, the man in the suit once went to the store where Zhang Mingqi worked, and took a glance at the old man's daughter, so he arranged for Brother Crow to make the setup last night, preparing to use the old man to coerce Zhang Mingqi, but he didn't expect to be ruined by Wang Teng, who killed him halfway. The man in suit who learned the news last night was directly furious. The man in the suit relied on his old man to be rich and powerful. From birth is what he wants. No one has ever dared to disobey his will, and the failure of yesterday's incident directly is to make him crazy. This is not. Early in the morning the suit man instructed Brother Crow to bring the old man and Zhang Mingqi to him, and the man in the suit still loudly and angrily rebuked Brother Crow, disliking the fact that he was still all abrasive and not at all attentive when it came to such a small matter. And this was the scene that Wang Teng just happened to see. "Kneel down, kowtow 3 times and hurry up and get out, while I'm in a good mood," the man in the suit said without question. Hearing this, Wang Teng laughed in anger and said loudly, "You are in a good mood. I am not in a good mood. You kowtow to me 3 times, then release the old man and this girl and promise to never harass them. I will give you a chance to reform." Seeing Wang Teng's posture, Brother Crow was afraid that his boss would suffer, and hurriedly spoke, "Boss, this guy is a practitioner. His martial arts skills are not low. Don't take it lightly." The man in the suit did not appreciate the situation. Instead, he slapped Crow Brother's head and said coldly, "You're teaching me to do things?" Seeing Brother Crow lowering his head, he didn't dare to utter a single breath, looking like a loyal licking dog. Only then did he nod his head, the corners of his mouth slanting as he laughed out. "Follow me more often in the future to gain some insight." A practicing family? What the hell is a practicing family? Wang Wu, I'll give you 3 seconds to get him on the ground. Just after these words came out, a silhouette flashed directly in front of Wang Teng, with a bull-sized fist, holding a stern killing aura. It fiercely blasted at his chest. This fist, very fast. This fist, very strong. This was Wang Teng's first instinct. Chapter 60. You fell down before I could exert myself. Wang Teng was also flabbergasted for a moment as he felt such a powerful and explosive force for the first time. But in a flash, he also came back to his senses and hurriedly flickered, narrowly dodging the punch. Seeing Wang Teng who moved to flash aside, a huge fluctuation also appeared on Wang Wu's 10,000-year-old face that was as cold as a snowy mountain, and he could not help but shout out 4 big words. Yellow rank expert. He was aware that there had never been a person under the yellow rank who could dodge his own attack. If there was, then he must have entered the yellow. This was the confidence that belonged to Wang Wu. Pekinate? Wang Teng's mouth also softly spat out 4 words. How could Wang Teng not expect that his second encounter with a martial arts practitioner was in such a situation, and that this practitioner was not that weak? He thought that he could walk sideways in Tianmen City based on his strength as a yellow rank expert, but he didn't expect that a small Tianmen was actually a crouching tiger and hidden dragon. So soon he had encountered a Pekinate expert. It seems that one can harbor a heart that is as big as the sky, as big as the earth, and as big as the oldest sun in the future. This thought merely flickered in Wang Teng's mind, only to see Wang Teng take a big step forward. Operating the strength of a yellow rank expert, he kicked out a kick with lightning speed. This sudden outburst came with such force that Wang Wu hastily stretched out his arms to block it, but he was not able to resist it. Instead, he fell straight to the ground like a kite with broken strings. After having a close contact with the concrete floor, he instantly flew out about 10 meters away, and only stopped when he leaned against a huge pillar. Wang Wu spat several mouthfuls of blood into the ground, revealing a half-dead look. After all, a yellow-ranked expert was a yellow-ranked expert, and a Pekinate was always a Pekinate. A tiny lapse could lead to a huge difference. Even though Wang Teng was caught off guard at the beginning, when Wang Teng came back to his senses, he was still an iron waste. That's it, you fell down before I even exerted any force. Wang Teng looked at Wang Wu, who was lying in the distance, and put on a surprised look as he said indifferently, "For that matter." Wang Teng still stayed his hand just now, fearing that it would not be easy to clean up the situation if he caused a death in such a lively place. Wang Wu lying to the ground at this moment, the suit man is finally panicked. So many years, relying on Wang Wu, he has been mixed with the wind and water. What occupies the people's daughter? What illegal activities? He has done all the unscrupulous things. He has done a lot of bad things, offended thousands of people, but has not been hurt by a single enemy, all because of Wang Wu's deterrent power. Thinking about the coincidence of chance in that time, brought the seriously injured Wang Wu home. After days and nights of careful care, Wang Wu was also restored strength, and has stayed by his side to repay the favor. Since then, Wang Wu was like an invincible god of war, and had been protecting him for so many years. All of his rivals had given up on fighting him simply because of Wang Wu. Wang Wu's existence was his C-pin, and he thought that as long as he had Wang Wu, he would definitely be able to dominate Heaven's Gate, and even the entire China. But at that moment just now, Wang Wu fell, right in front of him. Only this moment, the man in the suit completely panicked. He had been going smoothly for so many years. This was the first time he felt despair, because the commotion over here was really a bit too big. Many melon eaters were also talking in 2s and 3s not far away while watching. This person has been rampaging through Commercial Street for I don't know how many years. No one has ever dared to mess with him, and today someone actually dared to rough him up. Who cares? A good fight. This is also considered to be ridding the people of evil. This young man is really something. Looking so young, I didn't expect to be so powerful. Looking at the surrounding gradually become more and more melon-eating crowd, Wang Teng also do not want to stay here more. Decided to hurry up to solve this matter, so he walked to the suit man in front of him, kicked him to kneel to the ground. Chapter 61 Transformation. Now what? Isn't it time for you to consider the conditions I just said? Wang Teng said coldly. The man in the suit was kneeling on the ground at the moment. Even though he was suffering from this bird's anger, he could only hold it in his heart, because he knew that this person in front of him could pinch himself to death with a single finger. But today if you kneel down to the two apologized. In the future, those who are mixed in the road how to look at themselves. How can he still be based in Jiangmen? How to realize their ambitions? How to get to the top of life? But do not apologize. Today I am afraid I cannot go. After all, the yellow rank experts are not a joke. Therefore, the man in the suit was also in a dilemma at this moment. Just at this moment, Li Delong pushed through the crowd and walked over in his direction. When the man in the suit saw Li Delong walking towards him, his eyes immediately flashed, as if he had eaten a pill of peace of mind. He immediately shouted, Supervisor Long! Supervisor Long! This person is causing trouble in front of our Dragon Tang mansion. You quickly call your black and white two old men to take care of him. The man in the suit's wishful thinking was good, attempting to draw trouble to the east, but Li Delong didn't even look at him. Instead, he walked up to Wang Teng and said respectfully, Hello, you are Mr. Wang Teng, right? My humble self is the chief property manager of Dragon Tang Commercial Street. Li Delong. Hearing that you have come downstairs, I immediately rushed down. You have waited long. The man in the suit who saw this scene in front of him was directly mentally fried, and his face became more and more gloomy. At the same time, two huge doubts arose in his heart. Who exactly is this teenager? Why did Li Delong treat him so respectfully? The man in the suit was puzzled as to what the identity of this teenager was, but he came back to his senses and heard Li Delong speaking to Wang Teng. You go in with me, I have prepared the documents and so on, just waiting for you to read them. And Wang Teng just nodded and casually said, Do you know this person underground? People like Li Delong casually glanced at the situation underneath and judged what was happening. What kind of virtue Li who could he not know? In order to leave a good impression in front of Wang Teng, he hastily set aside the relationship and slowly said, I only know that he has rented a lot of stores in our Dragon Tang Commercial Street. I don't know anything else. Wang Teng looked at Li Delong with a smile on his face and calmly said, Good, then wait for me. I still have a matter to deal with here. Hearing this, Li Delong also respectfully stood aside. Wang Teng, on the other hand, once again moved his eyes towards the man in the suit and grunted expressionlessly, Don't force me to use force, okay? The man in the suit had thought just now that he was the one who would pay for an expert to beat him to death since he was not as good as him in terms of force, but Li Delong was putting on a coy face in front of him. It seems that this person's background is really outrageous. The man in the suit who saw the situation was in a cold sweat and immediately said to Wang Teng with a shy face, saying, Does this still require you to use force? This is the thing that I did wrong. It is my eyes that do not recognize Mount Tai. It is right for me to kneel down and apologize. I will do it now. The words just fell. The man in the suit was directly ignoring the gazes of the surrounding crowd. His legs directly moved underground, aiming his head at the old man and Zhang Mingqi, only to hear, Duong, Duong, Duong. The man in the suit viciously kowtowed 3 times, and with each kowtow, he said, I'm wrong, I'm worse than a beast, I will never harass you again, please forgive me. The old man and Zhang Mingqi saw the sudden change in attitude of the man in the suit, but their faces became unnatural, because how could they not have imagined that such a scene would happen? However, this could not be blamed on them. After all, the man in the suit had really accumulated too much power. Any ordinary person wouldn't be able to accept such a huge change. Not only were their faces unnatural, the old man and Zhang Mingqi even had a hint of fear hidden in the deepest part of their eyes. Where did this trace of fear come from? Chapter 62 Black Jade Purple Snake Pill. This hint of fear was naturally because they were afraid that the man in the suit would retaliate again afterward, and it was impossible for Wang Teng to follow them all the time, right? Although this hint of fear was hidden very, very deeply, it was still discovered by Wang Teng. How should I solve this matter completely? Wang Teng was also anxiously thinking of a solution within his heart. Right at this moment, a cold but heavenly voice exploded in Wang Teng's mind. Are you stupid? You mustn't let anyone know that such a smart and handsome system like mine has such a wise host like you. Usually quite resourceful. When it comes to the critical moment, how come you are like a dullard? There's an emergency fire pill in the mystery shop, priced at just $1 million. As long as you eat this, touch it 3 inches below your abdomen and you'll spit out a mouthful of old blood. You just need to do this, and that won't do? The system, like a series of cannonballs, said these words and then never spoke again. Wang Teng, who heard these words from the system, couldn't help but inwardly spit out. There are so many things in the mystery shop, countless, and one is more expensive than the other. I'm a big poor bastard. I can't afford anything. Who has nothing to do but go and look at it? Spitting after spitting, Wang Teng's consciousness still jumped to the mystery shop to buy the rage pill. Ding! Consumed 1 million yuan. Obtained 1 rage pill. After Wang Teng finished spending, a rage fire attack pill also appeared in his hand out of thin air. And at this time, the man in the suit had already finished kowtowing to the old man and Zhang Mingqi, looking at him with bated breath, and the eyes were filled with only one meaning. I did what you said. Can I leave now? Wang Teng obviously realized what he meant, but didn't say anything. Instead, he glanced at Li Delong and said, You send a few people to clear the surrounding crowd. Sharply, hearing this, Li Delong's complexion corrected. He quickly said yes and went to carry out Wang Teng's order. In no time at all, the nearby crowds of eaters were cleared. After looking at the cleared surroundings, Wang Teng then said to the man in suit, "You can leave, but you have to eat this pill." Looking at Wang Teng's cell phone, the dark red pill that was definitely not something good, the man in the suit was directly stunned, and then his whole face became extremely twisted up, and he said indignantly, "You don't force me and you fish death. First of all, such a big commercial street, you definitely don't dare to kill me, and at least 1/5 of this commercial street is my store. With so much of my wealth, think about how many killers I can hire, and how madly I will be retaliated against afterwards. Are you sure you've thought this through?" Wang Teng shook his finger contemptuously before saying faintly, "Sorry, the fish will die but the net won't break. Also, this entire commercial street." The man in the suit was staring with wide eyes and ears waiting to hear Wang Teng's latter words when, suddenly, a rage pill was shoved directly into the suit man's mouth by Wang Teng with a move and flash over. After doing this thing, Wang Teng, up and down, patted his hand, before faintly saying so much nonsense. What's the use of? Still want to make conditions with me? Directly go down with a black jade purple snake pill, and you're still obedient? Originally, the man in the suit was patting his chest and wanted to spit out what was in his mouth, but when he heard this, he instead directly swallowed a mouthful. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Black jade purple snake pill? What is this? The man in the suit angrily pointed at Wang Teng and asked, "You'll know what it is when you touch the 3 inches below your belly." The corner of Wang Teng's mouth rose slightly and a wry smile flowed out. The man in the suit, who heard Wang Teng's words, ghostly gently touched the 3 inches below his abdomen. Put, only to see that this man in suit was directly spraying a 10-centimeter high column of blood into the sky. Chapter 63 Settlement. It took a while for the man in the suit to finish spraying his blood. This time, he was really scared and only looked at Wang Teng in a daze. Not moving, the ordinary melon eaters were leaving, but Li Daolong, who had just rushed back after dealing with these melon eaters, saw the beginning and end of all this, and directly sighed a few words secretly without moving. Good means ah. Not a few minutes time, not only subdued Li Hu, but also a pecanate expert to dry over. Not a bit of hidden trouble left. But how come I've never heard of this black jade purple snake pill? Such a young yellow-ranked expert is either the scion of one of those powerful families in Kyoto, or the personal heirloom of some old monster who has returned to the mountains and forests. No matter what, this is by no means a good guy, but it seems to be very righteous. I should be fine as long as I'm sincere. Wang Teng did not care what Li Daolong, who had returned from the side, thought, and directly was saying to the man in the suit, "This is the first attack. Once a month. After 7 times you will die directly. The antidote is made up of 779 poisons in a certain order. If one of the poisons is different or is blended in the wrong order, if you drink it, it will directly trigger the toxicity and directly obliterate you. You can also try to detoxify it if you want to." Once these words came out, the man in the suit was directly dead in the water and no longer had the courage to challenge Wang Teng. Directly with a snotty nose and tears, he knelt down in front of Wang Teng, hugged Wang Teng's thighs, and cried, saying, "As long as you give me the antidote, I, Li Hu, will recognize you as my boss from now on. If you tell me to go west, I will never go east. You tell me to catch fish, I will never kill a chicken." Wang Teng looked down at this man named Li Hu, who was hugging his thigh, and coldly grunted, "The first thing I'm letting you go do now is to take your people and hurry up and get out of my sight. Leave your phone number, I will contact you when it's time and give you the antidote." Hearing this from Wang Teng, Li Hu hesitated a little before decisively calling on Brother Crow to carry Wang Wu, who was under the pillar, and quickly left. "The matter is settled. You guys also go home early." Wang Teng thought he was handsome and lit a cigarette, turning his back to Li Mingqi and the old man, and said in a deep voice. He even thought of a stunt that people laughed about in martial arts movies where the hero saves a woman. "If you saved a woman and you were handsome, the woman would definitely say, 'The little woman has no way to repay you, so she can only return the favor with her body.' And if you save a woman and you are ugly, the woman must say, 'For saving your life, the little woman will be a cow or a horse to repay you in the next life.' I'm so handsome, then it must be the first one without a doubt. How should I refuse later?" Wang Teng just thought of this. Li Mingqi directly was walking in front of him and spoke. "The grace of saving my life, the little woman is unable to repay me. If there is anything that the benefactor can use me for in the future, no matter if it's on the mountain of swords or in the sea of fire, I will do nothing to stop it." The old man followed suit and chimed in. Yes, benefactor, you have saved us twice. If there is anything you need us for in the future, just greet us." Once Wang Teng heard this, he couldn't help but think in his heart, asterisk. Why did she say something other than to honor me with her body? Could it be that I'm not handsome? No, how could I not be handsome? The most handsome on earth is just like me, right? Well, it must be that she's shy. Wang Teng briefly narcissized himself for a while, then returned to talk briefly with Li Mingqi and the old man for a while. and exchanged cell phone numbers. And, after seeing them off, he walked into the Dragon Tang mansion with Li Delong. Li Delong's office was on the 90th floor, so the two of them also entered the elevator and prepared to go up. In the elevator, Li Delong looked at Wang Teng with a smile on his face and said, "Young Wang, do you think you should take back all the stores under Li Hu? I'll pay you directly for the breach of contract, just as a gift from me to you as a meeting gift." Chapter 64 1 billion rent. Wang Teng glanced at Li Delong, raised his eyebrows and said indifferently, "That's even. His life is still in my hands. He can't afford to turn over any waves." Hearing this, Li Delong also slowly nodded his head. "Young Wang, you are right, I was overthinking." Just as these words fell, the door of the elevator was opened. In 3 or 2 steps, Wang Teng followed Li Delong to his office. Li Delong's office occupied an entire half of this floor. Even though Wang Teng was shocked inside, he still had a breezy look on the surface. Sitting on his butt on the office chair with his legs crossed, he was about to prepare to inquire about the transfer and rent. Unexpectedly, before Wang Teng could open his mouth, Li Delong was very self-conscious and said, "Young Wang, this is all of the company's financial information and transfer materials from last quarter. Please take a look." Hearing what Li Delong said, Wang Teng also naturally took these materials as soon as he could. But whether it was his undergraduate major or the doctorate of literature from Kyoto University that the system rewarded him with, neither of them were in the finance category. Therefore, Wang Teng knew nothing about these things. However, he still turned these over in a serious manner. After all, the procedures still needed to be followed. In addition, he had absolute confidence that Li Delong would not dare to fool himself. "Not bad." Wang Teng closed the document and nodded shallowly. Seeing Wang Teng's nod, Li Delong said again with a restrained face, saying, "Young Wang, since today is the first time you come to our Dragon Tang commercial street to collect rent, I will give you a brief introduction of our Dragon Tang commercial street." The whole Longting commercial street is arranged in the east-west direction, with the entrance as the center axis of the symmetrical layout, and the building facade mostly adopts the elements of towers, riding towers, and rain covers to make a new division of space. Our Dragon commercial street covers an area of 150,000 square meters, with a total of 289 stores, all of which are fully rented. The Dragon Tower in the core location, on the other hand, is leased loose, with floors 2 to 30 in a price range, floors 30 to 50 in a price range, and 50 to 70 in a price range. From the 71-120th floors on the other hand, it's a place for us to train some special talents and work on our own. All in all, our rent for a quarter is about 1 billion. As Li Delong's words entered Wang Teng's ears, Wang Teng's hands were directly on the verge of being a bit unable to hold onto his chair, but still said in an unperturbed manner, "Not bad. Just give me the money directly into the account of 7016 x times 88. Also, you have worked hard during this period of time. The position of this property chief is still yours. Don't let me down." Looking at Wang Teng with this calm face, Li Delong was shocked to the extreme deep inside. That's $1 billion, not $10. He actually didn't even blink an eye. Sure enough, money, in the eyes of these top-tier big boys, is just a bunch of numbers. Although he thought so, Li Delong's complexion didn't change half a bit, and he still said in a formal manner, "I don't work hard. It's young Wang who has raised my favor." Wang Teng did not be polite anymore. Instead, he turned his words around. "By the way, just now I seem to have heard that Li Hu say that you are protected by the black and white elders. Is it convenient to say something?" Li Delong's face gave a beat before he calmly said, "Actually, there is nothing inconvenient. Some people with a little bit of status know that I have always had the black and white two elders protecting me. Although they are both at the peak of the innate, they have a set of combined attack techniques. Thus the duo is a match for yellow-ranked experts. And one of their proudest battles was to behead a beginner yellow-ranked expert. Over the years, they have fended off an unknown number of assassinations for me." Hearing this, Wang Teng just nodded his head, indicating that he knew, and then did not say anything further. "If you're not busy, I'll first take you on a trip to see your office, which is on the 119th floor. As for the rent, I will transfer it to your card in a moment." Looking at Wang Teng, who didn't say a word, Li Delong tried to say these words. "Good, then you lead the way. I'll go take a casual look." Wang Teng stood up from his chair and said casually. Hearing Wang Teng's words, Li Delong also made a gesture of please, and led Wang Teng to the 119th floor, which was solely his office. That's right, the entire 119th floor was all Wang Teng's office. Chapter 65 Motorcycle Force Store. "Alright, no more business for you. You go down first." Wang Teng, who was sitting on the office chair, waved his hand at Li Delong. Li Delong nodded and quickly walked out of the office, unwilling to have a moment's stay. Returning to his office, Li Delong touched his back, which had long been wet and moist, and evenly gasped for a few breaths. Only then did he secretly say inwardly, Over the years, I've seen quite a few people, not to mention those young people, even some business giants can't be as calm as he is. Is this person from Kyoto or not? Or is he the disciple of some old monster? This new boss is still quite good so far. It's just that the dress and temperament are a bit completely inconsistent. Too fancy. Forget it, what's the point of thinking so much? Anyway, one is still the chief property manager of Dragon Teng Commercial Street. That's enough. Talking back to Wang Teng's side, he casually took a look. Then he realized that the walls of the office were full of famous paintings embedded with special glass. The floor, on the other hand, was paved with unknown stones that naturally carried a sense of nobility. The cabinets on one side were filled with dazzling books and various luxury items. There was also a large wine cabinet directly in front of him, and through the glass, one could clearly see that absolutely no bottle inside was ordinary. He then glanced slightly through the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, and the entire third of Heaven's Gate was all in his eyes. Worthy of being Dragon Teng Mansion, worthy of being an extreme reward. Wang Teng, who was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, uttered these words with great bravado at this moment. As these words fell, a cell phone beep sounded. Wang Teng picked up his cell phone and looked at it. Dear customer, hello, your bank card with the tail number 88XXXX has arrived with 1,000,000,000 yuan and a balance of 1,090,080,000. Please pay attention to checking it and wish you a happy life. Wang Teng, who saw the sentence, couldn't help but burst a few foul words. Asterisk 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 asterisk, it's so damn cool. The sound of money arriving is really the best sound in the world. 1 billion, this is almost catching up with my monetary income from collecting Ragzar. The words just fell. Grumble, grumble. Wang Teng's stomach suddenly rang. At this moment, Wang Teng was in the right mood and said to himself, Belly, go, take you to dinner. Walking out of the office and taking the elevator, Wang Teng quickly arrived at the exclusive cafeteria of Dragon Teng Mansion. After casually eating something, Wang Teng walked out of Dragon Teng Mansion, because he already wanted to buy a motorcycle urgently. A motorcycle that was his dream in high school, although he couldn't afford it back then. But now, he could even buy a motorcycle fleet. After leaving the Dragon Teng Mansion, Wang Teng called a drop and headed towards the motorcycle Force store. Wang Teng just got off the bus and walked straight into the motorcycle Force store. Wang Teng did not encounter the same kind of despised gazes as before. After all, Wang Teng was now more online both in terms of face value and dress code. Hello sir, I am the salesman Zhao Camera. Welcome to the motorcycle Force store. May I ask how I can help you? A salesman with a moderate build and a friendly smile on his face came forward and said to Wang Teng. Looking up at this salesman, Wang Teng's eyes were also slightly bright. The salesman was a typical kind of round face, with bronze-colored skin, clear brows and eyes, and a straight nose, so that people could not help but look at it and a touch of invisible good feelings would rise. After staring at Camera Zhao for several seconds, Wang Teng also revealed a signature bright smile, touched his nose, and slowly said, I want to buy a motorcycle, but I don't know much about motorcycles. What's the most expensive and best motorcycle in your area? Can you recommend one? Wang Teng's words were not loud, but they caused a flash of embarrassment in the air that, in an instant, it made the entire motorcycle Force store become incredibly silent. Chapter 66, Jealous Woman. After a moment of silence, suddenly, a middle-aged man who was watching the motorcycle from the side smiled and asked, Young man, do you know how much this most expensive motorcycle costs? Wang Teng, like a simpleton, shook his head and said, I don't know. Without waiting for the middle-aged man to open his mouth, Wang Teng said again, What's the difference if I don't know? I'm going to buy it anyway. Hearing this, the middle-aged man directly pinched the huge size of the sexy girl in her arms and laughed. Did you hear that? This stupid kid doesn't even know how much it costs and wants to buy the most expensive motorcycle. Forget it, it's better for me to tell you this dead poor bastard who talks big so that you can die. The most expensive motorcycle here is called Neiman Marcus Limited Edition Fighter. At the very beginning it was priced at 350 million. It's a limited edition motorcycle that the boss spent a huge amount of effort to get. If you want to buy it, it's now priced at 700 million. 1 point short of that, you can't even think about it. How about it? Do you still want to buy it? As soon as these words fell, the sexy girl in the middle-aged man's arms also started another round of mockery right after that. This kind of person, at first glance, is just here to act like a pussy. You, what's your name? Camera Zhao, are actually still hitching a ride with him? You're really blind in your dog's eyes. Instead of hurrying over to serve us properly, you instead go to greet him. Can he afford it? A colorless thing like you should have rolled out earlier, seemingly driven by some kind of psychology. Looking at the waiter who didn't come over to serve himself properly and compliment himself, this demonic woman also opened her mouth to humiliate. Seeing this man and woman who couldn't stop like a series of cannonballs, It seemed like the professionalism of the profession kept him calm, only to see Camera Zhao move the corners of his mouth and faintly say, "This gentleman probably just didn't expect to be served properly. This gentleman probably just didn't expect our motorcycles here to be so expensive. There's no need for the two of you to be so serious. As for the service issue, just now the two of you have already been greeted by someone. There is no point in adding me. I hope you can understand." The middle-aged man who heard this was directly angry, pushing away the woman in his arms and saying loudly to Camera Zhao, "Although he's handsome, he's probably a brat who can't even afford a couple $100,000 motorcycle. I, on the other hand, am a person who is about to buy this $5 million motorcycle, and you actually dare to talk back to me. Call your team leader here. If I can't fire you today, this motorcycle, I'm still not going to buy it." This side of the commotion is very big. A moment will be for a store sales team leader to provoke. The head of the sales team, who simply understood the reason, indiscriminately opened his mouth. "Really a little cute. I don't know what I'm talking about, but I'm not sure if he's handsome. What's the use of his good looks? Even a motorcycle may not be able to afford. Only blow powerful. According to his blowing method, I'm afraid all the cows in the world will be blown up in the sky by him and won't be able to come down. As for you, I'll report to the boss later and fire you. And you awesome blowing thing, hurry up and leave our store. Don't disturb our business." This sales team leader was directly spewing at Camera Zhao and Wang Teng, but after he finished, he changed his fawning face to the middle-aged man and said, "Look, can we pay now?" The middle-aged man shook his head. "No, as long as your boss fires Camera Zhao on the spot, I'll make the payment immediately and never break my promise." The sales team leader, who heard this, froze for a moment and directly said, "That's fine. You wait for me for 5 minutes. I'll go call the boss now." Chapter 67 2 Conditions. When the man heard this, he nodded non-committally, and then, looking towards Wang Teng and Si Meng, he said, "This is the life of the rich, boring and tedious. I can dominate the fate of you, the lowest class of society, at any time. Understand?" Hearing this, Zhao Camera's eyes directly misted up, but the strong him didn't let a single tear fall anymore. Instead, he turned to Wang Teng and said, "Come with me, let me finish my last sale." Looking at this strong boy, Wang Teng patted his shoulder and smiled, saying, "Don't worry, your boss will never fire you." Camera Zhao only thought that Wang Teng was saying comforting words and didn't think of any strings. The corners of his mouth tugged on both sides of his mouth and gently said, "Hopefully." Wang Teng knew that Camera Zhao did not take his words seriously, but did not say anything. He believed that soon Camera Zhao would know why he was able to say such sure words. After walking for a while, Wang Teng was already following Camera Zhao to the Neiman Marcus Limited Edition fighter. Looking at the racy and exquisite Neiman Marcus Limited Edition fighter in front of him, Wang Teng couldn't help but praise, saying, "Worthy of every man's dream, handsome enough." In response to Wang Teng's words, Camera Zhao also nodded his head with deep conviction. "It's indeed handsome, and the performance is nothing to write home about. It's just too expensive." At this time, a sarcastic voice also sounded out of place. "How about racy? So what if it's handsome? So what if it has good performance? You won't be able to afford it for several lifetimes. And you, Camera Zhao, the manager will be here soon in a while. You're waiting to be fired." The person who said this was none other than the sales team leader just now. "Is this Neiman Marcus Limited Edition fighter expensive? I didn't really think so. I can always pay to buy it out, but I also have 2 conditions." Wang Teng smashed his mouth and said, hearing Wang Teng twice say this so calmly, some of the surrounding melon eaters couldn't help but really ask themselves in their hearts, could he really buy it? Is he really a super tycoon who doesn't show his face? The sales team leader could not have thought about this, lightly glanced at Wang Teng, sneered, and spat out a sentence from his lips. "Joke, you still dare to make conditions? You think you can really afford it? It's really a slip of the tongue. I'm the boss here. You say, what conditions?" This was clearly a voice with a strong middle tone and great substance. "Very simple. First, fire this sales team leader to his face and then let Camera Zhao take this position. Second, give me that $5 million motorcycle that middle-aged man was going to buy as a gift." Wang Teng didn't even look at his boss and said this without thinking. It was obvious that he had already thought of doing this a long time ago. In front of benefits, all is floating clouds. Can that little thing be compared to $700 million? Therefore this boss also opened his mouth with a half-hearted attitude. $700 million. As long as you pay the full amount directly now. The 2 points you mentioned are not a problem. They are all small matters. At the same time you will become our highest VIP member here, enjoying all our services here, and free for life. Hearing this, Wang Teng directly took out his bank card from his pocket and said calmly to Camera Zhao, "Swipe the card." Chapter 68 Even ting on your head. When these words came out, it was like a thunderbolt from the ground. The entire room was in an uproar. The sales team leader, Camera Zhao, the middle-aged man, the boss, and all the people around them almost had their jaws drop in shock. Impossible. $700 million. How could he possibly take it out? The sales team leader was a bit sullen. Just wait for him to make a fool of himself. The middle-aged man was also on the same page as the sales team leader at this time, and began to sneer. As for Camera Zhao, he shivered as he received this bank card, and his entire body began to tremble with excitement. At this time, he suddenly remembered the words that Wang Teng said to him not long ago. Don't worry, your boss will definitely not fire you. No wonder he was so sure just now. Camera Zhao, who had everything figured out, was full of confidence in Wang Teng at this moment. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Camera Zhao slowly inserted his bank card into the card swiping machine. Ding! You have successfully spent 70,000,000 this time. The sound of successful spending directly caused the mouths of those skeptics to open into an O shape. Wang Teng did not pay any attention to the shock of the bystanders, but asked the staff who was fuming, "Do you have any iron bars or something like that?" The forest store naturally had iron bars and such things, although the staff did not understand why Wang Teng did this. But the customer is God, let alone a super ruthless person who consumed 70,000,000 in a split second? Therefore they also quickly brought a bunch of iron bars and other tools. Seeing the staff bring over the iron rods, Wang Teng's eyes quickly flashed a hint of cunning, before he said to the demonic woman in the middle-aged man's arms, saying, "Who has money or not? Who is the grandfather and who is the grandson? I think you have already seen it. Now I'll arrange a task for you. You smash this car that he likes in front of this good-looking man of yours, and I'll give you a chance to follow me." Hearing this, the sultry girl looked like she had wanted to do this for a long time, immediately jumped out of the middle-aged man's arms, looked up and down, before she cursed like a shrew, saying, "You also do not take a piss to see you this bare appearance. Head is bald, stomach is round, legs are spiral, that aspect is not good. If not you have a few stinking money, I will not even look at you. Look again at this little handsome man in front of you, sharp angles, good temperament, young and rich, perfect body, this is the man of my dreams. You stay away from me in the future. Let's break up." When the middle-aged man heard this from the sultry girl, he directly sank his face and cursed, saying, "In the beginning it was you who cried and begged me to you, and now you're pulling this whole thing on me. What a stinking! I should have known that I shouldn't have pitied you in the first place." This bewitching woman didn't pay any attention to the middle-aged man's hysterical ranting at the moment. Instead, she directly picked up the iron bar on the ground and started to operate it on the motorcycle, and in a short while, a brand new motorcycle became full of holes. After the sultry girl did all this, she was also tired and panting, but she didn't care to rest. She directly wiped the sweat from her forehead and walked to Wang Teng's front, revealing a petulant expression, and shyly said, "I have done what you said. I am your person from now on." Wang Teng ignored the demonic girl. Instead, he glanced at the middle-aged man and suddenly said, "Since you have pretended in front of me, what can you do now that I am not only pretending in front of you, but even ting on your head?" Chapter 69, Don't Pretend to be a Pussy. The middle-aged man who heard these words had a face as gloomy as ink, but didn't say half a word, because after he calmly thought about it, he knew that this person who casually took out 70,000,000 was simply not someone he could go against. Wimp, not even daring to return a word. The demonic girl glanced at the middle-aged man and after saying this, she wanted to directly lean on Wang Teng's shoulder. Wang Teng dodged a step and didn't let the demonic girl lean up, while the demonic girl leaned empty and almost fell on the ground. Thus she also looked at Wang Teng with a grudging look in her eyes. Looking at the demonic girl's heavily made up, green tea whore-looking face, only then did Wang Teng coldly say, "You did a good job, but unfortunately I'm backtracking now, so you stay away from me." The moment these words came out, the faces of the surrounding onlookers that were eating the food became quite wonderful, because this reversal was really too suitable to be a talk after tea. On the other hand, the demonic girl's face turned pale, and for a while, she was at a loss for words. 6 gods, not knowing which man she should continue to kneel down next. At this time, the crowd suddenly came out with a few ear-piercing taunts. "Don't worship gold by people spit. Do not pretend to hang by donkey kick. Don't pretend to be a pussy. Pretending to be a pussy will be struck by lightning. As long as you lick fast enough, this big-bellied man may change his mind about you. You're a very good tool man." Give the master a whole laugh. No matter how the crowd talked about themselves, the demonic woman's heart crossed, all of a sudden is to put the whole body to the middle-aged man body, and ceaselessly with the 2 piles in front of the chest began to rub. This is the Choo-Choo said. "I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. I was just blinded by lard. I will never do such a stupid thing again. Please forgive me for once." It seemed that the demonic woman's heart felt that it was still this bald man who was a bit better to coax. The moment the bewitching woman pasted up, Even though the middle-aged man was already in his 40s or 50s, he still had a slight physiological reaction. This little physiological reaction almost let him restrain. Cannot help but forgive this woman. But, in the end, reason overcame impulse. Dignity overcame desire. He fiercely pushed the sultry woman in his arms out, slapped her again and cursed angrily and said, "Shameless thing, if you knew this would happen, why did you have to do it in the first place?" After saying this, the middle-aged man directly ran away in shame, unwilling to stay here for one more second. The sultry lady, on the other hand, was petrified in place. It could really be said that she had lost her wife and her army, no longer caring about this self-serving woman. Wang Teng smiled at Camera Zhao and faintly said, "Let's go. You take me to do the formalities." Wang Teng's series of behaviors. It would be false to say that Zhao Camera's heart was not touched. Although he knew that Wang Teng's humiliation was an element of anger for him personally, this behavior specifically targeting the gold-digging woman was definitely for himself. He thought correctly, and the fact was indeed so. Treating that woman in this way, Wang Teng was simply taking out his anger for Camera Zhao, who let that woman's mouth be so vicious in the beginning. Zhao Camera is a man who is not good at expressing his emotions, although his heart is full of gratitude for Wang Teng, but he didn't say anything more, and directly was taking Wang Teng to do the formalities. Chapter 70. You have to become yourself. Zhao Camera. This man's qualities and thoughts made Wang Teng still relatively recognized. Therefore, after all the formalities were done, Wang Teng, after brewing for half a day, couldn't help but open his mouth and say, "This motorcycle on the ground is a bit full of holes even though it was just destroyed by me when I was pretending, but I am now the highest VIP here. I will let them repair it properly in a while, and this motorcycle will be given to you." Wang Teng thought in his heart that Zhao Camera would definitely accept it straight away, although it was a bit damaged, but after all, it was a 5,000,000 motorcycle, and the average person couldn't refuse this kind of temptation. But what she didn't expect was that a trace of perseverance surfaced on Camera Zhao's face, and very definitely shook her head. "And, I'm sorry, I won't take anything from you without merit." Wang Teng, who heard this, could not help but see a stronger color of appreciation in his eyes. Looking at this strong and heartbreaking girl, Wang Teng could not help but smile. "I didn't say I would give it to you for free. Why don't you jump ship and come work at my Dragon Tang mansion? I'll give you a phone number. Call it over and say that Wang Teng introduced you to it. You'll start small first. If you do well, I'll slowly promote you. This motorcycle is considered an advance on your salary. What do you think?" Hearing Wang Teng's words, Zhao Camera's face that was always unperturbed was also filled with longing, so much so that he couldn't help but move his dry lips to open his mouth and say, "Dragon Tang Mansion. It gathers most of Tianmen City's white-collar workers and elites, and is a place that I don't know how many people dream of, and I now have the chance to work there?" Although Wang Teng's words caused an unrivaled shock to Camera Zhao's heart, but Camera Zhao was not overwhelmed by this sudden surprise, and merely murmured briefly. Then he opened those big steely eyes and stared at Wang Teng for a long time, as if he was trying to see what he was thinking from Wang Teng's face, in general, but how could he see it? A moment later, Zhao Camera Zhao's mouth gently spat out 3 words. "Why?" Camera Zhao said these 3 words forcefully. Wang Teng had reason to believe that if what he said could not impress her, he would definitely not come to his company. Wang Teng scratched his head in a very taxing way, which led him to say, with sincere feelings, "Where should I start? Put it this way, I just simply very much appreciate your character like this, very much like the previous me. I hope that no matter what you encounter in your future life, you will be yourself and become uniquely yourself, instead of following the flow and forgetting your original heart." Hearing Wang Teng's words, Camera Zhao couldn't help but get a little teary-eyed as well. Ever since she started working, everyone in this society had only told him to fit in, to change, and to please. No one had ever told him that you have to be yourself, you have to become the real you. Thinking about that, she couldn't help but be an immediate nod. "I understand, thank you. I will definitely work hard after I go and create the value you deserve. I won't let you down." Hearing the words that Camera Zhao uttered, Wang Teng knew that he must have listened to his words from the bottom of his heart. Wang Teng patted Camera Zhao's shoulder and smiled and said, "Go to work tomorrow. I still have things to do. I'll go first." After asking for a big bag at the motorcycle forest store and saying goodbye to Camera Zhao, Wang Teng decided to ride his beloved Neiman Marcus limited edition fighter for a ride before starting to collect rags. After galloping through the streets for a while, Wang Teng was straight up and ready to stop and go collect rags properly. When the motorcycle stopped, there was a basketball court on his right-hand side. Seeing the basketball court, Wang Teng directly put his beloved Neiman Marcus limited edition fighter parked on the side of the road, ready to go in to collect mineral water bottles. Chapter 71. Basketball Skill Pack. Mineral water bottle. How could Wang Teng miss such a good resource? Moreover, Wang Teng's first development was because of a mineral water bottle, so he also had a different emotion towards mineral water bottles. Wang Teng quickly took the bag and walked to the basketball court, and inquired to a group of basketball players that, "You guys don't want these finished bottles, right?" Seeing a person of similar age to himself and dressed okay suddenly collecting rags in front of him, these people froze for a moment, then a trace of contempt appeared on their faces and casually coped with the sentence, "You can take what you finished drinking, but you mustn't sneak around and take the rest of our stuff." In this world, many people always harbor some wariness to speculate about others, but it was not their fault. Even Wang Teng had lost his cell phone when he was playing at the university stadium. No more thinking. After hearing the agreement of several people, Wang Teng started to throw these finished mineral water bottles into the bag. Ding! Recycling one of the finished mineral water bottles. Rewarding wealth plus 15,000. Ding! Recycle one of the finished mineral water bottles. Reward wealth plus 20,000. Ding! Recycle one of the finished pulsation bottles. Reward wealth plus 40,000. Although the recycling was the same mineral water bottle, the first time Wang Teng only got a reward of 5,000. Now it was at least 15,000. It seems that the 3 points of luck value is not really a cover. Thinking of this, Wang Teng could not help but be happy. Suddenly a tall boy in a jersey said to a low one, "Oldly, your basketball is also too bad. A few $100 of crap. Playing a little feel is not. I see it is annoying." Quickly thrown to the rag collector. "You want to shed? I will transfer $500 to you. Now play with this basketball I bought back from abroad. It's the top of the line. I spent tens of thousands of dollars on it." Nowadays, people are people who want to save face. Loudly heard the words of the tall boy, would also want to transfer $500 to himself. The heart secretly pondered. He himself lacks this $500? I'm sorry, really missing, but lack in what can be done. Face must be Think of this. Oldly directly his heart across, face unchanged to the taller boy said, $500 of a broken ball just, say throw away. Just your kind of tens of thousands of dollars of balls. I have several at home. Just did not bring out. This concrete floor. I'm afraid of dirtying my ball. This time first with your. Next time to go indoors then I'll bring my ball out for you to see. There are still a number of NBA stars signed inside. After saying this, Oldly directly turned his head to Wang Teng and said, "Rag collector, you're lucky today. This Spalding's basketball is rewarded to you." As soon as the words fell, a Spalding basketball was thrown at Wang Teng's feet. Without paying any more attention to Wang Teng, this line was directly playing 5v5 again. Seeing this basketball rolling to his feet, Wang Teng couldn't help but be overwhelmed with emotions. Nowadays people, really nothing is lacking, so new a $500 basketball is so directly thrown away. Want me to buy a basketball when I was in college at most more than 100 fast, they still take it as a treasure. After saying this, Wang Teng also directly put the basketball into his big bag. Ding! Recycling Spalding basketball A. Reward Kyrie Irving's dribbling, Kobe's backward jumper, Iverson's crossover, Jabbar's hook, Carter's dunk, Curry's 3 points, James's organizing ability, and so on and so forth, etc., etc. A whole set of basketball skills package. Chapter 72 isn't talking with the ball on the basketball court? Wang Teng heard this and, directly, he was so happy that he almost jumped up. One of Wang Teng's favorite sports during his college days was basketball. Every day, he woke up early and trained hard just to master the crotch dribble or backhand layup, simply because his heart has always remembered the words of Kobe Bryant. Those days when you get up early and work hard. Those times when you stay up late and work hard. Those nights when you're too tired to feel like you can't stand up anymore but still support yourself to get up. That's the power of the dream. That's the dream. It's not the outcome that counts, it's the process. And if you realize that, you'll see that maybe the dream won't come true, but better will come. According to these words, a few years of perseverance, Wang Teng, although it is said that it is not particularly powerful, not as good as those who are on the varsity team, but it is also a unique person in the field. But after graduation, due to the constant running around for the sake of life, one almost is to forget this love once. While Wang Teng was recalling these past events, in the distance, Duong, the sound of hitting the iron also rang out, only to see the basketball bounced a bit, fell to the ground, and directly slipped towards Wang Teng's feet. At this time, a shouting and cursing sound was also sent out from the mouth of an inch-haired man. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's obviously a floating sharp stop jumper. How could it not go in? The next moment, his line of sight fell to the basketball in front of Wang Teng, and then slowly raised to fall on Wang Teng. This does not look good. A look at Wang Teng as if he had found the outlet, directly as cursed and said, asterisk 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 reg collector. If you did not affect the mood of the old man directly went in. Hearing this from the inchman, Wang Teng was directly laughing, because, just by hearing the voice and before seeing others. Wang Teng expected that this kind of person must be a waste. Why? As the saying goes, only when a waste person fails, he will look for reasons on others, while a truly strong person, when things go wrong, they will definitely look for the reasons on their own body first. What's more, he was 100,000 miles away from him. How could he affect him? Could it be with his mind? Seeing Wang Teng laughing, the inchman, as if he had been insulted by something huge, walked directly to Wang Teng's side and cursed once again, saying, "Are you laughing, Nima? If it wasn't you stinking rag collector influencing me, would I not enter?" Wang Teng put down the bag in his hand, pointed at the big head of this inch-headed man, and said indifferently, "Look at your shooting motion. It's not standard at all. The ball is plucked outwards, and you are pushing the ball out. Your wrist can't even generate power, and you still want to score? And you're using too much force, that's why you're not scoring. Got it? A vegetable pussy." When the surrounding crowd heard Wang Teng's words, they directly started laughing. Looking at Wang Teng like a monkey, they said, "Do you know who he is? He is the ace point guard of our school's varsity team. Forget it, don't pay attention to him. What does he know about basketball as a rag collector? I'm afraid he's just listening to a couple of lines on TV and started pointing the ball around. Yi Tian is the MVP winner of the previous class leagues." Hearing the people around him vocalizing for themselves, the inch-haired man's neck was directly tilted and he directly cocked his head to the sky. "He's great in your school, and the fact that you guys are pushing him so hard can only mean one thing. Not only is this Yi Tian in your mouth's trash, moreover, all of you here are trash." The words were not shocking. Wang Teng was harboring a huge amount of self-confidence, and directly was saying such extremely humiliating words. The crowd that heard these words directly exploded, and a big man with a little tattoo, who was quite strong-looking, directly stood out and roared, saying, "You rag collector, are you looking for death? Be careful that you won't be able to return home today." These words seemed to represent the heart of most of the people here, because at this moment, these people were staring at him in a circle, while their eyes were full of angry flames. Looking at these unkind eyes around him, Wang Teng instead shrugged his shoulders and gently smiled. "And, what? Is this a preparation for the many to bully the few? Although I am not afraid of many people bullying fewer people, but I still have one thing to say. Shouldn't we be talking with the ball on the basketball court?" Chapter 73 Bullfighting. Hearing this, Yi Tian laughed instead of being angry. Stopped these cranky old brothers around him who were already on the verge of losing their minds, snorted coldly at Wang Teng and said indifferently, "I didn't expect you, a rag collector, to be so arrogant. Good, I'll let you die today. Anyway, it won't take more than a few minutes to abuse you." Yi Tian's words had just fallen, while Wang Teng nodded his head in deep agreement. Yi Tian thought that Wang Teng's nodding was agreeing with his words, so he couldn't help but smile sinisterly and laugh. "It's too late to back out now. I will definitely press you to the ground and rub you hard." At these words, Wang Teng could not help but roll his eyes and slowly said, "What I mean by nodding my head is that it really won't take more than a few minutes to abuse you, and you probably don't know, much less believe, that I was playing in the professional league before I did rag collecting." The crowd that heard this was directly filled with speechlessness. All of them were like looking at a little cutie, like looking at Wang Teng. "I don't want to bleep with you more. Hurry up and start. If you lose in a while, we will definitely throw away all the rags in your bag that you have collected for a day," Yi Tian directly said in a grumpy manner. Wang Teng thought that he would say something about getting himself killed and beating himself up again. Never in a million years did he expect that. What he said was actually throwing away all his rags. Therefore, he did not hold back and directly, *********, a sound. This is also too cruel, right? Directly confiscating the fruits of one's labor? This can't be done. Their own bag has no rags at all. If they find out, it won't be good. It seems that even if you want to lose today, you can't." With this thought, Wang Teng also slowly opened his mouth and said, "If you lose, you will help me pack up all the mineral water bottles in the entire basketball court." "How?" The crowd that heard this directly laughed their heads off and they scoffed and said, "A rag collector is always a rag collector, with only his own bit of rags in his head. Brother Yi, you'd better go easy on him in a while. This rag collector brother seems a bit too pathetic." Hearing that his brother and the rag collector in front of him actually opened their mouths, Yi Tian directly waved his hand impatiently, signaling them to shut up. Waiting for the crowd to quiet down, Yi Tian then faintly said, "I promise you, cut the crap. Bullfighting it, fight 10. I'll let you kick off first." When Wang Teng heard this, he directly scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "I can't kick off first. You won't have a chance to attack if I kick off." Yi Tian froze when he heard this. "Are you stupid from collecting rags? Still afraid that I won't have a chance to attack? Hurry up and drive." Hearing Yi Tian's words, Wang Teng sighed helplessly and spread his hands again, reluctantly saying, "All right, then I'll start attacking. Only to see Wang Teng slowly pick up the basketball on the ground with both hands, although he hadn't touched the ball for a long time. However, the moment the ball entered his hand, Wang Teng instantly had an indescribable feeling of affection. If he had to describe this feeling, then it can be said that, man and ball are one, man and ball are one. Wang Teng sent the ball to Yi Tian, and Yi Tian passed the ball back to Wang Teng. The moment Wang Teng received the ball again, the match also started directly and officially, only to see that Wang Teng first did a forward change plus crotch dribble. Seeing that Wang Teng was able to make these moves, the crowd's eyes were slightly narrowed. However, the next second, Wang Teng made a turn. The basketball was directly flying out of the court. Chapter 74 Nail Board Hat. Seeing this embarrassing scene, the surrounding crowd of onlookers directly came up for air with laughter once again and mocked, saying, "Big mouth, but the strength is really a mouthful. Can't do it, can't do it. Laughing makes my stomach hurt. Rag collector, come on, Ali give us a little desire to watch it." In fact, this time when he lost the ball, Wang Teng really did it on purpose. He really didn't want to beat Yi Tian in 3 shots. It was too meaningless. He wanted to give him some hope and let him inflate to the peak before he directly sealed him. As expected, seeing Wang Teng's puzzling maneuver, Yi Tian directly laughed, and it was a maniacal laugh. The person who was close to the ball was directly picking up the ball to directly pass it to Yi Tian, who was laughing maniacally, and weakly said, "Hurry up and solve him," teasing the little cutie. "What's the point of playing?" Yi Tian, who heard this also, aha, gave a sound. Yi Tian sent the ball to Wang Teng, who passed it back. At this time, Yi Tian started to launch an attack, only to see Yi Tian easily pass Wang Teng with a skillful body forward change plus a perfect turn, and, looking at the basket in front of him, Yi Tian directly launched a 3-step layup. He thought to himself while making the layup, "What a rookie, 1 step and I'm over. This reaction and speed, still want to fight with me? It's too late, it's too soon." Just when Yi Tian threw the basketball out, ready to hit the board and score, snap, Wang Teng directly was a gentle leap, jumped up and directly gave Yi Tian a nailed big hat. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This Tama is Superman, right? This speed is faster than even Bolt, right? The crowd under the field was directly dumbfounded and could not help but exclaim in shock. Not only them, Yi Tian was also directly dumbfounded. Various thoughts also rose in his heart. Didn't I pass him in 1 step? Isn't this a simple 3-step layup? This can even cap me? No, this must be a coincidence. It must be this rag collector's luck. Thinking of this, Yi Tian directly was snorting at Wang Teng, smiled and said, "Seeing this smug look of yours, I know that my ploy has succeeded. I'm actually purposely letting you cap me one. Are you so smug now that you think you have hope of defeating me? I want this effect, to make you think of heaven and hell at the same time. I'm giving you another chance now. If you don't cherish this opportunity, I'm going to directly zero you out. You know what? Sometimes, having hope is often more desperate than having no hope." Oh, hearing Yi Tian's words, Wang Teng directly opened his mouth, but did not say a single word, for no other reason. This Yi Tian was actually more capable of pretending in bull asterisk 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 ting than himself without blushing or jumping. He actually described the fact that he was nailed with a big hat as him deliberately letting himself. If it wasn't for the fact that he was now fighting with himself, Wang Teng couldn't help but give him a round of applause. "I'm showing my cards, I'm not pretending anymore. I'm going to make 5 points to beat you 10 o'clock, so you can hurry up and collect the mineral water bottles for me. Hurry up and start, give me the ball." Wang Teng was also too lazy to tease Yi Tian, and directly spoke in a faint voice. Looking at Yi Tian, who was nearly a meter away from himself, Wang Teng couldn't help but say, 3 points without defense? When Yi Tian heard this, he directly crossed his arms and spoke, "So what if I let you shoot?" Chapter 75 A Sound Traveling the World. Hearing Yi Tian say this, Wang Teng did not say anything more and directly stood outside the 3-point line and jumped in place. When his hands raised the ball to the highest point, he directly with slightly wrist force, flicked the ball, and shot, only to see the trajectory of the ball drawing a high arc in the air. Only to hear, brush, sound, a 3-pointer was steadily hit. This hand up and down a 3-pointer, directly let the whole field become silent incomparable. After a few moments of silence, Yi Tian wiped the sweat on his head and began to comfort himself. How is this possible? It must be because he was too lucky. That's right, it must be. The crowd on the sidelines, on the other hand, were full of disbelief and looked at each other with disbelief. Because just now, that movement of Wang Teng was just too perfect. It looked as if it was almost the same as Curry's posture in the professional league. No matter how shocked the crowd was, Wang Teng just snapped his fingers in place and said to Yi Tian, "Hey friend, it's 1 o'clock, time to get serious, or else you'll have to collect the mineral water bottles from the whole field for me in a while." Hearing Wang Teng's words, Yi Tian also packed up his contempt, his legs forked, his arms spread out, and began to defend seriously. Then I'll start. Wang Teng faintly said these words, took over the basketball and started another round of offense, only to see that Wang Teng was directly outside the three-point line, took a step back, jumped up high and, with a casual raise of his hand, he threw the basketball out again. No way, outside the three-point line, actually want to retreat a step? He thought he was Curry? This ball is definitely not. If this ball can go in, I directly eat the ball. The arc of this ball is too high. It definitely won't go in. Seeing this very human-like operation of Wang Teng, the crowd was also talking again, although they were talking, but the ball in the air wouldn't stop for 1 second, 2 seconds. I only heard, brush. The basketball once again hit perfectly and steadily. Asterisk 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 hit it again? Okay, awesome. Watching Wang Teng scoring for the second time, the crowd was also numb and didn't know what to say anymore. Hey, don't froze, hurry up and pick up the ball. I'm going to start the offense. It's already 2 o'clock. Wang Teng looked at Yi Tian who was petrified in place and said faintly, here, I'm going to get serious. Yi Tian said indignantly. Receiving the basketball, Wang Teng once again launched his offense. Another three-point shot. Once again, it was a steady and perfect hit. Looking at Wang Teng who stood outside the three-point line and beat himself 3 o'clock without even coming in, Yi Tian directly felt the humiliation he had never felt before, and roared in disbelief. If you have the ability, you can throw it all in, as long as you have a ball that doesn't go in. See how I will beat you with my body in a while. Wang Teng smiled faintly and said indifferently, then let's wait and see. His hand rose and fell. Brush, 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 without a doubt. 4 more three-pointers went firmly into the net. Watching Wang Teng scored 7 consecutive three-pointers, and all of them were airballs, directly beating Yi Tian 7 o'clock. The crowd could no longer restrain their hearts. The crowd could no longer restrain their inner little. Directly shouted out 13 big words in unison. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ah, awesome Ali give. Hearing that the crowd around him was already fast becoming his own little fans, Wang Teng couldn't help but flirt with them and said, did you guys originally want to praise me for my good ball skills? But nah, there's no culture in my belly. So a line? Chapter 76, Am I your father? Agreeing to such an unreasonable request, the group of people wanted to say yes, but after looking at Yi Tian whose face was gloomy to the extreme, they also obediently shut their mouths. If you have the ability, don't shoot 3 points. It's meaningless to just know how to shoot 3 points. Unlike a man, the person who said this was Yi Tian. Hearing Yi Tian's words, Wang Teng was laughing on the spot. You are so stupid and cute. I keep scoring on my shots. Why don't I shoot? Am I your father? I'm going to agree to such an unreasonable request from you. Not to mention the fact that shooting baskets has something to do with not being a man? You're a real show-off. Without picking up Wang Teng's words, Yi Tian twisted his head around and threw the ball directly to Wang Teng, making a provocative move. Humming disdainfully, he said, shoot it, pussy, you only know how to shoot threes anyway. Seeing Yi Tian's behavior, although Wang Teng knew that he was using a provocative tactic, he still opened his mouth and said, alright, I won't shoot 3 points. It's good to let you see my other techniques. Yi Tian who heard this secretly sighed. It's really an inexperienced little rookie. 3 words down. You fell for it. Wait a while. I'll directly flip the game 10:7. I'm going to start attacking again. I hope you can defend. Wang Teng glanced at Yi Tian and said with a smile. After saying this, Wang Teng started his offense, only to see Wang Teng start dazzling body front changes and crotch dribbles against Yi Tian, taking only 0.1 seconds for each change of direction on average. Suddenly, Wang Teng made a crossover, directly to Yi Tian shook down on the ground, then directly an air pull-up, firmly threw the ball into the basket. This is Uncle Drew, right? This pull-up, this lag, it's simply what I've been dreaming of. The people under the court already couldn't care about looking at their good brother Yi Tian who was shaken down on the ground. Instead, they directly started praising Wang Teng without any stint, ignoring the ass-kissing from the crowd. Looking at Yi Tian who had fallen to the ground, Wang Teng instead extended a hand to him. While Yi Tian saw this hand that Wang Teng extended to him, he was surprised. He actually pulls me? Come on, brother, it's all just a cut and thrust on the court. Keep your heart wide open. How big the heart is, how big the stage is. It's all brothers on the court. Don't arbitrarily humiliate anyone. Hearing the words uttered by Wang Teng, Yi Tian was so ashamed that he lowered his head in shame, and this time it seemed like he wanted to bury his head under the ground. Come on, get up. What's it like to squirm? Just remember this mistake in the future and change it. Wang Teng once again put his hand out. This time, Yi Tian was no longer hesitant and grabbed Wang Teng's hand and directly was standing up. There are 2 left. Still want to play? Wang Teng asked with a slight smile. Play, must play. Even if I lose, I have to lose completely. I, Yi Tian, have never conceded without a fight. Yi Tian clenched his fists and faintly said to Wang Teng. Hearing Yi Tian's words, Wang Teng also looked at Yi Tian in a higher light. After all, a person stood in heaven and earth, alone and small, and was bound to meet particularly difficult things on the path of growth. At this point, most people would give up due to fear or whatever other reasons, and only those who persevere to the end despite everything can succeed and see the view from the top, even if their climb is a long one, but everything is worthwhile. Chapter 77, A Godly Performance. I'll continue the offense then. After receiving Yi Tian's pass, Wang Teng said as such. This time, Yi Tian close to the Wang Teng outside the 3-point line, but only see standing outside the 3-point line Wang Teng, left hand to protect the ball. The right hand is directly a boss hook. The ball is directly a godlike. Brush the sound of hollow into the net again. At this moment, their score is 9 o'clock. Seeing this operation of Wang Teng, the people under the field hissed like crazy again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is a ing miracle. Nima, how can the wrist have so much power? Even in the professional league, the peak-time skyhook Jabbar couldn't possibly do it, right? It was naturally impossible for a normal person to have such power in their wrist, except that Wang Teng was combining the power of a yellow-ranked expert and the skills of skyhook Jabbar. Watching Wang Teng, who was tightly posting up for defense, scored another hook 3. Yi Tian's brain was no longer enough to. Stuttering, he said, "Brother, are you still human?" Wang Teng, who heard this, simply cried and laughed, and slowly said, "We all have 2 shoulders, across one head. If I'm not a human being, what am I? Alright, quickly start the last ball." The words just fell. Wang Teng began to dribble the ball. This last ball, Yi Tian directly is not moving an inch close to the defense. Wang Teng saw this posture of Yi Tian, instead of advancing, directly dribbled the ball to the center of the field, and left everyone with a lonely back. A man with a robust physique, wiped the drool coming out from the corner of his mouth and barred his mouth and said, Is this hardly going to make the legendary center court no-look box back throw? Even the pros can't do that, right?" Regardless of what the outsiders thought, Wang Teng didn't hesitate, and directly stood at the center court and threw the ball out without even looking at the basketball frame. At this moment, everyone's breath was held, and the eyes were constantly following the trajectory of the ball all the time. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Brush. The ball unsurprisingly once again fell into the net with a perfect hollow. Seeing this ball, everyone's mouths directly grew big. How big was it? It was so big that it seemed to be able to fit into a basketball, although Wang Teng was calm and indifferent on the surface. But inwardly, he was thinking, this casually installed a pussy and scored? God, you are really cooperating with me. Wang Teng thought that the ball was scored by luck, but in fact, luck is only a small part. The real role is his fusion of countless ball players' skills, long ago gifted sense of touch, and yellow rank masters of the ability to manipulate the power of the delicate. Speaking of Yi Tian, when he saw the ball, a look of constipation even surfaced on his face, followed by complete conviction. "You must be playing in a professional league, but how come I've never seen you play?" Yi Tian asked tentatively. "No, I'm just a rag collector now, a toast to the past. Don't mention anything." Wang Teng hesitantly glanced at the sky and said faintly. It had to be said that the current Wang Teng was simply covered in drama. Seeing Wang Teng with this melancholic temperament, Yi Tian himself couldn't help but define him, the topmost ball player who played to the peak in the professional league. Because of the difficulty in finding an opponent, he chose to just retire on the spot. "Since you lost, hurry up and I'll go pick up the mineral water bottles for me. I have to collect them in a hurry." The moment these words came out, the melancholic temperament on Wang Teng's body was directly disappearing, and he again showed a look that regarded mineral water bottles as his own. Chapter 78, Mother Superior. When this group of people saw Wang Teng in this state, they could not help but twitch the corners of their mouths several times, not saying half a word. But then they also quickly and happily went to pick up the mineral water bottles, because this out-of-this-world skill that Wang Teng had shown them had deeply convinced them. After all, the basketball court was ultimately the basketball, being drilled by an expert who was so many times more powerful than themselves. And seeing such strong and cool ball skills, the consequence is just to pick up mineral water bottles. This wave is not a loss. In no time, the entire basketball court was filled with mineral water bottles that they had picked up. Looking at this pile of bottles and cans under his feet, Wang Teng nodded with satisfaction, and then quickly started to throw the mineral water bottles and other piles of bottles into the big bag. Ding! Recycling mineral water bottles. Rewarding wealth plus 20,000. Ding! Recycling Scream bottles. Reward wealth plus 40,000. Ding! Recycle Pepsi bottles. Reward wealth plus 30,000. After a while, Wang Teng finally finished packing the bottles. He opened Alipay and glanced at his balance, and saw 400,070,000 yuan displayed on the screen of his cell phone. Wang Teng couldn't help but smash his mouth and said, "Hey, there's only 400 million left, there's really not enough money to spend. Looks like we have to hurry up and collect rags." After saying this, Wang Teng picked up the bag and waved at the crowd and slowly walked away. Wang Teng, who came out from the basketball court, hummed a little song and then walked towards Neiman Marcus Limited Edition Fighter. As he walked, Wang Teng suddenly shook his bangs as if he thought of something important and murmured, "Then again, if I go back to the university to play basketball league now, I'm afraid that there will be countless pretty sisters chanting and cheering for myself. Even more so, the people chasing after myself could line up from the campus to France." If someone heard Wang Teng say these words, he was afraid that he would not be able to avoid rolling his eyes greatly and then madly spit out his mesmerizing confidence. "Yes, it's true that you are a little bit handsome, but how can you actually be so shameless as to say that the girls chasing you are lined up to France? Why don't you just say to the moon?" Wang Teng stood in place after some shamelessness, also was ready to ride the Neiman Marcus Limited Edition Fighter to see where to collect rags again. "Grandpa, Grandpa, your grandson called you again. Grandpa, Grandpa, your grandson called you again." Wang Teng was just about to launch Neiman Marcus Limited Edition Fighter. However, his cell phone ringtone was also ringing, and when Wang Teng looked at the caller's message, the memo displayed was Mother Superior, Lu Xinyu, Wang Teng's mother. Although Lu Xinyu had never had a job and had always told Wang Teng that she was just an ordinary rural woman, but Wang Teng always felt that his mother gave people a feeling of being a lady of the world, as if she had come from a family of scholars. Since Wang Teng understood, Lu Xinyu in this family has a hegemony position, an old man and a small, that is, the big king and the small king are respectful to it, so Wang Teng gave her note as the mother of the adults. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Teng immediately picked up the phone. Chapter 79, Song Jinyan. In an instant, a threatening voice that contained concern but was quite rough rang in Wang Teng's ears. "Brat, Mom will arrange a blind date for you in a while. The previous times I let you go, you rejected Mom without saying a word. This time you must give me obediently go, and then do not go. Careful, I beat you." Hearing his mom's words that seemed like a threat, but were full of concern, Wang Teng could not help but sigh in his heart. It's really pitiful to the world's parents, afraid that their own children will be bachelors, but then whirled around and playfully said to his mother, "Mom, my bones are so hard, how can you impress me? Hitting me is afraid that your hands will hurt. Also, I really don't like blind dates, you don't force me, okay?" More importantly, after having seen the Mother Superior's face, how could I still be moved by ordinary mortals? On the other end of the phone, when Wang Teng's mother heard these words, she immediately slammed her face up. "Don't be poor with me here. This time you have to go even if you go. You have to go even if you don't go. I have already promised people, if you go this time, I won't force you in the future, okay?" Hearing that his mother had already said so, Wang Teng was also embarrassed to refuse, and helplessly agreed, and added, "Just this once, I will never go again in the future." Seeing that her son had already promised himself, Wang Teng's mother immediately said with a smile on her face, "Okay, go quickly. The girl's name is Song Jinyan, and the address is table 32 of the Tomato Hotel. You brat, don't be late." After answering his mother's voice and hanging up the phone again, Wang Teng then rode the Neiman Marcus Limited Edition Fighter and sped off towards the West Tomato Hotel. And after hanging up the phone, Wan Yusen looked at Wang Teng's childhood photo and smiled, faintly saying, "What a brat, growing up and still always disobedient. Just don't know if this blind date will work out. By the way, still talking to me about never going on a blind date again. Is this something you can call the shots? You can't escape your mom's my five-finger mountain." Back to this end. After parking the Neiman Marcus Limited Edition Fighter, Wang Teng then entered table 32 of the Tomato Hotel and sat down, quietly waiting for Song Jinyan's arrival. Just when Wang Teng was so bored that he was about to gnaw on his own fingers for fun, a cool voice rang out coldly, "I am very sorry. I encountered a small matter on the way, so I came late." At the same time as the voice rang out, Wang Teng also raised his head, and then his eyes glowed slightly. Beauty, a typical beauty. It could also be said to be a super beauty with a convex front and devilish figure, thin where it should be thin, big where it should be big, fair skin, delicate light makeup, curved leafy eyebrows, long eyelashes fluttering slightly, a head of big wavy blonde curls emitted dazzling light. Her upper body was a dark red halter, and her slender thighs were wearing a goose yellow ultra-short miniskirt, which even more showed off her bumpy figure. If people with a little bit of poor willpower see it, they will definitely float and even do some things. But the only beautiful thing was the pride that was hidden in those Danfang eyes, which seemed to not put anyone in their eyes. Chapter 83 Questions of Death. As a steel big straight man, Wang Teng for a moment did not think of how to strike up a conversation, and Song Jinyan seemed to be happy with this, slowly sat down opposite Wang Teng, pursed her red lips that tempted people to commit crimes, and said faintly, "It was my father who forced me to come to the blind date. In fact, I personally don't want to come, but since I've come, then the ritual of a blind date still needs to have a little bit of sense of ceremony as well. Even though you look a little bit good looking, I have an extremely high quality of life and need a lot of money to support it. We're all adults, so naturally we know that love without money to sustain it is a scattered mess. So I'll simply ask you a few questions to see if we're a good match. So here goes. First, do you have a house? How many square meters? Second, do you have a car? What kind of car? Third, how much is your monthly salary?" Hearing this death trifecta of questions from Song Jinyan, Wang Teng directly had no good feelings towards this woman at all, even though she was so good looking and tantalizing. "Since your attitude is so bad, then my attitude will be even worse than yours." Wang Teng thought as such. Just at this time, the waiter also brought up a mountain of dishes, bowed deeply, and politely said, "We have served all the dishes, please enjoy your meal." Originally, Wang Teng wanted to directly dislike Song Jinyan's 3 questions of death directly, but smelling the tantalizing smell emitted from the meal that was placed in front of him, he couldn't help but gulp a few mouthfuls of saliva. Therefore, he decided to eat a couple of mouthfuls of food first. Wang Teng did not take Song Jinyan as an outsider at all. Under the gaze of Song Jinyan, he directly picked up his chopsticks and ate. With great abandon. Seeing Wang Teng's appearance of not having eaten in several lifetimes, Song Jinyan's beautiful eyes could not help but look at him. Song Jinyan's beautiful eyes couldn't help but flash through several lines of speechlessness. Wang Teng ate for 5 minutes without saying a word, burped and picked his teeth with a toothpick. After this, only then did he raise his head and glanced at Song Jinyan. He grunted in a dangling manner and said, "Likewise to each other. I was also forced by my mom to come on a blind date. You only said your conditions, so how can you be sure that I'll be able to look at you? As for a car, I don't have one, only a motorcycle. I don't have a house either. I live in a rented house. I'm a rag collector. I only have a daily income, never a monthly salary." Hearing Wang Teng say these words with a straight face, Song Jinyan's brows were also slightly furrowed. Subconsciously, she was ready to pick up her bag and leave immediately, but as if she remembered her father's instructions to her before he left, she put down the bag that was already in her hand before she took a deep breath to calm herself down and slowly said, "I'm a 211 master's student. I'm earning $50,000 a month now, and I have to buy $20,000 to $30,000 worth of cosmetics every month, not to mention clothes and stuff. The price of one of my casual lipsticks is estimated to be several months for you to earn. I don't think we're a good match. I hope you can be more competitive in the future. Don't let your mother down. She's quite difficult." When Wang Teng heard Song Jinyan's words, his complexion didn't change in the slightest. Instead he continued to wolf down the dishes on the table. Seeing Wang Teng's oil and salt, dead pig's appearance of not being afraid of boiling water, Song Jinyan directly stood up and coldly said, "I've already settled the meal money. I'll leave first." Chapter 81, All Sugar-Free. Just as Song Jinyan turned around for a split second, Wang Teng also wiped his mouth and opened his mouth and said, "Wait, is this inappropriate? But before I go, can you take a look at this watch I collected from the junkyard? I don't know if it's worth anything, but you're from high society, so you must know it. What kind of watch can you get from collecting rags? At most, an ordinary Casio, right?" Although this was what he thought in his heart, Song Jinyan couldn't help but turn around. "Patek Philippe? It's the most prestigious watch in the world." Song Jinyan's heart exclaimed in shock. While also not moving, he sat back on the seat opposite Wang Teng. Seeing Song Jinyan sitting back across from him again, Wang Teng deliberately let out "Ha!" sound. Pretending to have a curious face again, he asked, "Didn't you say that we're not suitable and that you're leaving after settling the bill?" Looking at Wang Teng's management of this exaggerated expression at this moment, Song Jinyan couldn't help but have a million thoughts in a moment. Could his real identity be a hidden tycoon? After all, a casual piece of Patek Philippe watch could not be something that a rag collector might be able to afford. Moreover, this watch had a unique style that was very dazzling. It wasn't like those few ordinary models either. Thinking about it this way, it was at least a few tens of millions of dollars, wasn't it? Is he deliberately pretending to be poor to test whether I am a gold-digging woman? My behavior just now wasn't too bad, right? Song Jinyan, who thought of this, immediately said with a smile on her brow, "I just wanted to get up to go to the restroom, and by the way, I wanted to go and secretly check out the bill to give you a surprise, and my original words just now were, I don't think we're right for each other, but we must be super matchless Not to mention how can there be two people who are born to be right for each other, don't you think? You're handsome and graceful, and I'm beautiful and gorgeous. What a perfect match. Song Jinyan said these words as if they were true. If it wasn't for Wang Teng's hearing, he almost believed what she said. Song Jinyan's words didn't count after she finished, but after she finished, she even directly rubbed her long legs under the table against Wang Teng's ankles. On her face, she was shy and flavorful, simply an abrasive little demon. Just at this time a waiter wearing a tie and a white shirt walked over and, speaking softly, he said, "Would you two like some drinks?" Song Jinyan looked up at the waiter, then faintly said, "Give me a cup of coffee, with sugar." Wang Teng also spoke up at this time, saying, "Give me a cup of coffee, without sugar." The waitress nodded with a smile and faintly said, "Wait a moment, I'll bring it over to you two when it's ready right away." The waiter just turned around and, Wang Teng spread his hands and with a look of disappointment said slowly to Song Jinyan that, "AI, it seems like we're really not a good match. I like to drink coffee without sugar, while you, on the other hand, like to drink it with sugar." Hearing Wang Teng's words, Song Yinji hurriedly called out to the waiter who was about to get out of her sight and, speaking loudly, she said, "Both cups of coffee should be sugar-free. In addition, bring us one more bottle of vodka and 2 tall glasses." Hearing this, the waiter answered and went to prepare. Only then did Song Yinji beep at Wang Teng and said coyly, "Just now, people's mouths were quick, and I accidentally said the wrong thing. In fact, I also love drinking sugar-free coffee. In order to punish people for this mouth mistake, I will drink a few more cups to apologize to you, okay?" Wang Teng smiled and said, "What if you get drunk? Do you still want me to send you home?" Chapter 82. It's impossible to let a girl pay the bill, right? Hearing these words of sending Song Jinyan, she was directly laughing and pouting. She said, "What are you thinking in your heart? Brother, you are so bad. Sister, I like it so much. By the way, today I can eat cold food. Oh, do you want to send me home later?" Seeing Song Jinyan teasing herself in this crazy way, Wang Teng smiled mysteriously and, "Actually, I'm even worse than you think. Oh yeah, I don't have a house, but I have a sea view villa, although my car is a motorcycle. This motorcycle is one that I just bought for $700 million. It's true that I only have a daily wage, but I have at least a couple $1,000,000 a day, right?" Song Jinyan, who heard this, could no longer care about being reserved, and directly was all of a sudden stood up from the opposite side of Wang Teng and sat next to Wang Teng, intimately wrapping Wang Teng's arm. Sure enough, money is not everything, but without money is nothing. When you are a poor man, the girl across the street is a cold, reticent woman. When you show off your wealth a little bit, guess what the sister across the street looks like? I'll tell you, she is whatever you want her to be. Song Jinyan had just wrapped her arm around Wang Teng when the waiter presented 2 cups of sugar-free coffee and a bottle of vodka. Said a sentence, "Both of you, enjoy your meal." Then he slowly retreated. After the waiter left, Song Jinyan directly poured the vodka into 2 measuring vessels and then poured them into separate goblets. Only then did she exhale beside Wang Teng's ear and said, "Just now, people said the wrong thing, so let's punish ourselves first." Wang Teng also smiled slightly when he heard this. "Cheer up, Ali, give, drink more." After these words, Song Jinyan directly raised his tall glass and drank the vodka inside in one go. After filling the vodka again, Song Jinyan raised the glass an adoring look at Wang Teng, pursed her red lips, and opened her mouth to say, "Cheers." As soon as the words fell, Wang Teng also raised his wine glass. In the Song Jinyan, bouts of strange words under the rounds of bombardment, a cup of vodka soon reached the bottom. With such a high quantity of alcohol in their stomachs, the two of them were also flushed. For Wang Teng, a yellow-ranked expert, this amount of alcohol was nothing at all. He just didn't force the alcohol out through his fingers. As for Song Jinyan, she could be called a veteran of socializing, and under the cultivation of various social functions over the years, this bottle of vodka could still hold up as well. As such, both of them were still quite clear in their sanity. "Next, why don't we go to a private theater and watch a movie?" Looking at the wretched food and empty bottles of wine and coffee on the table, Song Jinyan blinked at Wang Teng and said so. When Wang Teng heard this, he really didn't want to expose her. "Are you watching a movie?" You feel your conscience on your chest and say, "Do you really want to watch a movie?" Oh, no, this woman can't touch her conscience at all. A woman's heart can't guess it. Blame it on the thick meat on her chest. Although inwardly, Wang Teng still beckoned to the waiter. "And, table 32, check out." As the waiter walked to the front of the dining table, Wang Teng also took his cell phone out of his pocket, opened the Alipay payment interface, and slowly handed it to the waiter. When Song Jinyan saw this action of Wang Teng, his eyes slightly lit up. Must leave a good impression in front of Wang Teng for show. Besides, he was so rich, there was no way he would let a girl pay the bill, right? Chapter 83, The Surrounding Eaters. Thinking about this, Song Jinyan quickly pulled out his cell phone and opened the QR code interface of Alipay and showed it to the waiter. This action, appropriately, was only 1 second slower than Wang Teng. Song Jinyan felt that his operation was simply perfect. A teasing voice rang out. Since you want to pay, then you pay. It's not easy for me to collect rags day in and day out to earn a buck. After saying these words, Wang Teng directly was putting the cell phone back into his pocket again. Song Jinyan, who heard this, had her arm hanging in the air, neither in nor out, but with a clench of her silver teeth. She quickly smiled again. And, originally, I didn't think of letting you pay. I'll just pay for such a small amount. Song Jinyan did this because there was a voice in her head that kept saying to her, people who casually spend tens of millions of dollars on a watch, would they covet your small amount of money? This is just a small test for you. Think about those dramas you see on TV. Which female lead didn't go through several tests before entering the rich family? Doesn't suffer several setbacks? That's good. That's good. You're such an understanding girl. Whoever can be with you is really lucky. Since the meal is also finished, let's stop here for this blind date. After saying this, Wang Teng stood up rather baldly and walked out of the Tomato Hotel with a cozy face. Just as he had just mounted the Neiman Marcus limited edition fighter and was ready to depart, a voice with a petulant and somewhat crying tone entered his ears. And, didn't you say you were going to go to a private theater with someone to watch a movie? Why did you leave all of a sudden? And so quickly? Song Jinyan stomped her foot on the ground and said with some exasperation. Although Song Jinyan's outer appearance was so luscious and cute that one would want to resist the urge to ruthlessly take her into one's arms and love her. But inside, she was frantically sputtering that old mother has acted so clearly. Why are you still as indifferent as a wooden man? Are you an old bald man who has left the monastery? Not close to women? I have such a good figure and great clothes. What makes you refuse my invitation? Song Jinyan's such a loud voice naturally attracted many passers-by who stopped to watch. Seeing such a scene, quite a few people were directly talking about it. Sister's legs are not legs. The spring water on the banks of the Seine, really not I blow. On this pair of so slender jade legs, are enough for me to play a few years. This unknown brother is really in a state of bliss. How could such a good-looking beauty shyly go after a motorcycle rider? Could it be that long legs are suitable for riding a motorcycle? Can't figure it out. A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and with his hair falling back. At a glance, he looked like a very successful entrepreneur. Patting the shoulder of this brother who spoke last, he revealed a puzzled smile before slowly speaking, saying, do you know how much that pair of motorcycles cost? The man who spoke last froze before saying with a teasing smile, how much money can there be? Even if it's a good point of a motorcycle, usually tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands only. I've heard of the most expensive is just a few million. Can't it be that this motorcycle of his is a few million? Chapter 84, Keyhole Man. The man pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and smiled, not saying anything, just stretching out a palm. $500,000? $500,000 isn't so good looking a beautiful woman chasing after you backwards, right? Although my fortune is not much, but buy a 500,000 yuan car is still affordable. How is it that there is not such a superb woman chasing after me? The man wearing gold glasses once again shook his head. This time this man who opened his mouth to say 500,000 was also smiling to himself, took a puff of the cigarette in his hand, before opening his mouth to say, 5,000,000. No wonder, no wonder. Seeing this surprised tone of the man in front of him, the man with the golden glasses also finally opened his mouth and said, no, I mean the value of this motorcycle is now guaranteed to be 5,000,000. Even more than that. This motorcycle is called the Neiman Marcus limited edition fighter. It sold for 350 million when it first came out, and it's almost out of print now. Also, look at the watch he's wearing on his right arm. It's called the Patek Philippe the Grandmaster chime and it sells for 220 million. Bro, forget about it. Let's go. There are some people who are destined to be surrounded by beautiful women when they are born, and directly reach the peak of their life. You can't surpass him even if you work hard for several lifetimes. These people didn't intentionally lower their voices, so all of these words Song Jinyan had also heard word for word. Therefore, even as he looked at Wang Teng, who was merely turning back to say nothing at the moment and seemed to have little interest in himself, Song Jinyan still chose to use his own words. Song Jinyan still chose to use his hot face to stick to Wang Teng's cold ass, only to see Song Jinyan walk to the back of Wang Teng's motorcycle, looking at Wang Teng with a slight smile, revealing two shallow dimples, once again pampered, saying, accompany me to watch a movie in a private theater. It's so dark there with the lights off. I don't dare to watch it alone. Wang Teng scratched his head and, doubtfully said, why should I accompany you? Song Jinyan squirmed for half a day, before she softly said, I can accompany you to watch some wonderful action blockbusters. Even saying this, Song Jinyan directly lowered her head shyly, her face reddening. Sorry, not interested. In my eyes you're not even as attractive as rags. So, Goodbye Yulu. With a few rumble of the motorcycle engine sound, Wang Teng was directly like an arrow out of the string, quickly disappeared into the night, only left in place inhaled several mouths of motorcycle exhaust. Messy Song Jinyan, until after a while, Song Jinyan back to God, only indignantly opened his mouth to say, "What kind of situation is this? It's always myself who dumps others, but today I'm being dumped by someone else? You Wang Teng, you have no balls. I wish you a DUI check on the road and wait for the police station." Song Jinyan didn't even know that Wang Teng had long ago used the power of a yellow order expert to force out the alcohol after riding the Neiman Marcus limited edition fighter. So how could he still get caught drunk driving? Among the crowd of onlookers, a lewd stingy man that, seeing Song Jinyan who was left behind, couldn't help but imagine. He went to take advantage of this woman's sadness to comfort her. Maybe he could get a beautiful woman back. Chapter 85, The World on the Other Side of the Phone. This man seems to be an honest person. After thinking this in his head, his body didn't slow down a step. Therefore, he directly walked forward to Song Jinyan, who was in a state of anger and indignation. He slowly said, "Beautiful woman, I wonder if you can give me a chance to accompany you to the movies?" Looked at the front of this seems to be a little anxious, full of beard, brain and some not too bright stingy man. Song Jinyan's thin lips coldly spat out a scram word and left the entrance of the Tomato Hotel, and the crowd of onlookers that looked at the stingy big man who had ruthlessly eaten a defeat and broke out into a burst of laughter. On this side, Wang Teng already rode his Neiman Marcus limited edition fighter back to the entrance of his own villa. After entering the villa and simply taking a shower, Wang Teng just picked up his cell phone and realized that there were more than a dozen missed calls, and these missed calls are all from his own mother and father. The mother of the adult started the fire is simply like a flood beast general unstoppable. Think of this terrible scene. Wang Teng hurriedly is to return a phone call. As soon as the phone was connected, Lu Xingyu opened her mouth and said, "What are you doing? Why haven't you been answering my calls? How was the blind date? Did it work out?" Wang Teng said quietly, "People say I'm poor and can't give her an exquisite life. She doesn't know. Son, Mom believes in you. In the future you will be rich and famous." Lu Yusin was directly helping her son to dislike this blind date woman. Wang Teng, who heard this, directly spoke, "Mom, there's no need for later. I'm already rich and famous now. I've been busy these past few days. I forgot to tell you, I won 5,000 W by buying a lottery ticket." The reason why he said this was because the fact of owning the system was too appalling. Even if he said it, his mother wouldn't believe it. And winning the lottery, it was probably still possible to muddle through. "Child, are you angry and confused after being rejected? I see you are. Either return to." Just at this time, Lu Yusin's cell phone received a message that, "Dear customer, hello, your bank card with the tail number XXXX26 has arrived at 30,000,000 yuan, with a balance of 30,580,000 yuan. Please pay attention to check and receive. I wish you a happy life." Only after a short period of shock did Lu Yusin slowly speak to Wang Xingji, who was next to her, saying, "Xingji, this brat you gave birth to actually won 50,000,000 yuan by buying a lottery ticket. Do you dare to believe it?" Hearing this, Wang's father smashed his mouth and he opened his mouth and said, "This brat, when he was in school, in order to compete in front of his classmates to prove his luck, he bought 10 bottles of Coke all thanks to patronage. If he buys a lottery ticket and wins, I'm afraid that our family's ancestors' graves are smoking." Wang Teng's mother and father, no less. Lu Yusin immediately followed Wang Teng's father's words and said, "Yes, if I didn't see this text message, I couldn't believe it either. I thought this asshole kid was making fun of me." Hearing the two parents flirting back and forth on the phone, Wang Teng deeply felt that the two people on the other end of the phone were not just having a conversation. It was the cozy little world that he longed for the most. "Brat, your father and I can't use this money. We transferred the money back to you. Keep it for yourself. Just take good care of yourself." A warm voice interrupted his days. Chapter 86, Gold Level Rag Recycler. Wang Teng lowered his head, looking at the 30,000,000 RMB which was transferred back into his bank card again. Wang Teng realized that in the eyes of his parents, he would always be an overgrown brat. They always want to protect themselves under their wings. Thinking of this, Wang Teng's heart was slightly astringent. He opened his mouth again and said, "Mom, you guys just take it and spend it. I'm doing a big business recently. I'll earn it back soon. You guys don't worry about spending it. You guys don't spend it but also save it. Consider it as saving money for me to marry my daughter-in-law. I've transferred it this time. Don't transfer it back for me." Seeing that 30,000,000 was once again returned to her bank card, Wang's mother did not say much and, after answering and telling Wang Teng to take care of himself alone, she hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yusin was not very happy because Wang Teng said she won the lottery. Could he not know his own child? He concluded that Wang Teng must be talking about panic. However, she didn't know where the money came from, so she frowned her pretty eyebrows and said to Wang Xingji that, after I left there in the first place, I thought of finding a random small village with you and forgetting about the rest of my life. As for this brat Wang Teng, I also thought of letting him live his life quietly and peacefully, but I didn't expect that just by himself. A freshly graduated college student, he earns so much money. If he really reaches that level later, I really don't know if it's good or bad. Men are all rather big-hearted. Wang Xingji didn't say anything, directly was a hand to Lu Yusin into his arms, touching Lu Yusin's head and said in a soft voice, my son, Wang Teng, has the talent of a dragon. If it really comes to that time, let's show everything to him. Give him the choice and see what kind of life he wants to live. Hearing this, Lu Yusin, who was in Wang Xingji's arms, nodded in agreement. Wang Teng fell into a deep sleep after hanging up the phone, and after waking up with a start and stretching, Wang Teng also decided to go for a lottery first. Opening the familiar lottery wheel, Wang Teng flicked the pointer and waited for justice to fall from the sky. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a truth pill. Truth pill? That means it allows one to speak their innermost truth? After saying this, Wang Teng took a cursory look at the introduction of the truth pill that emerged in his mind, and it was not much different from what he had said. After eating a breakfast, Wang Teng slowly said, right, system, what is today's mission? Wang Teng opened his mouth with a bit of anticipation. Ding! System mission earn 500 million within 3 days. Do not sell any existing items. Mission successful. Rewarded with career upgrade to become a gold level rag recycler, gaining the new function of recycling rags in the virtual game world. Whenever that mission is completed, the next mission will open. With a cold and icy voice, the system completed today's mission release. Asterisk 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 recycling rags in the virtual game world? Wouldn't this be comfortable? People sitting at home, money coming from the sky? System, you are so powerful. Ali give. But, suddenly I'm so looking forward to what new features the diamond rag recycler will reward. Wang Teng saw the new features after upgrading to a gold rag recycler and also didn't hold back and directly shouted out in excitement. Chapter 87, Your grandpa is still your grandpa. Without further ado, hurry up and collect rags, early enough to earn 500,000 yuan. Then, ha 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 ha. Wang Teng let out a burst of rather obscene laughter. Then he took the sack and pushed open the door and walked out. Looking at the limited edition supercar and Neiman Marcus limited edition fighter in front of the villa's door, Wang Teng was also torn up. Which one should I drive out to collect rags today? If you don't have any money, you don't have to worry about this at all, and you'll be happy every day. But as soon as the money, hey, this is the trouble of rich people. In the end, Wang Teng chose the Neiman Marcus limited edition fighter and rode it into a neighborhood near the city center, casually parking the Neiman Marcus limited edition fighter at the entrance of the neighborhood. Wang Teng then walked in and shouted in the neighborhood, collect rags, recycle all kinds of rags, high price, collect rags, recycle all kinds of rags, high price recycling. For a whole hour. During this time, only one big mom sold him a small bag of rags. Looking at the 570,000/500,000,000 quest completion level, Wang Teng couldn't help but feel a little worried. Where to collect rags fast? Just as Wang Teng's mouth subconsciously continued to shout out his slogan of collecting rags, an old man with a bushel fan came over and patted him. Wang Teng had thought that the old man was coming to sell rags, but he didn't expect that the old man just smiled and said, don't collect rags here. This neighborhood is full of young people who are probably still sleeping at home at this time. Hearing this, Wang Teng really understood too much. When he was in college, as long as there was no class in the morning, the 6 people in the same dormitory must have slept in the darkness of the sky and the moon and the sun. Moreover, even if all 6 of them woke up, none of them got out of bed, even if they wanted to go to the toilet. This seems to be a simple question of whether to get out of bed or not, but in reality it is a battle of betting on your life and dignity, because when you get out of bed, you'll hear voices like, XX, you pass that thing for me, XX, you help me bring a meal, XX, you help me bring my girlfriend a hot water bag, XX, you help me go pee. Many unreasonable requests like this fell on you all at once. Thinking of this, Wang Teng also gave up his intention to continue collecting rags in this neighborhood, so he humbly asked for Moncler outlet store advice. Grandpa, do you know which neighborhood nearby has a lot of Moncler jackets outlet of people living in it? After seeing Wang Teng's sincere face, he gave him a clear direction. Silly boy, see that tall building? That's our Tianmen City's central hospital, where the daily flow of people connected can circle the earth several times. The rags are even more numerous. Go there and collect them. When Wang Teng heard this, he directly slapped his head and silently thought in his heart. Right, remember when I became a silver-level rag recycler not long ago? There's the new function of going to the hospital to collect rags. Why didn't I think of it for so long? Really not enough head to count. Chapter 88 Center Hospital. Wang Teng, this is really too harsh. Speaking words to even scold themselves. This angry is not still want to beat themselves? The first thing I did was to say thank you to Moncler Jackets Outlet the man. And Wang Teng turned around and left. And Moncler Outlet Store looking at the back of Wang Teng's departure. His face showed a very proud smile. He nuzzled his mouth. Only then did he slowly say, under my wise and godly guidance, you are finally the one who has found the place where miracles can be produced the most. Young people are young people after all. Your grandpa is still your grandpa. Wang Teng, who was out of the neighborhood, mounted the Neiman Marcus limited edition fighter and sped towards the Tiananmen City Central Hospital. And very quickly he reached the downstairs of the Central Hospital. If Wang Teng in the past might have stopped for a while under the magnificent building, and then sighed inside, narcissistic and pretentious or something, but this time, parked Neiman Marcus limited edition fighter Wang Teng did not linger at the entrance of Tiananmen City Central Hospital, and directly walked in with an arrow step, because he has been unable to resist the desire to enjoy a few days of that kind of people sit at home. Money comes from the sky. The wonderful feeling of people are sitting at home. Money comes from the sky. Wang Teng, who entered the hospital, was frozen in thought about where to start collecting rags. At this time, an old lady wearing cleaner's clothes directly walked to Wang Teng and pulled his arm to start a chatter. Little Wang, you finally came today. You know what? The rags are already piled up into a mountain. If you don't come again, that pile of rags is afraid to drown your Wang granny. Quickly, come with me to collect the rags. Seeming to have thought of something, Granny Wang said with another slate. Right, you quickly go with me to the highest level VIP ward first. Some of the rags there are more valuable. Granny Wang has been keeping them for you. Lastly, listen to Granny Wang's advice. The most important thing is that when you arrive at the high-level VIP ward area in a while, keep your voice down when you collect the rags. If you cause those powerful people to be in an unpleasant mood, you're going to have to suffer. As soon as the words fell, Wang Teng was dragged by the hand of the self-proclaimed Granny Wang and walked towards the highest-level VIP ward area. Very quickly, Wang Teng came to the 88th floor's highest-level VIP ward area. This is the house. It's full of the rags that I packed up for you, Granny Wang. The rest of the rags are in that old place behind the first floor. Once you're done packing this, hurry up and go pack down there. Just call the money to the bank card with the tail number XXXX55 when you're done collecting it. Granny Wang, I trust your character. I still have work to do, so I'll leave first. Take your time to collect it yourself. Granny Wang pointed to the small room containing the rags in front of her, and explained a few words to Wang Teng with a kind face, then left. Looking at this room of rags, Wang Teng also started his happy recycling work. Ding! Recycling a chair with one leg missing. Rewarding wealth plus 30,000. Ding! Recycling a worn-out case registration form. Rewarding wealth plus 40,000. Ding! Recycle a famous medical journal. Reward wealth plus 60,000. Ding! Recycle a worn-out nurse's uniform. Reward wealth plus 30,000. Chapter 89, Encountering Tang Xueme. Until Wang Teng finished recycling the rags of an entire room, not a single special reward had been triggered. It seemed that special rewards were really something that could be encountered but not desired. Just like many things in life, the more you desire it to come, the less it will appear. Instead, when you didn't care about it, it would come one after the other. After closing this small room containing rags, Wang Teng subconsciously looked at the completion level of the quest, and the data displayed in his mind was yes, 24, 600, 000/500, 000. Seeing this nearly 1/20th of the completion degree, the corners of Wang Teng's mouth also revealed a pleased smile. And, almost there. I don't know how much I can get to after collecting the rags downstairs, but it should be almost 1/5. After all, that's a whole building's worth of rags. Thinking of this, a trace of inexplicable excitement rose in Wang Teng's heart. Just as Wang Teng was about to go downstairs to collect the rags, a voice he was particularly familiar with came out from a senior VIP ward next door. Old sir, how do you think my father's illness is doing? Wang Teng looked through the gap in the room and the person who said this was indeed Tang Xueme. When Wang Teng heard this, he was so anxious and eager that he directly pushed open the door and walked in, then opened his mouth and said, Xueme, what kind of disease does your father have? I happen to know some medical skills. Why don't I come and help your father take a look? Wang Teng, why are you here? I don't know what kind of disease. I suddenly received a call from Chen Feng yesterday saying that my father was sick, and he said that he had already sent him here for treatment. When I came here, father's health was already very bad. and the doctors here couldn't find out what the cause of the illness was. It wasn't until this old gentleman, whom father knew, rushed over overnight and treated him for a full half a night that his father's color got a little better. But his father's condition is still not optimistic. At this time, what Wang Teng did not notice, Chen Feng, who was sitting in the corner, suddenly spoke up. You are a world-class piano master. I lost last time and admitted it convincingly, but now you're saying that you know some medical skills. Your medical skills can't be world-class as well, right? You have to know that all mortals cannot use one mind for two purposes. It is absolutely impossible to be so outstanding in both fields. Since that's the case, you'd better leave. This old gentleman is known as half-immortally. Even he can't do anything about it, let alone you. Chen Feng, who had said these words, had even more noobs of disdain and contempt at the corners of his mouth. Hearing the world-class piano master, this old gentleman known as Li half-immortal also was only slowly raised glanced, although as to see Wang Teng hand holding this sack, but he did not rise a trace of contempt, because he knew, as long as it can be called a world-class masters are worthy of being respected. This did not distinguish between any fields. Even though this half-immortal Li did not have any contempt for Wang Teng, he did not pay any attention to Wang Teng either. He was proud of his medical skills. Other than his deceased master, he thought that his medical skills could be considered unrivaled in the world. Therefore, he directly ignored Wang Teng and began to answer Tang Xuemei's words. This disease, it's very strange. Your father's breath is quite disorganized, and there is something that seems to be unknown, jumping around in his pulse. Chapter 90 rather poisoning. On top of that, the multiple other ailments your father exhibited match hundreds of difficult illnesses, yet none of them are exactly right. Strange. Now I'm also at my wit's end. Unless I make use of the 9 heavenly returning god needle, which I'm not very sure of, then there's still some hope. Half-immortally finished saying this, constantly stroking his white beard with a sad face and constantly sighing. Looking at Tang Xuemei's father, who had a pained face on the hospital bed, his bones were as thin as firewood, and even his eyes were a bit sunken. Wang Teng once again said to Tang Xuemei, who still had tear tracks on her face, has your father ever said which part of his body is the most uncomfortable? Trust me, my medical skills are also world-class. It's just that this hasn't been told to you. Although Wang Teng had already basically grasped Tang Xuemei's father's condition through the art of looking and sniffing, he still wanted to chat to further understand more information. Tang Xuemei paused and slowly said, Father said that it feels like his heart has been burned by fire, followed by chest tightness and chest pain. That's what he kept repeating to me when he was awake. Last night the old gentleman gave acupuncture once, and it felt a little effective and relieved a lot. But the old gentleman said that unusual means can't cure it at all, and that no one in this world can cure it, unless one makes use of the 9 heavenly returning needles. But this set of true methods is extremely rigid. If the 9 needles go down, it's extremely easy for father's body to become even weaker, and the old gentleman is not familiar with this set of needles. Before Tang Xuemei could finish, suddenly Wang Teng laughed out with the corners of his mouth hooked. Hearing this laughter, both Chen Feng and Half-Xian Li's gazes also shifted directly to Wang Teng. What are you laughing at? You can laugh at this situation? Do you think that you can cure this kind of disease? Or do you think that old Mr. Half-Immortal Li is not capable in his own right, and has exaggerated his words too much? What exactly do you mean? Chen Feng was directly yelling at Wang Teng twice, provoking a conflict between Wang Teng and Half-Immortal Li. As expected, Half-Xian Li, who heard this, frowned and did not say anything, but anyone could see the displeasure on his face at this moment. It's nothing. I just want to say that Xuemei's father isn't suffering from any disease at all, but is poisoned. Wang Teng looked at Tang Xuemei with a firm gaze, and then slowly spoke. Poisoned. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. These words directly caused the faces of the 3 people present to become grave. Although all 3 people's complexions had become grave, the reason behind this gaze was different. Chen Feng in particular, his face changed even more slightly as he hurriedly spoke, saying, how is this possible? If it's really poisoning, why didn't so many doctors at Tianmen City Central Hospital see any signs of it? If it's really poisoning, why didn't the highly respected old Mr. Li Half-Immortal see any clues? Even if they couldn't cure it, it's impossible that they couldn't even determine the cause of the illness, right? In response to Chen Feng's questioning, although Wang Teng did not want to respond, but in order to convince Tang Xuemei and Half-Xian Li, he still calmly opened his mouth and said, this poison is a long-lost strange poison. This poison will initially enter the vicinity of the heart, causing a rolling burning sensation. Next it will slowly invade one's limbs and bones, making one's hands and feet lose consciousness. Chapter 91 Chen Feng who picked a fight. Lastly, this poison will attack one's nervous system and affect one's sanity. If not treated in time, one will enter a state of lethargy, and it won't be long before they lose their vital signs, never waking up again. Hearing this, Tang Xuemei, unable to control her agitated heart, directly cried with pearly blossoms, and directly jumped into Wang Teng's embrace, and with her hands still tightly encircling Wang Teng's neck. When Chen Feng saw this scene, he was burning with anger, but he could not do anything about it. However, he quickly soothed his furrowed brows. This was because he knew that in less than a day or two, or even a few hours, not only would Tang Xuemei's father's company be annexed by his own family's company, but also Tang Xuemei would become a plaything in his palm. At his mercy, Tang Xuemei in Wang Teng's arms did not know that Chen Feng had such vicious thoughts. After the excitement, Tang Xuemei seemed to have remembered that there were still two people around, and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes before she left Wang Teng's arms with a red face. Opening her mouth, she said, Right. What you just said is exactly right. My father just started with angina, chest tightness, chest pain, followed by stiffness and loss of consciousness in his limbs, after which he could only lie in bed. In the end it was delirium. At first he could still call out my name, then he didn't even recognize me, and then after a while it was straight to sleep, and the face also became lusterless. It wasn't until old Mr. Li half-immortal came and stuck a few needles in his face that his face was slightly rosy. However, he still didn't wake up. Wang Teng, please, you know so well, you must be able to save my father. You hurry up and save my father now. I can't lose him. As long as you save my father, my Tang family will definitely be grateful. Hearing Tang Xuemei's words, Wang Teng waved his hand, slowly cupped Tang Xuemei's face, and said seriously, Today, as long as I'm here, even if your father's soul has already been hooked, I will still pull it out of hell. What a big mouth. It's my master here who wouldn't dare to say such words. Half-immortal Li, who heard Wang Teng's words, directly snorted coldly. I have a big mouth, but my medical skills are quite a bit bigger than my mouth. Wang Teng also responded coldly. The two were pinpointing each other, neither of them refusing to take a step back. I think it's better to let old Mr. Half-immortal Li perform the 9 heavens returning divine needle. This guy Wang Teng, maybe he was just a blind cat who ran into a dead rat and made a blind comment, making him blindsided correctly. Chen Feng snorted and added more fuel to his mouth. His intentions were obvious, purely because he did not want Wang Teng to treat him. Half-immortal Li's original name was Li Er, and when he was in his middle age, his medical skills were known far and wide, and was the faith of countless people who wanted to learn medicine. In his old age, he was even labeled as a half-immortal because he had cured countless difficult cases. At this time, to see a brat in front of him so banter, he was also a little shocked and angry. He immediately said, If you believe me, I'll perform the 9 heavens returning divine needle now, but I'm only 40% sure. If you believe him, I'll turn my ass around now and leave immediately, without saying a word, and whether your father lives or dies is none of my business. Anyway, I, for one, consider myself worthy of your father and have a clear conscience. Hearing this, Tang Xuemei was also caught in the middle of a difficult choice, conflicting emotions that painfully constricted her. In the depths of her soul, there seemed to be two little people fighting. Chapter 92 9 Heavenly Returning God Needle. One villain said, Let half-immortal Li come. He is already a Taishan Beidou level figure in the medical world. The other villain said, Let Wang Teng come. He has been acting mysterious and just now said so accurately. Let him come. This agonizing thought directly caused Tang Xuemei to sit paralyzed on the sofa holding her head. Seeing Tang Xuemei's painful appearance, Wang Teng walked forward and touched Tang Xuemei's head, slowly spoke and said, Let him apply the needle first. Don't worry, even if he fails and doesn't treat your father, I'll do everything I can to protect your father's safety. Half-immortal Li laughed back in anger. I, Li Er, have been practicing medicine for decades, and have saved more people in my life than you've ever seen. I didn't expect to let you even say such wild words in front of me today. Next, you give me wide eyes. I'll let you see what real medical skills are. I'll also let you know, in the future, what kind of attitude you should put up in front of your seniors, and change your stinking problem of being full of firecrackers. After saying this, and after obtaining Tang Xuemei's consent, Half-immortal Li began to prepare for the 9 heavens returning divine needle that he was about to perform. 9 was the extreme of the number, so the 9 heavens returning divine needle required a total of 9 needles. After preparing everything, Half-immortal Li said to Tang Xuemei, Fix your father. Good. Tang Xuemei responded. At this time, Half-immortal Li placed the first needle on Tang Xuemei's father. At this moment, Half-immortal Li's expression was grave, not daring to relax in the slightest. Soon, the first needle surprisingly saw results, only to see the fingers of Tang Xuemei's father's hands and feet move slightly. There was a reaction. This scene allowed Tang Xuemei to see hope, her face overflowing with happiness. Chen Feng's face sank a bit when he saw this scene. Half-immortal Li's second needle was stuck immediately afterward. This time, Tang Xuemei's father was directly the corner of his mouth letting out of a subtle sound. The third needle, Tang Xuemei's father's eyes also moved slightly, and his pulse smoothed out. He's really moving. He's really moving. The corners of Tang Xuemei's mouth kept repeating these words. The fourth stitch. Tang Xuemei's father's face was already no different from a normal person's. There's some skill, but it's not even close to the realm of using qi to move needles. It can't save Xuemei's father at all. After only looking at 4 stitches, Wang Teng's heart quickly made this judgment. 5th needle, 6th needle, 7th needle, the 8th needle. Half immortally stabbed it with an extremely complex maneuver. This technique was done in a single breath, flowing like a cloud. And Li Half-Xian, who had placed 4 stitches in a row, was also consumed, leaving a dense sweat on his forehead. But 8 needles down. At this time Tang Xue saw his father's eyes were already glowing with a little bit of vigor, revealing a hint of clarity. Seeing such a change in his father, the joy on Tang Xuemei's face grew even more. Just as half-immortal Li pulled out the 9th silver needle and prepared to stick the 9th needle, and slow down. These 2 words from Wang Teng also attracted everyone's attention. At this critical moment, Wang Teng glanced at Tang Xuemei's father, and spoke faintly. If this needle goes down, Xuemei's father's condition may worsen even more. Half-immortal Li, who heard this, directly began to rage at Wang Teng. And, do you know that the previous 8 stitches were all just padding, plus this last stitch to form a virtuous cycle? This last stitch is the main event, in order to produce a qualitative change and allow her father to completely come alive. And you're actually telling me to stop? Sorry, the needle doesn't wait. The words just fell. The 9th needle, finally, also ruthlessly pierced into Tang Xuemei's father's body. And as this needle went down, half-immortal Li was also completely deflated. Chapter 93, A Sudden Change. Looking at the needle that went down, Chen Feng kept chanting in his heart. Don't cure it. Don't cure me. You old man, don't spoil my good deed. If you dare to spoil my good deed, I will definitely make you a dead old man soon. Tang Xuemei, on the other hand, folded her hands and kept praying. Never succeed. Never succeed. Please God. Tang Xuemei's father, who had been given the last injection, suddenly sat up. His skin pores became enlarged, and many reddish-brown liquids were discharged from his body. His eyes were as big as goose eggs with a swish. The whole person seemed to have a hint of life. Looking at this huge reaction, Tang Xuemei didn't know what was going on. Blinking her eyes, she hurriedly asked to Half-Xian Li, "Old sir, what do you think is going on here? Is this better or not?" To be honest, this situation Half-Xian Li didn't figure out what was happening. After all, his comprehension of the 9 heavens returning divine needle was still at a half-understanding level. That is, it was in the state of a bottle of dissatisfaction and half a bottle of wobbling. Coupled with the fact that he had just finished administering the needle, his spirit was already exhausted to the extreme, so he subconsciously and vainly waved his hand and, slowly said, "It should be much better. After all, your father's body had been unresponsive before, and now there is such a great reaction. I believe that a few more times of applying needles, in response to his reaction with some medicinal aids, your father will soon be able to get better, right?" Hearing half-immortal Li's words with the word bar in them, these 2 uncertain words, Tang Xuemei's heart suddenly rose. Tang Xuemei's heart suddenly felt an unexplained uneasiness. It was also at this time that a sudden change occurred. Tang Xuemei's father, who already had a trace of life in him, suddenly opened his mouth wide and then fell straight backward. Seeing this situation really happened, Wang Teng also did not care about a lot, directly picked up Li Xian's silver needle, took a deep breath, and then with the speed of a thunderbolt, he stabbed 17 needles into Tang Xuemei's father's body. If one looked at the position of these needles together, you would realize that they formed a bamboo pattern. Wang Teng didn't stop when he finished the needles, but gently twisted the end of each silver needle. Seeing this scene, Half-Xian Li, who was already deflated, couldn't help but let out a loud and vulgar asterisk. How is this possible? Could this be the legendary needle transportation with qi? And this set of needles is the long-lost ink bamboo 17 needles? It turned out that after Wang Teng gently twisted each silver needle, the ends of the 17 silver needles were actually gently trembling non-stop. Not only was Half-Xian Li's reaction so huge, Chen Feng's reaction was even more violent. Seeing this divine needle transportation skill of Wang Teng, Chen Feng instantly dropped the water cup on the table next to him onto the ground. Upon hearing the sound, all 3 of them looked towards Chen Feng. Feeling the gaze of the 3 people, Chen Feng's uncertain face swished and changed into another excited face. He opened his mouth and said, "When I thought of your father waking up, I was slightly excited and accidentally touched the cup on the ground." Although Tang Xuemei and half-immortal Li did not feel anything unusual about Chen Feng, Wang Teng felt a hint of something unusual, but he did not say anything. Chapter 94, Awakening. After all, Treating Shuemei's father's illness was the most important thing at the moment. Wang Teng once again focused his attention on Tang Shuemei's father and extended his hand to take his pulse. It didn't take long before Wang Teng said to the worried Tang Shuemei, "Right now, your father's pulse is strong, his heart meridian is smooth, and his qi and blood are vigorous. Immediately, he is expected to wake up. I'll cast the Maju 17 needles a few times in a row, and prescribe some supplementary medicinal diets for your father. I believe he'll be fully recovered soon." Wang Teng was also a little tired after casting the needles and directly sat on one of the sofas of the hospital bed. After all, there were a full 17 needles, and each needle was injected with a certain amount of true qi. To say that he was not tired would be a lie. If it wasn't for the fact that he was a yellow-ranked expert, and had obtained the system-rewarded art of looking and hearing, it was unlikely that this set of needles would have seen the light of day. Cough, cough, cough. A violent cough suddenly rang out in the hospital room, only to see Tang Shuemei's father directly get up and spit out several mouthfuls of black blood into the ground. These few mouthfuls of black blood spat out, Tang Shuemei's father directly was completely awake, but still very much in need. Tang Shuemei hurriedly took a cushion and placed it on her father's back, allowing his father to lie smoothly against the bed. "Oldly, fortunately, you came, and only then did you pull this life of mine from the gates of hell back." A weak voice came out with difficulty from Tang Shuemei's father's parched mouth. The gratitude in it was beyond words. Hearing this, half-immortal Li simply blushed with old age and said quietly, "This time when you come over, well, it's all the credit of this little brother. And the old immortal, I don't have half a relationship. Hey, it is really ashamed of a million people respect me 1 foot. I respect people 1 foot." Wang Teng, who heard these words, also wiped out the little friction directly just now and slowly said, "If it wasn't for you, old sir, administering the needle in the middle of the night and hanging on to the breath of Shuemei's father, even if the great Luo golden immortals came, they wouldn't have been able to save Shuemei's father." The old gentleman waved his hand. "To think that when I was young, I have always been unashamed to ask questions and never held contempt for anyone, which led to my later achievements. But in recent years the arrogance grows, face than my younger than you, little brother, rose contempt, so today, almost caused a big trouble. In the medical world, it is always the one who reaches the top that comes first. Today, it's me who is leaning on my old age. Oldly, you don't have to be presumptuous. If it wasn't for you, I would have. I don't know how many times I would have died." Cough, cough, cough. After another bout of coughing, Tang Shuemei's father slowly looked at Wang Teng and opened his mouth and said, "Little brother, are you? I have yet to ask your name. Today you saved my life. I, Tang San Shao, will definitely repay you." "Father, stop talking. You should get well first. Let's talk about everything when you're better, okay?" Tang Shuemei sat in front of the hospital bed, holding her father's hand tightly and saying with concern, "Mr. Tang, you probably don't know. There's no need to say this with my relationship with Shuemei. This is what I should do. What's more, some time ago, I encountered some trouble at the Hostelov Grand Hotel, and it was still Shuemei who helped me out." Wang Teng scratched the back of his head and sardonically opened his mouth to Tang San Shao. Chapter 95, What is your relationship? Hearing these words, Tang San Shao's weathered face was revealing a playful smile. "And, with your relationship? What is your relationship?" Hearing this, Tang Shuemei reddened her pretty face and hurriedly responded, "Just an ordinary friend relationship. There's really nothing between us." Chen Feng, who had heard this dialogue, had his teeth itching fiercely at the moment, but suffered from not being able to interject his words, so he clenched his hands into fists and, on one side, he made a crunching sound. Tang Sanshao's afterglow glanced at Chen Feng, and flashed a hint of haze, directly ignored him, and then looked at the face with a smile. Then with a smile on his face, he looked at Tang Shuemei, who had a blush rising on her face. Opening her mouth, she said, "Silly daughter, would an ordinary friendship be for you, regardless of the reward, to put your best foot forward to heal me like this? Also, you don't want to explain. Explaining is covering up. Covering up is the truth, alright. Dad, don't make a scene, okay?" Tang Shuemei twisted Tang Sanshao's arm. "Egu. For the sake of an ordinary friend you just met, you actually gave up twisting your dad. You twisted this, almost put me to death again. A woman is not a man. Hey." Tang Sanshao sighed 3 times with a feigned loss. "Uncle Tang, don't tease Shuemei, she's thin-skinned. You'd better get well first." Glancing at Tang Shuemei, who had been flirted with by Tang Sanshao's shyness, Wang Teng said with a smile on his face. Hearing Wang Teng's sudden interjection, Tang Sanshao's eyes once again landed fiercely on Wang Teng, and, for just a moment, it seemed as if they were about to see through him. "Tang Sanshao, worthy of being the helmsman of Hong Xia Group. Although Tang San Xiao had just come back from the Ghost Gate, his body was very weak, but the aura on his body was very amazing. Those eyes were even sharper than ever, like an eagle in the sky overlooking its prey. Very quickly, the aura on Tang San Xiao's body all of a sudden disappeared, becoming approachable, cracking his mouth, smilingly saying to Wang Teng, "You young people's matters, it's still up to you young people to make your own decisions. This old man of mine won't ask that much, but you saved my life. This matter, no matter what I say, I must repay you. If you ever need my help in the future, just ask. In addition, Yukimi pulled out a black card from my bag and gave it to this friend of yours." Hearing this, Tang Xuemei also immediately pulled out a black card from her black purse, then directly shoved it into Wang Teng's hand, faintly saying, "This card represents a little bit of my father's thoughts towards you, although it's not much, but you must accept it." Wang Teng hastily shook his head. "How can I ask for your money? Then shouldn't I also give you money for the favor you did me last time? Between us, friendship is enough. We don't need money and these out-of-body things to maintain me and you." A serious and earnest voice directly interrupted the words that Wang Teng had not yet finished. "Don't say that. One size fits all. You saved my life. Giving you this card is just a slight gesture. There really isn't much money in it either, so feel free to accept it. If you don't accept this card, you're looking down on my Tang." The Tang San Xiao who said these words, his complexion actually revealed a rare touch of sincerity. Chapter 96, Half Immortal Li Who Wants to Be a Teacher. Why do you say rare? Because Tang San Xiao was a businessman, and the mall was like a battlefield. Over the years, Tang San Xiao had gotten used to arming himself with a false mask. So, Tang San Xiao only shows 3 points of his true self to anyone. The remaining 7 points, Tang San Xiao only showed when he was with his loved ones. Feeling the sincerity revealed in Tang San Xiao's words, Wang Teng could not refuse even if he wanted to. Wang Teng had no way to refuse even if he wanted to. After all, this was indeed considered a token of Tang San Xiao's intentions. If he didn't accept it, his heart wouldn't necessarily feel good either. Thinking of this, Wang Teng was also too embarrassed to refuse, so he casually pocketed the black card. Then to Tang San Xiao he slowly said, "Since you said so, I'll accept this card today." "That's right." Tang San Xiao instantly smiled with an open brow. "Uncle Tang, I still have some words to say to you here. Recently you must be especially careful of the people around you. Especially, this poison you've been hit by is a strange poison, highly poisonous and incomparable. It must have been placed on you by someone with a heart. If you let him know that you are not dead, he will definitely place another hit. This poison is colorless and tasteless, and the person who placed the poison will often incorporate him into the liquid. You can think about it." Wang Teng said his words but here and then stopped talking. He believed Tang San Xiao was a smart person. Naturally he could understand what he meant. For Wang Teng's words, Tang San Xiao just nodded lightly. Wang Teng had already said what needed to be said, and seeing that Tang San Xiao's body was no longer in any serious condition, Wang Teng prescribed a few pairs of medicines for Tang San Xiao. After talking with Tang Xuemei's father and daughter for a while, he was ready to pat himself on the back and turn around to leave. Just as he was about to walk out of the entrance of the hospital room, he heard Half Immortal Li call out, "Wait!" Wang Teng was a little confused. What did this old man want? When he turned his head to look at Half Xian Li, he found that on Half Xian Li's wrinkled old face, the corner of his mouth actually revealed a smile that talked a good game. There was one thing to say, this smile was really a bit creepy, but as the saying goes, reaching out is not a good idea, especially for such an old senior. So Wang Teng also continued to wait for Half Xian Li's next words. Half Xian Li had been in the medical profession for decades, and had never seen anyone use this long-lost set of 17 needles of ink bamboo. Although he was arrogant and conceited, he was obsessed with the medical path and could not help himself. Back then, just for the sake of reading medical books, he stayed awake for days and nights, and was even teased as Crazy Li. He said, "What kind of madman is this?" It was only for the love of it. Today, he saw Wang Teng use the long-lost Emoju 17 needles, and the way he used the needles was still using qi to move the needles. His heart was naturally itchy, and a touch of fire had risen in his heart. When he saw that Wang Teng was about to leave and he would not have a chance if he did not ask for advice, he pulled down his old face and spoke. "Junior Senior, how did you make this lost set of 17 ink bamboo needles?" Seeing Half Immortal Li's humble request for advice like he was walking on thin ice, Wang Teng also cleared his throat, patiently and slowly said, "This set of needles is not lost to be precise, but rather it can't be tied. You think about it, the human body's acupuncture points are only a few hundred, at most, plus the hidden dozens of acupuncture points. Even the number of 1,000 are not enough, but why no one will tie it?" Chapter 97, Doubting Granny Wang. Hearing Wang Teng's question, Half Xian Li shook his head decisively. Wang Teng revealed a look like "You really don't know," and after a pause, continued, saying, The most important reason why no one knows how to tie it is that none of them know how to twist the needle. And twisting the needle is the essence of the 17 needles of Moju. What does twisting needles preach? Twisting the needle is about the order, strength, depth, and number of rotations. These four, you can't have one without the other. And even though some ancient medical texts record the acupuncture points where the 17 Moju needles are performed, they completely fail to address the four elements regarding the sequence, strength, depth, and number of rotations. This is the real reason why no one will tie it? Half Xianli directly froze in place after hearing this, and began to savor what Wang Teng had said. After all, Half Xianli had a few real talents, and within a few minutes, he revealed a look of sudden realization and, excitedly saying, "So that's how it is, so that's how it is. So it turns out that NTI had already hinted at me back then, and AI. No one present expected that." Half-Immortal Li's face suddenly turned horizontal, as if he had made some huge decision, walked straight to Wang Teng and, without saying a word, "Kneel down, Duong, Duong, Duong." He kowtowed 3 times. "I ask you, please accept me as your disciple. I hope to follow you from now on, to help you play your hand, to grow in knowledge, to learn some medical knowledge. As long as I can learn medical knowledge, I'll do anything." Seeing this unexpected behavior of Half-Immortal Li, Wang Teng hurriedly went to help him up. After all, no matter what, he was also an elder. Unexpectedly, Half Xianli directly played a rascal on the ground. "If you don't accept me as your disciple today, I will kneel here and be sorry." Half-Immortal Li said this so loudly that not only the people in this ward heard it, almost everyone on this floor heard what Half Xianli said. Half-Immortal Li was a close friend of Hua Tianlin, the president of Tianmen City's Central Hospital, and would occasionally come to the Central Hospital to have academic exchanges with the doctors, and would even conduct free clinics when he was in a good mood. Therefore, this voice was one that many doctors were particularly familiar with. At this moment, a group of doctors who heard this voice all gathered around the entrance of this ward where Tang San Sha was staying. All of them covered their closed mouths and said in surprise, "What exactly is the identity of this little guy with a sack? It's amazing that even someone of Half-Immortal Li's status would kneel down and kowtow, wanting to worship him as a teacher. You guys, look, you guys, that person who was already failing and about to die last night actually came to life and is looking so good. Our dean was the one who personally saw him yesterday, saying that there was no cure for him and that he was terminally ill, and now he's actually in such a state. How is this possible? It's only been one night." While these doctors were exclaiming in shock, a slightly suspicious voice instantly refreshed their 3 views. "Isn't this the little king who often comes to our hospital to collect rags? What kind of identity can he have?" Granny Wang looked at the shocked faces surrounding the entrance of this ward and said calmly. Hearing Granny Wang's words, the crowd froze for a moment then laughed. "A rag collector? Can your family's rag collector make Half-Immortal Li beg to be his disciple? Go and clean up your hygiene. Don't come here to join in the fun. It's obviously a rag collector." Granny Wang didn't argue, murmured these words and slowly left. Chapter 98 Free Consultation. Seeing Half Xianli's stance and looking at so many doctors surrounding the door, Wang Teng spoke helplessly and said, "If you want to kneel then go ahead. I really don't have the time to accept you as my disciple. I'm really too busy. I still have to be busy going around collecting rags every day. More than that, there's still a huge pile of rags downstairs in the hospital right now, waiting for me to collect them. I'll leave first." These words made the crowd of doctors gathered at the door sweat a little. No way. So he really is a rag collector. Now, all rag collectors have such superior medical skills? What's going on with the earth? It's too crazy, isn't it? I'm going back to my Mars. After saying this, Wang Teng didn't care how these people talked about him, nor did he pay any more attention to Half Xianli who was kneeling on the ground, and he walked straight towards the door, and the people blocking the doorway consciously made a path for him. Walking in the hallway, Wang Teng breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he had gotten rid of Half Xianli, and could go to collect rags comfortably. However, he never thought that Half Xianli would persistently chase him out. Standing in front of Wang Teng, with a pleasing face, he said, "Junior, I won't make it difficult for you to be my master. Let's do it this way. Will you come to the Central Hospital for 2 hours of free consultation every weekend? Think of it as doing a good deed. In addition, I'll make the decision for the dean to give you the highest treatment in the center hospital. How much salary you want? Old man, I'll pay for it." What ideally Half Xian was playing, Wang Teng naturally knew. It was nothing more than wanting him to study and learn on the side when he was consulting. However, Wang Teng did not break it, but only presented a thoughtful look on his face. And seeing this thoughtful look of Wang Teng, Half Xianli didn't even dare to take a deep breath, holding his breath, waiting for Wang Teng's final decision. Finally, Wang Teng spoke faintly and said, "All right, I promise, but I'll slightly modify the conditions, that is, the salary." Wang Teng was just halfway through his sentence, Half-Xianli thought he knew what Wang Teng was going to say and he hurriedly picked up. Wages or whatever you want. The old man will pay you even if he loses his family's money. Hearing this, Wang Teng directly rolled his eyes at Half-Xianli. You misunderstood my meaning. What I mean is that from now on, all the rags in this hospital have to be organized for me to collect. As for the wages, I don't want a single cent. On that one condition, if you can commit to it on behalf of the dean, we'll come to an understanding and have a deal. Pull back if you can't. Although he didn't understand why Wang Teng was so keen on collecting rags, Half-Immortal Li nodded on the spot. 2. It's a small problem. I promise you, little elder. Then you remember to come to the consultation every weekend afternoon. Don't forget. Good. Then I'll go. I'll come to the free consultation every weekend afternoon and collect rags on the way. And you can follow me and give me a hand. Wang Teng was also a thunderous person. After saying this and exchanging phone numbers with Half-Xianli, he took the elevator and went downstairs, while Half-Immortal Li, who stayed in the same place, was red-faced and spoke excitedly, saying, Lear, will finally have the chance to learn medicine again. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Lear, finally have the chance to learn medicine again. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Looking at Half-Immortal Li's maniacal appearance, the people around him instantly had an extremely shocking side realization about Wang Teng's medical skills. That is, Wang Teng's medical skills must be not one star higher than Half-Xianli. Chapter 99, Something Strange. After a while, Half-Xianli was able to calm down his excitement. After dispersing the onlookers from the doctors, he went back to the ward to catch up with Tang Sanshao, and then he left. At this moment, looking at the waking Tang Sanshao and Tang Xueme left in the ward, Chen Feng displayed an extremely happy look and walked over to Tang Sanshao and excitedly said, Uncle Tang, you've finally woken up. You don't know how scared I was when I brought you to the hospital last night. Now that I see you looking so well, my hanging heart is finally put down. A brilliant light quickly flashed across Tang Sanshao's eyes before he slowly spoke to Chen Feng, saying, Little Feng, thank you so much. If it wasn't for you, I might have died at the reception last night. Those people, they're really white-eyed wolves, yo. There are even some who I've dealt with quite a bit, and yet last night, Hearing Tang Sanshao's words, Chen Feng showed a guilty face. Blaming himself, he said, Uncle Tang, you mustn't say that. If it wasn't for the fact that I had to bring you to the reception last night, how could such a terrible thing happen? Don't worry, I will definitely give you an explanation if such a thing happens at a reception organized by my group. Uncle Tang is happy that you have this heart. Uncle Tang would like to take a rest now. Just go back first. Also, tell those friends who were concerned about my condition last night that I'm fine now, so they can rest assured. Tang Sanshao's words were double entendre. I didn't know if I wanted to express telling those who truly cared about myself to rest assured, or did he want to express to tell those who wanted him to die that he was alive and well, and they were in trouble. At the same time, this sentence is also an eviction order. It wasn't hard to understand, and Chen Feng, who had heard these words, had his face stiffen and didn't dare to say any more and nodded and, closing the door, he left. Only after Chen Feng had completely left, Tang Sanshao then asked Tang Xueme to stroke his ears over and quietly said, I suspect that there might be a bug planted in this room. You don't want to scare the snakes. You now send a text message to hurry up and call your two uncles Zhang Long and Zhao Hu over. Later, I'll arrange what you guys do. Tang Xueme nodded gravely and sent over a series of messages to Zhang Long and Zhao Hu. Originally, Zhang Long and Zhao Hu had been following Tang Sanshao closely, but last night, the two of them simultaneously encountered unavoidable matters that required them to leave. And Tang Sanshao didn't think much about it. After all, he just went to a reception. What could happen? Unexpectedly, it was this small reception that almost made himself overturned in the gutter. Wang Teng, who went downstairs, didn't think much about how Tang Sanshao was going to deal with this matter. After all, if he couldn't even solve this kind of thing, then it would be a waste of time for Hongsha. It would be a waste of time to be the helmsman of Hongsha Group. After searching behind the first floor for a while, Wang Teng finally found the place where the rags were stored. And, hurry up and collect. Ali give. After cheering himself up a bit, Wang Teng started to continuously load rags inside the sack. Ding, recycling used paper boxes. Rewarding wealth plus 10,000. Ding, recycling disabled wheelchairs. Reward wealth plus 100,000. Ding, recycling used disposable infusion sets. Reward wealth plus 5,000. Ding, recycle used condoms. Reward wealth plus 5,000. Seeing this mix of strange and weird things, Wang Teng was also overwhelmed with emotion. Chapter 100 Born to Last Pill. How could there be such a thing in the hospital? Could it be? Wang Teng's mind appeared a blockbuster action movie that was inappropriate for children. After shivering and shaking his head fiercely, only then did Wang Teng continue to recycle the rags again. The ding Recycling damaged disposable atomization device. Rewarding wealth plus 50,000. Ding. Recovering expired diligent D Huang pills. Rewarding Sang Sang pills, 5 pills. Suddenly Wang Teng had a flash of light in front of his eyes. A small box appeared in his hand. It contained 5 pale yellow pills. Looking at the pills in this box, Wang Teng also exclaimed, "What is this thing? Sang Sang pill." The system gave such a lofty name. Could it be something good? Wang Teng urgently glanced at the attribute introduction that surfaced in his mind. No matter how bald your head is, eating this pill will immediately let you grow dark and shiny hair without any side effects. Harm. Even though it says it gives a special reward for once. However, it's useless if I want this. I, Wang Teng, am in my prime. The ones I know are also all type of men and women. What's the use of me wanting this? After casually pocketing the unending life pill, Wang Teng continued to recycle the rags. Although Wang Teng was a yellow rank expert, but due to the fact that he had wasted a lot of strength when he applied the needles just now. Therefore, after collecting the rags that filled half of the yard, Wang Teng's forehead was also dripping with sweat. After hurriedly wiping it off, Wang Teng put his attention on the completion level of the mission again. Looking at the quest completion degree which showed 104, 520, 000/500, 000, about 1/5 of the quest completion degree. Wang Teng hummed. The stars in the sky are in the Big Dipper. Let's go when we say go. You have it, I have it, I have it all. It's the song of the good man. He leisurely walked out of Tianmen Central Hospital. Wang Teng, who had left the Central Hospital, suddenly, he saw a construction bank across the street. Subconsciously, he thought that Tang Sanxiao had just given himself a black card. How much money is in it? Although with Wang Teng's current ability, he was not short of money, but he was still particularly curious. So, he took a step and walked in to the ATM cash machine directly in front of him and inserted the black card into it. The password Wang Teng naturally knew. The 123,456. Tang Xueme had already told him this. Just after entering the password, the screen jumped directly to the interface displaying the balance. And Wang Teng looked at the number on the ATM. 200, 000. Ding. The mission completion has exceeded 1/2. The specific data is 304, 520, 000/500, 000. Please continue to work hard. The system suddenly sounded such a voice at this time. Pulling the card out, Wang Teng left the construction bank. Not bad, not bad. Tang Sanxiao's handwriting isn't really that small. Just a random black card has $200 million. It's worthy of the powerful Hong Xia group. At this moment, Wang Teng's mouth couldn't stop smiling. It wasn't because of the 200, 000 RMB. To be honest, 200, 000 RMB was just 10 days of rent for Longting Commercial Street for the current Wang Teng. This was not even counting the money he received from collecting rags. So 200, 000 was not much in Wang Teng's opinion. The reason why he couldn't even close his mouth with a smile, it was because he would be able to complete his mission soon, and unlock the new function of gold-level rag collector to collect rags in the virtual game world. Chapter 101 A Robbery. This sudden surprise made Wang Teng, who was walking on the road, not to mention a little floored. Stepping with joyful steps, Wang Teng quickly crossed the road. As he was about to mount the Neiman Marcus limited edition fighter to go to the next place to collect rags, a stirring scream rang out. Help! Someone is robbing! Wang Teng turned his head and, only to see a van with, came down and 3 people were robbing a satchel from a woman wearing a standard professional outfit. 2 people were robbing, and one of them was standing on the side with a golden desert eagle threatening the eating crowd. In broad daylight, in full view of the public, there are people who do this kind of beastly thing, but looking at the stubble man's thick arm holding a pistol, surprisingly, no one dared to go forward. How could a weak woman pull through 2 strong men with tiger backs? Therefore, in the blink of an eye, the duo snatched the woman's bag into their hands, while the woman was shoved to the ground. Then, the 3 hurriedly got into the car. Duong sound to the van door closed. The driver's seat had been waiting for a long time for the bald man. A foot gas pedal down. The van was like a wild horse out of control, pulling all the pull toward the far side of the speeding away. The woman who fell to the ground did not cry out to the people around her, because when she was in college, she majored in psychology, so she knew deep down inside, if you ask more than one person for help, then no one will help you. Because the onlooker's inner play is like this, surely there will be other people to help her, so do not bother me out. Everyone was harboring this kind of mentality, so naturally they were all silent. Suddenly Wang Teng felt a hot gaze cast over, only to see this woman in standard professional attire standing up from the ground and walking towards him. The woman in standard professional attire was called Su Cherry. She chose to walk towards Wang Teng because Wang Teng was quite pleasant to look at, and there was a hint of Englishness between his eyebrows. In layman's terms, there was just one word: handsome. Su Cherry wore a single ponytail, a standard melon face, and a pair of blue eyes. A black professional dress set off the slender legs. Very beautiful, although it was just after a robbery. However, her expression did not intuitively reveal the kind of anxiety, uneasiness, and anxiety that an average person would have after suffering such a thing. After suffering such an incident, she did not intuitively reveal the kind of anxiety, uneasiness, and uncertainty that an ordinary person would have. Can you lend me your phone? I'll call the police. A voice as clear as an oriole entered Wang Teng's ears. This calm behavior of Su Cherry could not help but make Wang Teng look at her highly. Can't. Wang Teng replied simply and roughly. Su Sakura's hand that was about to go to pick up the phone also retracted awkwardly when he heard this. He simply did not expect a normal person, after seeing a weak woman being robbed, too, could still bear to refuse such a small request. Has conscience been eaten by a dog? Even if you didn't step in righteously just now, you won't even lend a phone. Su Sakura secretly spat out a sentence in her heart, and then smiled awkwardly. Then she placed her gaze for help on another grandpa who seemed to be geared towards kindness. Just as she was about to turn around and leave Wang Teng, Wang Teng spoke faintly and, just stand where you are and don't move. I'll help you recover your bag. You hold this sack for me first. Chapter 102, I bet you don't have bullets in your gun. This sudden reversal also made Su Sakura freeze for a moment, looking at the sack that was forced into her hand. Su Sakura accepted this fact with extreme difficulty. Wang Teng, on the other hand, had already ridden his Neiman Marcus limited edition fighter and chased after the van that was about to disappear at the end of the street. Even during rush hour, Wang Teng's speed was quite fast. It could be said that it was lightning with sparks all the way, and he was busy chasing after it without saying a word. Very quickly, the van appeared roughly a dozen meters ahead of Wang Teng. Suddenly, a strong man opened the window, stretched out a hand holding a cigarette, and shook the ashes twice, as the window was wide open. A vague dialogue was also heard by Wang Teng. Boss, let's finish this job and sneak overseas to enjoy the good life. Yes, boss, just based on our merits this time. Will the side of Zone May Commercial Street give us at least a few millions, tens of millions? After all, to be able to get some of the confidential documents of the Dragon Commercial Street earns more than this amount of money. But boss, most of this success is due to you. If it wasn't for you taking the Desert Eagle to deter the gang of onlookers, maybe, there could still be something wrong. Sitting in the back seat of the van, a man with a face of scruff. After hearing this burst of skulking from his men, and looking at the documents in his bag that had managed to reach him, he revealed a flash of excited smile. Immediately, he also spoke to the brothers in the van, saying, brothers, just rest assured, I, Long Badian, will definitely not treat you guys poorly. When I get the money promised to me by Zone May Commercial Street, I'll take you guys to eat good food, drink hot food, and even go for great healthcare. You guys know. Oh. The crowd that heard this directly laughed obscenely. Boss, look, this kid looks a bit familiar. Suddenly, a strong man pointed at Wang Teng who was parallel to them outside the window and said, at this moment, this strong man looked as if he had seen a ghost. The bearded man was directly speechless with shock. Hearing the keywords in the van involving Dragon Teng Commercial Street, Zone May Commercial Street and so on, confidential documents and so on, Wang Teng was not in a great hurry, but instead, he organized his windblown messy hairstyle to the mirror on Neiman Marcus limited edition fighter. Thinking he was handsome, he opened his mouth and said to the people in the van, you autovan people hurry up and pull over and get down. No, 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 you guys in the van, pull over and get down. That doesn't seem right either. All in all, people in the car, you guys hurry up and roll down to the side for me. Hearing Wang Teng's words, the van not only did not slow down, but instead accelerated towards the suburbs. Follow me if you have the ability. But let me advise you, there's no need to throw away your life for a passerby. The bearded man let out a harsh word to Wang Teng and closed the car window. Not long after, a motorcycle and a van drove side by side to a deserted suburb. Looking out of the car window like a possessed Wang Teng, the man with a scruffy face pushed open the window, and cursed viciously, I will bury you here today. The man who said this directly aimed his gun at Wang Teng and was ready to pull the trigger. I bet you don't have bullets in your gun. Wang Teng inexplicably said this. The big man with a scruffy face in the van didn't care what Wang Teng was saying in a godly manner. Ka-ching! A sound. Directly, the trigger of the Golden Desert Eagle was pressed. Chapter 103, do you think you're playing Infernal Affairs? In this instant, the big man with a face of scruff licked his lips, as if he was seeing Wang Teng's tragic fall from the motorcycle. However, the Golden Desert Eagle that flashed out a rather dazzling light under the sunlight, did not make the slightest sound. the bearded man with a dumbfounded face that kept pressing the trigger. But the Golden Desert Eagle still didn't make a single sound. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It shouldn't be. How is this possible? Yesterday when my old man used it was still okay. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Always dropping the chain for me at critical times. The bearded man roared in shock and anger, so much so that on his arms, the veins on his face were clearly visible. Look at the magazine of the Desert Eagle in your hand. The corner of Wang Teng's mouth lifted slightly as he said playfully to the jagged man. This voice caused the jagged man to become a stone statue in shock on the spot. It was directly frozen, because he took a look at the magazines that had been properly mounted on the Golden Desert Eagle had disappeared. Are you a ghost? Old bear, quickly drive and get rid of him. The scruffy man panicked, and thus, impatiently kept urging Old Bear in the driver's seat, looking at the hand-wringing scruffy man, Wang Teng, in a way that almost no one could have imagined. Using the power of a yellow-ranked expert, he directly threw a punch at the van that was accelerating. With this punch, the van directly lost control, and the old bear could no longer control the direction of the van, so it crashed into a tree in 7 different directions. This is barely stopped. For a while, the 4 people in the car were in a state of distress from the car out, patting their chests and panting, patting his chest and gasping for breath. The 4 people in the car. It was like a scene after a robbery, but the truth was almost the same. If Wang Teng had used a little more force, these people would have no chance of surviving. Seeing the 4 people lying on the ground like a salted fish that could not turn over, Wang Teng got off the Neiman Marcus limited edition fighter and slowly walked towards them. Seeing Wang Teng walking, the man with a face full of scruff knew that with his own 4 people it was definitely impossible to be Wang Teng's opponent, so he opened his mouth in a deep voice. Can you give a chance? Wang Teng spoke indifferently. How can I give you a chance? Give me a chance. I didn't have a choice before. At this moment I want to be a good person. The man with a face full of scruff responded. You think you're playing infernal affairs. Fine. Then I'll arrest you and you go talk to the police. Wang Teng coldly spoke. Then you want me to die? I just got out of prison a few days ago. You intend to force us to fight to the death? The bearded man took a deep breath, and a hideous visage appeared on his face. If you think you guys have a chance, I don't mind you fighting to the death. However, I can also give you guys a suggestion. I'm going to get you guys a gold Desert Eagle replica gun, and I'll pretend that I didn't hear about Dragon Commercial Street and Zone May Commercial Street, and that you guys are nothing more than petty thieves. I'll take you guys to turn yourselves in, so that in a few days you'll be out. What about the conditions? There's only one, and that's to tell me the whole plan of how Zone May Commercial Street is going to deal with Long Teng Commercial Street. Which way to go? You guys decide yourselves. Wang Teng looked straight at the 4 people underground and said indifferently. Chapter 104, he's really back. Even if they wanted to fight to the death, Wang Teng believed that he could take them down with a single finger. After glancing at the calm and confident Wang Teng, he looked at the already deformed car. The 4 of them drooped their heads and hung their heads in shame, and then said quietly to Wang Teng, we'll go back with you to turn ourselves in, but I really don't know about Zhongmei Commercial Street's intentions. They just gave me Su Cherry's course of action and told us to snatch her bag, saying that it contains an important document about Longting Commercial Street. I've done what you said, but I have 2 questions now. The first, why did you help this woman? The second, what is your relationship with Dragon Commercial Street? Hearing this, Wang Teng grinned, revealing a mouthful of large white teeth. The first question is of course because she's good looking. Who wouldn't want to save a beauty by being a hero? Obviously I have this strength. As for the second problem you guys don't need to know. Let's go. Go back with me and turn yourself in. Wang Teng simply made a phone call to Li Dalong and asked him to send over a Golden Desert Eagle pistol model to himself at the designated location. Then he hung up the phone and prepared to depart. Although the car was said to be somewhat deformed, it was barely drivable. Just like that, a motorcycle and a transformed van began to drive towards the entrance of Tiananmen City Central Hospital. Naturally, in the middle of the journey Wang Teng got the model of that Golden Desert Eagle sent by Li Dalong. In fact, when Wang Teng had just passed by the designated place, Li Dalong was waiting there for a long time, and it had to be said that Li Dalong was still very efficient. Wang Teng gave the Golden Desert Eagle model to the man with a full face of scruff and recycled the real Golden Desert Eagle as rags. Ding! Recycling the Golden Desert Eagle rewards the acquisition of a variety of top firearms skills, with skill proficiency far exceeding the level of a world-class mercenary. This is too bullish. The system is damn well cultivating me into an all-round warrior. Will the world still need me to save it in the future? Wang Teng couldn't help but shout narcissistically in his heart. Exchanging the model and the real gun, a motorcycle and a van, continued to accelerate towards Tiananmen City Central Hospital. When he almost reached the entrance of the Central Hospital, Wang Teng saw at a glance that there were 2 police cars parked in front of the hospital, and beside the police cars, there were several police officers taking statements from Su Cherry. After getting off the Neiman Marcus limited edition fighter at the entrance of the Central Hospital, Wang Teng twisted his head and glanced at the people in the van. Feeling this gaze, the 4 people on the van were also very conscious and immediately walked from the car to the police. Lowering their heads, in a low voice, they said, "We turned ourselves in." The first thing Su Sakura saw was Wang Teng, and it was only immediately after that she saw the 4 burly men following behind Wang Teng. This scene directly made Su Sakura instantly petrified, because she originally did not believe Wang Teng's words either. After all, who would go after 4 gun-toting bruisers for a passerby for no reason? He actually really came back. So, this was the first reaction in Su Cherry's heart. But the policeman who heard this didn't freeze, and quickly pulled out his gun and pointed it at the 4 people in the line of the bearded man, and shouted, "Hands on your head, crouch down, hand over your guns." Chapter 105, How will I still be able to mix in the mob in the future? The reason why they did this was because they had learned from their conversation with Su Sakura earlier that these people were outlaws and had guns in their hands. Seeing the police in this stance, the man with a full face of scruff directly handed the model of the Golden Desert Eagle to the police, and then crouched down with his hands over his head, waiting to receive this Golden Desert Eagle, and then put handcuffs on the 4 people. The police said, "Is this a model gun?" "Yes, we just want to get rich, and will not kill people. Killing people is not a small matter. Our brothers wouldn't dare to do it. We're just doing some petty theft." The 4 people responded in unison. Certain people who were still staying in place to see how the situation would develop. At this moment, they were also unable to stop their old faces from reddening. The police officer who heard this from the 4 was speechless for a good while, but still asked, "It's only been a little while, and you guys have a guilty conscience and ran back?" The bearded man had obviously been brewing in his mind for many times, so he spoke with a face full of guilt, saying, "I'm ashamed to say that on the road. We were sensitized by this ruthless man. No, by this little brother with solid reasoning. Inwardly, we also know that we really did not do the right thing, in order not to cause trouble for the people's police. So, we hurriedly came back to turn ourselves in order to fight for leniency." When the police heard this, they couldn't think of a reason, although they didn't quite believe it, but an armed robbery turned into a petty theft was still good for the stability of social security. So they nodded and prepared to take the 4 back to the police station. "I think the 5 of them are just colluding to try to trick our big beautiful Sue." A sharp voice carrying sarcasm rang out. This voice came from a man in a suit who was currently standing next to Su Sakura. However, Su Sakura showed that she was indeed a stranger and did not take offense to him. Wang Teng frowned slightly and was thinking about how to spit on this man in suit with a pit in his brain. The big man with a face full of scruff opened his mouth in a raw and grumpy manner instead. "Are you ing? Look at you, where is human-like, but is the brain may not be too good. Lousy 4 people in the road, what identity? You also do not go to inquire about?" Actually said that lousy is acting? Who on the road doesn't know that the old man kills without blinking eyes? No. Robbing is not soft. If it is not that the old man is now being sensitized by this little brother to be a new man, non-stripped your whole body without a single pant, let you run naked on the street. Looking at this cranky-looking bearded man, Wang Teng thought that he must be smoking a night's worth of cigarettes and couldn't figure out why he was angrier than he was. How can he figure out that the logic in the scruffy man's head is like this? "I have fallen from a high-profile robber to a petty thief. You brats still don't believe it, and still think that I am acting. Old man is so unlike the bad guys? You say so? How can I still mix in the mob in the future?" Seeing that the man with a face full of scruff had just scolded the man in suit, he couldn't say anything. Wang Teng did not say anything more and directly ignored this wise man in a suit and walked over to Su Cherry's heel and, with one finger, gently picked up her pointed chin, then said, word by word, "Woman, why did you throw my rags collection bag aside?" Chapter 106, Even if you're handsome. Why did Wang Teng do this? Because he, a straight man of steel, thought that the words and the action just now had a domineering flavor. However, this action did seem to have a bit of an internal flavor as well, because this action of his seemed to have produced that much of an effect. Su Cherry, who was picked up by Wang Teng's chin, looked straight at Wang Teng and actually froze. Taking a closer look at Wang Teng's charming features, the corner of his mouth was hooked up with a bad smile. The nose was straight. The crescent moon-like eyes seemed to be able to speak. A pair of black and long sword eyebrows were raised towards the temples. The whole face was as if it had been carefully fabricated by Manhwa. On the other hand, the man in the suit next to him was a bit hard to bear. His whole face was just a little bit of mud splattered by Manhwa when she was kneading people with mud, with thick pores, a face full of pimple marks, and dense eyebrows that were almost on the verge of joining together. One simply couldn't help but look at him and want to straighten up and say, benevolent brother, your looks are just too unbelievable and miserable. Ah. In the flash of lightning, Su Cherry only came back to her senses and left Wang Teng's fingers with a red pretty face. Embarrassed, she said, I just thought that you were just amusing me. I didn't expect that you would really capture them back. And in a moment of anger, I threw the sack aside. In other words, Su Cherry, who normally exuded an uninviting aura at all times, would definitely not explain, but for some reason, looking at Wang Teng's face, she subconsciously explained, he is just a stinking rag collector. Su Cherry, there is no need to explain to him. Also, if you dare to move Su Sakura with your stinky hands one more time, I'll be rude to you. The man in the suit widened those bull's eyes and angrily pointed at Wang Teng and said, Wang Dinyo, don't say that. People are at least. When Su Cherry was speaking in a low voice, Wang Teng directly reached out and pinched Su Cherry's pretty face, and then opened his mouth to Wang Dinyo and said, Move, how are you going to be rude to me? Wang Dania thought in his heart at this time, it's fine if you're damn handsome, but you're so much more handsome than me. It's okay to be so handsome, but how can you be so beat up? Wang Dania would have liked to give Wang Teng a punch, but the anger did not faint his reasoning, but rather let him more calm down. This was a habit that he had gotten down over the years and had helped him get through many crises, but this time was somewhat of an exception. After thinking about how single-handedly Wang Teng actually got the 4 strong men straight back, talking about probation, but who would believe it? With this hand, could this be an ordinary person? Would an ordinary person dare to call his bluff like a rash young man just like that? This casual thought was what made Wang Dania take back the fist he was about to slam out and coldly hummed, saying, my kind of social elite, to beat you a rag collector? I'm afraid of dirtying my hands. You are not worthy. Wang Teng ignored him. Instead he said to Su Cherry, does this person also work at Dragon Tang Mansion? Su Cherry didn't even think about how Wang Teng knew that he worked at Dragon Tang Mansion. Speaking directly, she said, yes, and the position is not low. Hearing Su Cherry's words, Wang Dania raised his head which he thought was golden, looked at Wang Teng with complacency and coldly hummed, how about it, brat? Is it afraid? Don't think that just because you have a bit of force to capture back a few strong men, you think you count yourself as a 250. Chapter 107, Crazy Reporter. Wang Dania's gesture was like a jumping clown in Wang Teng's eyes. He thought that he could scare Wang Teng with the name of Dragon Commercial Street, but he couldn't have possibly thought that the person in front of him, who was so calculating about the gain or loss of a sack, would be the person at the helm behind the famous Longting Commercial Street in Tianmen City. When Wang Teng saw Wang Dinyo's high and mighty bear look, he suddenly had the idea of teasing Wang Dinyo. Is Dragon Tang Commercial Street very bullish? Wang Teng stifled his laughter and faintly asked, worthy of being a rag collector? Your uneducated look really makes me want to laugh. Today, I will let you have a long look and let you know how much of a failure and a loser you are. Dragon Commercial Street is the signature of our Tianmen City. Countless 985 high achievers and returnees all want to work in Dragon Mansion. A quarterly rent for Dragon Tower is about 1,000,000,000 yuan, or 111 yuan a day if you calculate it by day. And my salary is a full $500,000 a month. Do you see? You just can't make what I make in a month if you collect rags until you die. Now, do you know the gap between us? After Wang Dania said this, he saw Wang Teng nodding frequently again and felt that his vanity had been immensely satisfied. That's pretty impressive, huh? Wang Teng said with a smile. That's not? Back then, I wasted 9 cows and 2 tigers and defeated thousands of competitors to get in. One of the strong contenders. I still spent some connections to get rid of him. Wang Dinyo was directly on a roll at the moment, unable to stop. Hey, De Long, is there an employee named Wang Dinyo in our building? I feel that this kid is a bit hoity-toity. What do you think about dealing with it a bit? He's right in front of me right now and said something about using Dragon Tang's power to get me killed. Wang Teng didn't want to tease the stupid fool anymore, and directly was making a call to Li Delong. Delong? No matter what dragon he is today, he has to dish it out in front of me. Believe it or not, if I make one call, dozens or hundreds of people will stand up for me? Wang Dinyo drifted off and blurted this out, obviously not realizing the seriousness of the matter. Wang Dinyo from the Information Technology Department? What a big mouth. Whatever you say, the dragon has to coil in front of you. It seems that my Dragon Tang temple is too small to accommodate a great god like you. Congratulations. Now, you are fired by Dragon Tang. Li Delong obviously heard Wang Dinyo's grandiose words on the other end of the phone, so he calmly spoke. Upon hearing this slightly familiar voice, Wang Dinyo but winced. Li, Supervisor Li? I wasn't talking about you just now. I was talking about this stinking rag collector in front of me. In the heat of the moment, Wang Dania did not even think about why Wang Teng was able to get through to Li Dalong's phone. Subconsciously, he dumped the pot onto Wang Teng. You can't curse him even if you are cursing me. Do you know who he is? What you have in front of you is the helmsman of our Longting Commercial Street. Li Delong was getting angry. Hearing this, Wang Danyu was directly dumbfounded and, the helmsman? Not only was Wang Danyu dumbfounded, the people around him even exploded, especially a few reporters who were already planning to leave. As if they had smelled some explosive news, they directly swarmed towards Wang Teng. There were even a few female journalists who, when running towards Wang Teng, had the presence of mind to pull the neckline of their shirts open. Chapter 108, A Lowly Voice. Looking at the crowd that surrounded him, Wang Teng didn't say much more to Li Dalong, casually answered him and hung up the phone. As for Wang Dinyo, after losing his mind for a few moments, he wanted to go through the crowd to plead with Wang Teng. But Wang Teng was not only surrounded by several circles of reporters, but there was also a steady stream of reporters surging towards Wang Teng, so how could he squeeze through so many people? The reporters around him kept handing the microphone to Wang Teng's mouth. Countless questions lingered in his ears. I would like to ask you, what kind of idea did you hold at that time to chase those thugs? I would like to ask you, at that time they had guns in their hands. Weren't you afraid of them? According to what was just said on the phone, you are the helmsman behind Dragon Commercial Street. Is that true? I vaguely heard the thugs say that you sensitize them through words. Is the power of words really that great? Suddenly, a lowly voice that was different from the crowd asked a question that interested Wang Teng. They all care about the news, while I only care about you. I want to ask, is there anything about you looking so handsome that is different from ordinary people? Followed by 1,000 more questions. Facing 3 circles of reporters here and 3 outside, Wang Teng cleared his throat and, before opening his mouth and saying, quiet first, this lady, don't rub yourself on me, okay? And this one, don't get your mouth so close, okay? And you, put away that superb boob on your chest, okay? It's pressing on me. Wang Teng spoke for a while before the surroundings gradually quieted down. He also picked a few questions of interest to answer. First of all, when I was chasing the thugs, I was thinking that maintaining a good social order is the duty of every one of us, and I'm a qualified citizen, so I went up and stepped in to help. In addition to that, I also have a little bit of selfishness. That is, I hold a kind of hero-saving beauty mentality. After saying this, Wang Teng also pointed at Su Cherry who was standing on the side. The crowd that heard this reply revealed an expression of I understand, but a loud applause soon rang out. Suddenly, a commotion arose from the peripheral reporters, who immediately surrounded towards Su Cherry. This instantly shared a lot of pressure for Wang Teng. Immediately after, Wang Teng continued to answer the remaining few questions, and just now said that I am not the helmsman of Longting Commercial Street. You guys look at the sack in my hand. I am just a rag collector. How could I be the helmsman of Dragon Teng Commercial Street? Only after these words came out did the reporters notice the sack in Wang Teng's hand. They could not help but think, why did such a young group of people fall to the point of collecting rags? Is it the moral degradation behind this? Or is it the distortion of human nature? And after Wang Teng answered this question, he was directly looking at the woman with the lowly voice just now. After taking a look at this woman with a double ponytail, wearing a low skirt, wearing blush, and having a pair of big watery eyes, Wang Teng's deep black eyes silently exuded a hint of despondency before he slowly opened his mouth and said, in fact, for the matter of me being handsome, I am particularly and especially troubled, because other people have wine and stories, while I am clean and have no stories. A simple word of handsome runs through my whole life, so I'm actually really bored every day. Chapter 109, On the Hot Search. It was not easy to finish dealing with this group of reporters. At this time, only Su Cherry and Wang Teng were left at the entrance of the central hospital. Wang Teng went forward and returned the satchel to Su Cherry. Then, a period of silence. Su Qing blinked her beautiful eyes and spoke curiously. Are you really the big boss of Dragon Tang Group? Why, not like? Wang Teng smiled and responded. Su Cherry blankly glanced at Wang Teng and moved her tantalizing red lips and opened her mouth and said, I still have important things to do right now. I'll treat you to dinner at night to express my gratitude to you. Be sure to appreciate your face. For the beautiful woman's invitation, Wang Teng naturally answered in one mouth. After exchanging phone numbers, Su Cherry hurriedly took a taxi and left. After Su Sakura left, it was almost time for lunch, so Wang Teng rode his Neiman Marcus limited edition fighter to a small restaurant that he used to go to. The small restaurant is called Good Luck Restaurant. The owner's surname is Hao, called Hao Yun Lai. To Wang Teng is quite good. In the past, Wang Teng often came here because he felt that he had bad luck and wanted to ask for good luck. Unexpectedly, it really let him get the system this kind of heavenly thing. Parking the Neiman Marcus limited edition fighter, he had just walked into the restaurant when the owner enthusiastically said to him, Little Wang, you're a celebrity now yo. You've really grown up. But those unscrupulous media people on the internet are always putting labels on you and speculating blindly. You've been eating at my place for so long, don't I know what you are? Looking at Wang Teng's puzzled look, the boss added. Didn't you watch the news? Wang Teng shook his head numbly. Take out your cell phone and take a look. It's on the #1 microblogging hot search list. You sit down first. I'll go make you a bowl of your favorite egg fried rice. Wang Teng casually found a corner and sat down. So he took out his cell phone and opened Weibo to take a look, only to see an article titled Shocking. Mysterious teenager outwits 4 armed robbers, and he actually has a dual career. The news momentarily ranked first in the hot search list. And hi. This kind of eye-catching headline has always been the usual trick of some news people. Curious, Wang Teng clicked in to read the full article. Shocked, mysterious teenager outsmarts 4 armed robbers, and he actually has a dual career. That's right, he has a dual occupation, and it's a dual occupation with a cloud of difference. On the one hand, he is the boss behind the Dragon Commercial Street, and on the other hand, he is actually just a rag collector that can be seen everywhere on the street. What is the secret behind this double identity? Please look forward to our subsequent reports. The bottom of the news was also accompanied by a small video. After reading this news, Wang Teng was also a little depressed. Shouldn't the news be glorifying his own great image of seeing justice, stepping forward and pulling out a knife to help? How come the news directly ignored the theme of the incident of bravery? How come the news directly ignored the theme of the incident of bravery and focused on the study of what his identity is? Wang Teng opened the comments section and skimmed through the comments. All the green people did not believe that Wang Teng would be the big boss behind the scenes. What they preferred to believe was that this group of media people, in order to win the attention of the masses, placed this unwarranted identity on an ordinary rag collector. Chapter 110, I'll eat King's lunch from now on. In one of the hottest comments, this netizen even organized people to look for this rag collector to donate money for him. 2. Let this kind of righteous person get rid of this bitter life of collecting rags. This comment was liked and supported by many people. There is also a mysterious revelation that he is the big boss behind the Dragon Commercial Street, and holdout his parents are high officials in Kyoto, and Dragon Commercial Street is only a very small part of his industry. Underneath this breaking news, there are actually people who agree with the support. Seeing the comments that covered the sky with diverse opinions and everything, the corner of Wang Teng's mouth twitched slightly, not knowing what to say. Sure enough, the media people could turn black into white and white into black. Little Wang, your egg fried rice is ready. Hurry up and eat it. Uncle sends you another bottle of juice. Your spirit of bravery is really an example for us. In the future, you come to our restaurant to eat, free of charge. Rest assured that eat it. Although it is a small restaurant, but due to the taste of the first-class great, the price is affordable, and in the peak of the meal. So the business of Good Luck Restaurant is also very hot. Therefore, after Hao Yunlai finished saying this, he didn't wait for Wang Teng's reply and went to greet other customers. Wang Teng looked at Hao Yunlai's busy back and smiled, also made a decision. Let's not talk about those things just now. The current Wang Teng looked at the steaming bowl in front of him. The grains of rice are wrapped in golden brown eggs. Whether it is the color or aroma is considered top stream, and arranged into a piece of golden egg fried rice. After taking a deep breath, he started to eat it with a big mouthful. In just 10 minutes, Wang Teng had eaten all the fried rice and juice on the table, and was very impressed with their flavor. Wang Teng finished his meal, wiped his mouth and got up to leave. Since there was too much traffic, the owner naturally did not notice Wang Teng, who had already finished his meal and left. After a while, when the lunch rush was over, Hao Yunlai sat down and looked at today's noon earnings. Suddenly, a payment message of up to 200,000 RMB caught his attention. Hao Yunlai was as surprised as a thunderclap. It was hard to come back to his senses before he saw that. This payment message was accompanied by a line of small words. Thank you, Mr. Hao, for your hospitality for so long. This money is for you. I hope you'll make your restaurant bigger and stronger in the future. I'll come back to eat next time, but still want to eat a king's dinner. Hao Yunlai, who saw this line of small words, was also unknowingly reminded of the comment under the microblogging hot search. His real identity was actually the big boss behind Dragon Commercial Street. So, what was said on the microblog is true. It seems that there really is no empty news in this world. However, he can really be a silly kid nowadays. In this society, there really aren't too many people who know how to be grateful yo. The reason why Wang Teng gave Hao Yunlai the 200,000 was because he felt that he was kind-hearted and he was willing to support him with the money he could earn by collecting a few rags. As for why he didn't give him more, Wang Teng also has his own ideas. After all, men become bad when they have money, except for me, Wang Teng. So if you give him too much, what if he can't handle the stimulation and goes down a bad path? So, 200,000 is just right. No more, no less. It's not too much, not too little. It's enough to let him feel his heart, and also not to make him lose his heart. Chapter 111, Scrap Recycling Station. Wang Teng, who had exited the Good Luck Hotel, straight away, he was riding his Neiman Marcus limited edition fighter and wandering around aimlessly. He thought of going to see where he could still collect some rags in advance to gold level rag recycler earlier. As he wandered, a junkyard appeared on the side of the road. A scrap recycling station. Wang Teng exclaimed. Right, doesn't he smell good if I build a few scrap recycling stations myself? In the past, I was limited by my own mindset. Build your own scrap recycling stations, and in the future, you can come directly to your own recycling station to collect rags directly. How convenient and hassle-free is that? If I can cover the whole world with scrap recycling stations, am I still far from being the richest man in the world and becoming a super god? Aha! After a while it's time to think about this matter of establishing waste recycling stations. For now, it's better to collect the rags in front of us first. Wang Teng's scrap recycling station in front of him. At this time, there were many rags piled up in various places. It seemed to be that the rags were not pulled away by the car that loaded the rags. After Wang Teng placed the Neiman Marcus limited edition fighter, he walked towards the scrapyard. Just as he approached the rags, there was some pungent odor coming through, making it unbearable. But it was understandable. The rag recycling station after all took in all kinds of rags, even mixed with some household garbage, especially in the summer. Under such hot temperatures, a lot of garbage even emitted a sour odor. But in order to complete the system mission, Wang Teng was also desperate. Putting his heart on the line, Wang Teng covered his nose and also started to pick some rags to throw into his sack. Ding! Recycle 1 beer bottle. Reward wealth plus 30,000. Ding! Recycle a broken $1 bill. Reward wealth plus 100,000. This beat made Wang Teng directly froze for a moment. So it turns out that money can also be recycled? And the rewarded wealth was so much. After slightly thinking about this matter, Wang Teng continued to frantically throw the rags into the sack. Ding! Recycling a broken lamp. Rewarding wealth plus 50,000. Ding! Recycling a broken data cable. Rewarding wealth plus 40,000. It was counterintuitive for such a young handsome guy like Wang Teng to come and collect rags. Naturally, it attracted the attention of many people around. Suddenly, an older woman with a snarky face pulled out an empty wine bottle from her own garbage bag that was ready to be discarded and threw it towards Wang Teng, only to hear, splat, sound. The beer bottle shattered around Wang Teng. Then the big mom walked near Wang Teng, covered her mouth, put on an innocent expression, and opened her mouth to say, "Oops, I really didn't do it on purpose. I saw that it was hard for you to find rags in the garbage, so I wanted to give you an empty bottle so that you could earn a few more cents, but it's so embarrassing to accidentally break it." Although this big mom came out with words like she was full of enthusiasm and guilt, however, her face that was coated with a face full of poor quality makeup clearly couldn't hide her innermost thoughts. What thoughts? Her thoughts were, "You're the lowest profession in society. I'm just bullying you. What can you do?" And all of her words were backhanded. She's obviously saying, "I broke it on purpose. What can you do?" Chapter 112, only $99. After the big mom finished saying this, she threw another beer bottle towards Wang Teng intentionally. The beer bottle once again exploded around Wang Teng. This is when Wang Teng was directly enraged and he yelled, "Are you sick again? Can't you get away from me? Don't affect me collecting rags." This face full of poor quality cosmetics big mom froze. He completely did not expect a lowly rag collector actually dare to yell at himself. Reacting, she stopped pretending. "I'm throwing bottles at you because I look up to you. You know what? My husband is a city manager. Do you even want to collect rags in the future? The city manager is not even a fart in my eyes." Wang Teng coldly hummed, "You lowly rag collector. You wait for me, don't ever leave. I'll let my husband arrest you for damaging the city's image in a while." This big mom with a bad face was directly just on with Wang Teng, simply because he felt that a lowly rag collector actually dared to yell at him. To put it in a not so nice way, people like this, it was simply a waste of air to live, a waste of land to die, and a waste of RMB to not die. As you wish. Wang Teng, who said this, walked towards the slightly farther rag pile. There were some people that Wang Teng could not figure out what their journey was like for the rest of his life. They always liked to do things that were detrimental to others. Since he couldn't figure it out, he simply didn't think about it anymore as Wang Teng continued to go and recycle the rags. Ding! Recycling a broken cushion. Rewarding wealth plus 30,000. Ding! Recycling a broken organizer. Rewarding a virtual recycling space. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The special rewards are back. Love it, love it. But a virtual recycling space? What the heck is that? This will always be something good, Wang Teng asked himself while scratching his head. And on the other hand, he looked at the profile given by the system. Virtual recycling space, various items can be stored in at any time and can be taken out at any time. To give a simple example, something that isn't convenient to carry around. For example, Neiman Marcus limited edition fighter or even a limited edition supercar you can load in at any time and take out when needed. Isn't this similar to Doraemon's 4-dimensional treasure bag? When you put more things into it yourself, you can change it out anytime you want to use anything. Awesome system. It's getting more and more powerful. Ali give. Having just obtained the virtual recycling space, Wang Teng's mood at the moment was particularly pleasant. However, an uninvited guest in city manager clothes was the one who walked up to him, breaking Wang Teng's mood, which was being beautiful at this moment. I think you are destroying the environment of our Tianmen city by going around collecting rags with a sack like this. You come with me and receive a good education in green thinking, this city manager said righteously. And standing next to the city manager was the big mom who just had a face full of poor quality cosmetics. At the moment, this big mom was crossing her waist, facing Wang Teng with an expression of, "You're begging me. Why should I go with you? Just because you two don't have any face at all?" Wang Teng sneered, and his consciousness directly entered the mystery shop, because he found out not long ago that the mystery shop could actually buy information. And the information of these two people in front of him happened to be the very cheap kind. It only cost $9.09. Chapter 113, The Exploding Dai Yunfei. $9.09. You can't lose or be fooled by buying it. Quickly clicking the buy button, Wang Teng also looked at the disgusting Amma in front of him and continued to speak, saying, "According to what I know, you're nothing more than a tycoon who relies on your father being a contractor, doing a lot of tofu dreg projects and earning a lot of migrant laborers' hard-earned money up. This husband of yours is also relying on you to be rich to be cheated by you. Even the job of city manager is also you spend money to get. What are you mad about?" The face of this big mom, whose body shape was obese and not much better than Phoenix's, was directly changed. The facial change brought about by this great surprise was directly causing the fat on his face to tremble. And only then did he stare at Wang Teng with a dumbfounded face and said, "How did you know? I ate your family's rice. Do you care so much?" Wang Teng asked back with a casual face. "By the way, this big brother city manager, I still want to say to you that the green grass on your head is so green. You actually don't know. You are not aware that this woman in front of you, relying on his father to give her those two stinking money, to a lot of workers and even some poor people who can't afford to eat, as long as it is good looking, he is." Wang Teng, who finished this sentence, also showed a no expression to the city management big brother. Here this big brother of the city management, directly is burning with anger. All of a sudden Put just said, "Bring Wang Teng to the bureau, this matter forgotten." Instantly turned the gun pointing at Wang Teng, angrily roared at this big mom. "Li Tsuehua, what he said is not true. Today you give me clear." Li Tsuehua's face changed, opened her mouth and said, "Dai Yunfei, don't listen to this brat's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. How could I do such a thing?" Wang Teng wasn't too messed up at this time, coldly opening his mouth at Dai Yunfei and saying, "You don't point at lousy." Dai Yunfei was getting angry and cursed even more angrily, saying, "Lousy damn is pointing at you, what can you do? How? Want to think of the bureau? You should be quite familiar with the name Yi Yuer, right?" Wang Teng suddenly spoke. Dai Yunfei's face changed violently, and the air of invincibility that he had earlier disappeared in an instant, replaced by a burst of stammering. "Yi Yuer? This name, I've never heard of it." "Oh really? Then let me help you to recall your memories. You used the money given to you by Li Tsuehua to keep a mistress, promised to give her $10,000 every month, and you were with her at the Amber Hotel every day once you got off work." With that said, Wang Teng's gaze left Dai Yunfei and landed on Li Tsuehua's body, continuing to say, "And Wang Teng also after the words are not finished. Originally the face is still covered with the heart of Li Tsuehua, suddenly stretched out her obese palm and, to Dai Yunfei's face, he slapped him hard on the face. This slap down, Dai Yunfei's face is directly high swollen up. This is not the end. Li Tsuehua grabbed Dai Yunfei's ears and continued to curse. "The old lady every month to give you 30,000 yuan is to let you use my money to go outside to package women? Am I not giving you face? At the beginning is to see you look okay, only to find you. Now you actually dare to betray me?" Chapter 114, Really catching crispy bones in the mouth of a big dragon. Dai Yunfei couldn't stand it anymore. Snap. Dai Yunfei's backhand was directly returning Li Tsuehua's slap. You actually dare," Li Tsuehua subconsciously said, but she hadn't said the sentence in full yet. Snap. What immediately followed was another slap, and it was accompanied by the anger from the bottom of his heart that Dai Yunfei seemed to have endured for a long time. "Master Ing endured you for so long. I'm really fed up with it. Just this ugly look of yours, and you're still harboring a little white boy behind my back? And, what makes me not dare? Look at yourself. You are as fat as a pig. Your face is like a big round cake. Every time you press on me you can crush half of my life away. Oh no, it's the whole life. If it wasn't for the fact that you serve me well every day and give me 30,000 pocket money a month, I would have dumped you a long time ago." Hearing these heartfelt words that Dai Yunfei had endured for a long time, Li Tsuewa's finger pointed at Dai Yunfei kept trembling, while her face was green for a while and purple for a. It was only after a while that she said, "You're a formidable city manager clothes, I'll let someone peel it off. Without me, you're nothing. I'll see how you live in the future." Dai Yunfei was on fire and opened his mouth. "I'm just jumping off a building. I'm just dying outside. I don't even want to look at you again." After Dai Yunfei finished saying this, he directly left on his city police motorcycle. Looking at Dai Yunfei's departing back, Wang Teng even gloated. "Cheer up. Sprint. Sprint. Ollie give. Cheer up. Sprint. Sprint. Ollie give it." It was said several times before stopping, and Li Tsuehua was like an angry lion at this moment, stomping the ground fiercely a few times and blanking Wang Teng a few times. Then she stepped on her high heels and thumped away. Looking at the two people who took the initiative to come to the door and left in disgrace, Wang Teng could not help but sigh. It's really a big bug's mouth that snatches brittle bones, and a black dragon's jaws that takes the pearl, making a fool of themselves, pretending to be a bully in front of me, only to end up slapping his own face. But I've also realized that the weak and the strong is the truth of this world. If I didn't have a system and was really an ordinary rag collector, wouldn't I not only be humiliated, but also have to go to the bureau to receive a few days of ideological education? After sighing, Wang Teng started collecting rags again. Looking at the watch, it was already 5 o'clock. Wang Teng decided to go to Longting Mansion first, and discuss with Li Dalong about the matter of Zhong Mei Commercial Street trying to steal confidential documents. Before leaving, Wang Teng couldn't help but take a look at his quest completion level, which was 343, 620, 000/500, 000, about 150, 000 yuan short. The revolution has not yet succeeded. I still need to keep working hard. After saying this, Wang Teng was directly riding the Neiman Marcus limited edition fighter towards Draganteng Mansion. After arriving at Draganteng Commercial Street and finding a place where no one was, Wang Teng directly put the Neiman Marcus limited edition fighter into the virtual recovery space before Wang Teng slowly walked towards Draganteng Mansion. Just as he walked to the entrance, the 8 security guards in front of the red carpet actually shouted in unison, "Boss, you are here. Please come in." The sound shook the heavens and shook the earth like the waves lapping against the shore. Chapter 115, I knew it all already. These 8 people, making such a loud noise. It seemed as if they were afraid that others would not know that the person in front of them was the boss behind Draganteng Mansion. Originally, just now Wang Teng was still thinking about how to go in. After all, last time he just hurriedly came, and did not properly explain anything, but did not expect. Li Dalong, this person really has a heart. I think that he must have taken everything into consideration a long time ago. Taking the elevator to the 90th floor, Wang Teng just reached out and pushed open the door of Li Dalong's office. A cold voice came from inside. "Didn't I say that no matter what's going on, knock before coming in? Next time you do this, go directly to the finance department and collect your paycheck. Just walk away." Wang Teng did not know what to think and suddenly picked up such a sentence. Didn't even think that someone would dare to talk like this. Li Dalong's head didn't even lift. "Then you." Halfway through his sentence, he remembered that this voice was familiar to him. He looked up. He was flabbergasted. Li Dalong hurriedly said, "Boss, I was busy dealing with some urgent business matters just now. I didn't see it was you. I'm just joking with you. Make yourself at home. You said you were dealing with urgent matters. What urgent matters?" Wang Teng walked over and patted Li Dalong's shoulder, asking particularly casually, "Recently, the Zhongmei Commercial Street has been acting stupidly and seems to be brewing something. Moreover, this morning, one of our managers named Su Cherry, the documents in her bag were almost robbed." Li Dalong said with a heavy face. After all, Zhongmei Commercial Street was not a small industry. Although it wasn't as good as Dragon Commercial Street, the strength was still not small. "It's just this much." "Ah, a small thing. Don't care. I already knew that. Call Su Cherry to come to my office in a while," Wang Teng said in a breezy manner. "You have known this for a long time? Haven't you never come to the company?" Li Dalong couldn't help but exclaim out in shock. Wang Teng just hummed lightly. "Don't make such a fuss. Every morning, someone would organize a lot of information for me and read it to me while I was eating breakfast." With these words, Wang Teng's image in Li Dalong's eyes was even more filled with a mysterious color, making him more and more scornful. Without waiting for Li Dalong to say anything else, Wang Teng returned to his office on the 119th floor. He was looking forward to how wonderful Su Cherry's face would be when she saw herself in a while. Su Sakura, who was busy and anxious, suddenly received a call from Li Dalong that she said that the big boss behind Dragon Mansion wanted to see her. After hanging up on Li Dalong's call, Su Qing's heart was simply filled with mixed feelings. Many little question marks instantly appeared in her mind. Why is the boss behind the scenes meeting me? Is it because I lost confidential documents? Or is the boss trying to subvert me? What should I do then? Resist or not? That's not right. Would the boss of Dragon Mansion lack a woman behind him? Or could it be that the man with the sack collecting rags in the morning is really the boss of Dragon Tang? When she thought of this, Sue Sakura immediately shook her head. Sue Sakura, who didn't know what she was going to face next, still entered the elevator. With a head full of doubts, Sue Sakura apprehensively pressed the elevator button for the 119th floor. Soon, the elevator doors opened. Walking out of the elevator, hesitating in front of the office door for a long time, Sue Sakura took a big deep breath and only then did she slowly raise her hand in front of the office. Chapter 116, Treating You to Noodles. Duong, Duong, Duong. After knocking on the door 3 times, only then did Sue Cherry say, I'm Sue Sakura from the Information Technology Department. May I ask if it's convenient for me to go in now? Aha! A majestic voice then entered Sue Sakura's ears. There was only this one word. No other nonsense. Hearing this high and cold reply, Sue Sakura's apprehensive heart couldn't help but become even more nervous. The emotions that were already difficult to calm down were now swollen with a hot stream of air. After sucking in another breath of cool air, Sue Sakura then pushed the door and walked in. But when she went in and looked at Wang Teng sitting on the chair, her head instantly became chaotic and her heart was like a deer in the head, thumping. She never thought that the words that she had casually said unintentionally before had actually come true. Does that voice I just temporarily played have the inner flavor of a domineering president? Wang Teng suddenly said as he looked at Su Qing, who was somewhat lost in thought. Su Cherry, who did not know what to say and was caught in a silence, blinked her big eyes and nodded her head in a very recognizable way. After knowing that Wang Teng was the big boss of Dragon Tang Commercial Street, Su Cherry also lost that high and cold aura from before. Su Cherry, who was standing in front of Wang Teng at this moment, was indeed a little nervous in her heart. Moreover, it was hot in summer, which caused her whole body to sweat a little. That a black professional dress all was soaked with sweat, so that inside of that what are a little bit revealed undoubtedly. The tantalizing body capital was completely outlined. Seeing Su Cherry like this, Wang Teng is also happy, smiled, is standing up to Su Cherry faintly said, don't be nervous, just relax, or just treat me as an ordinary person. Don't make yourself so constrained. What's more, don't you still want to treat me to dinner at night to thank me for helping you snatch something back? Looking at it from a close distance, this Wang Teng, who stood beside himself even more handsome and charming, exuding kryptonite, Su Suzura couldn't help but be a little as apprehensive and at a loss for words. Yes, after learning that this man actually really is the helmsman of Dragon Tang, her body is having an uncomfortable feeling. Her brain is like losing all consciousness. Yes, boss. Sue Sakura pinched the corner of her own coat. The corner of her mouth was squeezing out a stiff smile. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Teng also sensed that the atmosphere was a bit wrong, and coughed, slightly hiding his helplessness. Sure enough, it was the status of an ordinary person that was good to get along with other people. Next second, Wang Teng paused before speaking. Let's go. It's time to get off work. I'm giving you a vacation today. Where are you taking me to eat? My house. Do you dare to go? Sue Sakura didn't know where the courage came from. For no reason at all, she said these words, but after she said this sentence, she was also extremely regretful. How could she just say the truest thoughts of her heart? If you are not afraid, what am I afraid of? You can still eat me up? But you can still cook? Wang Teng said with a big grin. Having said that, Su Cherry was also riding a tiger. Slowly, she straightened her color and opened her mouth and said, a laborer like me can only cook noodles for you to eat. My noodles are especially delicious. Cook me noodles? Wang Teng repeated and asked a rhetorical question. Yeah, cooked noodles for you. A flash of embarrassment surfaced on Su Cherry's face as she said this. After a pause, she justified herself by saying, yeah, cooked noodles for you to eat. And also hand-rolled noodles. Do it yourself then outside to buy down. Do not know how many times more delicious it. Chapter 117, It's too late to explain. Get in the car. Then what are you waiting for? Too late to explain. Get in the car. Let's go. Wang Teng pulled Su Cherry and headed for the elevator. Soon after, the duo walked out of the Dragon Tang mansion and Wang Teng brought Su Sakura to a place where there was no one. Then speaking to Su Sakura, he said, you stand here and wait for me for a while. I'll go ride my bike to drive you. Okay? Then hurry up. Don't let me, your loyal employee, start sighing while waiting. As if forgetting that Wang Teng was the big boss of Dragon Commercial Street, Su Cherry couldn't help but voice out a flirtation. I can't afford to have such a loyal employee waiting for me. How about this? If you close your eyes and silently count to 10, I will instantly appear in front of you riding my Neiman Marcus limited edition fighter. Quickly, close your eyes. Wang Teng smiled playfully as he pretended to be mysterious. When Su Cherry heard this, she also played this childish game with Wang Teng like a little kid one and started counting. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. When Su Cherry opened her eyes, her beautiful eyes were filled with incredulity. This was because at this moment, Wang Teng was propped up against the side of Neiman Marcus limited edition fighter gazing at him with a smirk. How did you do that? Su Sakura subconsciously asked. Wang Teng directly skipped over this question of hers and, instead, he said, I think you are quite perfect as a person. There is just one drawback. Drawback? What disadvantage? As a woman who is about to invite you to dinner, would she have a flaw? I'll give you a chance to reorganize your words. Su Sakura arrogantly pulled the corner of her mouth and spoke out. Your shortcomings are flawed execution. Hurry up. I'm hungry for noodles. The corner of Wang Teng's mouth raised in an arc before he slowly said. Hearing this, Su Cherry's cheeks were instantly staggered. The jumping power of the mind of the big boss behind this. It was really puzzling. For a moment, Su Sakura's entire person was caught in a mess. So why don't you hurry up and get in the car? The old driver will be driving soon. Wang Teng spoke again immediately afterward. Su Cherry's face like a ripe peach then raised her head slightly and said softly, good. As soon as the words fell, Su Cherry sat on the back seat of the Neiman Marcus limited edition fighter. Noticing that Su Sakura had already gotten into the car, Wang Teng did not say any more, and after inquiring about the location of Su Sakura's home, he started the Neiman Marcus limited edition fighter and set off towards his destination. The rumbling sound from the engine, sometimes low, sometimes high, was like a long-lasting, continuous moan. The harsh whine of the Neiman Marcus limited edition fighter broke the silence of the night sky. In no time, Neiman Marcus limited edition fighter had sped up to the Avenue of Stars, which was very close to Su Sakura's house. Chapter 118, The Monkey Sentees. Originally, at this speed, in another 10 minutes or so, he would be able to reach Su Sakura's home. However, at the traffic light in front, there was actually a traffic jam. Seeing this situation, Wang Teng slowed down his car with a sharp brake, and this also let Su Sakura cannot help but his white Wang Teng a glance. See that, baby? If you are looking for a man, you should look for a man like me. Not only is he rich, but he also has the charm of a mature man. Otherwise, you'd be just like that woman on the back seat of the motorcycle. Although a bit of good looks, but your eyes are blind. You can only sit on a broken motorcycle for the rest of your life. And you can never sit on a $1 million Porsche 911 like me. What's the saying? I'd rather sit on a Porsche 911 and cry than be happy on a motorcycle. In the same Porsche 911 that was waiting for the stoplight, a bald man with a big belly said with a despicable tone to an alluring-looking, coolly dressed woman on the passenger side. Good brother, what you said is quite reasonable. A broken motorcycle like this is not even enough to cover the price of one of your tires. And it can't shade the sun when there's sun. And it can't block the rain when it's raining. Especially for a woman. Sitting on this kind of motorcycle, within a few days, her skin will definitely deteriorate and then get uglier and uglier. Hey, you can't find a man just for love. The sultry woman sitting on the co-pilot followed the big-bellied man's words and added a few cuts. However, seeing Su Cherry wringing Wang Teng's arm, the enchanting woman could not help but be reminded of her own life during her middle school days. At that time, her own boyfriend but rode a bicycle to bring herself home every day. He also hugged her tightly. The love was so innocent. Thinking of this, the enchanting woman ghostly said, You say, they cannot be true love? The bald man coldly grunted, and did not leave a trace of emotion, said, True love, is it possible? Are you and I true love? The woman, as if coming on strong, said, What if? Seeing the woman's undaunted look, or perhaps to show him what this ugly society really looks like, the big-bellied bald man rolled down the window. In a commanding tone, he said to Suzaku, Hey, the woman on the back of the motorcycle, I want to ask you a very simple question. You answer me quickly. Su Sakura turned her head to look, only to see a round head and a melon-faced head, staring at herself with unblinking eyes. At this moment, Su Sakura resumed that cold temperament, and spoke faintly, saying, On what basis? Ignoring Su Sakura's tone, the bald man, though embarrassed, still opened his mouth and asked, If you can choose, are you willing to miserably sit on this broken motorcycle that can't even compare to one of my tires? Or are you willing to comfortably sit on this broken motorcycle? Or would you rather comfortably sit on this Porsche 911 of mine? Su Sakura looked at the two men in confusion. What's going on? Is this bald man a monkey sent to make fun of him? A Porsche 911 in front of the big boss of Longting Commercial Street. What are you pretending? No way. Absolutely not. Definitely let him know how ignorant and small and stupid he is. Seeing this duo with not so good attitude, Su Qing could not help but raise the thought of tricking him. Chapter 119, The Summer Insect Cannot Speak of Ice. Therefore, Su Sakura immediately spoke up and said, Of course the choice is to sit on the motorcycle. The demonic woman suddenly said excitedly to the bald man that, look, was I right? There is still true love in this world. But didn't wait for her to finish getting excited. Sucherry lightly opened her red lips and said in a cloudy voice, it's not just true love, and a Porsche 911 that's especially rowdy in your eyes. Even this Neiman Marcus limited edition fighter can't afford a single exhaust, you know? Ha 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 ha. The whole man actually laughed maniacally. It was not easy to stop, and only then did he say to the enchanting woman beside him, I just said to you that this broken motorcycle can't even afford one of my tires. And yet he said that my BMW can't even compare to one of his exhaust pipes. Can you believe it? Baby, look, he's got a broken sack on that bike. This is the first time in my life I've seen such a brazen man. It's simply open-mouthed, nonsense and full of nonsense. Although the enchanting woman deep down was longing for true love in this world, but hearing Sucherry's words, she also smiled helplessly and said, there's no need to give him dead face. If he loves you, he won't bear to let you sit on a motorcycle for the rest of your life. Dafe is specialized in selling motorcycles for decades. What motorcycles have seen? This Neiman Marcus limited edition fighter is naturally no exception. Seeing such borderline words coming out of two people like Iron Bean, Dafe couldn't help but open his mouth. You two uneducated people. What a funny thing to say. One of you mocking the truly rich as poor. The other, actually feeling sad for this young lady sitting in the Neiman Marcus limited edition fighter. It's really true that a summer insect can't talk about ice. A well frog can't talk about the sea, and a mortal can't talk about the Tao. Hearing this extremely contemptuous words, the bald man was about to turn back to break his mouth and curse, but saw that the person who spoke is also a bald man. But people are sitting on the Ferrari. No money, no bottom, no money, no aura. See this than their own Porsche 911 several times more expensive Ferrari. This makes him was about to spit out the words in his mouth, and then swallowed back with great difficulty, turned to stammer and said, you said that this broken motorcycle is worth a lot of money? Dafe grunted unhappily, conservatively estimated at 500,000, and it's usually impossible to find a seller. Hearing this, the man on the Porsche 911 did not dare to make another sound, and directly closed the window. This little hiccup naturally could not affect Wang Teng's mood, as the car in front of him slowly drove. Wang Teng soon also arrived at the downstairs of Sucherry's house on his Neiman Marcus limited edition fighter. How come you live in such an old residential building? A trace of surprise suddenly flashed through Wang Teng's eyes. Obviously Wang Teng didn't believe that Su Sakura didn't have any money. As the person who held the confidential documents of the Information Technology Department in Dragon Teng Mansion, how could he not have any money? Chapter 120, The King Pesticide Thing. I've lived here since I was a child and have feelings. A trace of reminiscence flashed in Su Sakura's beautiful eyes. Lived here since childhood? Then you are better than me. I grew up living in the village. There is nothing in the village. Until I went to college I came to Tianmin City. Wang Teng couldn't help but say slowly, lying ghost you? The big boss of the hallowed Dragon Teng commercial street grew up in a village. Who would believe that? Sucherry rolled her eyes several times at Wang Teng and let out an angry cry as she came down from the Neiman Marcus limited edition fight and walked up the stairs on her own. After quickly parking the Neiman Marcus limited edition fighter downstairs, looking at Sucherry who had already gone up several flights of steps with her long white flowery legs, Wang Teng also hurriedly followed. Su Sakura's home was on the 5th floor, not too high, therefore in 3 or 2 minutes the duo entered the home. I didn't expect this. I never expected this. A mature woman with such a high and cold appearance. You actually decorated your home all in pink. Wang Teng looked around and spoke like a straight man of steel. Sucherry tilted her head and hummed with a beak. It's up to you. You don't understand women at all. Which woman doesn't have a pink and tender teenage heart? Orphaned, aren't you? Leaving behind Wang Teng who was disliked and couldn't speak, Sucherry went into the house to change into loose pajamas and went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Wang Teng was sitting around feeling very bored, so he casually browsed through the decorations of Su Sakura's house, and actually discovered on Su Sakura's bookcase that there was a trophy on Su's bookcase. This trophy is the runner-up trophy of the King's Pesticide City Tournament. King Pesticide is a very hot game at the moment. Wang Teng did not play this game much during his college days. What Yunjong Jun? What Bailey Schwanza? What Pei Tohu? What Li Bai? What Han Xin? All of these are the targets he practiced hard, because he especially wanted to become a wild king, only to become a wild king to get the favor of many sisters. He had thought that if he persevered, he would be able to break away from the eternal diamond and reach the strongest king, reach the king of glory, or even the 100-star king. But he practiced for a long time and still struggled in the watery depths of diamond. Other people play Pei Tiehu as a 3-buff opening, shocking the first punch of Chang'an. The home blue buff is always left to the sister who carries. He played Pei Tiehu as the opening to send a blood. 6 points to guard the high ground. Teammates called the insider. People send nickname. Shak Chanan Kitty. Other people play Li Bai is to come without a shadow. Go without a trace. 10 steps to kill a person. Thousands of miles do not leave a line. While killing, he shouted, "Who can catch my sword?" And the Li Bai he plays is, "Thousands of miles to send a man's head. Never return." Others shouted, "So what if I catch your 10 swords?" Other people's play of Han Xin is, "The nationalist is unrivaled. 7 in and 7 out. All enemies are trivial." He plays, "Han jumps, 1 jump, 2 jumps, like the devil's pace." After a backwater battle, I thought I could leave in style. I didn't realize it was an instant black screen. Waiting until Wang Teng really can't practice and almost give up. He remembered the words that a player once said to him. "Once you enter the diamond, it's like the sea. From now on, you'll be with me forever." Chapter 121, Shooting. Shooting King? How good would it be if I had realized this phrase earlier? With such a handsome face value, isn't it good to find a high-end female player to eat soft rice? After all, his stomach is so soft, quite suitable for eating soft rice. Think about so many glory Big Brother. Peak Big Brother cannot bring the eternal diamond game. How is it possible that I can bring it with my own strength? I was too naive back then. Simply naive quadratic. Naive and two. Suddenly a voice interrupted his memories. "The noodles are here, and I've also laid you a big poached egg. Make do and eat it. Others don't have this fortune." Sakura carried 2 bowls of steaming noodles and, with a reddish little face, she placed the noodles on the table in front of Wang Teng, then crisply opened her mouth and said, "It smells delicious. It looks a lot more appetizing than those things outside." Wang Teng smelled the aroma that wafted out, and underhandedly complimented it. "That's not true. Don't look at who made it. And since I've made it more often, it will naturally taste better, right?" Su Cheng proudly looked at Wang Teng and blinked a few times. Wang Teng smashed his mouth and couldn't wait to pick up his chopsticks and taste the noodles in the bowl, then casually opened his mouth and asked, "By the way, is that King Pesticide City Tournament runner-up trophy on the bookcase yours? You actually play King Pesticide so well?" "That's for sure. I'm a King of Glory. That King of Glory Pesticide City Tournament runner-up trophy is the one that my friend and I won together," Su Cherry said confidently. Hearing these words, Wang Teng opened his mouth and said, "You really refreshed my 3 views today. I thought all girls were on the public screen, calling out brother bring, or CPDD before going up to the king. I didn't expect that you, a girl, could actually be this strong." It was no wonder Wang Teng said this. It was because when Wang Teng was at the diamond segment ready to hit the king back then, it was because of those kind of people that caused his way to the top segment to be so tough. And those women's words on the public screen were even more explicit. For example, "Who can take her to the king? She will go to the other side of the city to let free X 3 days. It's just that the world is going downhill, and people are not in the right place." How come he didn't have this kind of strength back then? It was also that time that Wang Teng had a winning streak, and he was still 3 stars away from hitting the Starburst segment and getting out of the bitter sea of eternal diamonds. But he didn't expect it. For several games in a row, he ran into a female player who could only oing oing. She kept typing in the game or making whiny noises and pretending to be aggrieved. Even the female player who would stay put if the buffs were not given to her. Wang Teng was so angry that he almost dropped his phone. "I'm ing playing Han Xin. How am I supposed to jump if I give you the blue? And what to give you the buff? Really is not dead anything want to ha. I just do not give you. Dead or alive do not give you. Love to move." Holding this mentality, without a doubt, a wave of consecutive defeats, Wang Teng is directly back to the liberation. And hearing Wang Teng's words just now, Su Cherry, who was eating noodles, almost spewed out the contents of her mouth. How could he think like that? Am I that kind of person? I am the strongest and coolest female wild king. Therefore immediately opened his mouth and said, "I'm the invincible wild king and shooting king, okay? I was the team's shooting king back when we played the city tournament." Shooting king? The rice in Wang Teng's mouth was also the same as Su Cherry's. It was almost sprayed out. Chapter 122, I can only make noodles. What's wrong? What's the problem? If you don't believe me, let's solo a game now? Su Sakura said as she shook the interface in her hand. Actually, I think shooting king is more suitable for male. Bah, what am I babbling about? I actually want to say I believe it. I believe it, okay? Why don't we have some wine? A little wine to celebrate? To celebrate our somewhat special way of knowing each other? Wang Teng immediately changed the topic. He didn't want to be killed indiscriminately by this wild king come shooting king in front of him. After all, he was just a diamond little chicken. No way. Big boss, you actually want me to drink with you? In your heart, it shouldn't be that you want to treat me. Su Sakura skimmed her lips and said, Looking at Susakura, who was wearing loose pajamas at the moment, Wang Teng didn't hold back as shook his head, turned to a stilt, righteously opened his mouth and said, "It's not that I'm talking about you, Susakura. You're a person with too low of an awareness, always thinking in other directions. It's really pathetic and sad. Che, what have you imagined me, Wang Teng, to be? I merely have too many things bothering me lately and want to use alcohol to vent my inner depression," Wang Teng said righteously. At the same time, its righteous gaze just looked straight at Sucherry. Hearing what Wang Teng said, Susakura was all of a sudden not going to be made whole by him as well. The expression on the entire face was also very wonderful. A moment later, Sucherry still went to the house and took out several bottles of red wine in 2 highball glasses, and poured them each with more than half a cup. Seeing Sucherry pouring the 2 highball cups full, Wang Teng could not help but flirt. "You really dare to drink with me? Do you trust me that much? You have to know that I'm only someone you just met. Just based on that spirit of bravery you had during the day, it's enough for me to trust you." These words came out. Susakura directly brought up the tall glass in front of her, raised her neck and drank it all in one go. This operation gave Wang Teng the feeling as if he was a wild and unrestrained queen. Wang Teng simply had 10,000 flavors that he could not say. This employee, it's hard to explain. He was at least a young, innocent young man. Apparently, Sucherry did not even think of this, because she poured more than half a glass into her goblet, then raised it up and said to Wang Teng, "Cheers." Hearing this, Wang Teng also no longer squirmed. After all, a woman is so frank, why would he be so unable to put his hands and feet? So he also raised his glass. Duong. They collided together. Life must be happy. A cup. After a lot of talking and laughing, Susakura had a slight drunkenness and, suddenly pointing to the side of the noodles, she said, "Not bad, right?" Wang Teng nodded slightly in recognition. "But I only know how to make noodles." Susakura said something that made Wang Teng puzzled. Why? The words picked up. Therefore, it was natural for Wang Teng to ask. Glancing at Wang Teng, Sucherry did not answer. Instead, she opened another bottle of red wine and directly to her mouth. And, gulp, gudong, drinking several mouthfuls, then suddenly was weirdly laughed out. The more he laughed, the louder he laughed, and in the end it was a pearly loud cry. Chapter 123, There's Wine and Stories. Don't cry, or people will think that I'm bullying you or something. Wang Teng was a bit at a loss for words when he saw Susakura's out-of-sorts emotions. He only knew to keep handing tissues to Susakura's hands. "Tonight there is wine and stories. Do you want to hear?" Susakura wiped her tears and poured herself another glass of red wine before she faintly said. Wang Teng was a very qualified listener, and upon hearing Susuzura say this, he sat upright, then perked up his ears and tacitly did not make a single ringing sound again. Clearing her throat, Susuzura also began to narrate. "I once had a boyfriend, which accompanied me for 7 years from middle school to high school and then to college. At that time, I was still a clueless little girl. I thought that if I had him, I had the whole world. He was so good to me, no matter what I did. He was my #1 fan. I feel like I'm super in love with him and he's super in love with me. I feel like I can't do without him, and I miss him so much that I can say it's only just gone down and up. People say there's a 7-year itch, but I felt that between us it would definitely be the exception. Until we went to a King Pesticide City tournament together, the last game of the finals. With our strength we could have completely crushed each other and won the championship. But he suddenly said to me, can we sacrifice once for him? To give the opposite side a water release. Originally, for his sake, not to mention letting go of water. Even giving up my life was fine with me. But when he said that, he actually said it to me with his arm around one of the girls on that team. Can you understand the immense pain I was in? My mind was buzzing, the skin on my face contracted, and my lips closed tightly to stifle the screams that were about to come out. I turned away from the pain. As much as I hated him, I couldn't get him out of my mind when I got home. His shadow lingered in my mind. I knew his favorite food was my hollandaise with noodles, so I made a bowl of it every day, hoping he would come around. But, Sucherry said this story, Wang Teng all carefully heard in his heart. At this moment, also asked a very meaningful question that, did you act like a stranger in order to wait for him? Or is it that you no longer believe in men? Sucherry raised her head and looked at Wang Teng in a daze. However, not a single word came out. At this time, everything seemed to be silent. The two of them very tacitly raised their wine cups at the same time and drank one cup at a time. Very quickly, the air was mixed full of the flavor of alcohol, making people somewhat slightly intoxicated. Red wine this thing, although at the beginning Susakura drank it with little feeling, and also some sweet flavor, but at the moment the afterburner is indeed not small. This led to Susuzuru directly being dizzy and collapsing in place. Hey, wake up, if you don't wake up, I'm going to eat all of your cooked noodles. Oh, Wang Teng pinched Su Sakura's face. The corner of his mouth slanted as he voiced out a flirtation. But Su Sakura still did not move a bit. It seems to be really drunk in the past. What kind of thing is this? Still saying that you're going to lock me out, but as a result, you're now directly drunk yourself. Chapter 124, Are you resisting me? Seeing this situation, Wang Teng sighed helplessly and also helped this employee of his up to lean on the sofa. Alas, it had to be said that there were millions of people in the world. Everyone has everyone's own hardships. Everyone has that softness buried in their heart. No longer thinking much about those stories Su Cherry told him, Wang Teng took a drag on his own cigarette and bit his tongue again to clear his alcohol-paralyzed brain. After this, only then did Wang Teng, with the last vestiges of his remaining clarity, put Su Sakura, whose skin was fair and red, whose face was flushed, whose eyebrows were lightly quivering, and whose face was delectable, back on the bed, and covered it with the quilt. Doing all this, then Wang Teng closed the door. His feet were like the wind, and he ran downstairs in a puff of smoke. Su Qing, who had already fallen asleep, opened her eyes after Wang Teng left. Following that, the corners of her mouth slightly rose and, with a tug on both sides of her mouth, she opened her mouth and laughed, saying, I really haven't misjudged you, big boss. You are getting more and more interesting to watch. Besides this side, Wang Teng, who went downstairs, took a step on the road, and was blown by the cool breeze of the night, and the strength of the wine went down quite a lot, putting the Neiman Marcus limited edition fighter into the virtual recycling space. Wang Teng then hummed his favorite lyrics, while, once upon a time, there was someone who loved you for a long time. But on the contrary, the wind is gradually blowing the distance far away. It's hard to love again for one more day, but the end of the story says bye-bye. While walking towards the direction of the rental house that was close to him, soon Wang Teng returned home, took a shower, and directly was sleeping. The next day, Wang Teng rubbed his sleepy eyes and opened them. Yesterday, I didn't intentionally line up the wine, and this wine's strength isn't really small. However, wine is grain essence. The more you drink, the younger you get. This sleep was really comfortable for me. Wang Teng muttered. Lucky draw. There's another chance for the lottery. I forgot again last night. Wang Teng, who said this, was directly toggling the raffle wheel. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is too exciting. This is real? Wang Teng exclaimed out in shock, and even almost had a nosebleed. There was no other reason. It was because he heard such a system beep like a dreamy bubble. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining an extreme intelligent secretary. This system prompt sound was like a thunderbolt, causing Wang Teng to be shocked beyond measure. However, after the shock, what followed was Wang Teng's cheering. Wang Teng, who had been giggling on the ground for half a day, thought of something crucial and suddenly froze for a moment. Only then did he dully say, the extreme intelligent secretary was drawn. But where should I go to claim it? Duong, Duong, Duong. A knock on the door slammed. It was accompanied by a mature voice. Master, your intelligent secretary is here. Quickly open the door and let me in. Hearing this voice, Wang Teng, despite holding onto the wall, was still a little unsteady and hurriedly said, Wait a moment, let me gather my excitement and open the door. The intelligent housekeeper outside the door hid her face. Her bewitching lips pursed lightly, then opened her mouth and said, Master, hurry up. Oh. Chapter 125, Damn, what an absolute man. I'm out of boots of resistance to resist you. After saying this, it clearly felt that the power of one boots of resistance seemed to be a bit insufficient. At the very least, it must be 100 pairs of boots of resistance to barely resist, right? Thinking about this, Wang Teng quickly cried out again and said, Forget it, no more resistance. Physical defense, spell defense have all become negative. How am I supposed to resist? Right, will there be any clear heart pills in the mystery store, so that I can resist? The consciousness quickly entered the mystery shop and quickly browsed through it. Wang Teng found that there was indeed this prop, but the name of the prop was called, Everything is Empty. But the price of up to $500 million is not only closing 2 windows for Wang Teng, but also blocking a door, making him deterred. No more pretending. I show my cards. I'm not resisting. As if Wang Teng had pressed on a pair of sprinting boots. He didn't even put on his shoes and directly ran barefoot to the door and opened it. The moment he opened the door, Wang Teng's saliva can simply raise sharks. That saliva is no exaggeration to say, is a ton of downward swallow. Looking up and down at the stunning intelligent butler in front of him, Wang Teng could not help but be shocked to the extreme. In front of this intelligent housekeeper, seems to come out of the painting is good looking, has like a waterfall, like a strand of black hair sliding across the face. The beauty is completely not like a person. I really do not know the system from where to get this thing. It is also at this time, Wang Teng understood the Zhou Yuang. Why beacon fire play all vassals? If he were himself, Not to mention the beacon fire playing with the vassals. Is the beacon fire burning the vassals can be Seeing Wang Teng in this state, the intelligent butler closed his jaw that was about to fall off upwards. He laughed softly, then walked in and seductively said, "From today onwards, I am going to start taking care of you. My name is Lin Shiyu. You can call me Shiyu from now on." Seeing that Lin Shiyu had already walked in, Wang Teng locked the door and turned his head. He sucked in another breath of cold air, because the Lin Shiyu in front of him had actually changed into a black work outfit in a few tens of seconds. This time, the Wang Teng who looked at it was directly sitting on his butt. "Master, is there anything I can do for you right now?" "All the things at home. I can help you manage them intelligently." Lin Shiyu out loud asked Wang Teng for instructions. "You go and help me buy some of all kinds of fruits and vegetables, meat and snacks through and through. Then go to my Sea View Villa in Jing'an district and help me clean it. This is the key. As for which villa you can just ask the security guards. Just say that Wang Teng asked you to come. I will call them." Wang Teng directly was quick with his orders and did not do anything that crossed the line. Nonsense. An intelligent butler given by a system. How could one do something like that? And in the end, this thing is just an intelligent butler no matter what. Hearing Wang Teng's command, Lin Shiyu also collected her demeanor and nodded respectfully before going to do what Wang Teng had explained. When Lin Shiyu left, Wang Teng quieted down, touched his heart, and still could not help but curse out loud. "Damn, what an absolute person. System, you this harm, simply do not know what to let me say." Chapter 126, The Killer Who Couldn't Pry. Simply cleaned up. Put the sack into the virtual recycling space after Wang Teng went out. After going downstairs, he looked for a deserted place and took out the Neiman Marcus limited edition fighter from the virtual recycling space. Wang Teng planned to roll through a few neighborhoods to collect rags first, and then he went to give Tang Xueme's father a needle. Ding, recycling a pair of worn-out shoes, rewarding wealth plus 50,000. Ding, recycle an old dress, reward wealth plus 40,000. Ding, recycle a cowhide belt, reward wealth plus 30,000. Ding, recycle an elderly cell phone, reward wealth 60,000. That's right, there were only 4 system beeps. Wang Teng, who ran through several neighborhoods, only received these 4 pieces of rags. That's all. It was still because the oldest mom thought that Wang Teng was shouting too noisily and disturbing her sleep, so she kindly sold it to him and let him continue to collect it in a different place. Heavens, earth, why is it so hard to collect a rag now? Hey, right. When these 2 days are over, I'll hire a few people to collect rags for me while I collect them in the game. Wouldn't it be nice to have both ends working at the same time? Thinking of this, no longer dwelling on collecting or not collecting rags, Wang Teng rode the Neiman Marcus limited edition fighter towards Tianmen City Central Hospital. After putting the Neiman Marcus limited edition fighter into the virtual recycling space, Wang Teng quickly took the elevator to the high-level VIP ward area where Tang Sanxiao was, but found that the door to the room was tightly closed. Wang Teng was about to knock on the door. Instead, a burly voice came out from inside. "Who? Me?" Wang Teng simply responded. "It's Wang Teng. I'll go open the door for him." The person who said this was Tang Xueme. After Tang Shui opened the door, Wang Teng had just entered the ward where Tang Sanxiao was. He realized that there were 2 strong men standing next to Tang Sanxiao. At the feet of the 2 strong men lay a man with a ruthless face and wearing a white coat. But at this moment, he was tied up solidly. "This is..." Wang Teng opened his mouth to ask, even though he probably thought of what it was. "One of the assassins who came to kill me last night actually disguised himself as a checking doctor. It's a pity that the mouth can't be pried open no matter how," Tang Sanxiao said lightly. "Isn't prying the mouth very simple? What's so difficult about it?" Wang Teng said in confusion. "The 2 of us have used every method and it doesn't work." "Just with you? Zhang Long, you're being reckless. This is my little friend who saved my life. How can you talk?" Tang Sanxiao's eyes flashed with a hint of anger. Hearing this, although Zhang Long closed his mouth and apologized to Wang Teng, but there were still 2 words written on his face. "Disobedience. Is it really okay, Wang Teng? You're not joking with us, right? Can you really get information from him about who poisoned my father?" Tang Xueme's face was filled with hope. This was a chance to help his father find the murderer, and she didn't want to let go of any opportunity. "I'm not joking with you. I'll give it a try. It shouldn't be a problem." Wang Teng wiped the tears that Tang Xueme couldn't control and said seriously. Chapter 127, Tang Xueme, who seems to have something in mind. Wang Teng walked directly to this killer lying on the ground wearing a white lab coat and playfully looked carefully from head to toe. It was like going to an animal park to see monkeys. Feeling Wang Teng's fiery gaze, the killer, unwilling to be humiliated, breathlessly opened his mouth and said, "If you want to kill, if you want to die, do as you wish. I won't reveal half of the information even if I die. Although we are killers, not revealing our employer's information is our last bottom line." From this faint voice, Wang Teng could hear that. This assassin was afraid that he had not suffered much since he was caught last night, but despite that, still did not let go. It seemed that it was indeed rigorously trained, and unusual means would not work at all. But in front of Wang Teng, who possessed the last system reward truth pill, none of this was a matter. Release him, don't ask, Wang Teng suddenly said. The moment these words came out, the eyes of the 4 people in the ward all flashed with a trace of doubt. The killer's mouth even opened into an O shape in shock. One sentence. Why? It seemed to be about to come out of his mouth. Just this one gap. Wang Teng directly was quick to stuff the truth pill into the killer's mouth. Within seconds of the pill entering the killer's mouth, his eyes went from shocked to, slowly became disoriented and disoriented. Tell me, where did you come from? Wang Teng opened his mouth and asked. From the dark night. The killer responded mechanically. Hearing that the killer actually really started to answer the question posed by Wang Teng, Zhang Long, who had spoken out of turn just now, was first filled with shock. Later, a few more shades of red and embarrassment unconsciously appeared on his stoic face. In the end, he even slightly tilted his head to the other side, not daring to look directly into Wang Teng's deep and calm black eyes, thinking about what he had said earlier. Just by you? 3 words. It even made Zhang Long's face hot. This fact in front of him was like a slap on his face. It was hot and painful. As for Wang Teng, he did not even take what Zhang Long said just now to heart. After all, it was he who was too buggy. It was true that ordinary people could not understand it. Therefore, Wang Teng didn't even pay attention to Zhang Long's change and directly was opening his mouth and said to Tang Sanshao, Uncle Tang, if there's anything you want to ask you can ask now. The effect of this medicine has 10 minutes. A trace of gratitude surfaced on Tang Sanshao's face, and then he asked the killer in a deep voice that, who sent you? I just picked up the mission on the assassination list, and a successful mission will result in $300,000. The employer's information is highly confidential, only knowing that it's an order issued by the Tianmen region of China. Other than that, I don't know, the assassin explained one by one. Asking this, Tang Sanshao's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness and laughed at himself. You really think highly of me? You're willing to pay $300,000 for me? Then there was no interest in asking further. Directly let Zhang Long knock the killer out and took him away. As for where to take him, Wang Teng didn't bother to ask. Next, Wang Teng gave Tang Sanshao a Mo Bamboo 17 needle, and after a few simple instructions, he was ready to leave. But Tang Xueme suddenly called out to him and, softly saying, go out for a walk with me at night. Hearing Tang Xueme's words, Wang Teng didn't catch it for a moment. Instead, he looked at the stunning figure in front of the hospital bed with a stunned expression that, revealing the attributes of a straight man of steel without a doubt. As for Tang Xueme, when she felt Wang Teng's burning gaze, her beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of panic, and she could not help but lower her head. Book Club, 113-014-7752. Chapter 128, Do You Still Need Face? Seeing Tang Xueme's little girl gesture, Wang Teng understood what it meant even if he was a straight man. Wang Teng understood what it meant, even if he was a straight man. He couldn't help but blink his eyes, and then a bright smile appeared on his face as he opened his mouth and said, I guess, did you miss me? Tang Xueme glared at Wang Teng and opened her small cherry mouth and said, I've been a bit stressed lately, and I just want to go for a walk. It just so happens that you're in front of me, so I'll ask, if you have something to do. Forget it, I won't miss you. Really don't want me? Even if I don't want to, I still have to go for a walk with such a beautiful fairy. Wang Teng blinked his eyes, looking at Tang Xueme in front of him with a smile, not a laugh. His heart was warm and fuzzy. This girl is really tough talking, obviously want me, but dead not admit it. Then I'll call you later. Tang Xueme opened her mouth. Good. Wang Teng nodded and closed the door to leave. Wang Teng, who had exited the central hospital, walked a few steps along the street and, feeling the wind in the air, it was all so unbearably hot. Therefore, he picked up a small piece of watermelon that was sitting on a sample on the fruit stand next to him and I chewed on it. Not only watermelon, other melon, cantaloupe and so on, all the samples were eaten by him all over, because the fruit stall area is relatively large. At noon and only the boss a person. Therefore, he didn't notice such a strange person as Wang Teng for a while. When the owner of the fruit stall saw Wang Teng doing this, he was as silent as a ghost. Also came over silently like a ghost and ghostly asked, do you still need a face? Wang Teng, who was concentrating on eating melon, suddenly heard this voice and could not help but be startled and he shouted, there are still organ traders in broad daylight? This world is too dangerous. No, I have to go home. After saying this, Wang Teng did not care about eating the only bit of sample melon left in his mouth, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared, running to a place where no one was around. Wang Teng directly took out the Neiman Marcus limited edition fighter from the virtual recycling space, and then rode it back to the villa in the Jinghai district. As soon as he entered the door, the intelligent butler Lin Xiyu bowed to Wang Teng and then sweetly said, "I wonder what master would like to eat for lunch today. I'm very skilled in cooking skills, whether it's the 8 major cuisines such as Lu cuisine, Sichuan cuisine, Cantonese cuisine, Su cuisine, Min cuisine, Zhejiang cuisine, Hunan cuisine, Hui cuisine, or Japanese cuisine, or the most famous cuisines of each country. I can cook them all. I've also bought all the ingredients as you ordered. I don't know. What are you going to eat, master?" Wang Teng hadn't thought about what to eat yet, and was directly lying on the sofa and started thinking. And during this time Lin Xiyu hadn't said a word, just waiting in place for Wang Teng to give the word. "Don't need to do more. Make a dongpa pork, make a flying dragon soup, make a West Lake vinegar fish, and finally give me a whole abalone bird's nest on the line. You can do all of these, right?" Wang Teng, who had closed his eyes for a while, said indifferently, "No problem, master. Please wait a moment." After Lin Xiyu said this, she dove headfirst into the kitchen to start preparing lunch for Wang Teng. Wang Teng, who was waiting, was also feeling very bored. He simply entered the mystery shop and slowly browsed through it. As he watched, a few familiar words violently entered Wang Teng's line of sight. Chapter 129, Zhongmei Commercial Street Shares. These very skillful words spelled out 51% of the shares of Zhongmei Commercial Street. And it was accompanied by a small line below. "Today's special price, only $500 million. How much money do you have left? I also don't know if it's enough to buy this share down." After all, the consumption and incoming speed of money was too fast, and Wang Teng didn't know how much money he had left, either. Therefore he couldn't help but murmur, and opened his current attribute panel to take a look. Host, Wang Teng. Face value, idol of middle-aged and elderly women. Wealth, 762, 350, 000. Force, yellow order. Skills, world-class piano master. The art of looking and hearing, top various firearms skills, basketball skills package. Luck, 3. Education, Doctor of Literature from Kyoto University. Weapons, bronze megaphone, song god sticker, experience card. Industry, Dragon Commercial Street. Medicines, 10 perfection pills, 3 pills. Truth pills, 4 pills. Hair growth pills, 5 pills. Summary, average it is. Seeing that the system has spoofed the middle-aged and elderly women idol column for himself, Wang Teng is already automatically immune to it. Wang Teng was already automatically immune to it. Wanting the system to praise himself was as difficult as heaven. Originally, there was nothing to hesitate about. As he had 762, 350, 000 RMB to buy the shares of Zhongmei Commercial Street directly. However, thinking about the mission he was working on, and just to make sure, Wang Teng still asked, "System, the money earned down and spent, does it still count in the completion of the mission?" "Of course it counts," the system replied in a very simple and rough manner. After receiving the system's reply, Wang Teng was much relieved. With one click, he clicked buy. After the purchase, Wang Teng took a deep breath and picked up the bottle of wine on the table directly, thinking to himself, the Zhongmei Commercial Street that was ready to go against himself 2 days ago, to his surprise, had already become his own. Also at this time, Lin Xiyu walked over to Wang Teng with a few dishes and neatly placed them in front of him. Seeing that Wang Teng seemed to be in a happy mood, Lin Xiyu asked, "What's wrong, master? What are you happy about? Can you share it?" "Nothing, just acquired 51% of a company's shares only." Wang Teng picked up his chopsticks and ate a mouthful of food before humming indifferently. It was also at this moment that, in an office on the top floor of the Zhongmei building, a competent, sharp-eyed man in a suit was leisurely drinking the very best big red robe that the people below had sent up. This man was no other than Chen Tengfei, the owner of Zhongmei Commercial Street. Although his name sounded mediocre, he was the helmsman of the second largest commercial street in Tianmen City. Although he had a relaxed look on the surface at the moment, but he had just finished an all-nighter not long ago, putting together another set of plans against Dragon Commercial Street. Inwardly, he was actually exhausted beyond measure. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but frown tightly again, and secretly cursed the scruffy man angrily. At that time and I guaranteed well, what not to succeed. As a result, he went to the Public Security Bureau, the guy who is not enough to accomplish anything, but is more than enough to fail. Suddenly, the cell phone placed on the desk rang. Chen Tengfei put down the tea in his hands, without thinking, pressed the answer button. Then he opened his mouth in a very authoritative manner. "What is it?" Chapter 130, The Phoenix Hand Puppet Without a Head. "It's over. It's over." The person who said this panicked was Chen Tengfei's beloved Wang Tianhao. "Don't rush or panic when you meet anything, okay? Can you be as mature and steady as me? Calm down, slow down. Chen Tingfei interrupted Wang Tianhao and lit a cigarette then lectured. Wang Tianhao slowed down before saying heavily, the shares of our Zhongmei Commercial Street have been acquired for 51%. In other words, the big boss of Zhongmei Commercial Street, from now on, is no longer you. Asterisk. Why the hell didn't you just say it quickly? Dawdle, get the hell out of here. Wang Tianhao still wanted to explain. It's not that you. Without waiting for Wang Tianhao to finish his sentence, Chen Tingfei angrily slammed his cell phone directly onto the ground. The cell phone that fell to the ground became torn apart. From this, one could see how unspeakable Chen Tingfei's anger was today. Ideal is very plump. Reality is very bone-skinny. Originally thought to go to annex Longting Commercial Street, a monopoly of Tianmen City's commercial street economy. However, it never occurred to him that he did not annex Dragon Commercial Street, but instead, he was acquired by someone else first. This dramatic change directly knocked Chen Tingfei into the abyss of pain. As for Wang Teng on this side, after feasting, he went back to the house to take a nap. As for the mess on the dining table, naturally Lin Xiyu would clean it up for him, neatly. Wang Teng, who woke up from his nap, looked at his watch and saw that it was already 3 o'clock, and decided to go out to collect rags. After all, there was still one more day before the mission ended, and he was still short about 150,000. If he didn't get promoted to gold-level rag collector, then he would cry himself blind. He had also promised to go for a walk with Tang Xueme at night, but he didn't have time, so he had to hurry up and go collect them now. No more thinking, Wang Teng went out the door, drove the limited edition supercar, and took out the bronze megaphone. Then a neighborhood next to a neighborhood began to recover rags. Very quickly, the afternoon passed. Looking at the sky that was about to sink, Wang Teng decided to finish collecting the rags in the neighborhood in front of him and then went home to pack up and meet Tang Xueme. Collecting rags, collect all kinds of rags, any kind of rags, high price, collect rags, recycle all kinds of rags, any kind of rags will do, high price recycling. Wang Teng once again aimed his mouth at the bronze megaphone and shouted, but for half a day, no one came out to sell rags. Other than the tree branches rustling in the wind, the surroundings were silent. Just as Wang Teng was about to leave, a still childish-sounding voice entered his ears. Do you take some very worn-out models and hand puppets? It seemed that he was afraid of not expressing himself clearly enough. This childish voice followed up with another sentence. Some of them are all ready but arms and legs. Wang Teng turned around to take a look, but it turned out to be a young boy who was holding a paper box in anticipation. Was holding a paper box and asking him expectantly. Take it, Wang Teng told him with certainty. Nah, here you go then. Receiving the paper box, Wang Teng also started recycling one by one. Ding! Recycling broken airplane models. Rewarding wealth plus 70,000. Ding! Recycling DNF Ghost Swordsman hand puppet with one leg missing. Rewarding wealth plus 80,000. Ding! Recycling King Pesticide a headlessly by Phoenix hand puppet. Rewarding. Chapter 131. The scenery is beautiful, but not as beautiful as you in the end. Prize rewards the topmost skill level of King's Pesticide. Full positional proficiency, full hero specialization. Wang Teng couldn't help but be repeating the system's prompt in his heart. As he said it, a flash of excitement accompanied surged on his face. This person was too pitiful. Receiving one of these rags was so happy. Must not have seen these things before. My father taught me from a young age to be generous and helpful. I won't ask him for money. In just a few seconds, the little boy had sketched out the first half of Wang Teng's life. You don't have to give me any money. Consider it a good karma. The little boy said 2 words in an old-fashioned manner and quickly turned around and left. Wang Teng, who froze and reacted for a moment, also smiled helplessly when he heard this. In his heart, he silently said, good. How could the little boy not have imagined that just because of this sudden and unintentional act of his today, afterward, it actually saved his family from the depths of the fire. Ding! Recovered a short-legged Lupin 7's hand puppet with a missing hand. Rewarded wealth plus 50,000. Ding! Recovering a bumblebee hand puppet that can't be deformed. Rewarding wealth plus 60,000. Ding! Recover a paper box. Reward wealth plus 10,000. After recycling all the hand puppets and models, Wang Teng casually glanced at the completion level of the quest, not realizing that it was already as high as 439, 560, 000/500, 000. It's fast. Nodding his head in satisfaction, Wang Teng drove the limited edition supercar back home in no time. After quickly taking a shower and putting on a handsome look, Wang Teng then looked at himself in the mirror and couldn't help but narcissistically say, if you don't know how handsome Wang Teng is, you won't be blamed for being killed. If you don't know that Wang Teng is handsome, you've come to the world for nothing. Just when Wang Teng was about to continue to say some words that praised himself and considered himself to be the most famous words, the phone in the living room rang violently. The phone in the living room rang violently. Grandpa, Grandpa, your grandson is calling you. Grandpa, Grandpa, your grandson called you. Wang Teng walked to the living room and glanced at the fact that it was Tang Xuemei, so without hesitation, he picked up the phone and, speaking flirtatiously, he said, "Couldn't resist seeing me so soon? Don't be poor. I'm waiting for you at the entrance of our neighborhood. Come out quickly." Tang Xuemei slightly tilted her head and hummed. If Wang Teng saw this playful posture of Tang Xuemei at this moment, he was afraid that his heart would melt. Wang Teng quickly organized himself and went out. Seeing the silhouette standing quietly at the entrance of the neighborhood, Wang Teng walked over and said with a smile, "Let's go. Accompany you to take a walk." "Good." Tang Xuemei answered like a mosquito, and then walked side by side with Wang Teng. The night scenery of Jing'an district at night was extremely beautiful, especially the large and small lakes beside the villa area. Many people were boating on it. They were either family members, lovers, or playmates. In addition, there are also stars of people sitting on the ground at the lakeside, talking about wine, looking at this wonderful scenery. So beautiful. Tang Xuemei and Wang Teng strolled by the lake, looking at the beautiful scenery on the lake. Tang Xuemei's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of delight. The scenery is no more beautiful than you in the end. It's not the scenery that matters, but the you in front of me. Wang Teng ghostly responded softly to Tang Xuemei. Chapter 132. Which identity? Usually you seem like a straight man of steel, but now you're saying these flowery words? Tang Xuemei couldn't help but have to roll her eyes greatly at Wang Teng. Although she said so, Tang Xuemei's heart was as sweet as if she had eaten honey. This kind of sweetness, before, had never existed before. Hearing Tang Xuemei say this, Wang Teng was momentarily speechless. Scratching his head, he didn't know what to say, so the two continued to walk forward quietly. In this instant, it seemed like heaven and earth were silent, leaving only the two of them. "Did you major in the liberal arts side of college? Why is your mouth so smooth?" Tang Xuemei broke the silence and fiercely opened her mouth to ask. "Yeah, do you want to?" Wang Teng was about to blurt out. However, only to hear that, Tang Xuemei let out a sound that, "Bah, bad egg." Then he pretended to be angry and accelerated his speed and walked forward several steps. Seeing Tang Xuemei like this, Wang Teng hurriedly chased after her and tightly pulled her arm. Tang Xuemei couldn't struggle away. At a later stage, Tang Xuemei also simply gave up struggling. Only a blush surfaced on her face. "I'm quite envious of you being able to study inside the school. Ever since I was little, I've always wished to go to study inside a school, meet different people, see different scenery every day, eat some roadside stalls, and sleep again in class or something." After walking a few more steps, Tang Xuemei looked at the stars in the sky and stopped, then suddenly ghostly spoke to Wang Teng. "What? You wouldn't have never been inside a school and read a book, right? Forget it, it's impossible. I guess you're deliberately teasing me, right?" Hearing this sudden off-the-cuff remark from Tang Xuemei, Wang Teng first froze, and then he opened his mouth in a bit of surprise and asked him, "Yes, according to Tang Xuemei's family situation, how could it be possible that she had not gone to school?" This point, it was really a bit puzzling. "Perhaps you don't believe me, but it's true that I haven't gone to school. What's the point of me teasing you about this?" Listening to Wang Teng's words, a hint of despondency flashed above Tang Xuemei's pretty face, and she just let out a low and incomparable voice. It was not difficult to realize, behind this matter, there was definitely a small story that made it despondent. "Why, can you tell me your story? Tonight, I'll be a quiet listener, only listen to you alone." Wang Teng looked at Tang Xuemei's expression and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, and soon asked with subconscious curiosity as well. He wanted to know, what could cause Tang Xuemei to produce such an expression? "Ever since I was a child, my family had invited 7 or 8 teachers to come and give me lessons, cultural lessons, physical education lessons, firearms lessons, and so on and so forth for everything. Ever since I was a kid I was the only one studying, and the teachers were all in awe of me and didn't play with me. I actually want to, like other little ones, go to school, to have a happy and simple childhood like them, but unfortunately, I don't have such a chance at all." Perhaps it was Wang Teng's words that struck the softness deep within Tang Xuemei's heart. Therefore Tang Xuemei nodded her head and recounted her experience to him in a very calm tone. Even though Tang Xuemei was acting very calmly, Wang Teng knew that his heart was not like that. I am afraid that at this moment, the wind and waves had already risen. Chapter 133. Quite a few doubts. In a flash, Wang Teng then patted Tang Xuemei's shoulder and comforted her. "It's alright, everything is over. In the future, everything will get better and better." These words came out. Tang Xuemei also revealed a rare glimpse of a different expression. This man, surprisingly, he gave him a feeling of incomparable peace of mind. Are we in that kind of relationship now? Wang Teng pinched Tang Xuemei's hand, and somehow, unexpectedly, he opened his mouth to it in a ghostly manner and asked. Boom! The moment these words came out, it was as if a ton of boulders had been thrown down on a calm lake. It caused Tang Xuemei's eyes not to be glazed over to the maximum, and filled with a strong sense of incredulity and shock. She didn't expect that. Certain things came too fast, like a tornado. Froze for a moment. Tang Xuemei lightly opened her red lips, and was slowly speaking. To be considered. Humph. Finished speaking, Tang Xuemei was turning around and walking towards her home. Looking at the distant back, Wang Teng was first stunned, then an excitement flashed in his eyes, and he also quickly followed. A few moments, the duo then passed through the living room of Tang Xuemei's house and entered Tang Xuemei's room. Soon, the four eyes were facing each other. Wang Teng was the one who began to tell him some stories about his childhood, from the south of the sky to the north of the sea. During this time, Wang Teng was also making Tang Xuemei giggle. In such a short period of time, Tang Xuemei also recognized Wang Teng in her heart. At the same time, moreover, she felt incomparably tranquil and natural for no reason. Perhaps it was because the story told had stirred up Wang Teng's memories, and his entire person also had a reminiscent look on his face. At this moment, Tang Xuexian twisted her body to gaze at him, blinked her eyes, and softly opened her mouth to say, "What are you thinking about?" Wang Teng smiled and said softly, "Didn't think of anything. Just think that I was able to meet you is simply too lucky. I feel like I even spent my entire life's luck." After Wang Teng finished saying this, he must have been too tired and directly just ignored Tang Xuemei, so he magically tilted his head and completely slept over. There were no words in the night. The next day, the sky was already white, and when the sun rose, Tang Xuemei had already gotten up early and made breakfast for Wang Teng. Soon, after the two of them simply ate a breakfast, they started to talk to each other about some stories from their childhood again. These stories, most of the time, were told by Wang Teng, while Tang Xuemei was quietly listening. After an unknown amount of time, the two ended this conversation. Wang Teng then accompanied Tang Xuemei to go stab Tang Sanxiao. After zapping the needles and another bout of pleasantries, Wang Teng said that he had important matters to attend to and, after giving Tang Xuemei a furtive glance, he left. As for Tang Xuemei, she naturally wanted to accompany Tang Sanxiao in the hospital room. Wang Teng, who had just stepped out of the elevator, while walking, he thought about where he was going to collect rags. After all, today was the deadline to complete the mission. You old bastard, if you're going to clean up so slowly again, you'll get the hell out of here. What you can't do, someone else will naturally do it. The angry roar of a middle-aged man happened to be heard by Wang Teng. Looking at the scolded figure, Wang Teng was a bit familiar, so he walked over to have a look. This person was no one else. It was none other than Granny Wang who brought Wang Teng to collect rags last time. Chapter 134, I'll open 10,000 for you. What's the matter, Wang Bao? What is it that you didn't do well? Wang Teng waved his hand, then snapped at Granny Wang with concern. The reason why he did this was because Wang Teng thought that Granny Wang was still a very good person. Last time, when she only knew that Wang Teng was a rag collector, she still treated her in a pleasant manner and even got Wang Teng some more rags. Therefore, Wang Teng could not ignore Granny Wang's matter. Hearing someone speak, Granny Wang turned her head to look and realized that it was Wang Teng, froze slightly, then hurriedly gave Wang Teng a wink, signaling her to hurry up and leave. Be careful of getting into trouble. Wang Teng did not retreat, but advanced. Instead, she approached Granny Wang and said, "Don't worry, you said it." Granny Wang's heart was slightly sour, while a trace of pallor and exhaustion surfaced on her face, even though she knew it was useless to speak out. But she was so aggrieved that she didn't even have someone to complain to, and Wang Teng was so sincere. Wang Teng was so sincere, slowly said, "I've been sick lately. My health is not good. Just now when I mopped the floor I mopped a little slower, and as a result, hey." Hearing this, Wang Teng already had the intention of hiring someone to collect rags, so he directly said, "Granny Wang, why don't you resign? Don't do it here. I have a job here that just needs manpower, and it's not too tiring. It's just going to collect rags every day. There's no mandatory requirements. Just send the rags you receive to a designated place at night. Do you want to think about it?" Granny Wang showed a hint of difficulty on her face, before slowly saying, "Little Wang, my salary here is 3,000. Can you offer me that much?" In order to not look so shocking, Wang Teng's eyes gave Granny Wang a hint of encouragement. Only then did he faintly say, "It's not easy to collect rags. I'll give you 10,000. Suddenly, the middle-aged man next to him let out a snort of laughter. Then he deliberately said loudly and contemptuously, "A rag collector actually said that he would offer $10,000 to a cleaner. Are you here to make me laugh? Shut up. Do you have a right to talk?" What kind of a thing are you that you dare to rave in front of me? Wang Teng raised his eyebrows, then said in a rather authoritative manner. Not to mention, after such a long time, Wang Teng had unconsciously gained an extra aura of a superior person on his body. Feeling Wang Teng's aura, this middle-aged man actually did not speak again. Granny Wang, do you think it's okay? If you think it's okay, I'll call you now. Granny Wang said with some embarrassment. Willing is definitely willing, but I'm afraid that my old arms and legs won't be useful. And when I collect rags for you, I'll collect too little. It's okay, how much can I collect? Now you show the Alipay collection code. I'll transfer the money to you, Wang Teng said indifferently. Hearing that Wang Teng's words had gotten to this point, Granny Wang directly took out her cell phone from her pocket and opened the QR code collection interface. Wang Teng scanned it and then quickly transferred the money over, and only then did the middle-aged man react. He was actually scared by a rag collector? Thinking about the fact that he was intimidated by a rag collector, the more the middle-aged man thought about it, the more angry he became. Unable to help himself, he let out a piercing voice that, there are a lot of crooks nowadays. You don't want to be fooled by certain people who love to pretend and don't seem to be good people to have you fooled. Surname Wang, if you beg me now, I might just leave you behind. The man's words just fell. A crisp collection alert tone sounded. Ding, PayPal arrived 500,000 yuan. Chapter 135, wrong transfer? It's not a mistake. It was none other than Granny Wang's cell phone that sent out this wonderful beep. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 500,000 yuan? The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with shock, and his voice was trembling as he said this. Granny Wang, who heard this collection beep, was also directly petrified in place. It was not easy for the Wang granny to come back to her senses, pursed the corners of her dry mouth and, before opening her mouth and saying, Little Wang you transferred the wrong amount to me. When Wang Teng heard this, he couldn't help but be puzzled and touched his nose, then asked in return, wrong turn? Didn't transfer the wrong one. 10,000 per day. There's also a month's full attendance bonus of 200,000. Doesn't that add up to a total of 500,000? Gulp, gulp. When Wang Teng said this, the middle-aged man next to him directly started to gulp down his mouth. 10,000 was just a day's salary? A rag collector is so rich? I work hard for 10,000 a month, right? Thinking of this, the middle-aged man could not help but open his mouth. Big brother, my name is Jiang Gu. Do you still lack a pendant on your leg? I think I can also resign immediately and collect rags for you. Wang Teng. After being speechless, Wang Teng also spoke up. I think you have a problem with this person's thinking. Why don't you try it for a month first? If you satisfy me, I'll keep you. You think about it? Jiang Gu responded quickly. What's there to consider? There's no need to consider it. I'll go collect rags for you now. After saying this, Jiang Gu turned around and wanted to go collect rags. After taking several steps, Jiang Gu only turned back and opened his mouth to say, Boss, where can I send the rags I received for you? Truly, an oddball. Hearing this, Wang Teng directly told Jiang Gu and Granny Wang the location of the Seaview Villa in Jing'an district together. Granny Wang didn't have much of a reaction, thinking that wasn't it normal for someone who could afford such a large salary to live in a villa? But Jiang Gu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air and exclaimed, Jing'an district? That's not just something you can do with money. At this point, Jiang Ji's eyes flashed with a bright and uncertain light. No one knew what Jiang Gu, at this moment, was thinking. I'll leave first, just send the rags you collect every day to the address I told you on time. I still have things to do. I'll leave first. Wang Teng didn't care about this and left these few words, then stepped out of the central hospital. Wang Teng, who was out of the central hospital, glanced at the quest completion level which was 439, 560, 000/500, 000, He was still about 60, 000 short. He also went to collect rags in a hurry. Cheer up, Junior. Aoli gives. Wang Teng gave himself a pep talk and started rolling around to collect rags. He didn't even bother to eat his lunch. Wang Teng had collected rags for several hours in a row, and after looking at the displayed quest completion level, it only reached 479, 000/500, 000. The cool wind was chilly. It pounced on his face. Cold and icy brushed past Wang Teng's face. The night was as cool as water, but Wang Teng was looking at the bustling crowds on the traffic-lined streets. His heart was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Still 2000 W short. God, can you drop a bunch of rags to kill me? Wang Teng spread his hands and grunted helplessly. Chapter 136. Turns out all men in the whole world are more narcissistic. Wang Teng had not finished his post. Suddenly, a familiar yelling sound came to his ears. Collecting scrap. Scrap for money. Collecting rags for scrap. Collecting scrap. Scrap for money. I'll take your junk. Hearing this yelling, Wang Teng didn't react at once. Instead he muttered in a low voice, "Hey, isn't this my line? Who stole my line?" While speaking, a white-haired figure pushing a tricycle passed by Wang Teng. Seeing the old man walking several cuts away from himself, Wang Teng then reacted and, without control, he laughed up to the sky and, "It's really hard to find where you've been looking for him, but it's not hard to find him. It's true that if you are handsome, your luck is good. You can't stop it." After laughing, Wang Teng walked straight forward and changed his smiling face and he grabbed the old man's arm. He wanted to speak. However, the old man did not feel Wang Teng's kindness. Instead, he only felt a black shadow and a mouse-like whoosh. The black shadow scurried over and he fiercely grabbed his arm, making himself unable to move. Where has the old man seen this kind of battle? Thought he was collecting rags, accidentally collected something that should not be collected. Therefore, before he could look at Wang Teng's face, he panicked and trembled and said, "A gentleman moves his mouth, not his hands. What's the matter? Let's talk slowly." Hearing this trembling voice of the old man, Wang Teng also felt that he was really a bit hairy and too rude. After loosening his hand, he then said softly in embarrassment, "Old man, I just have my eyes on this tricycle of yours." The old man felt Wang Teng's tightly tugged hand loosened, and spoke in a gentle tone. Originally, the feeling of a boulder pressing on his chest and not being able to catch his breath just now had disappeared. However, when he heard Wang Teng's words, his heart nervously thump, thump, thump. It jumped again. Immediately, with a hint of uneasiness, he opened his mouth and said, "This is the only tricycle I have. It's my tool for eating. If you take it away, how can I live in the future?" said Wang Teng. Wang Teng was simply speechless when he heard this. More speechless than speechless his mom. "I'm talking about the rags on your tricycle, not the tricycle. Can't you hear me finish my sentence? Do I look so much like a bad guy?" Wang Teng touched his nose awkwardly and said slowly. Only after hearing Wang Teng's words did the old man slowly turn his head over. Just as the head was twisted over, he saw an affectionate big smiling face. What feeling was there? It felt that this smile was even more affectionate than his own son. Of course, the old man did not want to take advantage of Wang Teng. There should be no intention to express the meaning that Wang Teng was his own son. The old man's eyes lingered on Wang Teng's face for a moment before he grinned, revealing a mouthful of big yellow teeth. An odd smile before he opened his mouth and said, "The young man is quite handsome, and has a few moments of the style I had back then, when I was young." Wang Teng. It seems that not only Wang Teng is narcissistic, it turns out that all men in the whole world are so narcissistic. "By the way, young man, you said that you want the rags from my car?" the old man continued. Only after hearing this did Wang Teng say with both eyes glowing, "Yes, yes, then you have to give me a good price. This is something I received from dawn to dark. Dark too. Omit 100,000 words here. It was not easy to receive this price aspect." Chapter 137, The Long-Lost King Pesticide. The boss started a bunch of nonsense to try and raise the value of his rags. "Got it. You nah. Is 10,000 enough? One price." Wang Teng didn't have any more nonsense and directly struck with a heavy fist. 10,000 which? 10,000 is certainly enough. Now as soon as you give me the money, I will give you these scraps immediately. Originally, the old man wanted to haggle, but when he said it, he realized that it was 10,000 yuan, which he couldn't even earn by collecting them for a month. Therefore, he immediately changed his words and nodded in agreement. Wang Teng was about to take out his cell phone and transfer money to him. The old man saw this action of Wang Teng and opened his mouth and said, "Mine is an old man's phone. I can't transfer money. I just need cash." Wang Teng. Forced to do so, Wang Teng went to a nearby bank and withdrew $10,000 and gave it to the old man. Only after having the old man dump the rags in a corner did Wang Teng start recycling. Ding! Recycling a broken insulated water cup. Rewarding wealth plus 40,000. Ding! Recycling a broken electric fan. Rewarding wealth plus 50,000. Ding! Recycle an old cooler. Reward wealth plus 30,000. Ding! Recycle a chair that is about to weather. Reward wealth plus 30,000. Wang Teng was throwing these rags into the sack one by one, when suddenly a system prompt sounded like heavenly music. Ding! Mission completion level 500. 000/500. 000. Mission completed. Reward profession upgrade. Ding! Congratulations, you have become a gold level rag recycler, opening the special function of recycling items in the virtual game world. Hearing this, Wang Teng's excitement could no longer be expressed in shallow words, because every single hair of sweat on his body showed a beating joy. Excited heart, trembling hands, Wang Teng loaded the rags faster, and soon the rags were recycled. after finding a place where no one was, and taking out the Neiman Marcus Limited Edition fighter from the virtual recycling space, Wang Teng mounted the Neiman Marcus Limited Edition fighter. The engine let out a roar. Then Wang Teng sped towards Jing'an district like a black lightning. When Wang Teng returned home, the intelligent butler prepared fruits, dinner, and some small snacks for him. After taking a shower and having a quick meal, Wang Teng then laid down on the sofa and impatiently pulled out his cell phone. Ready to start fighting. Come on, you, feed me a grape first. Suddenly, Wang Teng said with a big grin, okay, master, only to see the intelligent butler peeling the grape and slowly feeding it into Wang Teng's mouth. This tastes good. One more, Wang Teng said once again. The intelligent housekeeper who heard this, once again peeled a grape obediently and fed it into Wang Teng's mouth. Wang Teng lay on the sofa, enjoying the intelligent butler's meticulous care of himself. Then he downloaded a King pesticide. Seeing that the King pesticide will be downloaded soon, thinking that he would soon be able to collect rags inside the King's Canyon, Wang Teng's mouth suddenly popped out with the words, "There is no retreat to speak of," only to hear a cry. Timmy! Wang Teng was finally opening the King pesticide that he hadn't played in a long time. Chapter 138 Hero Crash. After opening King pesticide, Wang Teng realized that his ID was the same as always, named Juha. The meaning of Juha is a technique in Japanese swordsmanship to instantly pull out the sword and kill the enemy. The two words Ju and He are the names of the two opposing sides. It's a technique of instantly pulling out the sword without giving the enemy a chance to take advantage of it, so as to overcome the enemy and win the battle. And this kind of knife skill also has a kind of name known to the public. The name is Batusai Chop. The reason why I started this name is because of the popularity of the two-word ID at that time. And I like to play Orange Righteousness, and this name is highly compatible with the hero Orange Righteousness. No longer recall these things. Wang Teng first chose to play a solo mode to practice. Clicking on the confirmation button, Wang Teng quickly entered the interface of banning heroes. If it was Wang Teng in the past, he would definitely ban Sable Cicada Luna, the heroes that were more buggy in solo mode. But what level is Wang Teng at now? Wang Teng has the highest level of skill and is proficient in all positions and specializes in all heroes in King's Pesticide. So now Wang Teng, casually banning a hero with his eyes closed, he entered the hero selection interface, because he knew that no matter what he banned, he would win, so he could just ban one in passing. After entering the hero selection interface, Wang Teng was thinking, what to play? Forget it, just choose one blindly with your eyes closed. Wang Teng closed his eyes and randomly clicked on one, and when he opened his eyes, he saw that it was Li Bai. Looking at the skin bar, Wang Teng realized that he only had one skin, and it was still the cheapest Van Helsing. Other than that, there wasn't even a set of inscriptions, and Li Bai wasn't too strong in single combat. However, Wang Teng still clicked confirm and entered the game with a punishing strike. As soon as he entered the loading screen of the matchup, Wang Teng realized that the opposite side of the selection is actually also Li Bai, but wearing the skin is the Year of the Rooster Limited Phoenix. The summoner skill that he carries is Decimate, and it also carries the gold label. The heroes clashed. The corner of Wang Teng's mouth couldn't help but raise a smile. Seeing Wang Teng smiling, Lin Shiyu on the side hurriedly fed another grape into Wang Teng's mouth. Then she hammered her shoulder to Wang Teng and said, "Master, Aoli gives. Beat him to tears." Wang Teng smiled and did not say anything, only to hear a cry, "Welcome to King's Honor." The enemy army has 3 seconds left to reach the battlefield. All troops attack. This game also officially started. On the other side of the cell phone screen, a yellow hair had a cigarette in his mouth, took a hard drag on it, and then said with disdain, "Ha ha ha, I'm so glad you're here." He said, "If you chose another one, you might still have a slight chance to win me, but I chose Li Bai, the hero of my destiny, and you even stupidly brought a punishing strike, so you're really looking for death. I'll kill you 5 o'clock this game." Wang Teng and Yellow Hair's Li Bai arrived in front of the first tower at the same time. At this time, the troop line had not yet come out, and both of them were waiting to replenish their troops. Well played. Yellow Hair's Li Bai was the first to send out a taunt. Seeing this, Wang Teng also sent out a message. Well played yo. Seeing a Li Bai wearing a 288 hot chicken skin that, Li Bai who didn't even have a mark, actually dared to taunt himself. The yellow-haired man was directly enraged, directly transformed into a tentacle monster and started a series of crazy word snaps.